Once you were the talented and ambitious prince of the dynasty, but now you just want to quickly relinquish the position of prince and escape from this place. It's not that you don't want to lead the dynasty to glory, but you simply can't stand this biased emperor father. This crown prince. I'm done. What's the use of great talent and strategy? What's the point of upholding the dynasty and the nation alone, faced with an emperor who looks down on himself, no matter how much effort is put in? What's the use? In this lifetime, I can no longer do this thankless task. You looked up at the hall where the emperor was still criticizing you, and clasped your hands together, saying, since the emperor thinks that his son is unworthy and unable to bear the great responsibility, the son also feels unable to shoulder the affairs of the state. It's better to send the son to guard the borders in Lingnan. Emperor Guan's body stiffened instantly, as if he hadn't reacted to your words. The next second, he immediately became furious and accused. You are the crown prince. Do you disregard the laws and regulations by leaving at will? The position of the crown prince. I do not want it. This statement shocked the entire audience. Prime Minister Chen Tiangu disregarded the etiquette between ruler and minister, hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed you, Your Majesty. The crown prince just lost his composure for a moment. Please do not take it seriously. Emperor Guan snorted coldly, considering this as your first offense. Go back now and be confined for 3 months. Reflect on your actions, and I will consider that you just misspoke. Seeing Emperor Guan speak like this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But just when the courtiers thought there was a turning point in the matter, you shook your head repeatedly and said, Father, I keep my word. I will not become the crown prince. Emperor Guan felt his authority being challenged, and suddenly slammed the table in front of him, shouting loudly, How dare you? Do you really think I dare not strip you of your position as the crown prince? Thank you very much. Your Majesty, please give the order. I take my leave. You bowed and saluted, then turned around and left without any hesitation. This scene shocked everyone present in an instant, and Emperor Guan was extremely angry. He immediately shouted at you, Unbelievable. Remember, you can leave, but once you do, never come back. You turned around and said, Your child obeys the order. Without looking back, you walked outside the palace gate, leaving Emperor Guan sitting alone in the hall, his face red with anger. But at this moment, at the end of the long corridor outside the palace, a figure ran from a distance. It was Princess Zhao Xi. She took 3 steps and 2, rushed to you and said, Your Highness, you bear the responsibility of the country and the people. How can you just leave like this? This scene left everyone full of doubts. You should know that what Consort Zhao Xi thinks day and night is how to snatch the position of your crown prince. Before everyone could react, the next second, Zhao Xufei knelt in front of you with a thud, tears in her eyes, saying, This palace knows that in these years, there have been mistakes made, but that has nothing to do with your Majesty. How could the crown prince end up like this? Please, we are all family. How can there be lingering enmity between father and son overnight? Seeing this, the Emperor Guan in the Golden Long Hall couldn't sit still. He dashed out of the hall and headed straight towards the two of you. Finished, Prime Minister Chen Tian and Chen Kai closed their eyes in pain. At this moment, they saw through the purpose of Empress Zhao Xufei's visit. With her kneeling like this, even if you don't want to leave, Emperor Guan has to drive you away. This venomous woman. You looked at Zhao Xufei, who had just performed a big show in front of you, shook your head gently. Even when she left the court, she had to make the most of it. It seems that leaving the court was the right choice. Concubine, quickly get up. How can you kneel down to this rebellious son? Emperor Qian approached concubine Xiaoshu, helped her up, and then looked at you angrily. You unfilial child. Fine, I will grant your wish. Spread the decree. From this day forth, strip the Prince of Qin of his title and send him to guard the southern border. Your Majesty. Chen Tian knelt in front of Emperor Guan with a thud. The crown prince must not leave. Your Majesty. You will regret it. I will never regret it. Emperor Qian gave you a disgusted look, then lowered his head to comfort Zhao Xufei. The extremely compassionate appearance made you feel contempt in your heart. The brainless old emperor, sooner or later, will die under the skirts of women. With a cold snort, you firmly said, Thank you, Father Emperor. I will never regret it. As the words fell, the sky was overcast with continuous rain, and lightning cut through the sky, as if mocking those who were powerless in the chaos of the world. Rumble. 3 days later, during the morning court session, Qian Kai stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. All the Southern Ocean merchant ships have arrived at the market ship office in the capital, waiting for this year's goods exchange. Please arrange for someone to go over and oversee it. When Emperor Qian heard this, he was immediately delighted. You should know that over the years, trading with the Nanyang merchant ships, Great Qian has been able to profit millions of taels of silver every year. But before he could be happy, Emperor Guan suddenly realized a problem. Haven't you all handled it in previous years? Why is it that this year, You want me to personally appoint someone to go over there? Qian Kaishao said. Your Majesty, the people who have been handling this matter over the years have already left, so we need you to make arrangements. Who left? Emperor Qian furrowed his brows slightly. Qian Kaidan said lightly, Your Highness. As soon as the words fell, Emperor Guan's smiling face froze. How is it him? Qian Kai said at the moment, Your Majesty, don't you know that the Market Supervisory Office was established by Your Highness, and the Nanyang Trading Group was arranged by Your Highness to go out to sea for contact? Even the sea charts in their hands were specially drawn by Your Highness and sent over to facilitate their navigation to come to our great Qian for trade. These words surprised Emperor Qian a bit. Over the years, he had indeed never truly understood much about maritime shipping, or rather, in recent years, he had not paid attention to the achievements of the Crown Prince, at all. The only thing Emperor Qian knew was that the arrival of these fleets would bring him substantial wealth. Qian Kai continued, Now that Your Highness is no longer in charge of this matter, there are many Nanyang business groups, and it is difficult for me and the Ministry of Household to control them. I request to arrange for another capable person to come and assist. Qian Emperor finally understood the taste, coldly snorted, Are you saying that without this kid, your entire household department can't manage the trade in Nanyang? Then what use do I have for you? Qian Kai said calmly, Your Majesty, we are just following Your Highness to do things. The Southeast Asian merchant groups only recognize Your Highness's face. The reason why Your Highness needs to negotiate in person is because the Southeast Asian merchant groups have entered the territory of Great Qian for trade before, but they have encountered too many extortionate demands during this period. This has led them to believe that the business environment of the Great Qian dynasty is too harsh. It was not until Your Highness appeared that the various countries' merchant groups had a backbone. Since then, it has been a fair trade, with no unfair practices occurring again. Joke! Qian Emperor exclaimed angrily. I don't believe it. Without this disgraced crown prince, the countries of Nanyang will not do business with us Great Qian. Looking around, the Qian Emperor placed this task on the head of the Ministry of Rights. Zhao Xi, you take the people from the Ministry of Rights and go negotiate with them. The Ministry of Rights was also supposed to manage the dynasty's foreign trade. It's just that I don't know when it started, but the overseas trade was all placed in Qin Ming's hands. This was one of the points of conflict between them and Qin Ming. Zhao Xi, as a ceremonial official, could go about this in a sensible and reasonable manner. At those words, Zhao Xi's heart was delighted. The officials of the Ministry of Rights were all excited as well. They had waited too long for this moment. Now shipping is finally back in their hands. It's simply great. Your Majesty, the humble servant obeys the decree. Zhao Xi quickly stepped forward and reverently knelt on the ground and bowed to receive the decree. Qian Kai and Chen Shimao glanced at each other and bristled. Chen Shimao could know the virtue of the Ministry of Rights. When the Ministry of Ceremonies was in charge of trade, it took all sorts of things. Let them pass and all good things can turn bad. Originally, I wanted to open my mouth to remind the Chen Emperor, but at this time, Qian Kai pulled him back and gently shook his head. Chen Shimao sighed helplessly. Then he said no more. Soon, the order from the court reached Qin Ming's royal residence. Chang Baishan, the commander of Qin Ming's guards, walked up to Qin Ming with a document from the imperial court, full of indignation. Your Highness, the court wants to cut your 3 guards. How important the 3 guards were to a vassal king. Chang Baishan naturally knew well. The Chen Emperor's hand was clearly trying to get Qin Ming to go to Lingnan to start a business with nothing. This is as difficult as reaching the sky. Oh, surprisingly to Chang Baishan's expectations, Qin Ming had nothing to be upset about when he heard these words. Instead, clap your hands. It's good to chip away, just in time to replace the Wuwei Battalion. Your Highness, it's cutting down the 3 guards, not replacing you with the Wuwei Battalion. We are left with nothing. Chang Baishan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. However, Qin Ming was still sitting in his seat making tea. A sip of tea went down, and he continued to close his eyes, organizing the memories of his predecessor. Through the last 2 days of organizing, Qin Ming realized that there was surprisingly nothing wrong with his predecessor except that his temper was too soft. The political offices are all first class. This also gave Qin Ming a preliminary understanding of how this empire was and how it operated. Looking at Shang Baishan who was balling up in front of him, Qin Ming stood up and pressed into his seat in a serious tone. What's the hurry? Let the court wait a little longer. 2 more days and they will come to me. Chapter 6. It's easy to send God, but hard to invite God. On the 2nd day, the river port outside the capital, hundreds of ships of the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet docked here. The distance between each ship was only about 10 feet, and they hated to stick together. Zhao Xi looked at them from afar and was afraid that they would accidentally scrape. So many people? He muttered and stepped forward, frowning as he held up the list of this year's goods and opened his mouth. The few men beside him hurriedly said, My lord, there have always been such numbers. Let them come over, and I will discuss with them the price of the goods required. Yes. The official in charge of the canal transportation was called Lu Yu, who nodded respectfully at the words and told his men to hurry and informed the stewards of the merchant fleet to gather. Looked at the price list twice. Zhao Xi's eyes rolled back in his head, and a plan came to him. So he asked Lu Yu, I ask you, has this thing been shown to them yet? Not yet, my lord. And these lists of yours, do you still have copies? Yes, we all have to keep copies, and it's easy to check the books. Zhao Xi rubbed his chin in thought. In front of Lu Yu, he reached out and changed the price of the silk from 17 taels and 5 coins of silver to 17 taels and 6 coins of silver. As usual, a few more bits and pieces were changed. If you make a penny of silver more for 1 cloth, 10 cloths will be 1 or 2. Nanyang Flotilla this large-scale transaction. Wild geese, he can earn a lot of this trip. Lu Yu's face was a bit ugly. What do you mean by that, my lord? With a TSK, Zhao Xi somewhat hated Lu Yu. The price, or according to your copy of the calculation. As for the extra money, well, when the time will not be less than your share. That's not appropriate, is it? Lu Yu had been working under Qin Ming for years. Haven't ever gotten into this kind of unseen stuff. Seeing that he wasn't on board, Zhao Xia instantly sank his face. Lu Yu, don't give your face away. Do you know who this is from? Am I the only one who eats this money? Zhao Xi, doesn't it still have to be honored above? With a brain like yours, it's no wonder you're still just a canal traffic controller after all these years. Lu Yu was displeased in his heart by his admonition. But the official is a big man. Clenching his fists, he looked up. My lord, the merchant caravans of the Southern Ocean countries are not stupid. What if they are discovered? Discover what? You're a funny one. What can they say about $1 or 2 of silver? Zhao Xi pushed him aside with one hand. Waving his hand, he addressed the people below. Send Lord Lu down first. He is not feeling well. I will negotiate this deal myself today. Yes. Lu Yu was escorted down like this. Soon, a group of emissaries from various countries dressed in strange costumes arrived in front of Zhao Xi. Welcome, everyone. Zhao Xi stood up from the main seat and opened his arms with a warm face, but the scene was surprisingly quiet. All were staring at him with a scrutinizing gaze. After waiting for half a day and seeing that no one had been paying attention to him, Zhao Xi smiled dryly. Do you all not understand the language of my Daqin? I can find someone familiar with your language to communicate with you. No. Just turn in the list. To Zhao Xi's surprise, they can understand. Then the silence just now is really do not want to care about him. The corners of his mouth twitched as Zhao Xi smiled skinlessly and handed over the list in his hands for them to circulate. The mind was already fantasizing about the amount of money he could get his hands on for this trip. There must be 30,000 taels of silver at the bottom, right? In the king's mansion. Qin Ming sat in the other courtyard and posted with Xiao Chui. Jade was sitting on his lap with her arms around him, her body resting gently against his. Feeling the softness of the young girl's body, Qin Ming couldn't help but be a little distracted for a moment. Is this the prince's retirement? Jade is a very enterprising woman. There's a saying that a maid who doesn't fantasize about being a princess is not a good maid. Nah, some years ago the prince was just too decent. Even if she herself sometimes showed half her calves and shapely cleaned up in front of her, the other side wasn't trying to be bad. But these days the prince seems to have let himself go after being deposed. It's also much more proactive with Xiao Chui. There were times when Xiao Chui could even feel Qin Ming's gaze all the way down when he looked at himself, aiming for something odd. Catching the opportunity, she just wanted to continue rubbing her thighs against Qin Ming's little tummy. But suddenly his ears twitched and he stood up with lightning speed. Your Highness, it looks like someone is coming. Just come. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. It was obvious to him all that Tuei seemed to be getting the hang of it. Who knew that someone would come along and stir up trouble at a critical time? Qin Ming turned his head angrily. Chang Baishan hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. Your Highness, the Southern Ocean Fleet is here. Yes, I've counted the hours and they really should be here. What's that? Qin Ming looked at Chang Baishan suspiciously. At this time, however, Chang Baishan hurriedly said to him, after you left, the court was left with no one who could subdue them. And now His Majesty has arranged for Zhao Xi to go over there. Him? He laughed at who he thought was going to be there. Qian Di really doesn't carry any vision at all. Arrangements were made to go over a most pulled. Those people over there can be tough folk, and they're going to fight at the drop of a hat. The reason why Qian Kai didn't want to go over there in the first place. One, because he knew he couldn't hold down the scene. Secondly, those people are hard to get along with. If you're not sure, it's best not to go there. Yes, Chang Baishan said in exasperation. You don't even know. Zhao Xi this. Just passed the first day to change the price. Want to use the difference in price corruption. People from the merchant fleets of other countries in the South Seas have long since entered the capital's market to learn about the prices of goods every day. This asshole is not a class act. An official who has never been in charge of this matter is playing smart with the people who do business when it comes to trade. A little humor. Qin Ming asked again as he recarried Xiao Chui in his arms. And then what? Now he's been beaten to death and thrown in front of the capital. It's quite a big deal. Qin Ming was now out of politics and was only waiting for the end of the court's deployment to leave the capital. It was natural not to know much about what was going on in the courtroom, but things had gotten to such a point that it was impossible to know even if you didn't want to. What did the caravan say? They said they must make the imperial court give them an explanation. Otherwise they will never set foot on Great Qianland again in this life. Chang Baishan had come over today because he wanted to persuade Qin Ming to make a move. Your Highness, step forward. You're the only one who can talk them down now. Over the years, only Qin Ming in the transaction with them all processes from simple, extremely rapid, and never had to eat, take and ask for money. That's why he was trusted enough to be a collaborator in the eyes of these Nanyang merchants. The Great Qian can let the Southern Ocean countries trust only one person. It's pathetic. In the face of Chang Baishan's statement, Qin Ming, however, continued to play with Xiao Chui's jade feet and said indifferently, I'll step in? I'm out of chicken feathers. I'm going to let them know what it means to say that it's easy to send God but hard to invite God. Chapter 7. A full court is not as good as the King of Qin. Your Highness. Your Highness. Shang Baishan froze. Well, that's not quite the script he expected. Shouldn't Your Highness save the day at a time like this? Saving Qian's trade from destruction and earning the praise of the people and awards from the court? All right, you go on down. Qin Ming was in no hurry about the court, but he and Xiao Chui were in a hurry. There was just one last step to get this little ninny tuned up until she got the hang of it today. But it turns out that Shang Baishan is a purely stubborn breed. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Your Highness, if you don't make a move, De Qian will lose tens of millions of taels of silver in the next few years. Qin Ming waited for him, wanting nothing more than to punch Chang Baishan at the moment. It seemed to know that his presence here was affecting Qin Ming and Chang Baishan's conversation. Jade was a little scared, slightly resistant. He stood up and tried to back away. Qin Ming let go and helped Chang Baishan up. You're right. Go ahead and check the harbor for movement, and let me know the first thing that happens. Chang Baishan's eyes lit up. Yes. Finally, he was dismissed. Qin Ming didn't have the heart to molest Xiao Chui anymore. Brewing a pot of tea and gazing in the direction of the palace. Shang Baishan is right, but he was in too much of a hurry. The palace hasn't made any moves yet. What's the point of licking your chops and rushing there yourself? In the palace, several eunuchs carried a stretcher with the unconscious Zhao Xi on it, followed by Lu Yu. A group of people hurried towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Qian Emperor has been here discussing matters of state with his ministers since he retired from the court today. But now, the entire Taiha temple was dead silent and a pin could be heard. This scene appeared because of the news that came from the harbor just now. Zhao Xi's first day on the job and the trade talks fell apart. The other party gave an ultimatum to demand an explanation, and he himself was seriously injured. When the Qian Emperor heard this news, he only found it unbelievable. How could this be possible? Zhao Xi had no grudges with others, just talking about business. He was beaten unconscious, and even thrown in front of the south gate of the capital by others. It is simply outrageous. Chen Shirmao's eyes below flickered as if he had guessed something. However, after looking at the Qian Emperor's face, he ultimately didn't dare to say much. Anyway, when the people are brought in, things can naturally come out. Your Majesty, the men have been brought. Soon, several small eunuchs carried Zhao Xi and brought Lu Yu to the crowd. Get it up. The Chen Emperor's anger that had been building up for more than an hour was finally vented. Not even caring about Zhao Xi's injuries, he had someone wake him up first. A few small eunuchs found a few cups of tea and threw them on Zhao Xi's face. But this guy didn't know how he got his ass kicked, and he was badly hurt. There's no sign of waking up even after half a day of messing around. Your Majesty, can't get it to wake up? Several people looked at Qian Di with some hesitation. The Qian Emperor took a deep breath, and then his gaze was placed on Lu Yu. Lu Yu, as the officer in charge of the canal transportation, you should know the situation at that time. Lu Yu was a little hesitant. Though he served around the capital, the number of times he entered the court was relatively small. The opportunity to meet the Son of Heaven is even more rare. The last time I saw the Qian Emperor, it seemed like it was 9 years ago when I had just passed the imperial examination. It's natural to be a little terrified to see it again, but in the spirit of skimming off the top, he opened his mouth. Your Majesty, this morning Lord Zhao went over and changed the prices of the goods, raising the prices of quite a few things slightly. What? This? The Qian Emperor was furious, but then a question immediately came to mind. And you didn't stop him? My subordinate advised Lord Zhao, but he didn't listen, and in the end, he arranged for someone to rack him away. This statement was made without much guessing. Everyone already knew why Zhao Xi had become like this. Nothing more than being sanctioned for secretly raising the price of something that fell through. Your Majesty, the plan for the present is to stabilize the Southern Ocean merchant fleet first. For Zhao Xi, Chen Shimao hadn't expected much, but they must not let go of the Nanyang merchants. Qian Di also knew this. What does the Prime Minister think? How should this matter be remedied now? Acknowledge the mistake, give some allowance for taxes, and then reschedule someone to go over and negotiate trade with them. What Chen Shimao said is the most conventional method, and also the most effective method at this stage. The Minister of the Six Ministries as well as several key members of the court were talking below. That's a good point. Who else can be scheduled now? Zhao Xi is truly a success and a failure. Your Majesty, why don't you put Zhao Xi to death to calm the anger of the Southern Ocean merchants first? Enough! The Chen Emperor was even more distracted for a moment as he listened to the fact that they couldn't speak a single serious word but kept interfering with his own mind from below. Prime Minister, come and find someone. Hurry up and get this done. Chen Shimao's heart moved, but he shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, I can't find it. Then you said you'd get someone to do it? What? The Chen Emperor felt like he was being teased and was about to get angry. Chen Shimao hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, Your Majesty, this man can only be called out by you. You mean that kid? At this moment, no matter if it was the Qian Emperor or the ministers present, they had all realized who he was talking about. Naturally, it's the former Crown Prince. Today's His Highness, the King of Qin, but Qin Ming's identity is too sensitive. He had just fallen out with the Chen Emperor, and both sides had agreed that there would be no more dealings between them. The Chen Emperor also slashed Qin Ming's 3 guards and punished him with several years' salary. Now something goes wrong and you have to go to him with a thick skin. Not to mention that the Qian Emperor couldn't do it. The officials present couldn't do it either. By no means. I have said that the court will be able to dispose of the matter without him. The Chen Emperor slammed the table, blowing his beard and eyes in anger. Though no one argued with him, but he emphasized it in a voice that sounded like a quarrel. As if he were trying to hide his weakness, Chen Shimo couldn't help himself. Your Majesty, this is the business of tens of millions of taels of silver in the future. So you should think twice. I think it's useless for anyone but your highness to go. In a dynasty full of people, the only person who can make the Southern Ocean merchants believe is King Qin. This was one of the few times Chen Shimao had contradicted the Qian Emperor. He was once the Crown Prince's companion and later the Crown Prince's major. It was someone who had watched Qin Ming grow up. It is natural to know that his abilities are second to none. Unfortunately, this kind of talent was buried by this father. When he first watched Qin Ming leave from the palace, Chen Shimao's heart was dripping blood. Like Qian Kai, why wouldn't he want to reveal the dissatisfaction in his heart to the Chen Emperor? So today, he took this opportunity to say a few heavy words. The Qian Emperor's face was as gloomy as a pool of black water. For some reason, he himself felt his face burning and a frenzy in his heart. After a long period of silence, the Qian Emperor finally spoke. Let him enter the palace. Chapter 8. I want all of them when the Qin King strikes. Yes, the Grand Eunuch's son Lianying answered. Immediately turning around and taking small steps, he led people out of the palace to invite Qin Ming. As the Crown Prince, Qin Ming's residence should have been in the Eastern Palace. But some years ago because of Xiao Shufei's ears, the Chen Emperor then favorably cited the fact that the Crown Prince was older and did not need to study in the palace. Let him vacate the East Palace. First to the still young 9th Prince, King Jin Qinyu to live. Said it was to make it easier to read. But everyone knows that even if the prince needs to study when he is young, the royal family has some specialized residences. Why do we need to take the Eastern Palace again? The discerning can see that this is just that narrow-minded Princess Xiao Shufei and the group of ministers to do a test just. The Crown Prince at the time was really generous and didn't care about the red tape. Graciously ceded the Eastern Palace. He himself has placed a mansion within the capital. It was the place where Qin Ming lived after he came to this world. It was this arrangement that made today's wait extraordinarily long. The group of ministers are sitting here straight up sleepy. Close to 2 hours or so later, it was dark. It was only then that Qin Ming finally wobbled into the hall with the Grand Eunuch's son Lianying. But when he came in, he didn't say a word. He just stood around, arms folded over his chest, a look of unconcern. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, son Lianying took the initiative to walk forward. Your Majesty, His Highness the King of Qin has arrived. The Qian Emperor glared at Qin Ming. Your rack is getting bigger and bigger, keeping me and this group of aged ministers waiting for a while. After not working at the court, even your temperament is so scattered. In the face of his questioning, Qin Ming shrugged his shoulders and said with intent, Father, as we all know, my son's mansion is far away from the imperial city, so it can't be helped that the walk is longer. Qin Ming's meaning is very obvious. If not for you, the emperor's old man, vacating my East Palace, can I make you wait for the flowers today? You deserved it, didn't you? How dare you open your mouth when the ministers know? As expected, after Qin Ming spoke these words, Emperor Qian's frown deepened, but after thinking about it, it was also himself who agreed to Princess Xiao Shufei's proposal in the first place. That's when he didn't say any more and stepped right into the subject lane. You know about the Nanyang caravan, don't you? I don't know. Qin Ming shook his head and acted like nothing had anything to do with him. Chen Shimao below saw the scene and nodded slightly. As a human being has 3 points of fire, Qin Ming was obviously dissatisfied in his heart and didn't want to pay attention to Qian Di. It looks like I can take advantage of Qin Ming's hand today and take it out on the guys. Sun Li Ning, you tell him. When Qian Di talked to Qin Ming, he could clearly feel that he could easily get on fire. So he was not going to continue to talk to him and replaced the eunuchs under him. Yes. Sun Lianying went over the details. After comparing and adding to what he knew, Qin Ming clapped his hands. How come Zhao Xi, this guy, hasn't been ed to death? Unbridled. How to talk? The Chen Emperor slammed the table and angrily rebuked Qin Ming. The few surrounding ministers also looked at Qin Ming in dismay. Since when has His Highness been so mean? But before they could continue to speak about the South Pacific caravan, Qin Ming himself first took out a zhengbiao from his arms. Father, 2 days ago Zhao Xi slandered my fiancé, insulted the majesty of the royal family, and fought with my son in the street, causing the streets of the capital to be difficult to navigate. After and then went to the temple to backtrack and slandered the child minister, causing you to wrongly drop the punishment. But also please can you redetermine? You, Chen Di's face turned ugly. He hadn't finished his business yet. Qin Ming came to sue the defense first? Chen Shimao immediately spoke. Your Majesty, based on today's events, this Zhao Xi is indeed impure in heart and corrupted in virtue. His Highness attaches the utmost importance to the face of the royal family and has always acted in a measured manner. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Xi was harboring a grudge and had provoked the Guan family's young lady multiple times, His Highness wouldn't have acted in such a manner. Now that I think about it, this Zhao Xi should also be blamed. The officials below were all more supportive of Qin Ming at the moment. It couldn't be helped that Qin Ming had not budged on anything but some matters of principle over the years. A lot of other things are about a generosity to people, which has accumulated a good reputation. There aren't many of Princess Xiao Shufei's party members sitting here. It's natural to help out and say a word if you can. Qian Di opened his mouth, but he didn't know where to start. It just felt as if things had gone beyond their expectations, together with the guilt of screwing up the trade today. Father, I also ask you to smite Zhao Xi. After thinking about it, Qin Ming continued. The sentence of decapitation is not excessive for several offenses. Stop. Seeing that Qin Ming was counting further down, he could bring in all 9 clans of people. Qian Di immediately stopped him. Your business. Afterward, now that the Southern Ocean caravans have raised a ruckus, go ahead and pacify them and end this trade. Look at him trying to fool himself. Qin Ming is happy. Old piker, really think that little master is your free labor? Other people have salaries as officials, but I have nothing. What the? Father, my son is sick. Qin Ming opened his mouth without blushing. Are you sick? Right. Qin Ming said sincerely and earnestly. Then his body swayed and suddenly he couldn't support himself and sat down on the ground with a thud. It's been really hard on my body for the past 2 days, so you'd better hire someone else. Everyone was silent. This person in front of me, which is the prince isn't that pure hooliganism? His meaning was understood by all present. If you don't give to solve things, then you'll spend it like this. Seeing that the matter had come to this point, Qian Emperor took a deep breath and said, Sun Li Ning, the slave is in. Send Zhao Xi to the Ministry of Justice for trial and revoke the punishment of the Qin King. Yes, Zhao Xi had already become like this and made such a big mistake. There's no point in putting any more effort into bailing him out. Might as well let him finally shine and relieve Qin Ming of his anger so that he could hurry up and get on with his business. Hey, this will be much better. Qin Ming sat on the ground covering his chest and stood up without panicking. It's good to go, isn't it? The Chen Emperor coldly grunted and asked with disgust. Anyway, the father-son relationship has gotten to this point. Qin Ming is not afraid of ticks and still has a thick skin. Father, I'm not the crown prince. I'm just a vassal king. I shouldn't be in charge of this. What do you mean? Don't give an inch. The Chen Emperor slammed the table and glared at him angrily. Chen Shimao was delighted in his heart. Could it be that the prince has figured it out? You want to take this opportunity to get the crown prince back? The Qian Emperor and the other ministers thought the same way, with different faces. Don't be angry. My son is not trying to return to the crown prince position. It's just that for this trip to Lingnan, bringing only 3 guards is really a bit less. My son would like to have the Wuwei Battalion again, and I hope that my father will fulfill his wish. Qin Ming spoke indifferently, but it left everyone present dumbfounded. Chapter 9. Take the military talisman and pay a visit to Guanfu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Chen Emperor rejected him categorically. The Wuwei Battalion was originally an elite force in the court, though because of the many losses after following the great General Wuwei on his expedition, it was not expanded even after the death of the other side. But this kind of elite could not fall into Qin Ming's hands. Good. Without any nonsense, Qin Ming cupped his fists at the Qian Emperor. Father, my son has a health condition, so I'll leave you to get on with your work. Say it and go. Chen Di's face was ugly. Chen Shimao, on the other hand, watched this with satisfaction. The prince has not yet returned to the court, though, but today at least it's out of breath. The Chen Emperor had indeed treated Qin Ming too favorably some years ago. This is for everyone to see. Now Qin Ming no longer had the kind of nature that was so generous as to accept everything. That's a good thing. Stop. Seeing that Qin Ming was about to leave, Qian Di immediately called out to him. Father, anything else? What do you want with Camp Wuwei? My son is not asking for it. He is taking it back. It was meant to be the Guan family's army. Qin Ming corrected. Raise it yourself. I'll give it to you. The Qian Emperor spoke coldly. The Wuwei Battalion is indeed elite, but it's not that easy to raise any elite. The reason it hasn't been expanded over the past few years is because the Wuwei Battalion is so depleted. They were all heavily armored with iron, with 3 horses rotating for 1 person. The forage would need to be countless. Soldiers wearing dozens of pounds of heavy armor and training with weights every day ate twice as much rations as ordinary soldiers, plus their weaponry, all of which consumed a lot of resources, and had to be forged by artisans who spent a tremendous amount of time on it. It's not that the court doesn't want to re-expand the Wuwei Battalion. It's that it simply can't afford to do so. It's a bottomless pit. The current remnants alone have made the court feel like a hot potato. If it wasn't for the fact that they might be counted on in future wars, the Qian Emperor would have long ago removed the Wuwei Battalion. I can raise it myself. Can you give it? Qin Ming nodded his head indifferently and smiled as he looked towards the Qian Emperor. If you want it, I'll give it. Chen Di snorted coldly. It seems that this kid doesn't know his own weight. Chen Shimao immediately frowned. Your Highness, 3 guards are already enough. More than 1 Wuwei Battalion. You can't afford it. There's no harm in it. Lingnan is big and full of people. There's always a way. Qin Ming smiled and spoke, his heart already settled. When will you settle the matter of the South Seas caravan? The 3 guards gave it, and so did the Wuwei Battalion. If Qin Ming refused the Qian Emperor again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Tonight, as the words fell, Qin Ming excused himself and left. Back at the entrance of the royal residence, Chang Baishan received news from somewhere. A group of people had already been brought here to wait for Qin Ming. The man standing beside him was Lu Yu. Just after seeing Qin Ming return, Lu Yu rushed to Qin Ming's side with an arrow step. He flung himself on his knees. His voice was miserable, and he complained with a sniffle and a tear. Your Highness, I really didn't mess up this time. It's all because of Zhao Xi that Qin Ming helped him up. I've heard all about you, and it's got nothing to do with you. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. Shang Baishan came up from behind and said, Your Highness, let's go take a look. Go. The 3 came together and rode a fast horse through the city gates to the canal harbor outside the capital. The prince is here. Just after seeing Qin Ming, quite a few people from the merchant fleet who were sitting and chattering on the ship immediately clamored. Guys, I'm sorry about today, but I can't help myself lately. Knowing what you guys did, I made a special trip to the court to get this deal back on the table. Walking up to the crowd, Qin Ming spoke his situation in a couple of words. Your Highness, it's best that you're back. Trading with someone else is not something we feel comfortable with after all. We also know your difficulties. Since you're back, let's trade normally. They all knew that Qin Ming had recently been unseated as the crown prince. Years of business cooperation had also allowed them to accumulate a lot of affection for Qin Ming. It was natural to be very sympathetic to him now. Thanks a lot, guys. Qin Ming was a bit surprised. I had prepared a lot of words in my mind and wanted to explain to them, but it didn't occur to me that my face really works. There was hardly any impediment to renegotiate the business. Your Highness! Your Highness! At that moment, a voice came from the distance. It was Qian Kai who had been hiding in the distance, and only finally ventured out when he saw Qin Ming coming over. Why are you pussyfooting around here? Ha ha, I thought you'd come over. I've said all this in the courtroom. I can't do it without you, but His Majesty doesn't believe me. It didn't end up inviting you back. Qian Kai was going to banter a few times, but thought about it. It's a bit crowded here. Just don't say anything flirtatious. Where are your people? You're not the only one who came, are you? Then how? Qin Ming looked toward the back. The first thing he noticed was that a number of other people were poking their heads in and out of the room on the far side. Seeing himself, more people came out at once. Your Highness! Your Highness! They were all from the Ministry of Households, and they came over to give Qin Ming a hand as well. Seeing so many helpers coming, Qin Ming said with a big wave of his hand, Action! Yes. Separating out a few tables, Qin Ming, along with the people from the Ministry of Revenue, walked the accounts with the merchant fleet in the harbor overnight. The next morning, the room was filled with Qin Ming as he straightened up from his desk. Seeing a few people sleeping around, Shen Kai and Liu sprawled out around him. Without disturbing them, Qin Ming turned around and walked out of the room. Shang Beishan was already waiting outside. When he saw Qin Ming get up, he quickly came to his side. You go to the Ministry of War and take the military talisman of the Wuwei Battalion. Ha! Shang Beishan stared, somewhat unresponsive to what was really happening. Qin Ming smiled. Just bring it to me. That's fine. In the afternoon, Qin Ming appeared at the entrance of the Guan family compound on time after eating. Qin Ming seeks an audience. Please inform me. Your Highness. Wait a moment. Several of the guards at the door were startled. 2 days ago, after Missy went out in anger, not even half a day had passed before she came back quietly. Nor did it say anything about withdrawing from the marriage, much less consummating it. It seems that the engagement between the two was put on hold, just when they all thought it was over. Instead, Qin Ming came over. A few people were worried all the way to Chen. Whispered, "My lady, His Highness the King of Qin is here." Chen hadn't asked anything from her daughter in the past few days. Just know that the marriage contract has not been broken. At this moment, when he heard the news of Qin Ming's arrival, he also looked a little stunned. Did he bring anything with him? Is he here to propose marriage? Nope, came empty-handed and alone. This kid. Chen frowned slightly. Let him in and bring him to the front room. I'll meet him first. Yes. Chapter 10. Women are all liars. Mrs. Chen. Qin Ming entered the interior of the Guan mansion and politely greeted Chen. In fact, according to the custom of Dakian, Chen married a chicken and followed the chicken, married a dog and followed the dog, and now it is time to call Guan. But now the one from the Guan family is already dead. Chen braced herself for the portal and claimed her name. Is your Highness here today for something? Chen spoke faintly. She had long heard about Qin Ming. Know that this is a capable child. But when she saw Qin Ming today, she was a little skeptical of those rumors in the first place. The kid in front of himself looked hungover. Despite the pretense of covering up, the roguish temperament of the eye of the beholder and the boss of the sky still came out. Is this the crown prince who ruled the country so well and was loved by his subjects? It's hard to get the elders to like it when it looks like this. Chen also had a few more opinions about this His Highness who might be the Guan family's son-in-law. Yes, but this is something I probably can't talk to you about yet. Is Ms. Quan here? Qin Ming rubbed his hands together and opened his mouth with a smile. She? Chen glanced toward the inner courtyard. She knew her own daughter. Willing to see Qin Ming, Guan Yu had probably come out a long time ago. It's not out yet, and the meaning is self-explanatory. My daughter has recently contracted a wind cold, and it is not convenient for her to be a guest. Everyone was an adult, and Qin Ming could naturally hear the implication beyond the words. I wanted to meet the girl who was like a fairy from heaven today. If the other party was unwilling, Qin Ming would naturally not come along. Nodding slowly, Qin Ming took out a small box. It's fine if it's inconvenient, bothering you to give this to her. What is it? Gifts. I'll pass it on to my little girl. Chen nodded slightly, but there was some suspicion in her heart. He came all the way here, didn't propose marriage, didn't say anything about marriage, sent a small box and left. His Highness the King of Qin's business is really inscrutable, or rather, a bit unreliable. With your words, I'm relieved. There's still something to do, so the late generation will take their leave first. Qin Ming just left. Chen then took the box in her hands to examine it. She wasn't the kind of person who was petty, and when she said it was for Guan Yu, she wouldn't open it herself in private. But just as he picked up the box, a figure stepped out from behind the screen. Mother, you've been here all this time? Chen was startled and spoke with a puzzled frown. No, I just got here. Guan Yu's small face reddened and she hurriedly defended herself. How could Chen not understand her own daughter's mind? So thin-skinned, and such a way of putting people on the spot. This kind of girl is going to suffer in a relationship in the future. Why don't you meet him yourself? I said I just got here. How can I see you? Sekiyuki beamed and spoke unhappily. The heart was already angry at Qin Ming. This guy, he doesn't know how to say more in the house. Maybe he'll show up after a while. What kind of daughter can just shout out to meet people? Ah, for you. Chen handed the box over. Oh, Sekiyuki nodded and smoothly took the box, hiding it in his sleeve. Not going to open it? It's just a few knickknacks. Nothing to see. Sekiyuki raised her chin, grunted, and turned to leave. But where no one was looking, up her sleeve, the small white hands, however, gripped the little box tightly. In the backyard promenade, the young girl bounced along the promenade. Entering the room, she closed the door with a thud. I can't wait to open this tiny box in my hands. In the next second, an exclamation of surprise came out of his mouth. With that she shed 2 lines of tears. In front of her lay the military talisman of the Wuwei Battalion. Bang! Pushing the door open, Sekiyuki rushed out of the room with great speed. The Guan mansion wasn't too big or small, but by the time they had run to the door, even the very physically fit Guan Yu was panting. What about him? Who is it, Mississippi? A few guards stood in the doorway and spoke in confusion. Who else could it be? His Highness the King of Qin. His Highness seems to have gone to the military camp outside the city. Good. Guan Yu was like a fluttering butterfly, immediately rushing out of the Guan mansion towards the outside of the city. Several people were surprised to see this. What's going on with Missy? Wasn't she scolding His Highness in private a few days ago? You don't understand. That's how women are. Sometimes only when they think of someone in their heart will they curse a little with their mouth. Yeah, my wife just yells at me every day for not being able to do anything, so I guess she loves me more. That's different for you. It's a real scolding. The outskirts of the capital. There are several campgrounds here. The camp at Camp Wuwei was located in a relatively remote location, mainly because the Wuwei Battalion has been in a downward spiral for the past few years and is showing signs of fatigue. The level of importance also drops again and again. Even the location of the barracks is now placed in the most remote area. Qin Ming came over today in order to incorporate the Wuwei Battalion. The fact that the court has given the military symbols is just one piece of the puzzle. As the future administrator of this place, Qin Ming definitely had to come and take a look in person. Now that he was no longer the crown prince, there were no officials traveling in front of him. Qin Ming then took the time to come and talk to them all by himself. Call your general. Walking into the barracks, Qin Ming first identified himself, and then opened his mouth to ask the guard soldiers at the entrance to call someone. The other party gave Qin Ming a glance full of caution, but still ran away with quick steps. Qin Ming could clearly feel that this group of people didn't seem too welcoming, and I don't know why. Soon, Qin Ming was brought into a tent. There were 3 people sitting inside. My generals Lu Gang, Chao Chuan, and Wu Qingyi. See your highness. These 3 men are now the 3 commanders of the Wuwei Battalion. Lu Gang had a Chinese character face, was a tall, stout middle-aged man, and was in charge of the front army of the Wuwei Battalion. He busted his ass in the raids. According to Qin Ming's understanding, Lu Gang alone has taken the credit of being first in the Northern War many times. Chao Chuan, with a thin figure and a scar on his face, was in charge of the center army. It's a composite talent that can command an army or handle logistics. Takeshi Kiyono was also a stout general in charge of the left and right armies and specialized in surprise attacks. You all received the transfer order from the court, right? Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense with them and went straight to the point about going to Lingnan. This army of a few thousand men is not much to say the least. If you go to Lingnan, you have to prepare in advance. But to his surprise, he just opened his mouth. Instead, the 3 knelt in front of him in unison. We don't want to go to Lingnan. And please, your highness, take it back. Qin Ming had thought that the Wuwei Battalion were all iron-blooded warriors, that there was an opportunity to build a career in front of them, and that it would be fine to take people with them. But I didn't expect to hit the nail on the head first, just after coming to the barracks. With a bitter smile, Qin Ming asked, guys, why don't you want to go? Can you tell me a reason? Chapter 11, not leaving? I'll tear down the barracks. A few people didn't avoid it, and Chao Chuan was the first to speak. Your highness, Lingnan is poor to the core. What are we going to do? Wu Qingnua Dao. The Wuwei Battalion still has imperial provisions in the capital, but when they go to Lingnan, they can't even eat. Qin Ming nodded his head indifferently and continued to ask, any more? Lu Gan didn't avoid it and directly opened his mouth to say the most important question. We don't know you well. It is impossible to go to a strange place and give up your place in the capital for you. Qin Ming is not even a prince now. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he was relegated to Lingnan. Before he left, he also wanted to take a Wuwei battalion that he didn't know well. It would be strange for people to follow him without the slightest complaint. Qin Ming shook his head slightly, but since he was already coming to Camp Wuwei, he couldn't let go. He was already thinking about splitting up the Wuwei battalion in his mind. A twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. It was a last resort, breaking them up and melting them into their own 3 guards. Save all that breaking and entering. And do you know me well? Just as the atmosphere of the scene was in a state of condensation, a voice, suddenly, came from outside. Sekiyuki lifted the tent and walked in. Upon seeing her, all 3 generals said with some surprise, Luna, what are you doing here? 3 uncles, the Guan family will go to Lingnan with you. Guan Yu gazed at them with a slightly brash tone. What? The words left all 3 heads reeling. When did Guan Yu follow the prince? Hasn't the engagement been put on hold? On an ad hoc basis. Guan Yu opened her mouth graciously, but her heart was thumping wildly as she stole a glance at Qin Ming. However, he realized that Qin Ming's gaze was always on his own body. Her little face was suddenly red with shame. This is so sudden. Wei, Takeshi Sano waved his hands back and forth. Sekiyuki's appearance had disrupted all of their plans. Good. It's settled then. Qin Ming didn't give them a chance to say anything before leading away. He said to the three of you, I'm not discussing this with you. It doesn't matter if you're familiar or not, if you recognize me or not, but if you don't go, I'll split the Wuwei Battalion. This kind of threat of a hooligan nature made the faces of the few people present all turn ugly. You shouldn't have said that. After going out, Guan Yu frowned and reminded Qin Ming, if they don't, they're going to find another opportunity to drag it out. Speaking of which, what brings you here? Qin Ming suddenly stopped and quietly looked at Guan Yu, who was as beautiful as a fairy. Sekiyuki's small face reddened. If I don't come, you're going to fight them today. Sekiyuki really wasn't wrong. If Qin Ming had directly said just now that he would demolish the Wuwei camp, I'm guessing those three generals will just get antsy. Thanks to Guan Yu being here, they were in the way and didn't make a move. I'm leaving in the second half of the month. Together? Taking a step forward, Qin Ming held Guan Yu's hand and spoke. How are you going to come up with the money to raise the Wuwei Battalion in half a month's time? Sekiyuki was worried. Just now outside, she had heard from the people in the barracks. Qin Ming, the Wuwei Battalion, was forced to come back. The court doesn't care, but with such a large military camp, without the court's succor, Qin Ming may not even be able to pay out his salary. I have my own way. Qin Ming grinned, bringing Guan Yu back to the royal residence. Seeing Qin Ming go out and hang around for a while, he brought back a Guan Yu. Chang Baishan and Xiao Cui both froze. Your Highness, what is this? Nothing, bringing my fiancé back for a visit. Ugh, who's your fiancé? Sekiyuki blushed slightly, but her voice was small in denial. Qin Ming didn't care and said to Chang Baishan, this mansion is mine, isn't it? Yeah, what's up? Chang Baishan was a bit strange. As we all know, when Qin Ming left the Eastern Palace back then, he set up this mansion on his own. Qin Ming was satisfied. If it's good, it's sold. What? Chang Baishan hurriedly stopped Qin Ming. Your Highness, you can't be confused. This is your residence in the capital. Where will we live after selling it? I'm not coming back. Since Qin Ming had decided to leave the capital and become a comfortable prince, he would not return. Chang Baishan guessed why he would sell the mansion and opened his mouth to propose a new approach. Your Highness, don't panic. These 2 days the trading of the Southern Ocean caravan is over. The court will also hold a banquet. Why don't you go over and try your luck and ask His Majesty for some points? What's the point of me going over there at this point? Qin Ming didn't bother to say much to this old codger of a Qian emperor. Chang Baishan reminded. You forget that at this time of the year, the people from the Southern Ocean caravans arrange for people to come out to pair poems and compare martial arts. The court will also put up tens of thousands of taels of silver as a lottery. If you can win the top spot in the meantime, won't you? There was some truth in what Chang Baishan said. Many people in the court knew that Qin Ming was always talented, leaving the capital soon. It's not unglamorous to take advantage of this opportunity to make a buck with the help of your talents. You have a point. When Qin Ming thought about it, it wouldn't be a problem if he was right about poetry and literature. As for martial arts, he turned his head to Sekiyuki. Let's do it as a couple. You, rascal, who is married to you? Are you afraid you won't win the title? It's a puppy to be afraid. Then it's a deal. The two waited for 3 days. That night, the people of the Southern Ocean merchant caravan finally ended their trading. Various goods were also inventoried and accounted for by them and sent into their big ships. The court gained a lot from this. A special banquet was held to invite the Nanyang merchants into the palace. Officials from all levels were also invited to come and celebrate. But as a credit to this trade, Qin Ming was not invited. Chang Baishan stood in front of the gate of the royal residence and waited all afternoon. Only at last did he return to Qin Ming's mansion in anger. Your Highness, no one has come to call for you. It's normal for no one to be there. I'm a fallen royal after all. Qin Ming smiled and nodded his head, and he couldn't see any loss on his face. He's waiting for someone. As the twilight was sinking in the west, a stunningly beautiful girl in a long yellow dress walked in the distance. My Lord Qin, have you received an invitation? Nope, me neither. The two men smiled at each other. Qin Ming opened his mouth. But no one is saying that you can't go without an invitation. I feel the same way. The two of them got on the carriage and quietly hurried towards the palace. When they arrived at the entrance of the palace, the guards froze for a moment when they saw the familiar carriage. Your Highness, I've come for the palace dinner. Qin Ming poked his head out of the carriage and spoke faintly. A few guards were a bit hesitant at once. Qin Ming glared at Chang Baishan. Move over, don't bump into you. Chang Bixan is not inked. In front of them, he drove his horse and squeezed toward it. Chapter 12, Nanyang Merchants. Special invitation to the King of Qin. Qin Ming trespassed on the palace. This matter could be big or small. Information travels fast in the palace. After Qin Ming had just entered the palace, the eunuch Wang Bao then received the news and quickly entered inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony. This is where Princess Zhao Xi prepares before attending the banquet. At the moment, she was dressing and grooming herself with the help of a few maids, preparing to join the Qian Emperor for tonight's banquet. Your Highness, Qin Ming is also coming to the banquet. This kid is such a ghoul. Princess Zhao Xi frowned slightly. She had heard about Qin Ming's antics in the past few days. After learning that Qin Ming had gotten the Wuwei camp, her heart was filled with alarm. Inform Zhang Ming not to let Qin Ming in. Yes, Zhang Ming was the captain of the palace's feathered guards and was in charge of quite a few people under him. Because he stayed in the palace all year round, he naturally had to find some mountains to rely on. The backstage he's looking for is Princess Zhao Xi. He had gotten a lot of benefits from working for Princess Zhao Xi over the years. After Princess Zhao Xi's order was given, Qin Ming was soon stopped under the palace wall. Your Highness, please stay. Zhang Ming appeared in front of Qin Ming's carriage. Zhang Ming? Chang Baishan frowned slightly. Zhang Ming used to be his subordinate. It was only later that he went to help Princess Zhao Xi on an errand and gradually detached himself from him. General Chang, long time no see. Zhang Ming slightly owed his body and arched his hand. This mannerism no longer had the slightest bit of respect for Chang Baishan. Looking at this henchman who was drifting away from him, Chang Baishan said in a cold voice, "We're here for a party. What are you stopping the car for? The banquet is fixed. It's just those tables. Did you guys get an invite?" This time, the trade of the Southern Ocean caravan was negotiated by His Highness, and in all reason His Highness should be allowed in. Chang Baishan argued his case. Zhang Ming, however, was filled with disdain and faintly said, "We all know that Your Highness has left the court, and at a time like this you still have the cheek to come back and ask to attend the banquet. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping?" Unbridled, Chang Baishan roared angrily and was about to rush down and hit him, but the surrounding soldiers had already rushed up and surrounded Qin Ming's carriage. Zhang Ming stood in the middle of the crowd and spoke in a condescending manner. "General Chang, you and His Highness are both decent people, and I don't want to make things too ugly. Go on your own, and I'll pretend neither of you were here, okay?" Chang Baishan was surrounded and faced the gawking crowd, gritting his teeth. "Zhang Ming, you're such a white-eyed wolf. It's just that to each his own. That's a petty thing for you to say." Zhang Ming didn't think there was anything wrong with this and instead educated Chang Baishan with a sneer on his face. Chang Baishan was furious to the extreme. But at this moment, there were dozens of armor-clad guards standing around him. Couldn't move for a while. "Zhang Ming, you're such a good dog. Princess Zhao Xi gave you a lot of favors, didn't she?" At that moment, a voice suddenly came out from the carriage. Qin Ming lifted the curtain of the car and jumped down. Zhang Ming was scolded in front of so many of his men, and his face went green and white. The atmosphere around them was at freezing point. "Your Highness, we are just following orders to maintain peace in the palace." Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, already calculating in his mind how to mock Qin Ming after expelling him in a while. "Under orders?" The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. "How about this king's preference to enter today? If you want to make a scene at His Majesty's, Zhang Ming has nothing else to offer, so I'll accompany you. Go!" Qin Ming beckoned and led Chang Baishan to continue walking towards the interior of the palace. This provocative appearance was obviously to make a scene with Zhang Ming to the temple. Zhang Ming snorted coldly, laughing in his heart at Qin Ming's inability to understand the situation. The crowd couldn't be clearer about what the Qian Emperor's attitude towards Qin Ming was. How dare he go to the Qian Emperor's place? As long as it went over, it wasn't just Zhang Ming and Shen Di. Princess Zhao Xi is also there, designated to make him no good. "General, let's." A few of his men came up somewhat hesitantly and asked Zhang Ming if he wanted to make a move. Zhang Ming waved his hand. "Alright, don't worry about it. Since he wants to make a scene, let's accompany him. It's better to make a big scene." In this way, Qin Ming was escorted by Zhang Ming and quickly arrived outside the hall. Concubine Xiao, Emperor Qian and a group of officials had long been here waiting for the Southern Ocean caravan to enter. But before the Southern Ocean merchant fleet came, they saw Qin Ming's figure first. The Qian Emperor frowned. Who sent him over? Chen Shimao and Qian Kai and the others were also a bit surprised. Consort Zhao Xi stared at Zhang Ming with a bad expression on her face, as if she was blaming him for his incompetence. Zhang Ming hurriedly walked forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has to come in. The last general has already blocked it repeatedly, but he can't stop it." Consort Zhao Xi raised her eyebrows and seemed to have sensed Zhang Ming's intentions. Immediately, he gave a wink to Tai Chang Maester Qiu Bingyun. Qiu Bingyun walked up and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the King of Qin's participation in this banquet is not considered appropriate by the humble servant." The Qian Emperor thought the same thing. "Qin Ming, What are you doing here? The courtiers all looked at Qin Ming curiously, wanting to hear what he would say. Qin Ming said indifferently, "Father, the business of the Nanyang merchant fleet is still negotiated by my son. Why did you open the banquet and instead no one shouted at my son?" When these words came out, everyone's faces were extremely odd. Do we need to say this kind of thing explicitly? Qin Ming was no longer the crown prince, and the matter of the Nanyang merchant fleet had given him enough benefits. It is reasonable to say that the court and he owe nothing to each other. Appearing here at this moment, could it be that he wanted to continue to claim credit? Then this was done in a most unseemly manner. Concubine Shao opened her mouth. "Your Highness the Qin King is joking. Today is the imperial court's banquet for the Nanyang merchant caravan, as well as the relevant officials. You are about to leave for Lingnan to garrison the border and have nothing to do with this matter. So I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you to come to the banquet again, isn't it?" Qin Ming nodded. "Still, you're right, and it's true that I'm not here because of the court this time." "What?" The crowd looked at him quizzically. By this time, hundreds of representatives from the Southern Ocean merchant fleet had already arrived. They opened their mouths. "Your Majesty of the Great Qian, His Highness the King of Qin was invited to come along by us for today's poetry recitation. We should have no problem asking King Qin to help out a bit, right?" Both Emperor Qian and concubine Shao were silent. Zhang Ming, who was just now clamoring to make a scene in front of the Qian Emperor, had an ugly face at the moment. He thought of many possibilities. However, it did not occur to him that Qin Ming had come in today on behalf of the Southern Ocean merchants. It's actually quite normal. The people of the Southern Ocean caravan, themselves, had many grievances against the court of Diqian, and Qin Ming was extremely prestigious among them. It was just the right time to take advantage of Qin Ming to express their dissatisfaction in this trade. Good. Since it's a seat for the Nanyang merchant caravan, take your seat." The Qian Emperor looked at Qin Ming coldly, his eyes already filled with anger. Qin Ming was going to enter the Grand Hall today even with the help of the seats of the Southern Ocean merchants. Clearly something is afoot. Many officials on the scene have smelled an unusual flavor. Looks like there's going to be another ruckus at today's party. Chapter 13, on negativity. How about it? Feast. With Qin Ming sitting in the main seat of the Southern Ocean merchant team, the little eunuch in the back quickly shouted into the distance at the top of his voice. Various wines and foods were served. Originally, after the feast, it was to be the Qian Emperor summarizing the gains of this time. In passing, he complimented the Nanyang merchants, said something about the scene, and looked forward to the next time he continued to work with them. But today the atmosphere had been wrong for a long time. Qin Ming was sitting in the main seat of someone's Southern Ocean merchant caravan. It was also impossible for the Qian Emperor to open his mouth to praise it again. With a cold snort, he spoke directly. "Let the poetry session begin." "Yes." Sun Lianying immediately stepped forward. "Today is a day of great joy, and the trade between the Southern Ocean caravan and my great Qian has come to a successful conclusion. Since we're hosting a banquet, it's only natural to have a little bit of color and competition to help cheer up everyone's drinking. Today, the court will offer 50,000 taels of silver. Everyone will recite poetry and compete in martial arts, and the one who wins the literary and military championship will be rewarded 25,000 taels of silver per person. 50,000 taels. Qin Ming was a bit surprised that this was going to be a bit more than previous years. It seems to be that the court also knows that this year's affairs have been dishonorably conducted, so they wanted to follow up on this opportunity to organize a banquet and get back some face. Sun Lianying had long been prepared and continued to speak. "Everyone, today is the big day of completing the trade. So why don't we improvise a poem on the topic of the wedding banquet?" Seeing this, Taichung Bachelor Maester Chiu Bingyun immediately walked up. "My humble self is not talented. Today I also offer a piece of my humble work. I also hope that you can taste it." Lights shine brightly in the night sky. Laughter fills the hall. Wine and food were served, and friends from the South Seas gathered together. Dancing music, singing in all directions. Raise a glass and drink together to celebrate. Laughter and joy. Since Chiu Bingyun was able to become a Taichung bachelor, he naturally had some strength. The people around us applauded as they listened. Great poem. Chiu Bingyun had come with a mission to subdue Qin Ming. Before Qin Ming had a chance to react, he took the initiative to order the Southern Ocean merchants. "The Nanyang merchant caravan has invited His Highness the Qin King this time. I wonder if His Highness has any instructions?" Qin Ming put down his wineglass and said indifferently, "I can't speak of instruction. It's just a little better than a limerick like yours." "Stronger?" A flash of anger surfaced on Chiu Bingyun's face. To be able to make a poem in such a short time, he thought that his talent had already surpassed that of the 100 officials. The surrounding officials were also talking. "Lord Chiu is one of the leaders of the literary world in Diqian. Isn't it a bit too hurtful for your highness to say that? You forget that His Highness is also a man of great literary talent, and has been studying under the Prime Minister since he was a child. And I wonder what poetry your highness will use to beat him. At the highest place, Emperor Qian narrowed his eyes and seemed to have guessed the meaning of Qin Ming's visit today. This kid is trying to get money out of the court's pocket. Coming over today on behalf of the Nanyang merchant fleet is a lie. And participating in a civil and military competition is the real thing. Seeing Guan Yu sitting beside Qin Ming, a wave rippled through Emperor Qian's heart. How did that wench get to him? Sun Linying didn't know what was going on either. Your Majesty, it may have been brought out early by His Highness because of the imminent marriage. Nonsense. Within Dakian, most men and women are not allowed to see each other until they are married. Although Qin Ming was married to the royal family, he had to abide by the rules. As soon as he saw that Qin Ming was so ill-mannered, Emperor Qian's view of him worsened. But it was at this time that Qin Ming walked even more openly in front of the people. Pleasant feast. Ha! The corners of his mouth lifted. Qin Ming casually said, red candles shine high and joyful. Songs and laughter fill the hall of China. Raise your glass and drink 1,000 cups of wine together. Laugh and celebrate 10,000 years together. The table is filled with delicacies and the fragrance is overflowing. And the jade tree and flowers reflect the moonlight. This scene should only be found in heaven. And it is rare to taste it a few times on earth. How? Turning his head, Qin Ming looked at Xiao Bingyun. This poem was a blend of his own memories, and the memories of this prince. Not only are the dialogues neat and popular, but the images described are extremely beautiful. It is indeed much better than Xiao Bingyun's limerick just now. Chen Shirmao was sitting down, and an excited glow was already bubbling in his eyes. 1,000 cups of wine for 10,000 years. A few tastes in heaven. Great poem. Great poem. Shen Kai shouted to the officials around him. What are you waiting for? Applaud. Wow. Many officials immediately applauded. The several captains of the Nanyang merchant fleet were also extremely satisfied at the moment as they gave Qin Ming a thumbs up. Not bad for your highness. It would have to be your highness to have such a literary talent. The corners of Xiao Bingyun's mouth trembled. For a moment there was some inability to accept the situation. Actually, he didn't just learn about the theme of the wedding feast now. On the contrary, in order to be able to keep them on the same path of poetry and literature, Sun Lianying had told him the first question before the banquet had even begun. Xiao Bingyun sat there and thought for half a day before coming up with that poem. However, the poem which was originally a self-effacement called a humble work has now become a humble work. Eunuch Sun, it's my turn to give the title next, isn't it? Qin Ming did not continue to pay attention to Xiao Bingyun, but instead opened his mouth and inquired to Sun Lianying. Sun Lianying nodded. De Qian put up a question. And so did the Southern Ocean merchants. I just wonder what topic your highness would like to come up with. With a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, Qin Ming casually said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, write a random negative verse. While the words fell, his gaze was fixed firmly on the Qian emperor. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. Who is the negative talking about? Could it be the Qian emperor who turned his head and fell in love with Princess Xiao Shufei after the empress' death and started to be extremely biased towards Qin Ming? This kid is crazy. Absolutely insane. Consort Xiao Shufei also immediately stood up and reprimanded Qin Ming. Your Highness, the King of Qin, today is the big day. What do you want? Qin Ming glanced at her. It's just a poetry contest. What are you afraid of? It's hard not to. Enough. The Qian Emperor slammed the table and stared angrily at Qin Ming. This kid obviously came prepared today. And I don't know how long I've been planning this moment. The Qian Emperor took a deep breath and said coldly, let me hear the verses you composed. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted. Yeah, the peach blossom has fallen and spring has gone. The willow flakes are flying and the parting hate is long. I once promised to grow old together, but now I am sitting alone in an empty room. Alliances and oaths become empty words. The sea withers and dreams a dream. Looking back to the depths of love, only tearful eyes look at the slanting sun. Gentlemen, is anyone willing to come out and compete with me? Qin Ming finished reading his verse, faintly sweeping the room. Everyone craned their necks, not daring to speak, and surreptitiously glancing at the Qian Emperor's face. Even Xiao Bingyun, who was known as a literary titan, had a cold sweat break out behind his back. It is self-evident who Qin Ming is talking about in this poem. At this moment, Qian Di's face was frighteningly gloomy. Qin Ming, however, continued regardless. It is said that good poetry is bound to be engaging and have a long aftertaste. Father, what do you think of my poetry? Chapter 14, Ancestral Laws. 29 Cudgels. The officials present lowered their heads, but their after glances were constantly glancing at Emperor Qian. Xiao Shufei sat on the side of Qian Di, looking at the Qian Di whose face changed green and red for a while. Her heart was complicated. She didn't know whether to be grateful or angry for what Qin Ming had done. By definition this is a good thing. It could make Qin Ming's position in the Qian Emperor's heart slip again. But why? He himself felt extremely angry. Qin Ming looked as if he really didn't care about this crown prince position. Just simply come over to read this poem to Qian Di's. Finally, the gloomy Qian emperor spoke. Stayed home all day and studied these sour poems, didn't you? For someone as uneducated as you to not be the crown prince is considered a blessing for this dynasty. The Qian emperor's words were heavily spoken. Qin Ming's poem brought back some memories he didn't want to bring up. That woman, he was long forgotten. No one in the court dared to mention it, except for Qin Ming. Click, as a voice came out. On the porch in front of the main hall, there was a plaque hanging to welcome the South Pacific Merchant Fleet, and I don't know if it was because of the eunuch's carelessness, but it didn't hang well and fell on the ground. It broke into pieces. Everyone's faces turned ugly all of a sudden. Sun Lianying's heart sank, and he hurriedly walked up to bring people to clean up. The Qian emperor's words that he was just about to reprimand Qin Ming also got stuck in his throat. He looked up into the sky, a throbbing in his eyes. Was this some kind of omen that God had sent down on him? After a long time, Emperor Qian gritted his teeth and asked the people from the Ministry of Rights, "Who is in charge of this party?" "Your Majesty, it's the microcosm." A voice full of fear came out from the crowd. Seeing the person who spoke, both Emperor Qian and concubine Zhao's body stiffened. Xiao Shufei's own brother, Xiao Pingshan, a member of the Ministry of Rights. In terms of status, Xiao Pingshan was considered the Qian emperor's brother-in-law. "Why are you in charge of this?" "Originally, the king of Qin was in charge of the banquet, but this year there was no one, so I took charge." Xiao Pingshan swallowed and spoke with some hesitation. "In fact, he's coveted a lot of this banquet today. Even the rivets that hung the plaque, he replaced with the most inferior ones. It's not that people's little eunuchs can't hang, but this thing, itself, is a wreck and won't last long. I thought it was just a party and no one would find out, but it was just when the Qian emperor was most angry that something big happened." Chen Shimao, who was sitting below, shook his head slightly. Chen Kai skimmed his lips and turned to the people around him. If His Highness was still at the court, where would this have happened? There have also been several years of commerce, and once His Highness left, even the most basic of banquets could not be organized. I don't know what kind of trade success this is celebrating. Do you really want to discuss people's Southern Ocean caravans? His voice was not too loud. It couldn't reach the Qian emperor's ears, but it was able to reach the ears of the ministers. There was no small amount of chatter. I heard that this trade, too, was a result of Zhao Xi making a big deal out of it, and His Highness went over to wipe his ass. Wasn't it 2 days ago that His Majesty wrongly trusted Zhao Xi and dismissed His Highness's 3 guards? That was all a few days ago, and then also went back and gave another Wuwei Battalion, begging His Highness to stabilize the Southern Ocean caravan. In the end, it is still not let Your Highness out of the way. Why make a fuss over it? Although Qian Kai's voice did not reach the Qian emperor's ears, however, the comments of the group of ministers were tangible enough for the Qian emperor to hear. He had only just said that Qin Ming was not suitable for the crown prince position of this dynasty. Just immediately there was a plaque falling off, and it was slapped in the face in comparison to previous year's banquets. This year's mistake, or Xiao Shufei extremely spoiled brother. You asshole. The Qian emperor's teeth were all about to be clenched. His chest was bursting with pain, and he had the heart to kill Xiao Pingshan. Xiao Shufei was scared to death. Their Xiao family was the only one in their generation. Xiao Pingshan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much effort to promote Xiao Pingshan to the Ministry of Rights. If the Qian emperor kills him today, the Xiao family will be extinct. Your Majesty, don't get angry. Consort Xiao Shufei hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, and her face was also full of fear. But still, he said stiffly, the first time Hiruzen hosted this kind of banquet, he was in too much of a hurry and a little mistake was inevitable. Xiao Pingshan, why don't you go and collect your own punishment? If there is a repeat offense, you will take off this black hat. Looking at Princess Xiao Shufei gave herself a step down. Xiao Pingshan nodded his head repeatedly and knelt on the ground with a thud. I'm guilty. I'll take the punishment. When he finished speaking he stood up like the wind, ready to run. The group of ministers looked at this scene and frowned. In front of the Nanyang merchant fleet, it dropped the face of the Qian emperor, and even more so, the face of the imperial court. Princess Xiao Shufei is good. She doesn't know right from wrong. In a few words, a big deal is made out of a small deal. But just then, a voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Your Highness, since when do matters in the court require you to make decisions? I remember the harem can't interfere in politics, right? Qin Ming walked forward and spoke faintly. Consort Xiao Shu's face immediately became ugly. What does His Highness the King of Qin mean? I have to mean simply, how can something as big as a banquet be such a child's play? The banquet is child's play, not to mention that you have set this offense. But you also do not put this banquet in your eyes too much. Qin Ming had long been looking at Princess Xiao Shufei in a bad light. Naiha Chen Di fell head over heels into this woman's crotch and couldn't get out. protecting her tightly. This made it hard for even Qin Ming to straighten her out, but it doesn't matter. It's okay to catch a chance to screw her Xiao family's only child. Qin Ming remembered that this Xiao Pingshan had also tripped himself up quite a bit some years ago on the basis of his own sister's favor. Your Majesty, it is unseemly for the King of Qin to be so uptight. Seeing that the situation was not right, Princess Xiao Shufei hastened to seek help from Emperor Qian. The Qian Emperor took a deep breath and glanced at Qin Ming with disgust. All right, that's the way it's going to be for now. Chen Shimao and the others frowned. In front of so many people, favoring consort Xiao Shufei so much, I'm afraid that after going down, there will be countless officials pointing at Xiao Shufei's spine and cursing, but when it comes down to it, it's actually pretty much the same thing. Just as Xiao Pingshan indignantly glared at Qin Ming and prepared to leave, Qin Ming, however, suddenly stopped him. Father, Your Highness Xiao doesn't know the laws of our dynasty. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you? My Dakian is a state of etiquette, and those who break the etiquette and cause serious consequences will be given a 30-stroke caning. Considering that Xiao Pingshan is a first offender, my son will spare him a bit and cane him for 29. How about that? The lower officials sniffed and the corners of their mouths twitched. If you don't want to spare it, you can spare it. Just spare a rod. Isn't that purely disgusting to people? Don't you go too far. Princess Xiao Shufei was in a hurry. This court cane of theirs is a particularly vicious one. A few strokes of the baton can knock a man out of bed for half a month. 30 strokes of the cane can cripple a man straight away. Chen Di was also racked up at this time. It was then that he realized that he had never paid much attention to his son. Surprisingly, I know the court's laws like the back of my hand. The law of the ancestors is here. How should I save Xiao Pingshan? Chapter 15, Get on your stomach. I'm gonna hit you. You have left the court, so you should not meddle in its affairs. It's not easy for Xiao Pingshan to host a banquet, and mistakes are inevitable the first time. Chen Di was ready to make peace. Qin Ming was more than familiar with such tactics. Dang, you know how to back off now? Nice try. My son thought that it was a simple matter and that no mistake should be made. But since a mistake is made, it must be recognized. If it is not severely punished, will it not cause my great Qian to lose face as well as face in front of the countries of the South Seas? Princess Xiao Shufei was furious. Who can't make mistakes? Don't you hold on to a little thing? Who do you think is immune to mistakes? It's really the right person to ask. Qin Ming grinned. Not coincidentally, in all the years I've been doing this, I've yet to make a mistake. Princess Xiao Shufei was silent. The Qian Emperor was also silent. How come I didn't realize before that this kid is so difficult to deal with? Qin Ming had acted like he had let himself go ever since he stepped down as the crown prince. Doesn't take anyone seriously. On the contrary, everything he said made quite a bit of sense. Since all the 100 officials are here, I propose a caning in court as a warning to all of you, and also to give an explanation to the Southern Ocean merchants. What do you all think? As Qin Ming's words fell, the officials present all smiled awkwardly, not daring to answer. To be honest, quite a few people were in favor of Qin Ming in their hearts, but with Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao sitting there, it was hard for them to show their hearts, unless it's because they don't want to be in the court in the future. Qin Ming shook his head slightly at the sight. This is what it means to be a government official, to look ahead and look back, and to be rotten to the core. Good thing he had options. Giving a wink to a few members of the caravan in the distance, the other party immediately understood. Yes, De Chen is truly a state of etiquette and has the courage of a strong man. How admirable. Qin Ming said in unison with them. Guys, this is for you too. My Dakian will never harbor any questionable officials. Zhao Xi counts as one, and so does Xiao Pingshan today. The atmosphere has been baked into this. Hands off. Probably not so much. Qin Ming looked at the Qian Emperor with a burning gaze. Chen Di's face changed for a moment. Only by standing on the opposite side of Qin Ming could one realize how difficult this kid was. Consort Xiao Shufei was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, dryly waiting for half a day, but not seeing the Qian Emperor speak. Please, there was only one Zhang Ming, the captain of the palace guards present. Qin Ming scanned around and found him. Zhang Ming's body trembled in fear and looked at Consort Xiao Shufei, only to find the other party grimly silent. Xiao Shufei's sibling. Zhang Ming surely did not dare to fight. I've caught wind and cold today. I can't move my hands. You'd better hire another person. Zhang Ming ducked far away. I'm afraid it's going to come back on me. The few soldiers in the distance, too, had long since withdrawn behind the pillars of the great hall, not daring to let Qin Ming shout at them. A smug look appeared on Consort Xiao Shu's face. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. It's not that easy for Qin Ming to beat Xiao Pingshan. But just as she was easing a few moments in her mind, Qin Ming suddenly laughed. I knew there were many goons in this palace. Shang Beishan, here, do it. Yes. Now everyone was dumbfounded. His Highness the Qin King's heart is truly deep. I can't believe I counted on this early. If Zhang Ming had done it, he might have been able to give Xiaoping Shan a little chance with less force. But after forcing everyone out and replacing Shang Beishan up, this guy doesn't hold back a bit. Don't you dare touch me. Xiaoping Shan took a few steps backward. Instead, Shang Beishan kicked him over. Get down. I'm going to hit you. Copying the weapon from a couple of courtiers holding courtstaffs in the distance, he hit Xiaoping Shan with stick after stick. Immediately, pig-killing squeals resounded throughout the hall. The eyes of Consort Zhao Xi looking at Qin Ming were almost ready to spit out fire. The Chen Emperor was also annoyed to the core in his heart. I don't know when it started, but this banquet was developing completely according to Qin Ming's ideas. Only a few people, Chen Shimao and Chen Kai, had satisfied looks on their faces, worthy of His Highness. Soon, the court cane ended. Xiaoping Shan, who was beaten half to death and passed out, was dragged down. Qin Ming clapped his hands, and then she had to discuss Princess Zhao Xi with her hand. My Dakian is really strict in the rule of law, and to have such a court is truly a blessing for the people of Dakian. Eunuch son, since I've won the civil fight, isn't it time for the martial arts fight next? Seeing that no one dared to pick up the fight, Qin Ming naturally placed the throne of the Wando Kuei on himself. It went on to bring up the martial arts fight. Seeing this, Sun Lianying hesitantly looked at Emperor Qian, only to find the other waving his hand impatiently. Today's banquet had gotten to such a state. Where did the Chen Emperor still have the heart to eat? Just want to hurry up and get this over with and get back to resting. Below, Seki Yuki, who had watched the whole thing, was ready. She doesn't know how to fight in the courtroom, but seeing Qin Ming stirring up the wind and clouds with the power of one person had sent ripples through his heart. Since Qin Ming has already won the championship, he himself must not slacken off, and must get his hands on the remaining 25,000 pieces of silver. With money, a few uncles in the barracks would surely not say much and would be willing to go to Lingnan with themselves. Clenching her fists, Sakiyu secretly cheered herself up in her mind. Sun Lianying walked up and said, Everyone, are there any participants in today's martial arts fight? Princess Xiao guessed that Qin Ming came over today because he wanted money. Having just suffered a big loss at Qin Ming's hands, she immediately eyed Zhang Ming and told him to go up and fight. Zhang Ming, not to mention anything else, is still ranked among the top few in the palace in terms of boxing and kung fu. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Princess Zhao Xi to see and cultivate it. However, as her gaze rested on Zhang Ming, she realized that Zhang Ming was filled with hesitation. Twisting and turning didn't go up. Frowning, Zhao Xi glared at Zhang Ming. Having no choice, Zhang Ming had to walk up to the road. Please enlighten the South Seas merchants. Guan, you just wanted to come up, but Qin Ming pulled him back. He stood up with a smile and asked Zhang Ming, Commander Zhang, what's wrong with you? Weren't you sick just now? It couldn't be that she knew about the relationship between Princess Zhao Xi and Xiaoping Shan, and was afraid of offending someone, so she purposely said she was sick, right? Qin Ming's words were like uncovering the last layer of Zhang Ming's cover. It made Zhang Ming's face turn red before he even made a move. I'm not. We are all officials, and we are talking about a style. Usually do a little dirty work, pander to the top and bully the bottom. We just do not know what to do. But now in front of so many people, Zhang Ming was dissected by Qin Ming's psychological activities. He couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground right now. It was at this time that Princess Xiao reacted to why Zhang Ming did not come on just now. If not, then why drag your sick body into battle? Wouldn't that make the Southern Ocean merchant caravan win? Qin Ming spoke faintly. Zhang Ming panicked and defended himself a few times, but he saw the way the others were looking at him. He was instantly more flustered, and finally dawdled around for a while, but walked on. Seeing that Qin Ming was going to have the advantage again, the Chen Emperor coldly grunted and directly started naming his generals. Great General Zhengde, you're on. Hearing what the Qian Emperor said, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Ming also frowned slowly. This old thing, Qian Di, really doesn't stop for a moment. You just don't want to let yourself take the remaining 25,000 taels of silver? Chapter 16, as expected of the prince, I lost. How is it, Great General Zhengde? At the sound of this name, a touch of shock surfaced on everyone's face. Great General Yi Shoujiang of Zhengde, a top general who guarded the Western Pass. The status and position of all of them are no weaker than the Great General of Wuwei. Guan Jinshan, let someone of that caliber come out and take on the Nanyang merchants. What does this mean? Is it still a cut? Everyone could tell that this was Qian Di gambling with Qin Ming. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate for a micromanager to go up there. Why not? The Chen Emperor snorted coldly, his face showing displeasure. Yi Shaojiang's face shifted for a while, but in the end, he couldn't argue with the Qian Emperor. He could only look at Qin Ming with a full of apologies and spoke helplessly. Please enlighten the South Seas merchants. Below, Chen Shimao and Qian Kai shook their heads helplessly. With Yi Shaojiang in the ring, Qin Ming no longer had any chance of winning this matchup. What kind of person is he? Yi Shaojiang? It was an existence that was known as the enemy of 10,000 men on the battlefield. A series of credits such as the credit for breaking the enemy and the credit for being first on the board were taken in countless ways. No matter how powerful the Nanyang merchants were, there was no way that anyone could outsmart Yi Shaojiang. Qin Ming was silent. The gazes of the 100 officials all converged on him at the moment, waiting for him to strike. Unsurprisingly, this time Qin Ming would inevitably arrange for Chang Baishan to go into battle. But although Chang Baishan was strong, how could he be compared to Yi Shaojiang? The indignation that had coalesced on Consort Xiao Shufei's face finally dissolved a few points at this moment. The Chen Emperor also looked at Qin Ming coldly. He wanted to see what kind of decision his son, who had always been a man of ideas, would make now. Chang Baishan quickly walked to Qin Ming's side and whispered, "Your Highness, Ms. Guan can't possibly win. I'll go." In the face of the crowd's stares, Qin Ming merely took a light sip of the tea in front of him and turned his head to look at Guan Yu. "I remember. That General Yi and the Wuwei Battalion have not shallow friendship." "Yes. What is it?" Seki Yuki opened her mouth in confusion. Qin Ming sighed in relief. As long as he didn't remember it wrong. "There you go." "Aha." Without the slightest hesitation, Seki Yuki immediately stood up. Seeing this, the ministers were in an uproar. Chang Baishan pulled Qin Ming and Guan Yu with him. "Your Highness, are you confused? Listen to me. It'll be fine." Qin Ming seemed to have a plan in place and suddenly turned his head to Guan Yu and asked, "Afraid to lose?" "The Guan family, both men and women, are not afraid to lose and die. Don't worry, I won't let you die." Qin Ming gently took Guan Yu's hand. "And you're going to be my daughter-in-law." "Rascal, so many people are watching." Guan Yu hurriedly shook off Qin Ming's hand, her small face red. Chen Shimao and Qian Kai glanced at each other, both of them looking odd. This is too flirtatious for the king of Qin. Hundreds of officials, plus representatives of dozens of merchant caravans from the South Seas are here. He actually took someone else's girl's hand and preened. This is a bit of a game. "Your Highness, King of Qin, please send someone." Yi Shaojiang had already waited for a short time and couldn't help but open his mouth to urge. Qin Ming nodded. Seki Yuki walked up quickly. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Yi Shaojiang also frowned. "You, what are you doing up here to add to the chaos?" "Uncle Yi, I want to win. Please enlighten me." Guan Yu's gaze was firm as she spoke decisively. Yi Shaojiang, however, ignored her. Instead, his eyes were on Qin Ming. "Your Highness, do you have to pull these dirty tricks?" Yi Shaojiang and Guan Jinshan were on good terms. Both were generals in the town and sympathized with each other. Knowing the Guan family's current situation, he wasn't willing to make it worse, but Qin Ming favored putting Guan Yu up. How can Yi Shaojiang make a move? "General Yi, aren't you curious as to why Guan Yu is here?" Facing Yi Shaojiang's questioning, Qin Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of shame and instead opened his mouth to ask him a question. Yi Shaojiang's heart sank as he thought of the 25,000 taels of silver. And then he remembered that some time ago, there was news in the court that Qin Ming had taken over the Wuwei Battalion, but that he had to raise it on his own. Combine that with the fact that Sakiyu was standing here today. It seemed like everything was clear. "Xiao Yu, let me ask you, what do you want when you come here today to ask for that money?" "Camp Wuwei." Guan Yu's vermilion lips lightly opened and slowly spat out 3 words. Yi Shaojiang's movements then froze, but contempt in his eyes had disappeared when he looked at Qin Ming once again. In its place, there was a strong sense of awe and shock. He made such a big deal out of raising that long ago crippled Wuwei Battalion. This is a real hero. The Wuwei Battalion, which had fought for the country for many years, was finally remembered. Worthy of being the prince who carried the great Qian society with his own strength in the beginning. Yi Shaojiang sighed slowly. "Take a shot." "Aha." Seki Yuki nodded and took the lance he received from the guards. Taking a step forward, he took a stance and prepared to strike. Qin Ming suddenly froze at this point. "No, is this Yi Shaojiang stubborn?" "Told him everything. This bout is to save Camp Wuwei. Why is he still fighting?" Qin Ming's heart gradually sank. The heart was ready to lose 25,000 taels. Meanwhile, Yi Shaojiang, a hypocrite, was on his revenge list. Lost this important 25,000 pieces of silver today. Qin Ming would definitely make him pay for it later. Qin Ming's face was gloomy as he watched Yi Shaojiang's every move. Smoothly, he said to Shang Baishan beside him, "If he dares to hurt you in a while, go up and hammer him." "But your highness, this is a competition." Chang Baishan hesitantly looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming said with a cold snort, "What's with the chicken feather bout or not? If you dare to hurt my wife, I'll stab him to death." "That's fine." Chang Baishan placed his hand on the long sword at his waist, and he would rush forward if the other party dared to make the slightest dangerous move. Sekiyuki swung his lance across the field, each move extremely fast, but in front of Yi Shoujiang, it was of no use. Yi Shoujiang blocked every move and fought her. Qin Ming looked anxious, already ready to give an order. First let Chang Baishan go up to fight with more than less, but at this time, Chang Baishan sneaked up to his ear and said, "Your Highness, General Yi has a problem." "What's the problem? He shouldn't be this strong. I've trained with him before. His stance, his marksmanship are rare in the world." Speaking of this, Chang Baishan frowned slightly. Just don't know why, but today's General Yi did not use any strength at all. Strange, is it sick? Qin Ming's eyes lit up. He was just about to say something, but he saw Sekiyuki suddenly draw his gun back. A backhanded stab. Surprisingly, it was solidly rooted on Yi Shoujiang's shoulder. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Blood flowed down the tip of the gun, dripping halfway to the ground. Sekiyuki was filled with shock and let go of her hand. "Uncle Yi." Yi Shoujiang pulled out his gun blade and smiled helplessly and bitterly. "It's still Koyuki who is more skillful. I lost." Chapter 17, I'll die for you. On the stands, both Emperor Qian and Consort Zhao Xifei's faces were ugly to the extreme. There was no way Yi Shoujiang could lose against a tiny Guan Yu, unless he wants to lose himself. Like them, Qin Ming also stared blankly at the scene in front of him, amazed in his heart. He thought a lot about this moment. Yi Shoujiang could actually not fight Guan Yu, but that would be disobeying the Qian Emperor, so he chose a way to have the best of both worlds. Moved and took care of an old friend's daughter and the barracks. Guan Yu had rushed to Yi Shoujiang's side to check his injuries. Yi Shoujiang had suffered too many injuries in the battlefield, and this injury did not affect him in the slightest. Casually pulling off his shirt and bandaging it, he lowered his head to Guan Yu, who had tears in her eyes. "Your Highness is very good and will not fail you. Uncle is old and there's not much he can do to help you, but don't be ashamed to ask me if you have any difficulties in the future." "Uncle Yi." Tears flowed from Sekiyuki's eyes. Yi Shoujiang glanced at Consort Zhao Xifei, who was seated high above, her face full of resentment. Pushing Guan Yu away, he stood up and turned his head to Qian Di. "Your Majesty, the last general is not a good learner and has disgraced Great Qian. I will go and receive my punishment in a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly turned his head back to his seat. The Qian Emperor just grimaced and didn't reply. Princess Zhao Xifei saw that Qin Ming was going to obtain the martial arts championship again. Immediately, he gave a wink to Qian Di. The Qian Emperor's gaze swept, trying to pick another one out. But then Yi Shoujiang suddenly coughed. All the military generals present lowered their heads. They had all just heard what Sekiyu was here for today. This is the silver the court owes the Wuwei Battalion. Long overdue. So, none of them went on. Seeing as how things have progressed pretty much, Qin Ming walked forward and arched his hand at Sun Lianing. "Eunuch Sun." No one responded to the battle. "Is it a win for the Nanyang merchants?" Sun Lianing's throat was dry. Half a day later, he didn't dare to reply and kept looking at Qian Di's face. The Qian Emperor didn't say anything either. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Chen Shimao walked out and said, "Today is the big day. Why are people making the atmosphere so stiff? The process is over. It's the South Seas merchant team that wins. Guys, keep eating the bar." That's a pretty raw turn by Chen Shimao, but it's the best appeasement for the current situation. Chen Di was definitely not willing to ask for 50,000 taels of silver to be given to Qin Ming. Princess Zhao Xifei even less so. Then it's only Chen Shimao's word. As someone wrapped up, the 100 officials of the court were all relieved at once. Qian Kai winked at Qin Ming, signaling him to find himself to collect 50,000 taels of silver after the banquet. The Ministry of Revenue is the money bag of the court. As long as this 50,000 taels of money goes through the process, Qin Ming can just look for the money material to collect it at any time. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up as he slowly nodded to Qian Kai as well. A banquet was eaten, and the people had different thoughts. Finally, late at night, Qin Ming took Guan Yu and left from the palace. On his way out, he called the people from the Southern Ocean Merchant Fleet over. "Guys, this time it's also thanks to you guys giving me a spot. I will send 10,000 taels of thanks to all of you when I leave in these 2 days." Qin Ming has no concept of money. The money came into his hands to do the job. When he went to Lingnan in the future, Qin Ming also had a lot of places where he needed to use the Nanyang merchants. It's natural to maintain a good relationship with them. There's give and take. "Your Highness, you are too kind. It's just giving you a place, but you've given us a lot of face. It's a double blessing. How can we still have the nerve to ask you for money? Alright, just don't push me around. I'll take the big head, and the brothers have to have soup." Qin Ming pushed them away. He took Guan Yu to the carriage by himself. It was late, and he was going to send someone to collect the stuff from Qian Kai tomorrow. Sitting inside the carriage, Guan Yu was still feeling guilty for hurting Yi Shoujeng. Looking at her like this, Qin Ming quietly placed his hands on her shoulders and wrapped them in his arms. Sekiyuki seemed to be still caught up in her self-loathing and didn't react much. Qin Ming suddenly smiled. You should be happy. Happy about what? Guan Yu looked up at Qin Ming in confusion. I'm glad that after all this time, there are still some old brothers who remember Uncle Guan. Did you already know that when I went up there, I would win the bout this way? Sekiyuki is an ice-cold girl. She wasn't exactly the strongest in the scene at the time, not even in the top 10. Daring to come over was purely because their Guan family's pride was holding them up. But Qin Ming was not a member of the Guan family, and he didn't have much pride. Even though he knew that Guan Yu was not strong enough, he still brought her over. It can only mean that he was aware of the situation that might occur. In fact, my heart hung in my chest when I first saw General Yi make a move on you. Sekiyuki glared at him. What are you going to do if I get killed? Fight him to the death and then join you in martyrdom. Bragging aside, a guy like you will surely find another pretty girl. How can anyone be prettier than you? Poof. As she spoke, Guan Yu suddenly grabbed Qin Ming's wrist and bit down on it. Qin Ming grimaced at the pain. And yet, it didn't stop it. It was a long time before Sekiyu raised her head. No hiding from me next time. Hide what from you? Hiding a favor from me to use the Seki family. I don't like that. Sekiyuki is a very proud girl. If it wasn't for the Wuwei camp, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask Yi Shoujeng to help her with anything until today. Got it. While the two were fooling around, the carriage had arrived in front of the gate of the Guan mansion. Shang Beishan poked his head in and took a couple glances first. He was a little disappointed to find that there was nothing special on the screen, and that's when he said, Your Highness, Miss Guan, it's time to arrive at the Guan mansion. I'll walk you back? Qin Ming took Guan Yu's hand and asked with a smile. Sekiyuki straightened her clothes in a bit of a panic. No, lift the curtains of the car. Looking at the color of the sky, Guan Yu walked quickly into the door of the mansion with some apprehension in her heart. It was the first time she had gone out alone and come back so late. A drum was beating in her mind at the thought. Go. Qin Ming didn't stay and opened his mouth to Chang Baishan. Good. The carriage moved slowly away. Guan Yu tiptoed around and finally stepped inside the Guan mansion. Stepping into his small courtyard, he made sure no one had noticed. Only then did she quietly open the door to her room and light a candle to illuminate this little side of the room. But the next second, she screamed with an ahaha. Mother! Why are you here? Chen sat in the darkness, her face calmly unable to see her joy and anger, and also waited for an unknown amount of time. She watched Sekiyuki return before she spoke leisurely. Went to see him? Sekiyuki lowered her head in a fidgety manner, not knowing how to answer. Chen hated it and raised her voice a few points. Why are you pestering him like this when he won't propose? Where do you let our Guan family's face go? Chapter 18 What the court owes. Not a penny less. Confronted by his mother's questioning, Sekiyuki hesitated for a moment and silently pulled something out of his arms. It's the military talisman of the Wuwei Battalion. He sensed something, and it was this. Chen remembered that when Qin Ming had paid a visit to the Guan mansion, he had once given himself a small box. I didn't realize it was a soldier's talisman. She stood up surprised. How did your highness get it? She didn't know too much about the affairs of the court as a woman. You can only catch some of it and listen to it. Only a few days had passed since Qin Ming had pacified the Southern Ocean merchant fleet. A lot of news that hadn't reached her until now. Guan Yu sat down and told Chen about Qin Ming's situation in the past few days. After listening to Qin Ming's movements, the expression on Chen's face was also wonderful. The original anger dissipated. And what does your highness mean now? He wants me to come along to the ridge. What do you mean? Sekiyuki looked up at her mother and didn't say anything. Chen recognized Qin Ming's ability. But reality is not a mythological story. It's better to keep your feet on the ground. To rebuild the Wuwei Battalion. 50,000 taels of silver. And how is that enough? He can. For sure. Under the candlelight. Guan Yu's eyes glittered with an enchanting luster and her voice was firm. Chen's heart sank, already understanding what she meant. Sleep. Chen pushed out the door and left Guan Yu's room. Sekiyuki's fingers tangled together under her robe, a tangle written all over her face. Mother didn't nod. How did you leave your home to go to Lingnan with others? Early the next morning, Qin Ming got up early as usual. After eating a loving breakfast that was specially ordered to be made by Jade, he came to the household department. In the value room of the Ministry of Revenue, several officials on duty had already been seated. The people here today are Qian Kai, Squire Zhao Jinlin, Chao Zishuo, and Master Feng Qingyuan. All of them were capable people who had a deep friendship with Qin Ming. Guys, still so busy. Watching the four great kings of the household department all burying their heads in the sand, Qin Ming smiled as he walked up and greeted them. Your Highness! Your Highness! When several people saw Qin Ming coming over, They immediately rose to greet him. There's no need to be so polite. I'm no longer a member of the court and I'll be out of here soon. So everyone relax. That won't do. Your Highness is your Highness. Chen Kai shook his head in a hurry. In passing, he also pulled Qin Ming to the main seat and talked to him about the recent problems encountered by the Ministry of Households and the initiatives that had been implemented. He wanted to hear Qin Ming's opinion. Originally, when Qin Ming was the crown prince, he also took on the task of supervising the country. Often, he would confer with officials of the 6 ministries to formulate state policies. The Ministry of Revenue, as the second most important of the 6 ministries, was the money bag of the empire. Naturally, he wanted Qin Ming to walk around a lot. In the long run, they all looked up to Qin Ming as well. Nice. After Qin Ming heard Qian Kai's report, he just smiled and praised twice. Zhao Jilin said somewhat despondently as he saw that Qin Ming did not make any response. Your Highness, do you really want to go to Lingnan and never care about the affairs of the court again? Yes. I came over today to ask the Ministry of Revenue for the 50,000 taels of silver. How can that be? And when will you be back? Zhao Jinlin's nose was about to fall into tears. Qin Ming smiled and patted his shoulder without answering. Inside the Big Four, Zhao Jinlin was the most sensitive at heart. Also because of this characteristic, Zhao Jinlin wrote the most acidic poems. There was even an anthology of Zhao Gong's writings, at his own expense. Unfortunately, it didn't sell very well and was said to have lost several years of salary. At the end of that year, it was only thanks to Qin Ming's charity that I was able to have a peaceful year. Qian Kai sighed slightly at the sight. There have been some rumors in the court lately, saying that Qin Ming traveled to Lingnan was just a way to retreat, actually want to stay in the court. But those who know His Highness know that His Highness never engages in such bluffs. I'll get your ticket. The silver expenditures of the imperial court required an invoice from the Ministry of Revenue before they could go to the treasury to obtain them. Although Qin Ming was a royal son, he had to go through their process. Soon, Chen Kai finished writing the stuff, stamped it with the seal of the Ministry of Revenue and handed it to Qin Ming. At this time, Fong Qingyuan, who had been silent, suddenly pulled him back and said, Your Highness, come with me for a moment. As the words fell, he took the account book and was ready to shout Qin Ming out. Next to him, Chao Zishua opened his mouth to say something, but he was stopped by Qian Zai with a look. As for Zhao Jinlin, ever since he realized that Qin Ming was really leaving, he sat down in frustration, put pen to paper and wrote another melancholy verse. Step out the door, Qin Ming suspiciously said to Fong Qingyuan. What's wrong? Fong Qingyuan looked towards the surroundings and confirmed that no one was there before reaching out to Qin Ming and pointing at the entry above. Your Highness, this is the recent account book of the court. Look at this. The account books of the Ministry of Accounts are a state secret. It's not supposed to be leaked except to those involved, by definition. But they were all very close friends with Qin Ming. There were some windy movements, and even if they were not in line with the rules, they wanted to inform Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked down and his face changed. When did the Wuwei Battalion owe 3 months' pay? The ledger clearly states the deficit of the Wuwei Battalion. Qin Ming realized that from very early on, the Wuwei Battalion had only been giving rations and grass, while the military pay had been delayed for various reasons. Fong Qingyuan gritted his teeth. It was like this a long time ago. I wanted to tell you when His Majesty promised you the Wuwei Battalion, but I never had the chance. And when I went to pay you a visit at your annex, you were still missing. Qin Ming remembered that since he had returned to the mansion, in order to make a clean break with the court, he then declined many visits from officials who had befriended him. It's been a couple days and a lot of rejections. If I hadn't come to the Ministry of the Household today, I wouldn't have known that the hole in the Wuwei Battalion was this big. Fong Qingyuan continued to look towards the surroundings and said to Qin Ming, the army owes a total of 75,000 taels of silver, a sum you must not pay. That's for sure. Qin Ming nodded. It was hard to get 50,000 taels of silver. I've just gotten my hands on it and it's all going to be used to pay the army. What the court owes, let the court pay. I know about this matter. You go back. Don't be found out that you stole the account book out and fall into the mouth. Your Highness, I'm not afraid of all this. I'm afraid of something happening to you. Don't worry. I'll think of a thoughtful solution. Qin Ming said to him in relief. When Fong Qingyuan was a local minor official, he secretly took the stock of grain from the county treasury to provide disaster relief, and was discovered by the imperial court. When Qin Ming learned of this, he personally went out to contact the Chamber of Commerce and borrowed grain to help him put a lid on the matter. Since then, he has also promoted him regardless of previous suspicions, and eventually helped Fong Qingyuan become the head of the Ministry of Household. This made Fong Qingyuan always have the utmost respect for him. Look at Qin Ming preparing to go to the court for money. Fong Qingyuan was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I actually have a way to help you get your arrears of military pay. Chapter 19 The Crown Prince will also eat. Take. And ask for money? What way? Qin Ming looked at Fang Qingyuan curiously. As far as he knew, Fang Qingyuan was a very cautious and careful person, and didn't talk much on weekdays. In particular, he was not involved at all in the struggles within the court. Knowing his temperament, and knowing that he is capable, when Qin Ming usually dealt with matters of state, he deliberately allowed him to avoid many of the battles within the court. But I didn't expect that today he would take the initiative to talk to himself, and to help himself to the arrears of military pay. Taking a deep breath, Fang Qingyuan whispered, the money wasn't actually withheld by the court. It was misappropriated. What? This news shook Qin Ming's heart. The army has the audacity to misappropriate the payroll. The officials of Deqian are really fierce. Aren't you afraid of a mutiny in the capital? Who misappropriated it? Zhao Xi, the right minister of the Ministry of War, and Xiao Pingshan from the Ministry of Rights. Fang Qingyuan's words caused Qin Ming to frown slightly. Zhao Xi is an official who has only recently been promoted, and has been unobtrusive in the Ministry of War. This Xiao Pingshan, Qin Ming was familiar with. It's Princess Xiao Shufei's own brother who was beaten by herself yesterday. Fang Qingyuan continued. They misappropriated this silver and used it to purchase additional war horses and weapons for the capital's military camps, but they were all much more expensive than the ones they bought on weekdays. Fang Qingyuan as the head of the household department. What has what price? He knows by looking at it. With this clue, Qin Ming came to a realization. It seems to be another one of those goods that, just like Zhao Xi, borrows from the barracks to make a difference in purchases. I know. Go back. Your Highness. I can help you with the petition, and I'm sure we can find out what's going on. Fang Qingyuan did not go and stood fixedly in the far ground and said to Qin Ming, don't need you. Go back. Qin Ming turned around and waved his hand with his back to him. Fang Qingyuan called out a few times from behind and saw that Qin Ming was ignoring him. It was only then that he finally sighed and went back to the household duty room. Chen Kai had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Fang Qingyuan come back, he looked downcast. He chuckled. What? The word didn't get handed out? Said His Highness wouldn't let me do it. It wouldn't be Your Highness if I let you do it. Back at the royal residence, Qin Ming counted the time and his 3 guards had already assembled. Military rations and weaponry have also long been sent to Lingnan. In a few more days, he would be leaving the capital. Before you leave, it's important to do what needs to be done. Come on, come out with me. Thinking of this, he first found Shang Baishan and asked him to bring a group of guards to go out with him. Seeing this, Shang Baishan gossiped. Your Highness, going to the Guan residence to propose marriage? He was concerned about Qin Ming's emotional problems. When Shang Baishan was Qin Ming's age, he was already the father of several children. Go my ass. I'm going to Camp Wuwei. Should I call on Miss Guan? She's going over with you and can help with the conversation. Shang Baishan thought about it. Qin Ming approved a note from the Ministry of the Household, and took silver bills from the treasury. And with the money, he naturally had to go to the Wuwei camp to support around. But the relationship thing needs to be pushed forward as well. Otherwise you won't have an heir when you get older. It's a joke, isn't it? Qin Ming realized when he came back last night that Shang Baishan was very uncouth and a bit of a looker, racking the wagon in front of it, and looking 3 times toward the inside of the wagon. Just expect something to happen to you and Sekiyuki. Ignoring him, Qin Ming led his men quickly to the Wuwei camp. Your Highness, you're here. Lu Gang received the news yesterday. It says that Qin Ming got 50,000 taels of silver in the court. I didn't realize that just after getting it, he came to Camp Wuwei today. It's clearly going to be a solution to their immediate needs. That's why he's so welcoming today. Where are the other 2 generals? They have prepared the wine and food and are waiting for you to come. Compared to the last time he came over, Qin Ming was treated much better this time around. Walked into the tent. There were 7 or 8 dishes on the table and a tub of semolina. This was specially prepared for Qin Ming by Chao Chuan and Wu Qingnuo. Your Highness has come. You try it. It's the signature dish of Crescent Moon Lounge. The chef was hired especially for you. Just after seeing Qin Ming, they quickly pulled him into a seat. Qin Ming was not polite either. A lot of food in one sitting and some wine. Only after 3 rounds of wine did Lu Gan finally open his mouth and ask, Your Highness, I heard that you got 50,000 taels of silver for the Wuwei Battalion in the court? It was getting 50,000 taels. Qin Ming's words caused all 3 of them to light up, but then he immediately poured another touch of cold water on them. But not for you. Not? What do you mean? Your Highness, the Wuwei Battalion can't even spend money now. If you don't have this 50,000 taels, maybe we'll have to break up in a few days. Lu Gang's trio had specialized in putting in the effort today, and had also spent a lot of money on wine and food. It's just to ease the relationship with Qin Ming and take the opportunity to get the money. The money from the court they don't want. I begged my grandpa and grandma the other day and spent a lot of money, but I cried to no avail. No one pays any attention to them at all. And the military pay has always been delayed. Now it's hard to get a chance. But Qin Ming is not willing to pay either. This made the three extremely angry. What are you doing here if you don't pay? Could it be that this kid deliberately came over to take revenge because he bumped into Qin Ming last time? Look at them get a little angry. Qin Ming explained. 3 of you. I'm trying to raise a group of artisans with this money to supply the 3 guards and the Wuwei Battalion. So I really can't give it to you. Building an army takes more than money and food. And weaponry. Qin Ming went to Lingnan to develop on his own. And if he wanted weaponry, he had to raise out a group of craftsmen on his own. It just so happens that the 50,000 taels of silver can be used as starting capital. When the time comes, we'll be able to get a little more together by pawning the previous things in the royal residence. It would be a loss to take that money and patch the hole in the Wuwei camp. It also affects Qin Ming's landing in Lingnan. So what do we do? If we really go to Lingnan with you, it's impossible for the brothers to drink the northwest wind. It's okay for you to give more or less, so we can have an explanation with our brothers. Chao Chuan and Wu Qingnua were all 3 helpless. They also knew that the 50,000 taels of silver were obtained by Qin Ming with his own skills. There's nothing legitimate about forcing yourself to go and ask him for it. But since he had already followed Qin Ming, he always had to take care of his brothers. At least he couldn't let the Wuwei Battalion fall apart like this. Qin Ming had known that they would say this, so spoke up. You guys actually still have your paychecks. They've just been taken away from you, and I have a way to get them back for you. Really? At these words, hope suddenly surfaced again on the faces of the 3. Yes, but after I help you guys, I'm going to withhold 30%. Qin Ming opened his mouth with a smile and made his request. Since we are raising an army, we need to establish our authority first, so that they can listen to themselves. Otherwise they will give them whatever they want and raise a bunch of arrogant soldiers who will be of little use on the battlefield. 30%? You might as well rob it. Lu Gang drank a little too much. Seeing that Qin Ming was all about to buckle, he slammed his wine glass down and his temper flared up. Chapter 20, 3 strong men surrounded and sneaked away. More than 70,000 taels of silver. Even if 30% is deducted, it will solve your immediate needs. Consider it. Facing the furious Lu Chong, Qin Ming only opened his mouth faintly to advise without the slightest fear. Chao Chuan and Wu Qingyi stopped Lu Chong and pressed him into his seat. It was Chao Chuan, who was also in charge of logistics, who was more patient and spoke up. Your Highness, is it a certainty that the money will be returned? Sure. Qin Ming nodded seriously. That's fine. 30% for 30%. Unlike Lu Barge and Wu Qingyi, Chao Chuan managed the logistics. It was clear to him that the barracks had long since been uncovered. Qin Ming was their last chance. If he was willing to lend a hand, the barracks would still have a chance of survival. Good. Bring the men with me in a moment. Where to? All 3 froze. Qin Ming said indifferently. Capital camp. Arrest. Xiao Pingshan is the brother of Princess Xiao Shufei. The background needless to say. Zhao Jin was promoted up. There must be backers behind him as well. And I don't know who he is working for. But Qin Ming could confirm one thing. Zhao Jin's money is definitely not something he can eat by himself. Since they have so many people involved behind them. To avoid a long night, Qin Ming took them both down first. An investigation will be launched later for a preemptive strike. Things are just fine. Takeshi Seno was a little hesitant. When he goes into battle to kill the enemy, he can definitely be at the front of the line. But the forces in the court are intertwined and involved in countless ways. Even they wouldn't dare to run roughshod over things like that. Your Highness, the Wuwei Battalion is now like this. How can it dare to go to the capital camp to arrest people, if it offends the Ministry of War? Qin Ming interrupted. Whose ministry are you under now? Yours. Would the king let you take the fall? It won't. Then what's there to say? Take the men and follow me. Yes. Soon. Lu Gang, Wu Qingyi, and Chao Chuan assembled hundreds of soldiers from the Wuwei Battalion. Chang Baishan, who was waiting outside the barracks, was a bit curious when he saw the scene. Your Highness, what is this going to be? Going to the capital camp to do some business. Come here, I'll explain something to you. Shang Baishan listened closer and his eyes widened. Isn't it too much of a bully to do that? The guy couldn't get out of bed from the beating he got earlier. Isn't the Wuwei Battalion being bullied for not having rice in the pot? Just as well. I'll go carry the grandson out. Chang Baishan nodded, rolled up his sleeves and headed towards the capital. Taking advantage of the night, Qin Ming and he split into 2. Less than half an hour later, he led his men to touch the capital's camp. It's all lit up in here. Zhao Jin, who had just joined the Ministry of War not long ago, would often stay here to run the affairs of the army in order to perform more. Your Highness, a few soldiers at the entrance of the barracks saw Qin Ming arrive here with a large group of people from afar. He was alert and stepped forward, stopping him outside. Do something, make it easy. Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile and a friendly tone. But this imposing group of several generals behind him was suspicious. Running into the barracks at night doesn't seem like a good thing in any way. A few soldiers hurriedly said, "You need to do something. A few of us will go to the barracks to inform and confirm." Where is the need to go to so much trouble? This king has come in person. And you still don't believe me? Qin Ming's words caused them to hesitate. This former crown prince, his prestige in the court was there for all to see. Lu Gan was short-tempered and impatiently walked up and shoved them. "Get out of here. All of you. If you delay His Highness's great event, you will be held accountable." A few soldiers smiled sarcastically and had to retreat to the side. Qin Ming did not want to fight them. A disturbance within the barracks that reached the court would likely escalate the conflict. It's best to moisturize and bring out Zhou Jin. On the way here, Qin Ming also told Lu Gang and Xiao Chuan about Zhao Jin's situation. This also led to Lu Chang's righteous indignation. Entering the barracks, they quickly found the tent where Zhao Jin was staying. "Zhao Jin, you asshole!" Lu Gang was the first to rush in. Zhao Jin opened her eyes from her sleep in a daze, and before she could react, she saw a sandbag-sized fist slam down. Bang! Blood splattered as the punch went down. "You mother ***************. Zhao Jin climbed up with a carp. Not caring about the blood that covered his face, he was about to tear and yank with the visitor. "How dare you resist?" Xiao Chuan and Wu Qinghua had long heard that the sound inside was not right. Fist pumping, the two men rushed in from the outside in one swift motion to join the fray. Without the slightest resistance, Zhao Jin was pressed to the ground and hammered explosively. It was only today that the three of them had properly vented their anger. What's going on? The patrolling soldiers soon realized that there was a dull crashing sound coming from Zhao Jin's tent. This is the sound of Zhou Jin being gagged and beaten. Qin Ming guarded the door and faintly said, "Inside we are talking about military affairs. This is confidential. Go about your business. If you hear anything you shouldn't, you'll be sorry." A few patrolling soldiers immediately shrunk their necks when they heard this, not daring to continue talking and turning around to leave the area. Soon, the three of them, Lu Gang, walked out carrying a sack. Qin Ming frowned and admonished when he saw that there wasn't the slightest ringing inside the sack. "The three of you hit too hard. People don't die, do they?" "Don't worry, Your Highness. It's just fainted. Not even close to death." "That'll do." Just like that, the group of people left the capital camp in a big way. The few guards at the doorway even greeted Qin Ming as they were leaving, not noticing the slightest abnormality. Back to Camp Wuwei, Qin Ming had someone take Zhao Jin down for interrogation. At this time, Chang Baishan also returned with Xiao Pingshan, who had been captured in the mansion in the capital. "Your Highness, it's quite a big mess. I guess we won't be able to hide it tomorrow." Qin Ming noticed that Chang Baishan came back with his face covered in color. "I think it should have been a fierce fight. Time is a bit tight. You go and interrogate with Xiao Chuan overnight." "Yes." Take a deep breath. Qin Ming slowly looked in the direction of the capital. Tomorrow is expected to be a huge storm in the capital. Today, when Chang Baishan said that he shouted for Guan Yu to come and Qin Ming refused, there was actually another layer of meaning, because what he did could bring about a shock to the capital. Qin Ming didn't want to involve the Guan family, nor did he want to bring Shang Qingyuan and the others. Then he arranged for his own men to dispose of the matter. As long as the confession is complete tomorrow, the person will be transferred to the Ministry of Justice. There would be no danger. With this thought in mind, Qin Ming closed his eyes in the tent and pondered over tomorrow's response in passing. It was just that at this time, he didn't know that the shaking within the capital had come faster than he had imagined. After Xiao Pingshan was taken, a group of people then quickly came to Xianing Palace and found Xiao Shufei's personal eunuch Wang Bao. "Eunuch Wang, it's bad. The king of Qin has taken Lord Xiao away." Chapter 21, Xiao Shufei called the door, came and was not allowed to enter. When Wang Bao got the news, he got up from the bed with a jolt of fear. "When was that?" "Just now." "Not good. You guys go to the city defense battalion now and look for Chao Zhengyang. Make sure he brings the people back." After thinking about it, Wang Bao still doesn't feel safe. Another account. Arrange for a few more people to find Huang Yuzhong, the Minister of War, to approve a note to Chao Zhengyang. Only after explaining that they left the place did Wang Bao rush towards Xianing Palace. "Your Majesty, something big has happened." Wang Bao quickly reported the situation. Consort Xiao Shufei couldn't be bothered to listen to the whole thing, so she immediately asked the palace maid to dress herself. "This maniac, what does he want? This palace will personally go and ask for someone. Have Chao Zhengyang bring someone here." "Yes." Wang Bao had followed Xiao Shufei for many years and had already guessed that she would do this. That's why it's done in advance. Before leaving, Xiao Shufei left Wang Bao in the palace to explain. "You will go to Sun Lianying now and ask him to inform His Majesty of this." "Yes." At the time when the sky just appeared to be fish belly white, Princess Xiao Shufei then rushed outside the Wuwei camp. This is a warrant from the Ministry of War. Everyone get out of the way. Consort Zhao Xi aggressively yelled at the soldiers guarding the outside of the barracks. At this time, Qin Ming, who had been waiting here for a long time, slowly walked out of the barracks. Noble Consort Zhao is so interested in visiting my men's barracks today. Before the day is over? King of Qin, this palace doesn't want to say anything else to you. Release Xiao Ping Shan. Princess Xiao Shu's tone was urgent. She knew that Qin Ming would definitely retaliate against her. However, he did not expect that he would bite Xiao Ping Shan and not let go. It wasn't enough to beat him up, but even to bring him in for torture. Xiao Ping Shan and Zhao Jin owe the Wuwei Battalion more than 70,000 pieces of silver. Why should I release them without asking for this money? Qin Ming was not afraid of Princess Xiao Xu. This woman has done some disgusting things over the years. Today is kind of her comeuppance. Do you have a warrant? What gives you the right to arrest someone? Xiao Xu took the military warrant in her own hand and loudly scolded. Chao Zhangyang, who was eager to perform at the back, could no longer hold back. A command was given to the soldiers around him. Push them out of the way. Let the queen in. I'll see who dares. Qin Ming stopped outside the barracks with a roar. At this time, Guan led a group of people to quickly walk out from the barracks. Is your highness trying to defy the court's orders? Chao Zhangyang threatened in a low voice. Anger already written all over his face. Obviously, Qin Ming's failure to give him this chance to get credit made Chao Zhangyang angry. The order of the court? Who gave it? A piece of paper with a warrant from the Ministry of War wants to take someone from this king. The Ministry of War's face is a bit too big. Don't forget, Your Majesty, that the missing 70,000 or so pieces of silver flowed out of the hands of those in the Ministry of War. Qin Ming's words caused both Xiao Xu and Chao Zhangyang's hearts to sink. Without giving them a chance to speak, Qin Ming continued. This king has reason to suspect that there are officials within the Ministry of War who are corrupt, and since they have been working in collusion, the warrant is naturally useless with this king. Lu Gang stood aside and listened to Qin Ming, secretly feeling in his heart that it was still His Highness who had the means. He's coming out now, all holding hands. After all, the interrogation of Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan was related to their military pay and innocence. There must be no mistakes. Luckily, with Qin Ming standing here, they wouldn't make a scene today. Thinking about this, Lu Gan gained a few more points of admiration for Qin Ming, worthy of the crown prince. Compared to Lu Chong, Chao Zhangyang, who had followed Xiao Xu here, had been extremely eager. Your Highness, King of Qin, you are lawless. If this matter reaches His Majesty's side, punishment will surely be meted out. If you stop now, there's still room for salvation. Listening to his retarded speech, Qin Ming didn't even raise his eyelids. At this point, he was so naive as to ask himself to surrender? Princess Xiao Xu, a woman, really doesn't have much vision. Surround yourself with drunks. Say a couple of words and it shows. Is King Qin really going to make trouble with His Majesty? Concubine Xiao looked at Qin Ming coldly. On the Qian Emperor's side, no matter what went wrong, she was winning. Correction, I didn't make a scene. Someone else really did. Qin Ming looked at Princess Xiao Xu with intent. The other party's face shifted green and red for a while, and he said with a cold snort, don't let the palace find out that you tortured a confession. Don't worry, they'll laugh and explain. Qin Ming spoke faintly. By this time, Shang Beishan had come out. He also clutched a long feather in his hand. It should be some kind of avian. This was a special torture technique taught to him by Qin Ming, tickling the hearts of his feet. It hadn't even been half an hour before everything had been asked. Your Highness, it has been asked out. The money has all been exchanged for silver bills. In the capital's Shangjing Chancery, most of it has not yet been transferred. 3 months wasn't really enough time for them to move such a large amount of silver. Qin Ming's heart was relieved. Looks like the dust has settled on this one. The only obstacle left now was a Qian emperor who couldn't tell right from wrong. It was dawn. Just as they were frozen in place, a figure suddenly came from the distance on a fast horse. The person who came was Sun Lining. Your Highness King Qin, His Majesty has asked you to attend the court. Eunuch Sun, does His Majesty know about what happened here? When Princess Xiao Xu saw Sun Lining, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Hastily, he walked up and opened his mouth to ask. Sun Lining nodded. It was after His Majesty learned of what happened last night that he asked His Highness to attend the court. Good, good. Concubine Xiao turned her head, her tone filled with resentment. Since Your Highness is so conceited, why don't you go to court with this palace and bring Ping Shan and Zhao Jin with you? Afraid of you? There was nothing left to say between Qin Ming and Xiao Xu. This palace is waiting for you in the courtroom, and I'm sure His Majesty will give a fair decision. Consort Xiao Xu deliberately aggravated her tone when she said the word justice. Qin Ming smiled and didn't say anything. Sun Lianian gave him a deep look and also rode away on a fast horse. Behind him, Lu Gan asked with some concern. Your Highness, you're in court today. Nothing will happen. Right. He knew that the Chen Emperor had disliked Qin Ming all year long. And today, he made such a big fuss beforehand. It would definitely displease the Qian Emperor. Something happened? I'm not the one who owes the money. And I'm not the Wuwei Battalion. So who can touch me? The big deal is that I'm going to have to go toe-to-toe with Old Den one more time. Lu Gang didn't know what Lao Dang meant though. But looking at Qin Ming's demeanor, he also knew that it wasn't something good to say. Go away. Qin Ming threw off his embroidered robe and took Chang Baishan with him. And then he rode into the capital in a carriage. Inside the imperial city, hundreds of officials stood in the courtroom mingling and discussing. The capital is not too big and not too small. The kind of heavy news that gets around in a night's time. After one night, they already knew what Qin Ming had done last night. Every official's mind was shaken. Needless to say, it was another eventful day. Guess His Majesty is going to drop something. The King of Qin is coming. Someone in the crowd whispered. The courtroom, which was still clamoring just a moment ago, suddenly became completely quiet, and a needle could be heard. Everyone turned their heads to look out, only to see Qin Ming's feet generate wind. Without the slightest bit of timidity, he walked inside the Golden Palace. Chapter 22, Dare to Harbor. The Emperor I also spray. The appearance of Qin Ming caused many people's hearts to drum. In particular, Fong Qingyuan, who had previously informed him of the news, was currently clutching his cuffs tightly, worry written all over his face. Had he known that His Highness was so wild now, he would have put the matter to bed himself. At least it wouldn't have gotten His Highness to this point. See Your Majesty. At that moment, the officer in the rear suddenly shouted. The crowd drew their eyes back from Qin Ming, immediately saw Zhao Xi, who was wearing light makeup but could not hide her haggardness, walk into the Golden Palace with Wang Bao. Why is noble consort Xiao here? The one who was arrested last night was Xiao Pingshan, so I guess after she notified His Majesty let her come along to the court today. Many of the officials below began to talk. Originally, Princess Zhao Xi had a bad reputation in the court, even went to court today in a dignified manner. The 100 officials were dissatisfied, and they all felt that this was not in line with the court's rule that the harem should not interfere in politics. But there is no way. Now the power of Princess Zhao Xi in the courtroom almost presents a one-sided advantage. Even if there was some dissatisfaction in their hearts, without Qin Ming's leadership, no one dared to speak. His Majesty has arrived. After Princess Zhao Xi sat in the auxiliary position, Sun Lianing, who was standing inside the Golden Palace, opened his mouth in a loud voice, and the Chen Emperor walked in with a group of eunuchs in a hurried step. Just as he entered, he saw Qin Ming standing at the forefront of the 100 officials. His already unattractive face fell right down. Qin Ming didn't have any reaction. He just stood here quietly, not sad or happy. Long live Your Majesty. As the process of going to court opens, the Chen Emperor impatiently waved his hand, telling the crowd to be quiet for now. Without any padding, he directly yelled at Qin Ming. Qin Ming, are you trying to turn the tables? Father, my son can't understand what you mean. Could it be that my son has done something wrong again? Qin Ming spoke indifferently, but his tone had a sting in it. When did blatant money grubbers get so good at it? If the Chen Emperor were to dare to speak for Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan today, Qin Ming wouldn't mind spraying him directly in the courtroom. He's going to Lingnan soon. He's not afraid of anyone. Qian Di also noticed that there was something wrong with Qin Ming today. He didn't know why, but it seemed as if Qin Ming's character had become off since he stepped down as the crown prince. What gives you the right to arrest someone? Worried about the repercussions in the courtroom, Qian Di took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart as he questioned Qin Ming. Father, if you're asking me this, why don't you ask them what makes them greedy for money? Qin Ming asked rhetorically. Chen Shirmao below froze for a moment and hurriedly looked at Qian Kai. How hard evidence does Your Highness have today? It's amazing how fierce it can be. Meeting Chen Shirmao's gaze, Qian Kai was also shocked, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he did not understand the current situation. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shirmao's body trembled and his eyes went black. Is Your Highness letting herself go? Indiscretion. Is I asking you, or are you asking me? Bang! The Chen Emperor was so angry that he slapped the table in front of him with a thud. Angrily, he stared at Qin Ming. Seeing this, Princess Zhao Xi directly added to the fire. Your Majesty, Qin Ming has no search warrant, and doesn't even have definitive proof before forcibly arresting someone and condescending to beat them into submission, simply corrupting the court's laws and disregarding its decrees. They must be severely punished. The Qian Emperor agreed with Consort Zhao Xufei's words. Just about to say something, Chen Shirmao immediately walked up. Your Majesty, this matter is official corruption, and although there are problems with the steps Your Highness took to deal with it, since it has been investigated clearly, I thought that this should not be considered a fault. Lu Yunbua, the right minister of the Ministry of War, laughed coldly and stood out. It's really biased for the Prime Minister to say that. Who says Zhao Xi and Xiao Pingshan are corrupt officials? The left minister, Huang Yozhong, also stood out and said, even if there is corruption happening, this case should also be investigated by the Ministry of War in conjunction with the Ministry of Justice and the Dalizi. Your Highness, this is indeed lawlessness, and the means of handling the case is extremely impolite. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and sized them up carefully. The traitor has jumped out on his own. Huang Yozhong is one. Lu Yunbo is another. Qin Ming's words caused the 100 officials to talk. Many people started pointing at them. Your Highness, King of Qin, don't spit blood. Lu Yunbo and Huang Yozhong were startled. Why is this kid like a rabid dog, biting people as soon as he catches them? Actually, Qin Ming was right. No one would believe it if Zhao Jin didn't have a backer behind her. The Ministry of War was already friends with Princess Xiao Shufei. Even the 3-month arrears of military pay for the Wuwei Battalion were secretly gotten away behind the scenes by people from the Ministry of War. These two came out to slander Qin Ming, and it was inevitably authorized by Princess Xiao Shufei. It's just a pity that these two guys introduced by Princess Xiao Shufei are really too eager. The show was performed with too much force and was poked right through by Qin Ming. Enough! You're claiming they're corrupt officials. Can you produce any evidence? The Chen Emperor spoke to Qin Ming in a cold voice. Qin Ming nodded. My son interrogated some confessions last night, including the location where they hid the silver tickets. Ridiculous. Princess Xiao Shufei immediately interrupted him. Bending over backwards as evidence? Your Majesty, last night, King Qin arranged for his guards to directly break into Xiao Pingshan's residence and forcibly take him away. For someone acting like His Highness, it's not unlikely that after bringing him into the Wuwei camp, he'll use even more ruthless means to bend and beat him into submission. Consort Xiao Shufei's words caused Emperor Qian to slowly nod his head. He trusted his pillow more than Qin Ming. Chao Zishuo, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, was displeased when he saw that Princess Xiao Shufei and the people from the Ministry of Military Affairs were surrounding Qin Ming together. With a cold grunt, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is an untenable claim on the part of the Empress. Just now His Highness has already said that he was able to find out the location of the stolen money. Whether it's condescension or not, just go check it out. Princess Xiao Shufei had been prepared for this for a long time. Seeing Chao Zishuo take the initiative to mention the stolen money, she sneered. That was a sum of silver that Xiao Pingshan got from the Xiao family, and existed in the money bank outside. When did it become stolen money? Just this morning when she and Qin Ming were arguing in front of the Wuwei camp. Xiao Shufei had arranged for Wang Bao to handle the stolen money. Although she has taken some risks, she has put a lot of effort into laundering the stolen money, with the Xiao family stepping up to take over. That money from Camp Wuwei is now considered gone. No matter how they checked, they couldn't find Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan. As for the closing of the back, Princess Xiao will also continue to make arrangements. Anyway, the trail of Qin Ming is now broken. What he said doesn't stand up either. The Chen Emperor snorted coldly, a look of disgust on his face. Qin Ming, what else do you have to say? Qin Ming frowned slightly. He did not expect that Consort Xiao Shufei's hands were so fast. Father, my son has arranged for people from the Wuwei Battalion to go and investigate. If some corrupt officials didn't dispose of the money cleanly, more or less some traces must be left behind. We can wait for a while. Qin Ming had arranged for Lu Gang to go to the money bank before he came. The Chen Emperor laughed coldly. Isn't Princess Xiao Shufei's explanation clear enough? At this point, you still want to stall for time and find some vain evidence to weasel out. Why should I be sophomoric? Facing the Chen Emperor, who cannot distinguish between right and wrong. Qin Ming's heart was already preparing to curse. Chapter 23 They must die. I say. However, Emperor Qian was even more ruthless and immediately ordered before Qin Ming even opened his mouth. Men, take down the king of Qin first. Send him to the Ministry of Justice for punishment. Zhang Ming, who had long been guarding the outside with his palace guards, rushed in impatiently. He had suffered a loss at Qin Ming's hands before. Now is a good time for revenge. Not to mention that it was the Chen Emperor himself who had spoken. If you fall into your own hands today, you can be sure to make this former prince suffer a bit. Your Highness, come with me. He smiled sarcastically and opened his mouth to approach Qin Ming. The 100 officials frowned. The Chen Emperor's decision was clearly marked by strong personal emotions. A few times before, Qin Ming had taken the initiative to punch Emperor Qian, and the gap between their father and son grew deeper and deeper. Today, if Qin Ming is sent to the Ministry of Justice under the arrangement of Princess Xiao Shufei, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get out of the Ministry of Justice. Qin Ming watched their movements and smiled. Since the Qian Emperor is so uncouth, then make a big deal out of it. He knew the books of the Ministry of Accounts, where there were detailed entries of income and expenditure. With these, even if the money changers can't find out anything, he can still make a scene in the Golden Palace. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Fong Qingyuan, who had been clutching his cuffs, suddenly stopped in front of Zhang Ming. Wait, Your Majesty, I have a message. The Qian Emperor was displeased when he was blocked by him. Fong Qingyuan, if there's anything, wait until you've dealt with the King of Qin. Your Majesty, this matter is related to the case that King Qin is investigating. Old Fong, you're confused. Qin Ming's heart sank. I didn't expect Fong Qingyuan to come forward in the end. He had never thought of implicating Fong Qingyuan since the beginning. Even if it is to go to the Ministry of Accounts to check the accounts, even if it is not in line with the rules of the court, it is still Qin Ming who is responsible for it. But Fong Qingyuan had known all this for a long time, and even had definitive proof after checking the books. He chose to stand up for the matter as he had told Qin Ming in the first place. It's the fastest way. But after doing so, Qin Ming, who had left the court, could not shelter him. At that time, Fong Qingyuan would probably not be able to make it in the court. Fong Qingyuan turned around and looked at Qin Ming and shook his head, smiling in embarrassment. The Qian Emperor was mad. What's with the one after the other? It's never ending. What are you going to say? Your Majesty, the case of corruption investigated by His Highness is indeed true. This is the ledger that I consulted and compared the entries to, and much of the silver disappeared in the hands of Zhao Xi and Xiao Pingshan, and the money changer, with its recent tax entries paid, has traces of it. The Ministry of War has recently gone through the accounts, and there have been several places that are ambiguous, all of which are related to the Wuwei Battalion. Fong Qingyuan does things thoughtfully, flesh it all out without missing a beat. The eyes of Consort Xiao Shufei, who was sitting in the distance, were almost spitting fire. She didn't understand why Fong Qingyuan, who had always been lukewarm, had come forward to identify Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin today as if he was crazy. Does this have anything to do with Fong Qingyuan at all? This murderous asshole. Xiandi's face was even uglier than hers. At this particular time, Qin Ming walked up again after Fong Qingyuan's narration was completed. Father, wasn't your decision to send my son to the Ministry of Justice just now too biased? Needlepoint. Since Qin Ming has the advantage, then the Qian Emperor will have to admit his mistake. It doesn't matter if he's a 9-to-5 or a powerhouse. Qin Ming won't even let go. The Qian Emperor stared at Qin Ming in death. This kid is really crazy. In front of so many people, he even tried to refute his own face. Qin Ming didn't care about that much and continued. Father, the urgency of my son's investigation was that I was afraid that someone would make trouble out of it, and now it seems that it was the right thing to do. If it wasn't for Lord Fong's help today, I'm afraid that not only would I have been slandered, but I would have been bent over backwards. Even so, do you still think that my son is doing something wrong? Qin Ming's depressed death in his last life was due to the fact that he was constantly taking credit for his work. Coming to this dynasty, his credit can't be rubbed out by anyone, even if he is the emperor. You have to admit when you're wrong. Father, the Wuwei Battalion owes 3 months of military pay. This was something that happened before you handed the battalion over to my son. Now that the money has been found, can it be returned to my son? Can Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin be convicted for the huge amount of corruption? Can those who are harboring this case continue to be investigated and punished? Qin Ming's voice echoed in the Golden Palace. A pin dropped on the scene. This scene shook everyone to their core. Chen Shimo clenched his fists. The mind screams. If His Highness had been like this, why would he have been forced to Lingnan? Facing Qin Ming's pressing questions, the Qian Emperor didn't say anything either, so he was silent. Xiao Shufei's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, she had already thought of countless ways, but they were all rejected one by one. The hearts of the group of ministers had already set off waves of shock. To be able to push the Qian Emperor and Princess Xiao Shufei to such a point, worthy of the crown prince. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Qin Ming made a bow. Since the matter has been settled, my son will no longer affect the court today. When we return, my son will dispose of Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan in accordance with the Dacian laws and decrees, and then go to the money bank and get back the military pay that belongs to the Wuwei Battalion. The last sentence was said by Qin Ming as he looked at Princess Xiao Shufei. After so many years of being angry at the other woman, it was time to make her pay. Concubine Xiao was truly flustered, her face pale as she looked towards Emperor Qian with a look of supplication on her face. Xiao Pingshan was her only brother, the only child of the Xiao family. None have left an heir to this day. He can't die. Turning around, Qin Ming finished what he wanted to say and prepared to leave. The Qian Emperor's lips trembled as he suddenly called out to him. Wait, what else? This case is not yet fully finalized. Do not move them yet. Even Emperor Qian was out of breath when he uttered those words. The gazes of the courtiers were like sharp swords that pierced his heart. It made him look like a deflated ball. This case, Fong Qingyuan plus Qin Ming, 2 people said. The evidence is completely sufficient. At this point, it's still not willing to admit it. One could only say that the Qian Emperor did favor the pillow people. In the courtroom, is there no fairness? Chen Shirmao's heart was annoyed, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and disappointment when he looked at the Qian emperor. Fang Qingyuan froze and raised his head, incredulity written all over his face. He's been preparing for this day for a long time. Chen Di was such an attitude. He was also disappointed. Equally disappointed were the officials of the 6 ministries. Seeing the Qian emperor like this with their own eyes, the justice and righteousness in their hearts had begun to gradually collapse. But at that moment, a voice suddenly spread throughout the Golden Palace. Father, why is there no conclusion? The 2 of them must die. This is an explanation for me and the Wuwei Battalion. If you feel that the matter is inconclusive, or if you have found any evidence of wrongful killing by my son, come and take my head anytime. The words fell. Qin Ming turned around and left. Xiao Shufei's face was pale, and not caring about losing her temper, she hurriedly exclaimed, Your Majesty, the King of Qin is disrespectful to the decree. Please decree the punishment. I'll wait, but please, both of you, think of a crime with which to punish me. Although Qin Ming had already walked out of the hall, his voice came from far away, powerful and fearless. Chapter 24, The Heavenly Street treads on the bones of public ministers. 10 years of study is better than a sword. Leaving the palace, Qin Ming said to Chang Baishan who was guarding the door, Come with me to the barracks to raise the men. Titus, where to? Chang Baishan was full of doubts. Surprisingly, His Majesty didn't argue with His Highness today and released him so quickly. Something's not right. At this point in time, he didn't know what had just happened in the courtroom, but all the officials of the court knew that a storm was about to break out in the capital. Dare to kill Princess Xiao's own brother, with a high official from the Ministry of War on the outside. Qin Ming this before leaving. Hard to make a grand revenge. The marketplace. Beheading at the market entrance is an old tradition in the Great Qian dynasty. The people of this era had little entertainment, coupled with the fact that all people in Daqian are martial. It's all very interesting for this kind of chopping. Many of the condemned prisoners from the Ministry of Justice and the Delizi are often beheaded here for people to see. This will also enhance the people's reverence for the laws of Daqian. Your Highness, is that so hard? Hearing the words food market, Shang Baishan froze. He understood all too well what this place was for. Weekday free time, like to get together often. Baishan often go to see. Ruthless? Qin Ming smiled. Don't you think these people should be killed? Of course it should be killed. Then go. Yes, soon. Qin Ming led his men to the Wuwei camp. Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan glanced at each other after they were brought out. Zhao Jin resentfully said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, I advise you to better let me go, or else it won't be so nice when the matter reaches the court. Xiao Pingshan became even more arrogant. Qin Ming, get me killed if you can. What's the point of bullying my old man? Why don't you go to court and play hardball with His Majesty and my sister? These 2 have been in custody since last night. Doesn't really know what's going on out there? Lu Gang and Xiao Chuan all ran to Qin Ming in small steps to inquire about the situation. Lu Gan said, Your Highness, what did the court say? You don't need to care about the court. Have you done what I told you? Qin Ming chose Lu Gang, who had the most violent temper, to go to the money changer to verify. Lu Gan scratched his head. There is no evidence. They insist that this is the silver of the Xiao family. You go now, and ask for the money. Qin Ming glared at him. He realized that Lu Gan was a bit limber and simple-minded. Once the other side reasoned with him, he couldn't talk past the money changers. Things would be hard to get down. If Chao Chuan and Wu Qinyi were to go over there, not to mention anything else, they would at least control the money first. Oh, then I'll go again. Don't you go. Let Chao Chuan go over. Yes, Your Highness. Chao Chuan nodded his head and led his men towards the capital. Wu Qingnua frowned. Your Highness, what did His Majesty say? The talk fell apart, and I said I'd dispose of them both. Both Wu Qingnua and Lu Bao's bodies stiffened. Whatever. Let's get it over with. Lu Gang had just been reprimanded by Qin Ming. He also felt that he was not doing a good job and had a bad face, so he was ready to prove himself. Let's kill the man first. Wu Qingye gave Qin Ming a deep look, already guessing quite a few things. Your Highness, if you take this step out, you won't be able to turn back here at the court. Qin Ming grinned as if he had heard the most humorous joke of the day. The court? Back? When he left the position of supervisor, this king never thought of returning to the court. Wu Qingnua was dumbfounded. Lu Bang said as he fist pumped in the back. Him. The trio finished totaling. Let Shang Baishan go ahead and set up the torture chamber. Wu Qingyi and Lu Chang led the soldiers and escorted Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan into the capital. Along the way, Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan were still yelling. The closer they got to the capital, the more the 2 men's bottom line grew. Qin Ming, you're a dog that's been kicked out of the house. Qin Ming, I tell you, when we go to Lingnan, I can play you to death with one hand. Do you dare come with me to the court? Zhou Jin's voice is lower after she was physically injured after being beaten yesterday. However, Xiao Pingshan, who was filled with hatred for Qin Ming, kept yelling from the prison car. Qin Ming quietly listened to his last words and realized that they were the same back and forth. Just impatiently, he said to him, "Tell you a secret. I just came back from the court, and I'm here to kill you today." Xiao Pingshan was startled. Zhao Jin, who was leaning sideways against the prison wagon, also had a numb scalp. Calculating the time, and then looking at Qin Ming like this, seems to tell the truth. Qin Ming is still continuing to output. And go with you to the court? What's the point of going? I've gone and come back. Get your sister here and tell her to try moving me. I can give you half an hour. In a few words, Qin Ming had broken Xiao Pingshan's psychological defense. Qin Ming, you can't kill me. I can pay you back even twice as much. Okay? Don't kill me. The Xiao family doesn't have an heir yet. If you kill me, my sister will definitely be immortal with you. Xiao Pingshan howled all the way. Compared to him, Zhao Jin just had a gray face and lowered his head without knowing what he was thinking. Soon, Qin Ming entered the capital. The people saw the prison wagon heading toward the market entrance, and they followed it. But 3 blocks away from the downtown entrance, Qin Ming's group was stopped. The person who came was the young secretary of the Delizi, Gu Hongyang. He stood on the street with a group of Delizi officials including Delizi Secretary Lu Taisheng, Delizi Zhang Fengxiao, and others. Your Highness, the Delizi has come to take over the case, so please stop. Obviously, this was authorized by the Qian Emperor. Qin Ming swept his eyes and skimmed his lips with a light smile. Lu Gang, what if someone robs the court? Him. Lu Gang jumped off his horse with an arrow step, one in each hand, grabbed a few officials from the Delizi and threw them into the crowd of bystanders. The path was cleared in 3 or 2 tries. Qin Ming shook his head. The civil officials are really not good. Lu Gan mounted his horse, ignoring the several people lying on the ground and wailing, and continued to lead Qin Ming towards the front. On the next street, a group of officials from the Metropolitan Police and the Ministry of Justice walked up with ugly faces. Your Highness, Lu Gung. Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense to them at all. Yes. Soon the streets were all lined with lying and wailing officers. The people were talking and wondering what was going on. Continuing onward, on the last street leading to the entrance to the market, Chen Shimo was standing here with a smile on his face. Your Highness, teacher, are you going to stop me too? Chen Shimao taught Qin Ming for many years. It was only right that he should call out for a teacher. Looking at the army behind Qin Ming wearing heavy armor and standing in strict formation, Chen Shimao slowly said, His Majesty was asking me to stop you. And what do you mean? Your Highness, remember the first lesson I taught you? Chen Shimao suddenly brought up an unrelated matter. Qin Ming remembered that it was more than 10 years ago. The predecessor first encountered Chen Shimao as a young child. Qin Ming was caught up in his memories. You said at the time that justice and righteousness in this world are not in books, but in the hearts of the readers. Shaking his head, Qin Ming lamented. But teacher, I think 10 years of study is better than a sword. Chapter 25, The Change of Crown Prince. What's it to do with me? Read more books and establish a better order. Any defense without hard power is useless. This is the other path that Qin Ming chose after years of studying. A path where you won't be bullied by anyone anymore. Looking behind him, the iron armor of the soldiers of the Wuwei Battalion gleamed in the sunlight. Chen Shimao froze for a moment, then laughed. He taught Qin Ming to use reading to guard justice and righteousness, but Qin Ming taught him to use force to break all injustices in the world. Your Highness has grown up. Chen Shimao was relieved. After you. Turning into the crowd, Chen Shimao made way for Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded and whispered to Chen Shimao as he passed by. Teacher, Fang Qingyuan is a good man. Please look after him for me. Don't worry. The procession continued to walk. Qin Ming entered the food market. Instead, he saw Chang Baishan, who was holding a long spear, being surrounded by Zhang Ming with a group of guards. There were only 100 or 10 people on Chang Baishan's side, but the palace guards came with nearly 1,000 people. You can't get in today. Princess Xiao Shufei angrily rushed out from the crowd behind her. She had made up her mind a long time ago. As long as she was still in this capital city for a day, no one could possibly judge her own brother. Qin Ming shook his head. To be honest, he was disappointed to see that it was Princess Xiao Shufei coming over. Where is father? Afraid to come and stop me in front of the people of the world? At this time Qian Didu was self-conscious of his shortcomings. It didn't even dare to show up, just arranging for so many officials to stop themselves. When they arrived at the entrance to the food market, there was only Consort Xiao Shufei guarding with her palace guards. Is this the Emperor of Qianlong? His Majesty has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so how could he waste time coming in person just because of a fanatic like you? Concubine Xiao rebuked loudly, still trying to put on a motherly air of authority. Nah, she's more of a shrew in her current state. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted in contempt. From the moment the Qian Emperor didn't dare to come, there was no obstacle to this trial today. If Princess Zhao Xi wanted to stop herself, she wasn't qualified. Swish! Qin Ming drew the sword from his waist, Lu Gang drew his lance from his back, and Wu Qingyi jumped off his warhorse to follow. They treated Princess Zhao Xi as heir and crossed over to Zhang Ming. Guess if these few masters of mine can hack you to death today? Your Highness, I came under orders. You can't do anything to me. Zhang Ming's voice trembled a bit, and his original cocky stance around Chang Baishan had long since tightened up. Everyone is just making a living. Qin Ming is different. He really wants his life. Look at him in this colorful state. Qin Ming slowly said, the ones who said they were ordered to come before are lying 3 streets behind me. Lu Bao, take him down. Yes. Lu Gang copied his lance and struck. The soldiers around them all rushed up. Qin Ming took an arrow step forward and yelled, this king will see who dares to move. Wu Qingyi quickly poured in with the soldiers of Wuwei Battalion. The distance between them and them was no more than a foot, a clear-cut stop. Lu Gang was a general who had fought hundreds of battles on the battlefield. Zhang Ming is a flower in a greenhouse, guarding the palace all year round. Between the two, the highs and the lows. A few moves later, he was smashed in the chest by the end of the lance. With a puff of blood, he fell to his knees helplessly, his face full of pain. Get out of the way. The swarming palace guards were brutally set aside by Qin Ming. With the gagged Zhao Jin and Xiao Pingshan in tow, Qin Ming entered the torture chamber within the downtown entrance. Just now, because Xiao Pingshan was too spineless, he had been yelling and sniveling. Qin Ming then gagged him. It was time for the moment of execution before the rags were yanked out. Sister, help me. Just when he got free, Xiao Pingshan howled loudly. Princess Zhao Xi kept pushing and shoving the palace guards. Do it! Do it! But the palace guards are human. Zhang Ming, who was their commander, was almost stabbed to death in front of him. Everyone understood that Qin Ming really dared to kill the generals of the Wuwei Battalion, plus the 2 sides of the Crown Prince's personal guards led by Chang Baishan, were sitting on the town. No one dares to move now. Princess Zhao Xi rushed forward in grief and anger, ready to stop Qin Ming's men, but Shang Baishan stopped in front of him with a sidestep. My lady, please do not delay the execution. Zhao Xi was still undeterred and angrily threatened Qin Ming. Qin Ming, if you dare to kill someone, I'll let you die without mercy. Qin Ming on the execution ground's face looked a bit odd when he heard these words. Not bad for siblings. Even the threats sound so similar. Unfortunately, I'm not intimidated. Execution. Yes. Lugan snatched the executioner's knife with one hand. Walk up and poof twice. Heads on the ground. Hundreds of people don't know the specifics, but also guessed it was the fall of a big corrupt official. When they saw that the man was dead, they clapped their hands. Princess Zhao Xi stared incredulously. His teeth were bleeding from biting, and his eyes were red as he rushed into the crowd. Qin Ming, I'll kill you. Kill me? I still want to kill you. Qin Ming coldly looked at Princess Zhao Xi. The feud between the two had been planted long ago. I don't know how much has been accumulated over the years. He wouldn't mind adding a new vendetta before he left. In the distance, a man walked into the torture chamber with palace guards. The person who came was none other than Sun Lianying, the grand eunuch under the Qian Emperor. He seemed to have already hidden in the shadows long ago, watching all of this as the eyes and ears of the Qian Emperor. Seeing that Qin Ming had actually killed 2 people, he just finally walked out. Your Highness, you shouldn't. The man has been killed, so any punishment or retaliation will come directly. Qin Ming opened his mouth with a cold smile, his face no longer having its usual kindness. Sun Lianying shook his head. His Majesty has no punishment for you, but I have a message here for you. Qin Ming frowned slightly. This old eunuch didn't know what kind of drug was in his gourd. However, what he said now should also represent the Qian Emperor's attitude. Sort of a message for this cheap father of his. Qin Ming shrugged. By this time, he was fearless. You say. Sun Lianying looked deeply at Qin Ming. His Majesty has decided to make King Qinyu of Jin the Crown Prince, so go to Lingnan with peace of mind. What? When these words came out, Chang Baishan, Lu Chong and Wu Qingye all screamed in shock. Xian Di is really ruthless. Anyone who hears it can't help but feel a chill in their heart. The establishment of a new crown prince meant that Qin Ming no longer had any relationship with the court, plus his conflict with Princess Zhao Xi. It looks like it's going to hand Princess Zhao a knife in the future. Let her personally kill Qin Ming with her own hands. Sun Lianying was full of pity and said quietly to Qin Ming, actually, you didn't have to go this far. Now that His Majesty has moved on, there's no turning back for anyone. Sun Lianying actually hoped that Qin Ming would realize his mistake. But after his words fell, Qin Ming, however, asked back with an odd expression on his face. Eunuch son, You came over to me just for this matter? Yes. Sun Lianying froze for a moment and nodded in response. He imagined Qin Ming's remorse, but surprisingly it did not appear. And Qin Ming laughed out loud. What does it have to do with me as to who father makes the crown prince? Chapter 26, Testing the Wuwei Battalion. I said long ago that I don't want the crown prince position. How is it that there have been people who feel that I am not the crown prince? Qin Ming was helpless. There were just too many self-interested people. The Chen Emperor really thought that passing the crown prince position to King Jin would break his heart. How? A little humor. Gone. Turning around, Qin Ming left without the slightest bit of attachment. Sun Lianying stood dumbfounded in the far ground with a complicated expression for a long time before turning around and sighing, waving his hand and letting people take Xiao Shufei, who had fallen into a frenzy and kept screaming and cursing, back to the palace. Soon, the news of the prince's change of position spread throughout the capital. Qin Yu was only 7 or 8 years old, yet he became the crown prince. The ministers were talking and speculating that this was the Chen Emperor's revenge on Qin Ming. The unresolved throne of the crown prince has been replaced. Since then Qin Ming is considered to be completely abandoned. Princess Xiao Shufei also became the final winner of the battle for the crown prince. This is, of course, from the results. In terms of process, Princess Xiao was the one who lost the most. The murder of his own brother. Pawns at the Ministry of War were killed. The money was confiscated. Several top officials at the Ministry of War have begun to be scrutinized and have broken their wrists to survive. It is foreseeable that this storm will last for a long time. In the palace, Sun Lianying walked into the imperial study and reported the situation to the best of his ability. Qian Di coldly listened to everything. What's his reaction? Not much of a reaction. His Highness the King of Qin said that he doesn't want the crown prince position, and that you can give it to whomever you want. At those words, the Chen Emperor, who had wanted to take a bite out of his heart, was suddenly stunned. A wave of frustration welled up in his heart. It was like the feeling of a fist that had been swung with a lot of energy, only to hit cotton. Why? Why does he even care about the crown prince position? Chen Di finally realized that up until now, it had been his own fault. The fantasy is that Qin Ming still wants to return to the throne of the crown prince. What about all that money? His Highness took it. With interest. Sun Lianying was the most respected eunuch beside the Qian Emperor and followed him for many years. The work is solid. Before meeting the Qian Emperor, he had finished investigating everything. What a black hand. This rebellious son. The Qian Emperor gritted his teeth, the remaining anger still lingering on his face. Sun Lianying sighed and suddenly said, His Highness, the King of Qin, is a very tactful person. The Qian Emperor frowned slightly and glared at Sun Lianying in displeasure. What do you mean? Minion is just feeling. Sun Lianying bowed his body, not daring to respond. But when these words were spoken, how could the Qian Emperor not understand? The only one within the court who could have the means and the courage to make such an action was Qin Ming. Anyone who knows the whole process will give it a thumbs up in private. Praise the Qin King for his sagacity, resistance to heavy pressure and punishment of corruption. But the Dryad will not praise him. For almost 10 years, he had never praised Qin Ming. Go down. Chen Di impatiently picked up the brush whose ink had already congealed in his hand and pressed it hard on the paper. The ink within the brush slowly printed out, coloring the zhengzhua in front of him black. Sun Lianying answered, bowed his head and left the imperial study quickly. When the capital was in chaos, Qin Ming had already told Lu Barge and Wu Qingyi to go back to Wuwei camp, and he himself went back to his mansion to rest first. He was also busy last night arresting Zhao Jing and Xiao Pingshan, but just pushed the door open. He then saw a playful figure, standing in the sunlight, smiling at himself with pearly whites. What brings you here? Seeing a beauty of Guan Yu's caliber, Qin Ming immediately felt that last night's exhaustion had been swept away. There is a word called showy, and Qin Ming originally didn't believe it. Now it seems that looking at beautiful women is a real energy booster. Your Highness does not welcome my visit? Sekiyuki tilted her chin like a proud little swan. Who comes to visit empty-handed? And who gets engaged just to give this? Sekiyuki beamed and held out her hand. On the ring finger, there was clearly a finger ring that Qin Ming had made from the military flag of the Wuwei Battalion. Eat with me. Qin Ming pointed at the lunch Xiao Chui had prepared. Whether Sekiyuki ate or not, she took her hand and sat at the table. Sekiyuki didn't refuse, but after sitting down at the table, she rested her chin and quietly watched him. Looks like it's been eaten. The Wuwei camp is getting its money back. I know. The corners of Guan Yu's mouth lifted, and tenderness shone in her eyes. She had just gotten up this morning and learned the news. You go to the Wuwei camp and watch over their payroll. Am I going to go? Why should I watch them pay the army? Sekiyuki asked in disbelief. Qin Ming smiled. I want to see how much they'll send down. Qin Ming has been in contact with them since he took control of the Wuwei Battalion though, but have yet to build a strong emotional foundation. It's not so easy to command. This time, It was arranged for Chao Chuan to get the money and go straight back to the barracks afterward. Qin Ming deliberately didn't go back, just to see if they listened to themselves. The Wuwei Battalion owes 3 months' pay and is in a hurry. However, Qin Ming still drew 30% of the silver and stockpiled it for solving the situation in the army. If they agree with Qin Ming's leadership, even if he returned to the barracks, he would still set aside 30% of the silver, abiding by his agreement with Qin Ming. But if they don't talk about it, they're likely to be impatient to finish handing out the money. A great general will defect to the Lord of Light. Accordingly, capable and bright masters test the loyalty of their generals. It's kind of a two-way street. I'll check it out later then. Sekiyuki nodded softly. She was unable to think of so many things. Qin Ming arranged for her to go over there because he saw the advantage of her not attracting attention by continuing to eat with his head down. Qin Ming however realized that Guan Yu was still holding her chin and looking at herself with a smiling face. You're not going to the barracks? I'd like to accompany you after dinner, Sekiyuki said petulantly. This appearance was somewhat like the small couples in love that Qin Ming often watched in the campus cafeteria in his previous life. However, in this feudal era, Sekiyuki's actions seemed a bit rebellious. She's a brave girl, both in her actions and in her approach to love. That's good, Qin Ming shrugged. It was only after dinner that Guan Yu was sent out of the mansion. Before leaving, Sekiyuki was rare and somewhat shy, as if she had something to say. This kind of gesture naturally could not be hidden from Qin Ming. What's wrong? When are you going with me to see my mother? Qin Ming froze for a moment, immediately recalling that dignified and virtuous elder figure who gave off a bit of pressure. Before I go to Lingnan, I'll take the initiative to visit our mother in the next 2 days. You took advantage of me. That's my mother, not yours. Sekiyuki's face swished red and her mouth snapped, but the joy in his tone was still unmistakable. Qin Ming has been a man of 2 lives, and he can handle little girls with ease. After coaxing a couple of sentences, Guan Yu left the royal residence with her hands behind her back in a beautiful manner, humming. Seeing her leave, Qin Ming turned to Chang Baishan, who had been peeking from the side to see how he and Guan Yu were getting along, and said, "Don't hide. You go to Camp Wuwei too." Oh yes. Chang Baishan took 2 steps, then suddenly turned back around. Your Highness, what if they don't listen to you and split all the money? Qin Ming's expression sank. He has been kind to the Wuwei Battalion. If you still can't take control of the Wuwei Battalion and make their hearts happy, there would be no need to bother. Qin Ming smiled and suddenly asked a question. It's like what do you do when you go to a hookah to look for your sister and realize that you've spent 3 taels of silver, but the sister you're drinking with is ugly and disobedient? Chang Baishan scratched his head squarely. Don't talk nonsense, Your Highness. I've never been to a place like that. I'm a decent man, but I should replace her. After all, it cost 2 taels of silver. It has to be a comfortable one. Good. Next time you'll take you. True or not? Chapter 27. Our Highness. His heart is too deep. In the Wuwei camp, Chao Chuan set up his horse and pulled 3 large wagons of cash silver behind him into the barracks. Spot silver is a pain to load, unload and split. Usually, when the military pay is issued, they are exchanged for silver certificates. But Chao Chuan, as a general, knows best about the heart of the army. It's hard to get back the military pay. The noise must be bigger, so they can see the real thing for nothing, and let the brothers know that the military pay is coming. As expected, just after seeing the carriage enter the barracks, a group of soldiers all rushed to both sides of the carriage. General, is this our military pay? Great, finally a military paycheck. Chao Chuan's face was also unable to hide his joy, but he still dispersed the crowd and said, all right, don't be in a hurry. Since the military pay has arrived at the barracks, it will surely be paid to you. Wait until I go back and check your paychecks first. You guys go ahead and get in line. Yes, all the soldiers were thrilled. Quickly go to the schoolyard and start lining up. Lu Gang and Wu Qingyi received the news and came to the storehouse to find Chao Chuan. Old Chao, how much did you get back? 76,000 taels of silver with interest. Chao Chuan whispered the numbers to the 2 men. Lu Chong rubbed his hands together and said impatiently, then what are you waiting for? Pay up. There's no hurry. What did His Highness say on his end? Chao Chuan was also in charge of logistics, although he could now pay the soldiers. But Qin Ming had said when he helped them before that he would take 30%. They have to give at least 23,000 taels of silver. This, Lu Gang and Wu Qingyi glanced at each other, and both of their minds were alive. I think it's better to pay the soldiers first if there's no rush. Wu Qingnua pondered for a moment and spoke his thoughts. Everyone in the court has a heart of gold, even if they didn't follow the rules. Next time the big deal would be to ask Qin Ming to pay them less military pay. The army got its money back, so how can it be reasonable to withhold some of it again and wait for a bout before sending it out again? Lu Gan nodded his head. Old Wu is right. Anyway, the money is here with us. His Highness is not even here. The guys are all wailing. Send it first. Chao Chuan frowned at them. It is true that the army is in a hurry, but 2 months' issue has been enough to stabilize them from making trouble. Your Highness's temperament is known to you, and less than his money is specified. Lingnan said with some impatience. Originally, this money is not your Highness's. It's our Wuwei Battalion's. Why is there so much going on? I think it's okay to send it first. He's got a bit of a temper. But after listening to these words, Wu Qingyi mused. His Highness did help us a lot, but I can't see through His Highness's mind. If he's sincere in helping us, there's no harm in keeping this money for him. I'm afraid that he's just following the trend of playing a wave of autumn wind in our Wuwei camp, and won't care much about us when he goes to Lingnan. So if he ends up with no one to take care of him, won't it be embarrassing for us? Chao Chuan and Lu Bao were both silent. That's what they're afraid of. The Crown Prince had a reputation for supervising the country for many years and had seen too many big storms. It's not unusual to really not put the Wuwei Battalion at ease. Old Chao, I'm just saying some of my concerns. It's better for you to make the decision. I'm all for it. Wu Qingyi saw that after he finished speaking, Lu Chong and Chao Chuan both stopped speaking. He sighed awkwardly and his gaze was on Chao Chuan. Lu Gan also knew that they had many considerations. He himself is a reckless roughneck. Saying too much to the contrary affects Chao Chuan. So he simply picked up the conversation. Old Chao, you're the most thoughtful of the three of us. You make the decision. The brothers listened. Chao Chuan stayed silent. Tens of thousands of taels of silver were deducted or not, and he was under a lot of pressure. What are you doing? 3 uncles? Just then, a voice came from outside. Sekiyuki lifted the tent and walked in. She had been coming to Camp Wuwei often since she was a child and had a good feel for all the places. Coming back is almost like coming home. Luna, you're here. The state atmosphere between the three was eased by Sekiyu's arrival. I hear the barracks have gotten their money back? Guan, you didn't know about Qin Ming's deal with the Wuwei Battalion. It was just a question full of joy. Yes. Did His Highness say anything to you? No. I heard about the happy event and came to see for myself. Seeing Sekiyu look confused, Wu Qingnua was delighted in his heart. The two of them exchanged glances with Lu Gang, and all three of them understood each other. They would surely offend Qin Ming by handing out all the money. But if we let Sekiyuki send out the money, Qin Ming couldn't say anything. After all, Sekiyuki was his fiancé. Lu Gang and Wu Qingyi all looked at Chao Chuan with anticipation. Chao Chuan, however, suddenly thought of something and let out a bitter smile. Xiao Yu. Before, His Highness said that he would leave 23,000 taels of silver behind. You will go back and inform His Highness in a moment. Just say that we have already kept it. Guan Yu's beautiful eyes flowed, and although she had some doubts in her heart, she still nodded her head obediently. Oh, got it. Watching Sekiyuki walk out the door, Lu Gang asked Chao Chuan, full of confusion. You've decided to pay His Highness? Well, this Highness of ours has a deep heart. I dare not send it first. Chao Chuan spoke quietly, looking at the distant Guan Yu and lamenting. Wu Qingnua instantly understood what he meant. His Highness didn't come, but had Xiao Yu come instead, and revealed that she didn't know about the 30% of the military pay. Is this a test to lure us into giving out all the military pay? Chao Chuan nodded. Well, after going to Lingnan, he shouldn't give up the Wuwei Battalion. With Sekizuki around, their concerns were untenable. At this stage, Guan Yu was the bridge that held Qin Ming and the Wuwei Battalion together. As long as she was there, Qin Ming wouldn't just come to Wuwei camp to fight a wave of autumn winds and leave them alone, as they thought. It's ridiculous that we're still here halfway through the discussion. Chao Chuan felt a chill down his back when he thought that Qin Ming had long since read their minds. Fortunately, Sekiyuki's arrival gave him the chance to remedy the situation. What do you guys mean? Among the three, only Lu Chong didn't try to understand too much, just felt cloudy. Only he didn't understand. He was instantly a little annoyed. Tugging after Takeshi Seno, Wu Qingyi glared at him and said, Alright, just work hard and know that His Highness won't treat us poorly. Really? It should be true. Soon, the Wuwei Battalion began to hand out money. When Chang Baishan arrived, he saw that Chao Chuan had honestly left Qin Ming more than 20,000 silver. There was a sigh of relief. Guys, you did a great job. He was the second preparation made by Qin Ming. If Camp Wuwei had really taken the liberty of splitting the money without authorization, everyone would not have been so harmonious today. Record the silver on the books of the Wuwei camp before returning to the royal residence with Guan Yu. Your Highness, the money is in. Aha. Qin Ming nodded his head indifferently, not seeming to think that this was anything. Since the Wuwei Battalion had followed him, it was only natural to listen to the command. His mind was now all on the invitation that lay before him. Get ready and come with me to this the day after tomorrow. Chang Baishan and Guan Yu suspiciously stepped forward, poked their heads to see what was in front of them, and then froze in place. His Majesty has asked you to attend His Highness the King of Jin's Crown Prince's investiture ceremony? Deception. Chapter 28, Is it wrong for me to like beautiful women? Yes. Qin Ming nodded slowly. To Qin Ming, it didn't matter at all who the Crown Prince position went to. Soldiers and money are what's important to him. If the Qin Emperor still didn't know his mind, it could only mean that this father was too foolish. If you go over there this time, Princess Xiao Shufei will definitely take the opportunity to retaliate against you. Chang Baishan's face was filled with worry, as if he had already imagined the scene that would ensue after Qin Ming had gone. Yeah, I guess she insisted on inviting me over this time too. He also has a bad temper and does not like to be set up behind the scenes. Princess Xiao Shufei wanted to use the Crown Prince's ordination ceremony to turn on herself. He wanted to see what tricks this woman who thought she was smart but was extremely stupid would pull. The big deal is that we are face to face and pinch each other. And Qin Ming is not afraid to wear shoes with his bare feet. Standing up, Qin Ming straightened his clothes and explained to Chang Baishan, 3 days from now, we'll set off for Lingnan, and we'll take care of them before we leave. Okay, then I'll go down and get ready. Chang Baishan left in response. Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming, whose face was stoic and not the slightest bit touched by the news, and asked in doubt, leaving in 3 days? Aha, then my mother's, come on, I'll go talk to our mother. Qin Ming knew that he would always have to face the marriage between himself and Guan Yu. Really? Hearing that Qin Ming didn't push back and even took the initiative to mention it, Guan Yu's eyebrows arched in a smile, happiness written all over her small face. Leaning her soft body against Qin Ming, Guan Yu took his arm and was about to go out. If you go out like that, people on the street will see you and say you've been indiscreet. Qin Ming smelled a scent that only belonged to a young girl, and smiled as he snickered at her. I'm not one of those sycophantic grandma's girls, so let them say what they want. After a pause, Guan Yu, who was sitting on the carriage, continued. Besides, I didn't say you were indiscreet when you were so intimate with Jade. Qin Ming's old face blushed. Doesn't this world support 3 wives and 4 concubines? Laozi is just fooling around with Xiao Chui. He hasn't done anything yet. Thinking of this, Qin Ming casually babbled. Xiao Chui is the previous work fell back pain. This king also know a little bit of medical skills, since it is unshirkable to help her. Humph. Then I have a backache too. Let me see your healing skills. You're going to have to use a different treatment for this one. Qin Ming reached out and held Guan Yu in his arms, gently touching her smooth and white calves. Stinking hooligans. Guan Yu softly reached out her hand about to push Qin Ming away. Qin Ming quickly mobilized his few medical knowledge and pointed at her calf with conviction. This place is called Zhengdu. This is called foot soundly. You take off your shoes. Right. This is called Yongquan. While saying that, Qin Ming took off Guan Yu's boots and socks. Sekiyuki is a clean girl. The little feet are fragrant and soft to the touch. Seeing that Qin Ming said it with great care, he really got a few places right. Sekiyuki willed her lips to be filled with doubt. Don't say. This shameless guy presses quite comfortably. Just then, too, the coachman called out from the front. Your Highness, the Guan mansion has arrived. Guan Yu hurriedly corrected her color and broke away from the uninterested Qin Ming to put on her shoes and socks. Qin Ming said sincerely, I have a lot more tricks up my sleeve, so we can discuss them more later. Guan Yu seemed to have a sixth sense that was exclusive to women, and after blankly glancing at him, she suddenly asked with a puff of air, how many girls have you said that to? Just you. Qin Ming responded firmly without thinking. Really? Fidelity. Humph. Let's go. Despite putting on a haughty face, it occurred to him that he was the first person to say these words to Qin Ming. There was still some small joy in Sekiyu's heart. The Crown Prince has also not been rumored to be close to women over the years, so what he said should be true. In fact, she didn't know that Qin Ming had used the same words to massage Xiao Chui 2 days ago. It was also the case that in his second life, he had accumulated too much thick skin to be able to coax people's girls like this. Walk into the Quan house. The return of Qin Ming and Guan Yu caused the atmosphere of this place to become quite heavy. Chen was sitting in the compound and didn't seem surprised to see the two come over. Your Highness is here. Sit down. Mother. Guan Yu walked forward and took Chen's arm. Qin Ming smiled and asked the carriage driver to put the gifts he had brought aside. Smoothly, he sat down in front of Chen. Is your Highness here today for something? To tell you the truth, I want to take Little Moon to Lingnan. There are so many capable people in the Wuwei camp. Why did you have to bring Xiaoyu there? What Qin Ming had in mind was to marry Guan Yu, a super beauty, as his wife. But saying this about Chen will definitely not pass the test. So he squared his shoulders. For the continuation of the Guan family and the Wuwei Battalion. You've said all the pretty words. Several male members of the Guan family have died in battle, leaving Xiaoyu as the only heir that you still want to take to the battlefield. Chen's tone was unkind. No mother wants to see her child die in battle. Don't talk about the honor and fame of the Wuwei Battalion. Those are all false, and for the living, it's living that counts. When people die, there's nothing left. Just like that dead ghost in our house. Qin Ming was silent. Chen was right. Sekiyuki's tears welled up in her eyes in anxiety. If the mother doesn't agree, all bets are off. Even if he and Qin Ming were in love with each other again, it was impossible for them to go to Lingnan. After a long period of silence, Qin Ming let out a bitter smile and said, "Actually, I'm not trying to get you to go to war. I'll do this one." "Then what did you have to take her for?" Chen's face was still as heavy as water. Qin Ming's bull ***** was fine to fool a little girl like Guan Yu. Trying to fool Chen is impossible. In her opinion, Qin Ming must have something in mind when he found Guan Yu. Probably valuing the Guan family's prestige and connections in the military camp. Or maybe they were trying to get rid of the last bit of their Guan family fortune. How could the crown prince, who has been in the court for years, have such a simple mind? Just when she wanted to force out Qin Ming's mind, so that Guan Yu could listen properly and see his true colors, Qin Ming suddenly said, "I won't hide it from you even now. In fact, I want to take away Xiao Yu because I see the color. I think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, and on this trip to Lingnan, she must be taken." Seeing color. Up? Chen froze. She really didn't expect that Qin Ming would give himself such an outrageous and extreme reason. But on the contrary, he seemed sincere. Through the exchange just now, Qin Ming also figured it out. Communicating with elders like Chen. People have been running the Guan house for many years and have seen many different kinds of people, especially see clearly on the issue of marriage. It should be more understandable to someone like yourself who has no form, only color. Saying anything is false. Then I won't play the big tail with you. Showdown. I, Qin Ming, just love beautiful women. Guan Yu reddened her eyes and stared at Qin Ming incredulously, her face filled with anxiety. Is he crazy to talk to his mother like that? Then mother will definitely not approve of her going to Lingnan. But just then, Chen let out a giggle. Your Highness has seen many beautiful women? Qin Ming froze for a moment. This mother-in-law was not finished. Why are you asking a question that's a dead giveaway? Chapter 29. Money is like water in a sponge. It's not appropriate to say a lot. And it's even better to say you've never seen it. But people don't believe you. Qin Ming solemnly nodded his head. Yes, a lot. But none of them are as pretty as Koyuki. Qin Ming's brain spun rapidly, and he took the time to add a sentence. If eyes could kill, Guan Yu wouldn't know how many times she had gotten Qin Ming killed by now. Chen looked deeply at Qin Ming and suddenly took out a few pieces of paper from her bosom. Qin Ming looked as if this was a silver check. This is 100,000 taels of silver bills, and the Guanfu's savings for many years. So I'll give it to Xiao Yu first. When you go to Lingnan, if you bully her and upset her, this money will not be available to you. In front of him, Chen slipped the silver ticket into Guan Yu's hand. Mother. Sekiyuki had tears in her eyes and quickly thought of quite a few things. No wonder mother has been privy to the last few days. Sekiyuki thought it was because she was angry with herself and didn't want to pay attention to her. But he didn't realize that Chen was gathering money to send himself and Qin Ming to Lingnan. She had been prepared for this since she first said that Qin Ming's money was not enough to cover the expenses of the Wuwei camp. It was only now, after Qin Ming came to her door, that she finally took the money out after several attempts. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. How come people in feudal times are so bent out of shape? But it's kind of like one of those rich girls' dowries. Qin Ming remembered that in his previous life, when he watched many rich families marry off their daughters, they liked to give very high dowries. This way, after sending it to the man's house, it appears that it will not take advantage of anyone much in terms of the bride price. Being a daughter-in-law is also more empowering. Chen should be motivated by this same mentality. But it's 100,000 taels of silver. The Guanfu's savings are not expected to be much left. Don't worry, Xiao Yu is coming with me to Lingnan. I won't let her suffer. Thinking of this, Qin Ming patted his chest and assured himself. Chen glanced at him and whispered to Guan Yu. Be sure to protect yourself when you go to Lingnan to prevent people from making moves on you and bad people's reputations. She also has a sixth sense that belongs to a woman and reads people very well. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Is he the kind of guy who looks like he'd make a move on a girl? It's not. Definitely not. Got it. Mother. Guan Yu and Chen hugged each other with tearful eyes. Look at the mother-daughter bonding they're doing here. Qin Ming thought about it. It's kinda embarrassing for him to keep standing here, so he's still ready to run away. Before he left, he also explained that Guan Yu had packed up her things, so that it would be convenient to leave with him when the time came. But Guan Yu and her mother were talking, and she didn't know if she heard Qin Ming's words. Pity the parents. Walking out of the gate of the Guan mansion, Qin Ming let out a sigh of emotion. Instead, he saw officials from the Delizi and the Ministry of Justice scattered on the street. Was hurrying from store to store? Think it should still be investigating the corruption case. There was no telling how many people were involved in the deaths of Xiao Pingshan and Zhao Jin this time, but these no longer had much to do with Qin Ming, who was separated from the court. Riding on the carriage, Qin Ming led the people to the blacksmith store in the capital. How much would it cost to buy all of you artisans? Immediately going to Lingnan. Qin Ming now had less than 100,000 taels of silver in his hand. The last time I went to a banquet, I got 50,000 taels of silver. Another 20,000 or so were gouged out of the Wuwei camp. It adds up to just over 70,000 pieces of silver. The purchasing power of silver in the Dacian dynasty is very strong. 1 tael of silver equals 1,000 coins. Normally, a bowl of porridge and a bun on the street would be 2 coins at most, and this is still in the capital. 30 taels of silver is already enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably for a year. In any other poor place, it would be possible to live for years on 30 taels of silver. So after Qin Ming raised the question, the master of the smithy thought for a moment and pointed behind himself to a few apprentices who had come to make a living. This gentleman, we don't sell our bodies, but if you're looking for casting help, these apprentices are fine. They're all stragglers and orphans. They'll go anywhere. Hearing this, Qin Ming frowned slightly. Going to Lingnan, he is going to start work to do things. Looking for these apprentices, not necessarily able to complete their own requirements. I'll take all of you. Name your price, and come work with me elsewhere. I really can't. Our house is right here and it's not going anywhere. The man at the blacksmith store was in a difficult position. Several of the teachers here have been working here for quite a few years, taken care of by the owner in many ways. In this day and age, when you come out to make a living, you do what you can with the favors you've accumulated over the years. Alas, it seems you are still straining your faces. Qin Ming shook his head inside, but did not leave. 10 taels of silver a month for a master teacher. 3 taels a month for an apprentice. Dry with me. You this. A few of the teachers spoke hesitantly. In fact, within them, there were already people who had their heart set on it. They work here. Some of the teachers only get 3 or 5 taels of silver a month. Qin Ming, however, more than tripled them, which is too appealing. Despite the heartbeat, no one agreed to it for the sake of saving face. Not enough? One must not be insatiable. 12 taels for the master teacher and 4 taels for the apprentice. Last chance. I'll leave if there's no one else. Qin Ming spoke coldly. It was the maximum he could accept. Artisans he needs at least 200 or 300 every month. Just the expenses on these people would be several thousand taels of silver, and any higher than that would be unaffordable. To forge weapons and equipment, you also need to buy ore materials. Establish a foundry, these also cost money. At this stage, he was in dire need of artisans, and it was only natural that the money he took out for recruiting should be more. When we go to Lingnan to train ourselves later, plus local recruitment, the cost will be lower. I'll give it a go. Watching Qin Ming turn around and prepare to leave, a master teacher couldn't help himself. There's no way around it. He's paying too much money. I'll go too. Add me. The money Qin Ming gave them was completely enough for them to move out with their family. Soon, Qin Ming used the same method to recruit away the masters of some other blacksmith stores and carpentry stores in the capital. Let them take their families first and report to the Wuwei camp. Only after finishing this did Qin Ming drag his tired body back to the royal residence. Sitting in his study, he counted the expenses. His face changed for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Still not enough money. Old Chang, come here for a moment. Walking out the door, Qin Ming yelled from the porch to the front yard at the top of his lungs. Chang Baishan quickly arrived in front of Qin Ming. What is it, Your Highness? Where are my land and field deeds? In a moment you go to the treasury and look for them, and bring them all. What are you doing? Get some money together, Grandma, it's so poor. Qin Ming smashed his mouth in displeasure. It really wasn't that he didn't want to marry Guan Yu, but he didn't have any hair right now. Marriage is always a banquet, and the predecessor had been clean and charitable for many years. It led to the fact that after Qin Ming came to Dacian, this amount of money he couldn't get out. Shang Baishan stroked his forehead and sighed. Finally the day has come. Your Highness. The last time Qin Ming said he wanted to sell his house and land, Chang Baishan took over and discouraged him, but he also understood. Since Qin Ming had made a decision, it was not something that would be changed so easily. Sure enough, within a few days, he was back to his old tricks and ready to pull this one. Qin Ming patted his shoulder and firmly said, My mind is made up. It's on sale tomorrow. A guru once said that money is like water in a sponge. There's always some when you squeeze it. Chapter 30. This king wants to sit in the first row. While Shang Baishan was arranging for people to sell their stuff, Qin Ming also arrived at the imperial city the next morning to attend the crown prince's ordination ceremony. Because today is the big day that Qin Yu, the king of Jin, takes over the throne of the crown prince, Xiao Shufei, who was already extremely favored in the palace, arranged for Wang Bao, who arranged every ritual specification to the highest level. Qin Ming arrived in front of the palace gates. Into the eyes is the scene of flowers opening the road. Hundreds of palace maids and eunuchs guarding both sides of the road. Rather, they are willing to make a row. And all the people's fat and wealth that the imperial court has raided has been allowed to be squandered by this vixen. The making of 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 the making. Qin Ming stood at the entrance of the palace and was in no hurry to enter. Like a village grandfather, he has to comment on everything he sees. These are words that only he would dare to say. Some of the passing officials heard only half of the sentence in passing and turned white with fear. Hurriedly and quickly, he ran away, fearing that these disobedient words might get on his head. Qin Ming, however, looked happy. One by one, they screamed, "Lord Zhang, do you think this is wasteful? Is my review of the word vixen on point? Lord Sun, don't run, running so fast at your age. You're not afraid of flashing your back." Soon the officials who came to the ordination ceremony heard the news. Everyone who entered the palace quickly moved away when they saw Qin Ming. If I can't mess with you, I can't hide from you. It could also be that Qin Ming's gossip was just too harsh. Wang Bao quickly rushed to the palace gate. Look at Qin Ming with an idle face, wandering around like a street hooligan in front of the palace gates. He rushed forward, his head aching. "Your Highness King Qin, why don't you go in? The ordination ceremony will begin soon. Follow me." What's the rush? King Jin being crowned prince is a big deal. As an elder brother, this king naturally has to help him control the details. It was only at this time that Qin Ming slowly entered the palace gates. He had long expected this to be a hongmen banquet, since Princess Xiao Shufei was specifically making trouble out of it. She sent the invitation to the Qin Wangfu to disgust herself. Then before he leaves, he will do the same to his own people. Along the way, Qin Ming opened his mouth all the way to put pressure on Wang Bao. It made Wang Bao, Xiao Shufei's beloved, almost unable to hold back from speaking out in return a few times. But Qin Ming's words were on the level. Even though Wang Bao's heart was getting more and more upset, it was always difficult to tear his face off. Are all of you eunuchs so good-tempered? In the end, it was Qin Ming who couldn't help himself and asked him with a smile. Wang Bao gritted his teeth and had an ugly smile on his face. "Your Highness, we're at the place." Turning his head, Qin Ming realized that he had already arrived at the square in front of the Qianqing Hall. It's a nice day. The ceremony of the prince's enthronement was also held in this place. The eunuchs and palace maids in the palace moved a small table with a cushion behind it early. Every official is either sitting or kneeling in a cross-legged position to observe the ceremony here. Because of the close proximity, everyone was mingling. "Did you guys see when you came over today? The king of Qin seems to be here as well. Isn't he not in the palace? And isn't it a bit awkward to invite His Highness the King of Qin with this kind of ordination ceremony? Xiao Pingshan just died 2 days ago. Xiao Shufei is still holding her breath now, catching the opportunity to definitely want to. Shu, keep your voice down." A few sharp-eyed officials had already noticed Qin Ming's figure appearing in the distance. "Where do I sit?" Eunuch Wang. Qin Ming scanned the room and realized that at least 3 rows of seats in front of him had been filled by officials of all levels. With a flutter in his heart, he had already guessed Consort Xiao Shufei's first tactic. Wang Bao smiled and pointed to the seats a few rows back. "You are invited only because you are a member of the royal family and are qualified to observe the ceremony. Since it's the royal family, it wouldn't be appropriate to sit with the officials. So let's just pick a random seat in the back first." Qin Ming sniffed and shook his head slightly. Xiao Shufei was too tender. What this pair of master and servant did was not at all different from what he had imagined. "Eunuch Wang, I'm going to criticize you here. The etiquette is not well thought out." Qin Ming patted Wang Bao's shoulder. "Criticize me?" The corner of Wang Bao's mouth twitched. Qin Ming had been specially invited over today, and there had been nothing to say about whether or not it was in line with etiquette. Throughout the dynasties, there has not been a case of a crown prince resigning his position and then replacing the new crown prince. So no matter how you see Qin Ming, it makes sense. "I'm going to sit first. Go carry a table over to the king." Qin Ming pointed to the position in front of Chen Shimao and the officials of the 6 ministries. "That's not good." Being backhanded by Qin Ming, Wang Bao immediately shook his head like a rattle. What a joke. If Qin Ming had gone over, the seats of the officials, which were originally 4 square, suddenly sprang up in one section. The rules don't apply. When His Majesty and His Majesty saw Qin Ming taking the lead alone, they would have to be straight up pissed off. This king is a member of the royal family, or a former crown prince. It is reasonable that he should be one step ahead of the 100 officials and give congratulations to the king of Jin. What's the point of sitting at the back? How else can I send my blessings? Qin Ming spoke in a serious tone, talked Wang Pao out of his ass. While he thought about how to respond to himself, Qin Ming had already called out to a few small eunuchs. "Hey, come here, take this table and put it in front of the prime minister." Yes, Yes, that's the raised spot. The little eunuch knew Qin Ming's identity, and after nodding his head numbly, he followed Qin Ming's instructions and set up his position. All right, you go down and get busy too, Qin Ming explained to Wang Bao. Ignoring him, he sat himself down in front of Chen Shimao, and politely turned around to ask, Teacher, if I sit here, will I be in the way of you watching the ceremony? No harm done. Chen Shimao smiled and gently opened his mouth to respond. Qian Kai smashed his mouth and said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, you're really getting bold. This is a mountain of swords and fire today, and I was thinking before that you wouldn't come over. What a mountain of swords and fire. It's not like I'm going to get killed directly, so naturally I'm going to come to the banquet and have some fun. Behind Qian Kai, Chao Zishuo, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was one row away from Qin Ming, poked his head in and said, Your Highness, you're not afraid of making a scene again like the other day. That depends on how much a certain vixen wants to make a scene, but it's useless to make a scene anymore. I'll go to Lingnan. Never mind the flooding. Qin Ming responded with a smile. Several people whispered and laughed. The original depressing atmosphere of watching the new prince being ordained today has eased a few points. That's when Sun Lining arrived. His Majesty has arrived. With a shout from him, Emperor Qian and consort Xiao Shufei, with the still young king of Jin, Qin Yu, came to the scene. Standing on top of the long steps, they looked down at the officials seated below. Suddenly, he noticed an odd fellow. In the neat quadrangle of seats, one man ventured alone and sat at the very front. Self-contained rows. Needless to say, this person was Qin Ming. Even with the heavy rouge and powder, she couldn't cover up consort Xiao Shufei's collapsed face. Qin Ming was simply arrogant. He hadn't even made a move himself yet, and he had positioned himself in the forefront with a come-hither attitude. Clenching her fists, concubine Xiao turned her head to the Qian Emperor. Your Majesty, look at him. Chapter 31, What I Don't Want. You take it as a treasure? On this kind of occasion, Princess Xiao Shufei didn't quite dare to get tough with Qin Ming face to face. Qin Ming is going to Lingnan soon and is not afraid of anything. If you let yourself down, today's ordination ceremony will leave another stain. Qin Yu, who was beside himself, would surely have his majesty damaged as well. The Qian Emperor understood and said to Qin Ming in a cold voice, Qin Ming, what are you doing sitting there? Father, there is no place reserved for my son at the ceremony, so since I am the former crown prince, I have no choice but to sit here. No place reserved? Qian Di froze for a moment. Then he looked at consort Xiao Shu. This time, for the ordination ceremony, it was Princess Xiao Shufei who insisted on inviting Qin Ming over. Thinking that she had just lost her brother, she definitely wanted to take it out on Qin Ming. The Qian Emperor then agreed to the request. He also asked Xiao Shufei and Wang Bao to work with the people from the Ministry of Ceremonies to arrange this ordination ceremony. Who knew that just after arriving on the scene, this would happen? Your Majesty, the slave left it there, but His Highness would not sit, and arranged the position at the very front himself. Wang Bao hurriedly walked up to explain, and in the process dumped the pot all over Qin Ming's head. This king is honorable. How can he sit in the back? It was the first time Qin Ming had posed since he came to this world. It felt pretty good though. As the king of Qin, even if the Qian Emperor didn't want to recognize it anymore, Qin Ming's status was extremely high, but the Qian Emperor is just biased. This time frowning, what's wrong with sitting in the back? It's not good, and neither is my son. Qin Ming had the attitude of what are you going to do with me? Qian Di's fire came up with a mischievous bang. This court is yours to do whatever you want. Well, it's not like some people can arrange it however they want, is it? Qin Ming's eyes saw the commotion, and did not have any fear, but on the contrary, was a little excited. As a prince, it was impossible for Emperor Qian to directly get Qin Ming killed. Surrendering punishment is even less likely. Qin Ming has gone to Lingnan. What punishment can the Qian Emperor drop? It's nothing more than the court not paying for food and money. These were no small matters to Qin Ming, who had taken tens of thousands of taels of silver from the imperial court. You rebellious son, are you trying to throw people to the court? The Qian Emperor pointed at Qin Ming, his fingers trembling as he roared sternly. Father, I'm not ashamed. It's the people who don't arrange for a good position and don't follow the etiquette and our royal status that will embarrass you the most. Qin Ming spoke faintly. Anxious, the Qian Emperor must have been in a hurry. Like Qin Ming, the surrounding officials were in no hurry and looked as if they were eating melons. In their eyes, this ordination ceremony today is quite ridiculous. The king of Jin was crowned, and the Qian Emperor's change of crown prince was really nothing interesting. That is to say, hanging someone else's Jin king first has no significance to the dynasty. What the hell can a kid this age do with a dynasty? This operation down the line, just make Xiao Shufei's power become a little bigger. That's all. Of course, the couple might also have a bit of revenge on Qin Ming, but when Qin Ming came over today, Where did he look half angry? He just came over to stir up the archfire. It even got funnier as it went on. After a few encounters, Qin Ming had even been able to feel the threshold of the Qian Emperor's broken defense. It's all about experience. Just as Qin Ming was arguing with reason and letting his thoughts fly, Consort Zhao Xi had already stood beside Emperor Qian to advise. Your Majesty's pleasure is more important than the ordination ceremony. Princess Zhao Xi is being straight up not going to make it today. It was originally designed to disgust Qin Ming. Who knew that as soon as Qin Ming arrived, the place fell into his rhythm. If there is any more delay, the hour for the ordination ceremony will be over. You just sit there and watch. The Qian Emperor saw that the hour was indeed delayed. With a cold snort, he did not continue to waste time on Qin Ming. The still young king of Jin, Qin Yu, had already noticed Qin Ming. In a low voice, she asked to consort Zhao Xu. Mother, what is imperial brother doing? Concubine Xiao whispered. Your royal brother is a bad person. When you have the chance in the future, you must get him killed. At Qin Yu's age, he didn't really understand things yet. Being taught in this way, the eyes that looked at Qin Ming suddenly had a few more points of hostility in them. I know, mother. Chen Di did not hear the conversation between the mother and son, nodding slightly to Sun Lianying in the distance. Sun Lianying received the signal and immediately walked up with the royal list. By the grace of God, the emperor decrees, a reading. It is a series of complicated processes such as bestowing costumes and bowing to heaven and earth. Concubine Xiao looked at Qin Ming with a face full of resentment, and a few hints of smugness flashed across her face from time to time. It was as if he was the one who had snatched Qin Ming's crown prince position away from him. Qin Ming watched all this with boredom, when Chang Baishan suddenly leaned down from behind and ran to Qin Ming in a half-crouch. Your Highness, it's sold. How much? Because it was to be cashed out directly for money. The price was discounted a bit. The mansion was sold for 150,000 taels of silver. The fields were 71,000 taels, and there were 54,300 taels of literature and paintings. It adds up to make a whole 280,000 taels. This figure filled Qin Ming's face with black lines. He is the crown prince of a country, and he has worked diligently for so many years. In the end, after all the family money was taken out, it turned out to be less than 300,000 taels of silver. It must be that the mother ******** ing emperor was too biased to get himself any oil for so many years. Thinking of this, Qin Ming raised his head and glared at Chen Di. Chen Di also looked towards Qin Ming here from time to time, and suddenly he noticed Qin Ming glaring at himself. He froze for a moment, realizing that the kid was really growing into his abilities, but with that came disbelief. Why did Qin Ming suddenly hate himself so much? Just then, Qin Yu, who had finished the process, had just stepped down from the high platform in front of him. Zhao Xu, who had a victor's look on her face, also stepped forward and spoke to the crowd. Yuer was able to be crown prince, or thanks to His Highness the King of Qin taking the initiative to go to Lingnan. For this reason, both this palace and Yuer are also trying to thank His Highness, the King of Qin. The officials below heard such disgusting words, and they all bellyached below. Zhao Xufei's hypocritical speech at this time, saying thank you is false, declaring victory is true. Your Highness, in the future, your garrison will also work hard, so I guess you won't have much time to return to the court. If you miss His Majesty and the royal family and friends, you can write back. Zhao Xufei had a smile on her face, but her tone was hateful, thinking that she had poked Qin Ming's sore spot. After all, when Qin Yu gets the crown prince position, he won't come down like Qin Ming. This masculine gesture is extremely uncomfortable. Look at her even walking up to herself and showing off. It was only when Qin Ming, who was counting his money, finally looked up. Noble consort Xiao is really funny. The crown prince position that I don't want to be placed in your place is treated as a treasure. You don't need to thank me, and I don't stay in the capital, much less covet the crown prince's position like some people do. No, I just exchanged it for a silver check. Do you know where I got it? As he spoke, Qin Ming shook the thick pile of silver tickets in his hand and asked with a smile. Princess Zhao Xufei froze and subconsciously asked, where did that come from? Chapter 32. Would you be embarrassed if you couldn't kill me? Of course it's selling the field and the house. And I'm not afraid of your jokes when I say it. After so many years of working for father, this king is really clean in both sleeves, scattering his family's wealth for only 280,000 taels of silver. Such a calculation. Repair a palace are not enough. I remember that. What? Oh yes, Yangxin Palace. The first 2 years of repair when not a breath of more than 700,000 taels of silver spent? Qin Ming said to himself. However, the target was not aimed at Princess Zhao Xufei, who was not yet worthy. The person Qin Ming was referring to was the Chen Emperor. This old dang, who has been squeezing himself for years without giving a single benefit. He was also scheming and trying to send the crown prince position to King Jin. now that he finally got his way. Qin Ming disdained the position though, but get over it while you can. The officials of the court know it. That Yangxin Hall is for Xiao Shufei to repair. It was still a special grant from the Qian Emperor. A number of officials had advised him at the beginning that the expenditure was too great, but the Qian Emperor is still bent on the beautiful people to smile. Repair this palace. Qin Ming, with this flurry of yin and yang and rehashing of old stories, had pushed Chen Di in front of the crowd again. Unbridled. Who taught you to talk like that? Don't think you can be lawless now that you've gone to Lingnan. The Chen Emperor was furious and slapped the table. From the time he came to the ordination ceremony, Qin Ming had explicitly and implicitly ordered himself. Chen Di was used to yelling at Qin Ming all these years, and he really couldn't stand him like this. See that he's in a hurry again. Qin Ming continued to chuckle. Father, if my son was lawless, he wouldn't have his family's wealth dissipated to have only this 280,000 taels. But don't worry, my son doesn't mean to ask for money with these words, and I won't ask you for it when I go to Lingnan. The Chen Emperor sniffed and laughed disdainfully. Ridiculous. I hope you still have this kind of backbone when you go to Lingnan. Whether it was raising soldiers or building fiefdoms, the court had to subsidize a lot of money, but Qin Ming didn't put the court in his sights at all. He also made wild statements and frequently pushed his relationship with the Qian Emperor into the abyss. This makes a lot of officials worried in their minds, especially the Chen Shimao few. They were worried that if Qin Ming was so arrogant and went to Lingnan without the support of the imperial court, he would really be stoned. The point is that he's stoned and it doesn't work. Princess Xiao Shufei has an undying grudge against him. If Qin Ming had really sunk in Lingnan, it is estimated that in a few years, when Qin Yu grows up, he will find an opportunity to get him killed. But unlike what they thought, Qin Ming was confident. Shrugging his shoulders, Qin Ming smiled. As you wish. The Chen Emperor snorted coldly and didn't speak again. Princess Xiao Shufei stood in place awkwardly. I don't know if I should continue to provoke Qin Ming or not. She was thinking that she had robbed the other party of the crown prince's position, and now she was coming out to show off. It's sure to piss off Qin Ming. Anything less than that would be a disgrace to him. But for some reason, after she came out to show off, many officials, however, looked at Princess Xiao Shufei with strange eyes. Officials who knew Qin Ming's temperament understood that he was certainly not lying when he said he was leaving. He really doesn't want the crown prince position, taking what Qin Ming threw away and didn't want. He ran over and put on a smug victor's pose. It's weird and a little awkward. This Xiao Shufei doing business, not at all polite. Ugh. In the distance, Sun Lianying's gaze had taken on a few moments of pity. He forgot to tell Princess Xiao something. It was the attitude that Qin Ming had shown before. In fact, he had long since become indifferent to whether or not he was the crown prince. This was known to the Qian Emperor in addition to Sun Lianying. Princess Xiao Shufei, however, was very foolish and naive, and still wanted to use this tactic to provoke Qin Ming. Qin Yu, who was still young, was also confused at the moment. They say that when you become the crown prince, you can be honored by all the people. But why did nothing change when he became the crown prince himself? Instead, there's a sense of being looked at funny all the time. Right. One more thing. Consort Xiao Shufei suddenly thought of something and announced to the crowd. Since His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been ordained, it is only natural that he should participate in the affairs of state. His Majesty now orders Shao Qinian, governor of Huguang, to assist the Crown Prince in handling the affairs of the two cantons and learning how to rule the country. Two canton? Chen Shimao frowned slightly. This arrangement is very strange. There is so much overlap between the two provinces in Lingnan. It's still too far from the capital. Arranging it down was purely targeting Qin Ming. This is the final card of Princess Xiao Shufei. Even if Qin Ming went to Lingnan, the biggest official over there, Shao Qinian, would obstruct him in every way. Shao Qinian being placed with the crown prince was equivalent to joining Consort Xiao Shu's lineage. In that case, it seemed that Qin Ming's life wouldn't be too good when he went to Lingnan. Thinking of this, Chen Shimao directly stood up. Your Majesty, I think this is not a good move. Not to mention the fact that Liangguang is far away from the capital. His Highness the Crown Prince has many choices when it comes to learning how to rule the country. The court can think long and hard about picking a neighboring region for the Crown Prince to participate in governing, and the results will certainly be better than the two provinces. Before the Qian Emperor could speak, concubine Shao immediately jumped out and said, the two Guangzhongs are located in the Lingnan region, which at this stage is a barren land with a wide range of people. So even if the Crown Prince is allowed to participate in the management of the area, any problems can still be remedied. Prime Minister Chen, the states and counties close to the capital are extremely wealthy. If the Crown Prince rashly takes over, in case something goes wrong, won't it have a rather profound effect on the court? Qin Ming had long since seen what Consort Xiao Shufei meant, but this kind of thing wasn't something that Princess Xiao Shufei had stood up and said yet. So he spoke. Noble consort Shao, I must remind you that the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics, even if your son is the crown prince. You, Xiao Shufei was furious and pointed at Qin Ming, but she didn't dare to refute this rule set down by her old ancestor in front of so many people. All right, the Chen emperor slapped the table and interrupted them. The two provinces are indeed a good place for the crown prince to gain experience, so let it be here. Seeing that Lao Dang was so biased in favor of consort Xiao Shufei's mother and son, Qin Ming spoke to Xiao Shufei with a smile from below. If you want to learn from me, just say so, and I'll teach. The dryad didn't hear it, but behind Qin Ming, the heads of the 6 departments heard it. Qian Kai let a laugh. Princess Xiao Shufei's face was a bit unsettled. Lowering his voice, he said to Qin Ming in a threatening tone, "Go to Lingnan, and you'll die a horrible death. Then I must go at once, when you get me dead." Qin Ming couldn't stand it when people threatened him. It's just a noble consort. It's crazy as hell. Foxglove, my army starts tomorrow and will be in Lingnan in half a month. The governor of the 2 provinces, right? You let him know earlier. Don't wait for me to arrive at the place and not react. Then I'll still think it's because you're afraid of me. By the way, what if you can't get me to die? Would that be embarrassing? Qin Ming's attitude was a few points wilder than hers, and he even dared to add fuel to the fire. Consort Xiao Shu's voice was full of resentment as if she had squeezed it out from inside her teeth. Well, just you wait. This palace won't let you down. Chapter 33. The Ministry of Industries plan to steal people. The ceremony of the prince's enthronement is over. Qin Ming wandered away from the square. Before leaving, he came to Du Sheng, the head of the Ministry of Works. How's it going, old Duke? Du Sheng froze for a moment. It seemed to be surprised that Qin Ming had found himself alone. Glancing toward the surrounding area, he whispered with a bit of a squirm, "Your Highness, this is a crowded place, not a place to talk." "I know, and I called out to a few people at noon at the welcome house." Du Sheng, as the head of the Ministry of Works, had also had a lot of friendship with Qin Ming over the years. The Ministry of Public Works is the ministry that does the real work, building aqueducts, opening up wasteland, making weapons and equipment, and a host of other actions, all revolve around the word money. Du Sheng, who was the head of the Ministry of Works, had the heaviest task. Often you have to pretend to be a grandson to ask for money at the Ministry of Accounts. Once or twice was fine, but he was coming in 3 days to make withdrawals. The household ministry was naturally impatient with him, but there's no way around it. The Ministry of Works has to do something. Du Sheng could only take great pains to explain to them the importance of the project at hand. Over the years, the cheeks have gotten thicker and thicker, although it was able to get the money out with that shamelessness of his. However, whenever it is late at night, Du Sheng thinks about the contempt of those people in the Ministry of Households and still repents. Du Sheng, you've worked hard for years. Why are you sitting in such a position of aggravation? It was a good thing that this situation had eased a lot since Qin Ming had become the crown prince. No, they're suffering. Many of the Ministry of Industry's expenditure notes were directly approved by Qin Ming, and no hard feelings for them. With Qin Ming, Du Sheng felt respect. It was one of the few times he could stand up straight and be a man. "Waiting for you." Qin Ming patted his shoulder and said gently. Du Sheng nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll be there." He was already heartbroken when he knew Qin Ming had left, but after all, the Ministry of Industry is full of factions, and he does not dare to show it, only to toss and turn in the dead of night. He wanted to help His Highness, but he was a man of few words, and he didn't know where to help yet. Today, Qin Ming took the initiative to approach him, and Du Sheng suddenly had a sense of mission. This is the best chance to return the favor to His Highness himself. At noon, in the Yingchun building, Qin Ming didn't shout too many people. The charge of party affiliation is a heavy one in the Dacian dynasty. The officials are paying attention. Qin Ming didn't care much about it today. He just declared to the public that it was his farewell banquet. "I just don't have the money, so I don't invite many people." For this reason he even reported to the people of the Metropolitan Police and the Delizi. Of course, facing a former prince who was already going to Lingnan, neither the capital nor the Delizi gave too much face. It didn't even come back. Alas, the king has truly lost his power. Sitting on the carriage, Qin Ming listened to Chang Baishan's report and lamented. The feeling of falling did not sadden him, but rather he found it somewhat amusing. Chang Baishan hurriedly comforted. "Your Highness, the Delizi and the Metropolitan Police Office rely on their power and are dog-eyed, so you mustn't rest easy. It's okay, I won't see them again anyway." Through a dozen streets of the capital, he came to the Yingchun building. The hustle and bustle just doesn't stop in your ears. Finally arriving at the place, Qin Ming entered the room and saw both Chen Shimao and Chen Kai sitting here. Beside them sat Du Sheng and Fang Qingyuan. Why just a few? Chen Kai had doubts in his mind, but he quickly brainstormed about Qin Ming's isolated situation. Without even thinking about it, he just started cursing. Are they not coming? These snobs. No, I only called out to a few of you. Qin Ming didn't need much help from his connections when he went to Lingnan now. The most important thing is to recruit a group of craftsmen to build Lingnan first. He called out to few people. Naturally. In fact, there were only 3 people, Chen Shimao and Xian Kai and Du Shang. However, he did not expect that Fang Qingyuan had come as well. Oh, so, Xian Kai froze for a moment, then laughed to hide his embarrassment and didn't continue cursing. Qin Ming asked to Chen Shimao, "Teacher, why did you bring old Fang with you?" At the moment, it was an eventful time, and Fang Qingyuan had already been targeted by Princess Zhao Xi, so it was easy for something to happen. Qin Ming was worried that Fang Qingyuan would be implicated and targeted for seeing him. Chen Shimao and Xian Kai didn't matter. The relationship between the two and Qin Ming was known to everyone. Besides, they hold important positions, and anyone who dares to touch them will have to think for themselves. Chen Shimao took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Qingyuan can't stay in the capital lately. You take it away." These 2 days at court, a dozen or so impeachment memorials against Fang Qingyuan kept appearing in front of the Chen Emperor like a rainstorm. Luckily, Chen Shimao argued with reason and helped Qin Ming keep Fang Qingyuan. But there's a saying, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves thinking. According to Chen Shimao's understanding, Princess Zhao Xi has now begun to make connections and look for people from the Metropolitan Police Department to settle old scores. Fang Qingyuan that year privately opened the warehouse to release grain. Relief of the victims of the matter Qin Ming also know. Sniffing had to be a sigh. Old Fang, the commission is going to come with me. The mute Fang Qingyuan suddenly stood up with a prancing sound. Your Highness, it is most reassuring for me to go with you. There is really nothing to stay at this court. Alright then, you can report to my barracks in a little while, and I'll find you something to do in a couple days. Got it. Watch them talk half the time. Du Sheng sat awkwardly where he was and had already drunk 3 cups of tea. He didn't have a deep relationship with Chen Shimao, the minister of the household. Xian Kai, because of Du Sheng's demand for money for many years, is even more lazy to take care of him. Your Highness, what about me? Du Sheng didn't hold back and opened his mouth to ask Qin Ming. How about you? Help me steal some people? Steal from what? Artisan. I need 1,000. What? Du Sheng, who had learned the news, now had a numb scalp. Your Highness is truly amazing when you don't open your mouth. Prime Minister Chen will help you. Qin Ming patiently explained. After searching around the capital, Qin Ming ended up targeting the craftsmen at the Ministry of Industry. It can't be helped that the artisans on the market are a mixed bag of quality. It is still the Ministry of Industry's people. Qin Ming knows the routes and uses them. Xian Kai said with a cold snort from the side. Help your Highness to get this done. And for 3 years approve whatever I can of the expenses of your Ministry of Works. If we don't do it, without the prince, let's see if you old boy can still ask for money. The corner of Du Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. He was still a bit abashed when he saw Xian Kai here. The other side of the conversation has come to this point. Is there any need to talk about it? One doesn't even seem to have much of a choice. That's all. This was His Highness the King of Qin who had helped him for so many years. Being a man with a conscience. Taking a deep breath, Du Sheng whispered. Your Highness, how are things organized on your end? It's very simple. Prime Minister Chen will visit the Ministry of Works recently and find some problems to criticize you. You'll go along with it and put the fault on the artisans. Fire these people, and I'll just send someone else to recruit them. As he spoke, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. A burly man pushed his way in. Qin Ming introduced himself to Du Sheng. This is General Chao Chuan of the Wuwei Battalion. He'll stay in the capital after I'm gone and be in charge of transporting people privately with you. Chapter 34 Establishment of the Lingnan Construction Corps. In the first 2 days in the Wuwei camp, Chao Chuan's performance had already put Qin Ming at ease. He upholds the principle that it is better to be skeptical than to use someone who is skeptical. After this test, Qin Ming stopped putting up defenses against him. Some important tasks were given to him. However, Qin Ming had arranged all of this, and only after he had left could he secretly advance. He was going to sulk so he wouldn't draw too much attention to himself. Lord Du, Chao Chuan politely greeted the other party. Du Sheng also nodded and smiled to him. I'm leaving tomorrow. Seeing that the final things had been arranged, Qin Ming said his final goodbyes to them here. Xian Kai put down his chopsticks, walked quickly to Qin Ming and grabbed his hand and said, Your Highness, will you come back? You can visit me later when you sue for old age. Qin Ming laughed and pushed him away, turning to leave. However, he heard an old voice suddenly come from the back. Son, write to me if you need anything. Listening down carefully, there was a slight tremor in the voice. Got it, teacher. Qin Ming didn't turn around and waved his hand to leave the restaurant. Downstairs, Shang Baishan had been waiting. Qin Ming had just gotten on the carriage when he poked his head in and said, 6 waves of scouts came when you saw these men today. Normal. Now that this king is a man of the people. Many people are afraid that I'll turn over old scores with them before I leave. Qin Ming knows many secrets of the court. That is, he didn't want to make it public some years ago for the sake of the stability of the court. If you have the mind to do so, you can get a book of 100 officials' behavior in 3 or 2 days. Where to next? Go buy some seeds. You'll have to fend for yourself from now on. When Qin Ming went to Lingnan, food was a big problem. Aside from having craftsmen carry out construction, it's a return to the staples of this small farming era. Cropland. It's just that this plowing, there is something to be said for it. After working around and having the men continue to move things into Camp Wuwei, Lu Gang and Wu Qingyi suddenly came to Qin Ming's residence. Your Highness, what are you two doing here? Wei wanted to come and see you. Lu Gan tensed his face, but he still couldn't hide his embarrassment. He had originally all been in the battlefield all year round, and he felt tied up when he followed Wu Qingyi out to run relations. Just say what you have to say. Qin Ming could see that they had something on their minds, so he waved his hand for them to speak. Wu Qingnua, who had been a bit restless, then organized his words and opened his mouth. Did you know all about our argument 2 days ago about the payment of military salaries? Yes. We came over today to confess a mistake. Since we followed you, we should not doubt your mind. The two of them were not as good as Chao Chuan, and they had a bit of a crooked mind when they first handed out the military pay. Only in the end it was suppressed by Chao Chuan. Qin Ming reused Chao Chuan these days because he saw that this was a trustworthy person. But as soon as Wu Qingyi and Lu Chon looked at the fact that they had nothing to arrange for the task at hand, they were a bit uneasy. Again, he saw that Qin Ming was literally raising supplies and artisans to send to the barracks. Now they were also remorseful and felt that they had thought too badly of His Highness. People are clearly in front of them bent on looking out for the Wuwei Battalion. They were good, but instead they were afraid at the back that Qin Ming would take the money and leave them alone. It was only after tossing and turning that the two of them came to see Qin Ming's actions today. It's a bit of good sense for you two to come and take the initiative to talk to me about this today. Qin Ming slowly shook his head, his tone loosening a few points. At that moment, Lu Gan suddenly flung himself down and knelt in front of Qin Ming. Your Highness, I was wrong. This mangaka has an awesome boom attitude even when he apologizes. Takeshi Seno obediently knelt on the ground as well. Your Highness, you have helped the Wuwei Battalion a lot. We shouldn't have doubted you. Alright, get up. Qin Ming waved his hand. Since you know that you are wrong, it is good. And this king also hopes that the two of you will listen to the arrangements in the future. Well, whatever you have planned, just say so. Really? Qin Ming smiled and surveyed the two. Really? Good. Recently I'm going to have the Wuwei Battalion reformed and become a construction corps. Qin Ming arranged the two men's tasks. While they were full of confusion and at a loss for words, they had Chang Baishan send the people out of the house. The sky was already dark, and this was the last day to stay in the capital. After having some dinner accompanied by a few maids, Qin Ming walked out of the mansion and started wandering around the capital. As he walked, he had crossed a number of streets and arrived at the gate of the Guan mansion. The Guan mansion still looked like it was in decline. Qin Ming remembered that the last time he came over, there were still 4 guards at the door. There were only 2 left today, still crouching and dozing under the doorway. Hey, wake up! Qin Ming patted one of them on the shoulder. With a jolt, the other man hurriedly sat up straight. Oh, Your Highness, are you going in? Yes, help inform us. Oops, no need. There's not much left in the mansion, and a large portion of the people are gone. So who to inform? The guards hurriedly waved their hands. Qin Ming's identity was here, so there was actually no need to inform. Qin Ming nodded his head slightly, then he entered inside the Guan mansion. Chen is a good person, and before she left, she scattered her family's wealth for her daughter. This led to the fact that inside the Guan mansion, there weren't even many valuable objects left. The large Guan mansion was cold. Qin Ming walked through the corridor with his memory as he walked into the backyard. In the courtyard of Guanyu, a candle flame was swaying by the window, and a slender figure was reflected on the window. Seductive. The door was left open, and Qin Ming bowed his body and lightly walked into Guanyu's room, only to find a pair of bright eyes staring daggers at him in the dimly lit room. You martial arts practitioners are no fun. You can spot me from so far away. If I wasn't a martial arts practitioner, what else would you want to do? Sekiyuki gave him a blank look and continued to look at the map in front of her. Qin Ming smirked. Depending on the mood, I might sneak you a kiss. Hooligans. Thinking of that image, Guanyu's small face flushed. It was just hard to notice in the dim candlelight. Seeing that Guanyu was studying the map, Qin Ming walked up and poked around curiously. This is a map of Lingnan? How come it's so detailed? Qin Ming remembered that the map of the Dechen dynasty was something extremely confidential. Except for the emperor and related officials, and some generals who fought in the war, Ordinary people could not take it. I didn't realize Sekiyuki had it here. What Guan Yu had was the same as what Qin Ming had. With the map of Lingnan, it would be easier to do a lot of things on this trip over there itself. Sekiyuki didn't hide it and whispered, "Uncle Yi sent it to me. He said it might be useful if I went. So don't spread it around." I can't believe it's him. Qin Ming remembered the lanky figure who had been stabbed through the shoulder by Guan Yu at the banquet. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. Can I get a topography? Chapter 35, How to Worry About the Road Ahead Without a Friend. Sure, you can just take it. Guan Yu didn't know Qin Ming's plan, but no matter what, being a vassal over there, maps are definitely important. Not bad for my wise wife. Qin Ming was delighted in his heart, and holding Guan Yu's hand, he smiled and spoke. Who's your wise wife? You haven't even come to my door in a palanquin to marry me. This is not urgent. When I stabilize Lingnan and earn money, I will definitely marry you. Qin Ming, whose small hands weren't very clean, secretly took Guan Yu's shoulders. Sekiyuki struggled for a few moments and then stopped moving. After a long period of silence, Guan Yu suddenly said, I've heard that Zhao Xi, the governor of the two cantons, is a distant cousin of Princess Zhao Shufei. Is it still necessary to guess? After that vixen gained power, even if it's a dog in the yard of the Zhao family, she wants to arrange for a share of the imperial food in the court. When he heard that the other party's surname was also Zhao, Qin Ming wasn't surprised in the slightest. Aren't you scared? Scared. So you're going to protect me. Qin Ming made a petulant gesture as he spoke, his head obediently about to arch towards Guan Yueshio's hair. You. Sekiyuki eyed her opponent's hands, hastily standing up. He kicked Qin Ming's ass with a red face. I am the king of Qin. How can you do this to me? Qin Ming froze for a moment and looked at Guan Yu sadly. The king of Qin can't harass the women of the people either. Just wait. You'll pay for that kick. As he spoke, Qin Ming reached down and picked Guan Yu up, removing her shoes and socks. After messing with her for a while, the two of them cuddled and made small talk. But as they chatted, they suddenly all fell silent. Sometimes that's the way people communicate with each other. When it's clear that they were having a normal conversation 1 second, the next moment there would be sudden silence. Leave tomorrow. In the end, it was Qin Ming who took the initiative to speak up and dissolve the silence. He came here today to yell at Sekiyu to leave. Got it. At the mention of leaving the capital, Guan Yu's mood was a bit low. Is our mother asleep? I don't know. She's been sleeping late the last couple days. Okay, I'll go talk to her. Qin Ming stood up, toward the outside. Sekiyuki was puzzled, wondering what he was trying to go on about. But Qin Ming quickly followed his memory and arrived in front of Chen's courtyard. This used to be where Guan Jinshan and Chen lived together. Mother, I've come to see you. Qin Ming cheekily poked his head inside and shouted. The candle flame in the room flickered gently, but Qin Ming didn't see any silhouettes. But it can't hurt. Qin Ming took out 2 packets of pastries from his arms and walked into the gazebo in the courtyard, unwrapped the packet and ate it for himself, while the other packet was put on the side. I recently reorganized the Wuwei Battalion and recruited quite a few artisans. The army food is also ready, and we have brought a lot of seeds over there. So do it yourself and have plenty of food. Being a vassal king is good. It is said that the mansion is several times bigger than the capital city, which is inches of gold. There had been no talk in the room. Qin Ming didn't care and bragged about himself for a while before he finally stood up. I'm leaving tomorrow, so if you miss you, write to us and I'll bring her back to see you. There was a flickering of the candle flame in the room, but there's still not much of a crowd. It seemed that the other party really didn't want to see him. Qin Ming mumbled a couple of words in a low voice and finally left. He and Chen were definitely reporting the good news. There's a saying, don't complain to your mom. She can't help and she can't sleep. Qin Ming felt that Guan Yu's mother would definitely be his own mother in the future as well. Might as well say something nice to cheer up the elders. After Qin Ming left, the door to the room creaked open. Chen reluctantly glanced at Guan Yu's yard next door. Sighing, he walked into the gazebo, only to see 2 packages of pastries. One packet was open and the other was still sealed intact. As you can tell from this open packet, these are your favorite pastries. When Qin Ming had come over to visit a few times earlier, he had once secretly noted down the flavors that Chen liked to eat. I brought it here specifically today. Brat, count your heart. Chen mumbled under her breath as she gathered up the crumbs on the table. Early the next morning, Qin Ming got up early, because today is the day the money changers come over to collect the mansion. From today onwards, all his fields and mansions in the capital will be handed over. Chang Baishan had long ago brought hundreds of guards and waited for Qin Ming at the entrance. The next process was simple. Go to the military camp and lead the army of the 3 guards and the Wuwei Battalion, and head to Lingnan. Today was not the time for the court, but no one came to see Qin Ming off either. This was because the Chen Emperor had ordered that there was no need to send each other off. riding down the streets where the early morning sunlight spreads down. Qin Ming yawned and arrived at the Guan mansion in person. In front of the Guan mansion, Guan Yu was the only one waiting with a large bag. Seeing Qin Ming, she smiled sweetly and waved at him. I'm sorry for the aggravation, but there's not much of a row for the big miss of the Guan family to travel. Qin Ming asked Chang Baishan to bring someone to help Guan Yu carry her luggage onto the carriage, smiling and teasing Guan Yu. You're still the head of the kings, His Highness the King of Qin. And this is all mixed up to the point where there are only 100 or 10 guards and you're going out on a trip. So what do I have to be embarrassed about? Guan Yu smilingly held his hand and opened her mouth to counter. It's okay, it'll be fine later. Qin Ming is confident about his future. After saving up enough capital and leaving the capital, one is a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. I feel the same way. Sekiyuki nodded and said seriously. The crowd rushed through the crowded streets toward the outside. That's the way it is in the capital. No matter how early it is, there are always a lot of people on the streets. At this time, Chang Baishan suddenly raised his hand and slowed down. Your Highness. Situation seems a bit strange. The heart of Qin Ming, who had already sat in the carriage, sank. It couldn't be that seeing that she was leaving, Princess Xiao Shufei went crazy and wanted to find someone to screw her on the way, right? What's wrong? Qin Ming poked his head out and asked warily. Shang Baishan gave a bitter laugh. Point to the stalls on the far side of the street. You read it. These are some of the locations for selling breakfast, drinking tea, listening to music and listening to commentaries. Originally, there were not many people in the location in the morning except for some stalls for breakfast, but today it was occupied. Qin Ming swept a general glance. He, who had just been lamenting the fact that he was far from having much of a row, suddenly froze. There is no court today, only to see that among the officials of the ministries, many people do not know when to wait here, because the Chen Emperor did not nod his head and say that he would send them to each other according to etiquette, so they just dressed in their regular clothes and casually found a street stall to sit in. Someone had a bowl of cold porridge and half a bun left in front of them. Some people hold a cup of tea in front of a tea house. Others were sitting at the mouth of the street with small benches, and standing beside them were sellers who had just arrived to sing songs. Seeing Qin Ming's convoy coming over, they unanimously put down the things in their hands. Good morning, Your Highness. Such a coincidence. What a fate to meet Your Highness over a cup of morning tea. For the record, we're not here to see you off. We really just happened to run into each other. Chapter 36, Princess Xiao Shufei's Jedi Plan. Qin Ming's heart warmed. Except for that cheap old dad. It seems, one's own labor in the court for so many years was still seen by someone. Thanks a lot guys. Without modesty, he directly stepped off the carriage and clasped his fists at all the officials present. Today was a private send-off, and those Qin Ming's nemesis, as well as officials from Princess Xiao Shufei's line, did not show up. Nonetheless, the streets were full of people. Some of them are not even officials, just minor officials. Eat up and go for a walk. In the crowd, Chen Shimao smiled and stood up. What the court can't give as a send-off, he can. The officials in the back, one by one, put down the tea bowls and chopsticks in their hands, spontaneously followed the convoy. Looking at the lively scene, Qin Ming suddenly remembered a sentence. Why worry about not having a friend in front of you, who doesn't know you in the world? Guan Yu held Qin Ming's hand and smiled even more happily than he did. My Highness King of Qin, you didn't tell me there was such a big row before I came. The crowd slowly walked towards the outskirts of the city, where they couldn't see. Wang Bao stood in the crowd with his head bowed, watching all of this in puzzlement. This kid is all garrisoned and won't even be able to return to the capital in the future. A man without a shred of value. And come to see him off? I don't know what these people are thinking. Aren't they afraid of His Majesty's chastisement? No wonder he couldn't figure it out. These eunuchs live in the collusive palace gates, where the whole day is a tangle of interests. But some real readers are different. It is not profit that comes first in their minds. In life, there are always some things that are more important than immediate benefits. It's hard for Wang Pai to understand all this. All he knew was that the group of ministers were again defying the court's resolution. Turning around, he quickly rushed towards Consort Xiao Shu's chambers. Qin Ming's group traveled at a not-so-slow pace, and when he stepped out of the southern gate of the capital, he came to the carriage. Turning to the crowd behind him, he spoke. I thank you all for seeing me off, and I bid you farewell. Your Highness. The officials were out of the capital, surrounded by fewer people who paid attention to them, and emboldened. One by one, they walked up to say goodbye to Qin Ming. Qin Ming couldn't see this kind of occasion and always felt it was too pretentious. After a few brief words, he turned to leave. The crowd gradually dispersed as they watched the convoy slowly drive away. But after they dispersed, the storm in the capital had just begun. Wang Bao had already arrived in front of Princess Xiao Shufei and reported everything about today's situation. especially when it was brought up that Prime Minister Qin Shima was leading 100 officials and giving Qin Ming a send-off along the way. He memorized the names of quite a few officials and read them one by one to Princess Xiao Shufei. Outrageous. I heard that all those pillars of the court had gone to see Qin Ming off. Jealousy, indignation, unwillingness, trepidation, and other various emotions immediately surrounded Consort Xiao Shufei. What right does he, a deposed vassal, have? Are these people crazy? I didn't see them this attentive when Yuer was crown prince. People are afraid of comparison. Princess Xiao Shufei was now angry and stood up to go out. She was prepared to report the matter to the Qian Emperor's side and punish these unruly bastard bureaucrats. Wang Bao hurriedly stopped it. Your Highness, calm down. If we make a move to punish them at a time like this, we're siding with a lot of high-ranking officials. What then? Concubine Xiao frowned. Wang Bao was her loyal lapdog. Since she said these words, she had her own way. He took a letter out of his arms. Look at this. It's intelligence from Lord Xiao. Xiao Qinian, the governor of Huguang, was a distant cousin of Princess Xiao Shufei. Xiao Shufei took the letter and scanned it twice. Her heart was even more puzzled. There's a plague in the Huguang region under his rule? What's the use of talking to this palace about this kind of? Let the court allocate funds to suppress it for him. No, my lady, this plague is spreading. As he spoke, Wang Bao spoke in a gloomy tone. You mean spreading the plague within Qin Ming's fiefdom? Princess Xiao Shufei quickly understood. Xiao Qinian specifically sent the message over to see what Consort Xiao Shufei meant. Doing so, after all, would amplify the plague. There's a good chance there will be a lot of deaths and injuries. This is a poisonous plan to cut off the children and grandchildren. In case something goes wrong, Xiao Qinian will not dare to take the blame. Wang Bao advised sorrowfully from the side. Your Highness, it's not really a big deal to send a few people who have contracted the plague. I heard that Qin Ming hand is only a few 100,000 taels of silver. If he meets a few thousand patients, this money is absolutely to spend all the money. The court also does not help him. While Wang Pa still kept exhorting, Princess Xiao Shufei directly interrupted him. There is no need to say so much. Let Xiao Qinian do just that. And in the meantime, block the key roads in the Huguang area. And just say to prevent the spread of the plague. Don't let anyone from Qin Ming's side escape. And don't give him any support. Princess Xiao Shufei is even more ruthless than Wang Bao. The ploy didn't even need his persuasion. Upon hearing this, Princess Xiao Shufei took a direct shot at it. Wang Bao immediately nodded. I know, because it was feudal times. Transportation everywhere was very undeveloped. Many of the official roads are dirt. When it rains it is muddy and difficult to walk. It took Qin Ming more than 2 months to bring his army to the Lingnan region. The time is already the end of the year. It's a good thing that this is a southern region where the temperature isn't too low even when it's cold. Although the temperature was relatively pleasant, Qin Ming realized it as he walked all the way over. It's not just backward. It could almost be called uncivilized barbaric territory. Qin Ming's royal residence was located in Linjiang City in the Lingnan region. I don't know if it was because of the authorization of Consort Xiao Shufei and Xiao Qinian. There wasn't even a greeting official along the way. It was good that no one answered. So Qin Ming was happy to be at ease. Save yourself from having too much contact with the local officials, and then they'll have some kind of crooked idea. However, since he had come to Linjiang City, he was prepared to enter the royal residence. It's not going to make sense if an official doesn't come out to greet them again. Qin Ming raised his eyes. Outside the city of Linjiang, it was in a state of depression. There were only a few scattered officials, followed by a middle-aged man standing in thin clothes, with a dry and thin body and a sad face. Greetings, Your Highness. Your Highness has traveled a long way. My humble servant has missed the welcome. I beg Your Highness pardon. The governor of Linjiang City. His name is Song Dingshang. Although the fame is well achieved, but after taking the imperial examination and winning the lift, nor did he rise much higher in his career. After being promoted from the county to the position of governor, he wasted decades here. But even so, among many of the countless officials of Deqian, it was already considered good. Lord Song doesn't look too good. Have you been sick lately? Qin Ming stepped down from the carriage and looked at Song Dingshang, whose face was as colorful as a vegetable, and was puzzled in his heart. This guy is strange. Obviously a governor. The official position is not small. There are 3 or 4 other counties under his control. But with this look, there's no sign of wealth at all. Instead, he looks like he's overworked. Song Dingshang was filled with sorrow when he mentioned this. Your Highness, we had an incident here on your way here. What is it? The plague has broken out, and more than 30 villages have been affected, and even Linjiang City, as well as several of its subordinate counties, have been contaminated. According to our investigation, the number of people who have contracted the plague around Linjiang City has now broken 1,000. Chapter 37. Whoever is not convinced comes to me. The words came out of his mouth. Qin Ming was immediately shocked. The army hasn't settled outside the city yet. The plague came first. It's still such a large area that it's too much of a coincidence. It was still off to the side and within Qin Ming's fiefdom. If he hadn't calmed the situation down, he was afraid that if he came to Lingnan, he would be plagued to death at the first hurdle. How are those people doing now? All the villages everywhere that had the plague were blocked off, and they weren't allowed to step out. Song Dingsheng still follows the old methods of the feudal era. When a plague comes out, it is contained first. If it were to spread again, the only way would be to kill all of these sources that would spread the plague, and then burn the bodies in flames. It's cruel, but it's the easiest and least expensive way. After all, in times like these, people's lives are the least valuable. If we keep this up, we'll just have to kill someone. Song Dingsheng clenched his fists, his face filled with pain. This is his hometown. Some of the village elders, who had even watched him grow up, he now went back and could still call by name. It's because of such a layer of relationship. It made it impossible for Song Dingsheng to make a move, and it was impossible for him to make a move. Qin Ming turned around and explained a few words to Chang Baishan. He was told to first take the army and find a clearing to settle down in and forbid all outsiders from approaching. Only then did he come to Song Dingsheng's side with a grave expression. When did the plague appear? Just last month in the middle of the month. What is this plague? Smallpox. Hearing those two words, Qin Ming's heart snapped into relief. Being a high school student, he knew quite a few means of guarding against smallpox, but then a hint of confusion grew in his mind. Have you no means of protection against smallpox? Song Dingsheng shook his head. No, it's usually just a matter of waiting for the person to get through it, then detaining them for a few months and releasing them when they're okay. And then when people are done dying, they gather the bodies together and burn them. This is indeed a tactic that the Dakian court would use. Safe and efficient. Just too little regard for the lives of the people. I'll take care of this, but I want 3,000 acres of land that can be plowed. After thinking about it, Qin Ming made a request. They have military fields, but that's not enough. Qin Ming wanted to raise an army that would be invincible in the world, and provisions were the foundation. Since it's filling holes for them, the local officials, we don't know each other well, and after helping them, it's only natural that they should be allowed to give some benefits. 3,000 acres? I can't report this to the top. 300 acres is more like it. A look of difficulty appeared on Song Dingsheng's face. He knew that Qin Ming had just come over and must be the new king, but it is a bit difficult to ask for so much land at the drop of a hat. Qin Ming was a little impatient. I don't want more from you. Look at the Lingnan territory yourself. It's all uncultivated open land. What's so difficult about 3,000 acres of land? Song Dingsheng scratched his head hesitantly. It does have a lot of open space, which can be plowed after it has been cleared, but it was owned by the Great Qin dynasty, not their private land. Qin Ming saw his hesitation, so he continued to ask, is there a plague anywhere else but here with us? There are quite a few in both Hunan and Guangdong, especially in Xiaxia City. There seems to have been more than 1,000 patients over there, but they are all tightly controlled, and there is no mess, only US. Who's in charge there? Lord Shao. Shao Qinyan? Yes. Upon hearing this name, Qin Ming narrowed his eyes as a surge of anger welled up in his heart. Princess Shao Shufei, this vixen, is really crazy, daring to use this kind of desperate tactics. I'm afraid that it's not these plagues that are also specifically coming from the region under Shao Qinyan's rule. Thinking of this, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth raised into a cold smile. All of them wanted to pit Qin Ming to death, but this in turn gave him a heavenly opportunity. Leave this matter to my king, and you report it to the court according to my words. What's the word? Let's just say 3,000 acres. All of it is under martial law as a quarantine area, so that whoever they have a problem with, they can come in and find me directly. This, Song Dingsheng stared incredulously. And such rogue tactics? Today he had really opened his eyes. If the words are like this, but it is estimated that even if Qin Ming circled the land, no one in the court would dare to come over to verify it. After all, no one wants to catch smallpox. Did you get it? Your Highness. I know. Song Dingsheng's heart crossed, and the dead horse was treated as a living horse. Except he had one final quandary. Your Highness, can you really fix smallpox? Sure. Smallpox is not an extremely deadly plague. In general, the more widespread a plague is, the less pathogenic it is. Many sick people in this era died frequently because of poor healthcare. But if there are vaccinated people, look them over carefully. Most can pull through. As far as the vaccine is concerned, Qin Ming remembered that there was a record in the ancient book he had read earlier. There are 4 ways to prevent a plague like smallpox. They are the pox clothing method, the pox paste method, the dry seedling method, and the water seedling method. The first 2 were more primitive and he had discarded them since. The last 2 are not bad. It's either taking a pimple scab and grinding it up and blowing it into your nostrils or mixing it with clean water and dropping it into your nostrils. Wait for a few days. The body is feverish. And the vaccination is considered complete when you get through it. Pre-vaccination vaccines are highly toxic and can easily cause problems. However, if you use a pox scab that has been inoculated many times, the toxicity will slowly decrease. That's the safer vaccine. What about those patients? All cordoned off from outsiders. Song Dingxing pointed to the seals affixed to the various houses on the street in the distance. In fact, he didn't need to tell me that no one came on this street just by seeing the seal. Lu Gang. Qin Ming shouted to the back. The end of the line. Lu Gang jogged all the way to Qin Ming. Are you well? Qin Ming looked at him with a smile. Lu Gang thought about it and said naively, definitely good. Since I was a child have not been very sick. My mother as a child called me Iron Ox. Then it's up to you. Call out a few more men from the barracks and let's go pick up the smallpox patients and find a place to converge on them. Ha! Lu Gan was startled. A few soldiers in the back were also scared and took a few steps backward. Scared? It's the grandson who's afraid. Lu Gang still remembered the promise he made with Qin Ming earlier. Though he was indeed afraid, his mouth blew harder and harder with all its awesomeness. Sung Din Sung stared at this in disbelief. Your Highness, you're going in person? No, that's too fierce. What if you get smallpox and die in their Linjiang city? In fact, he didn't know that if Qin Ming really died here, Princess Xiao Shufei would probably give Song Dingsheng a big credit. His promotion will be just around the corner then. You're going if I'm not? Qin Ming glanced at him and shouted at Lu Chong. Go and call in some more men. And call in the medic who will accompany them. Okay, I just have to get back to some writing. Write what? Write a letter to my mother. Explain the aftermath. If I really die here, you have to count me as having died for my country. Lu Gang lowered his head and said with pathos. Chapter 38, Ancient Vaccine Research, Trying Poison on Yourself. Look at your demeanor. Well, at least you've taken the first denominations. Qin understood him. Lu Gang is a fierce man who once took first place. A few of the biggest feats in battle are first to board, break formation, cut down a general, and capture a flag. The meaning of the merit of being first to mount is to be at the front of the line when fighting a battle. The one who climbs the citadel without dying is the one who can take the credit for first boarding. It's the fastest way for a pawn with no background to get promoted, and it's also the most dangerous. Those who ascended first, after ascending the citadel, were greeted by countless chaotic spear thrusts, and this was still the lightest of all. Some pour boiling hot water or gold juice directly on them, or take a wooden plank full of nails and smash it down. So it's hard for anyone to survive, but just surviving would be a huge credit. Lu Gang took it several times before he was promoted to one of the generals of the Wuwei Battalion. In this way, he is naturally much bolder than normal. I'm not scared. It's filial piety. Lu Gan was still defending himself. Qin Ming didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and waved his hand, telling him to go find someone. Are there any local bone setters willing to help? Get some people over here who know how to heal. Turning around, Qin Ming opened his mouth to Song Dingsheng and commanded. Song Dingsheng nodded blankly. Your Highness, my men here can get a dozen or so, but I don't think I can find more. Such a great thing has happened that the healer cannot be found? Qin Ming was a little angry. At first glance, Song Dingsheng is still a parent official who works for the people, but after really getting in touch, he realized that the guy seemed to be cringing at things. It makes it unpleasant. But this time, Song Dingsheng really can't be blamed. He sighed slowly. Your Highness, all of our major roads here have been blocked by Lord Xiao for the reason of preventing the spread of the plague. Since you entered Lingnan, no one has come to the rear to support you. When he said that, he couldn't hold back the tears of sadness. He's a scholar and has a good head on his shoulders. How could one not see that this plague was deliberately spread against Qin Ming? But there is no way. The slightest person Song Dingsheng in front of the governor of Hunan and Guangdong Xiaoqinian, even a sweat hair on the thigh of others course. It was even less likely to help Qin Ming too much. Do you want revenge for the death of so many folks? Seeing how he covered his face and cried, Qin Ming's attitude was a little gentler. Song Dingsheng still had some bloodlust, and immediately raised his head at the words. Revenge how? Qin Ming said with a faint smile. It's simple. As my vaccine rolls out, those who have been vaccinated will be plucked out and a group of medical squads specialized in smallpox patients will be formed. With this group, they can take care of smallpox patients and help them heal. Once we've resolved the local situation, we'll go and lift Xiao Qinian's stall. Qin Ming sees the status quo very clearly. He had the vaccine on hand, along with details on how to make it, but not in the hands of Xiao Qinian, going to stir up the people in his isolation. The area under Xiao Qinian's rule was going to be a real mess. At that time, Qin Ming will appear as a savior hero. Xiao Qinian couldn't care less about these patients, so he had to bow down with him. Yes, Song Dingsheng has been an official for many years, but this is the first time that he has been bullied in this way because of the struggle in the court. His heart was naturally very angry. Mudbloods have a little fire left in them. Borrowing from the big tree of Qin Ming, Song Dingsheng was ready to fight back. Soon, Qin Ming's accompanying military doctor arrived. Song Dingsheng also called out for a group of healers to join the team. Together with Lu Gang and the soldiers under him, the number had come to about 300. After explaining the production program of the vaccine, Qin Ming waved his hand. Go! I'll go too. At that moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from the carriage. It was Guan Yu who had been listening to Qin Ming giving orders, watching Qin Ming calmly dispatch the local resources to quell the plague. At the moment she had little stars twinkling in her eyes. Not bad for the man you chose. That's a handsome look. No. Qin Ming refused without thinking. Anyone can die smallpox first, but not Seki Yuki. Why? Seki Yuki beamed. She was a proud girl and didn't like being a burden to others. While everyone was working feverishly to set up camp and quell the plague, if she sat on the side and did nothing, she would feel unworthy to stand beside Qin Ming. No means no. Qin Ming said impatiently and gave Lu Chong a wink. Lu Gan scratched his head and walked up to try to advise Guan Yu. Seki Yuki, however, said stubbornly, they all can, and so can I. Tell you what, you'll come back when the third batch of vaccines is ready to be administered. Qin Ming thought about it and proposed a compromise. The third round of vaccine toxicity would surely be much lower. It was also safer for Sekiyu to come over then. Oh, Sekiyu seems to be angry, but she knew how to sympathize with Qin Ming and didn't make a scene. Quietly, they left in a carriage and traveled to the camp where they were stationed. Qin Ming led his men into the city, preparing to first centralize the sick within Linjiang City. Doctors, I'm counting on you for the vaccine, and for the first inoculations. Let me and the army come. Your Highness, you're coming too? What's the problem? No. Although Lu Gang was reckless, he was not stupid, and by this time, he had already understood what Qin Ming was talking about with the vaccine. But when I heard that Qin Ming was also going to receive the first batch of vaccines, he was still a little shaken. If he had respected Qin Ming before, it was still only in the difference in status and position. Then now he was respecting Qin Ming from the bottom of his heart. Lu Gang heard that when the king of Qin left the capital, all the officials sent themselves to see him off, and they still scoffed at him. Now that I think about it again, it's really reassuring to follow someone like that. No wonder the 100 officials are so respectful. Can I join you? Song Dingsheng, covered tightly, emerged from the crowd behind him. The tone was even a little hesitant and fearful. It was as if the next moment he was going to take back what he had said earlier. Are you sure? Qin Ming frowned slightly. Song Dingsheng is a man who is used to being cautious. I didn't think it would suddenly come forward at this point. I am the governor of Linjiang City. Besides, Your Highness, you have tried the poison with your body. I can't hide behind it. Speaking later, Song Dingsheng's tone grew firmer. With the presence of Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng, many of the soldiers on the scene were eager to try. One made according to your Highness's description. Who's the first to try it? At that moment, a certain physician suddenly shouted from a distance. The crowd, which had been yelling a moment ago, suddenly quieted down. I'll do it. Qin Ming smiled and walked straight up, taking the vaccine made by the other side using the dry seedling method. He inhaled it directly into his nose. With him at the helm, the crowd really started to change. Lu Gang, Song Dingsheng walked up one by one and was vaccinated. 2 days later, Qin Ming had a high fever and showed symptoms of smallpox all over his body. Other than him, most of the entire makeshift medical squad began to react. In the haze, Qin Ming felt a plain hand holding a water-soaked cloth that was gently caressing his face. Chapter 39, Remember My Name, and My Fist. When he opened his eyes the next day, he saw the silhouette in front of him. He then gave a bitter laugh. You're still here. Nonsense. This lady comes when she wants to. Seki Yuki crossed her arms and said savagely. But it's a great thing to say though. But as she spoke she watched Qin Ming's face closely, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Seeing that Qin Ming didn't say much, Guan Yu then sat down beside him and said gently, Look, you're inoculated, and even if it gets back to me, this plague is less virulent, so I'll be fine. You understand quite well. Qin Ming struggled to sit up and opened his mouth with a smile. Guan Yu had obviously understood what Qin Ming had said that day about the way to dilute the toxicity. Rushing over now. It wasn't until the third round, but the second round had been bearable for her. I'm smart, right? Guan Yu lifted her chest and said proudly. You, on the other hand, just be a good boy and do as I say for a few days and get some rest. Smallpox patients actually recover quickly if they are taken care of. What's more, all of them, Qin Ming and Lu Gang, were all young and strong, with good physical fitness. Qin Ming spoiled Guan Yu's nose and said, "Still listening to you? In a couple of days you'll be lying here at my mercy." A few days later, Qin Ming got up from the bed, refreshed, and ate a few bowls of rice. Seki Yuki, on the other hand, has been bedridden with fever. Fortunately, with Qin Ming's care, she also quickly ended her fever and her body gradually recovered. Half a month had passed, and Qin Ming had already reduced the toxicity of the smallpox vaccine by several rounds. The men in the army were inoculated first. Let them survive and then enter Linjiang City in the villages to take care of the sick. The ones that are already dead, that can't be helped. They can only save the ones that still have a chance to survive. The good thing about all this is that it's not too late. At the end of the army's vaccinations, when it was dispersed to vaccinate the population, Qin Ming had placed matters in Wu Qingye's hands and had himself free. On this day, he called Song Dingsheng to him. "Lord Song, what about the initiative to combat the plague?" "Good. Yes, Your Highness." Song Dingsheng had gone through this crisis and had become convinced of Qin Ming. But that's not all. Qin Ming just solved the problem at hand, but not addressing the traitor to the court who gave himself problems. "Here's the 3,000 acres I've chosen. Take a look at it." Qin Ming wrote down the area he chose on a piece of paper and informed Song Dingsheng. Song Dingsheng immediately froze when he saw the area Qin Ming had chosen. Qiantang City, Linjiang City, and Moonwatch City. Swallowing, Song Dingsheng was speechless. "Your Highness, you really know how to choose. These are all important areas. You dare to encircle the land here?" He didn't know that Qin Ming actually had a map of the entire Lingnan. Where it's good and where it's bad he already knows. "Why don't you dare? This king said earlier that this is a quarantine zone. And if anyone in the court is not convinced, come over and try." This time, Qin Ming has gained a lot from the plague. For example, Qin Ming kept a batch of the most toxic vaccines for himself. Anyone in the court who dares to come over here and clear it will just die him. No one will be here to take care of it when the time comes. If the court comes a few will die. That's fine. You're the one who will be guarding the ridge anyway. Song Dingsheng had followed Qin Ming for the past half a month, and had become more and more bold. Either that or a good leader can lead people to grow. Write a letter to Shao Qinian, saying that I have suppressed the plague and will now pay a visit. Qin Ming opened his mouth with a smile. In addition to wanting land, he wants revenge. Shao Qinian, the lapdog of Consort Shao Shu, dared to use out such a poisonous ploy. Qin Ming high and low oppose him. Thinking of this, Qin Ming carried a few small pill bottles and set off. It was the most virulent vaccine he had ever made using the water vaccine method. Because of the inconvenience of storage, he had to get there in time to be able to eat Shao Qinian's hand. Chang Baishan and Lu Gang had already prepared the soldiers. After Song Dingsheng sent a letter over, he set up a carriage and took Qin Ming on a day and night journey towards the city of Xiaxia in the Huguang region. Stop. Arriving at the junction of the two provinces, without any surprise, Qin Ming was stopped by the army guarding the town. "You dare to stop the king of Qin's carriage?" Shang Baishan jumped off the carriage and shouted at them. The clearance paperwork was then produced. This was a required formality when running around in feudal times, because the rulers in the feudal dynasties did not like these people running around. That would breed a lot of stragglers and cause chaos. This leads to many of the people who will live in their place of origin for the rest of their lives. If you want to go to another region, you need to have official clearance paperwork. Of course, these things were simple for Qin Ming. After seeing the great seal of the court, the few soldiers present were also all a bit hesitant. "What are you waiting for? Release them!" Shang Baishan snorted coldly and growled at them. Hearing this, all the people present were a bit hesitant. "General, a plague has appeared around Linjiang City, and now there is no passage between the two provinces. If you really want to go over there, you'll need to wait for us to inform and ask for permission from the people above." Shang Baishan's face gradually turned gloomy. They're clearly trying to stall for time. It can't be done even if it is delayed until the end. And at most, some high-ranking officials will come and persuade Qin Ming to leave. It's a feature of the court now. Unfortunately, they also brought in a mangina today. *******Q. A few soldiers had just finished their words when a thick figure rushed over from the distance. With a single punch, the soldier in front of him was dry-humped to the ground. The one who made the move was naturally the irascible Lu Chong. "What has become of the plague in your lower Sand City? Still have the nerve to stop our highness? Going is giving you face. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you really think you can help quell the plague by stopping this? Get out. All of you. Lu Guan is indeed fierce and amazing. Charge into the crowd and punch one." Anyone who received his punch fell to the ground in agony, covering his face and struggling, unable to get up for half a day. "My name is Fong Wenliang. Remember well who is beating you today." On his way out, Lu Bao did not forget to spit on them and pull a wave of hatred. "Who is Fong Wenliang?" After Chang Baishan mounted his horse, he asked Lu Chong suspiciously. I don't know. Your Highness taught me. Lu Bao scratched his head. He was still satisfied with his performance of hitting people and pulling hate today. Qin Ming leisurely said as he sat in the carriage. Fang Wanliang is another of Princess Zhao's lapdogs, the guardian of Chentang City. When I went to collect the land 2 days ago, this grandson dared not to give it to me. Qin Ming is not made of clay, so he will find an opportunity to help Fang Wanliang make a name for himself today. After he had gone, the soldiers at the pass had been furious. Fang Wanliang hit someone. Quickly go find the governor. Fang Wanliang is crazy, daring to strike at his own people. In the court, the offense of one's own people beating up one's own people can be great or small. This guy is arrogant as hell. Beat up a soldier from another army and have the nerve to leave a name. After reporting it to the governor, their army will definitely go to Fang Wanliang to get a statement. As expected, a column of troops headed toward Chentang City that night. Chapter 40, What are you doing here? To you up. Of course, after running all the way. A few days later Qin Ming finally arrived at the gates of Shasha City. Along the way he saw a number of closed villages. It seems that Zhao Qinian, the governor of Hunan and Guangdong, is not good. He himself is a buttload of bad debts, and he still dares to spread the plague intentionally within Qin Ming's fiefdom, and I'm not afraid that I won't be able to wrap it up in the end. Zhao Qinian, this bastard is AWOL. Where are the soldiers guarding the city? Chang Baishan was originally the captain of the palace guards and later followed Qin Ming, extremely familiar with the standards of guarding various areas. However, after arriving at the city of Shemusha, he looked at the desolation of the city, with even the guards at the entrance cut in half. He was instantly enraged. Compared to His Highness's fight against the plague, Zhao Qinian directly adopted a policy of non-resistance. When there is a plague or disease, they are arrested and thrown into the mountains and left to fend for themselves. As for himself, he had long been hiding behind closed doors in his mansion. He valued his life. Unless the plague passes, it's unlikely that anyone else will be found for a few months. Looks like he's pretty scared. Qin Ming was not angry. The more he did, the better the situation became for him. Your Highness, what the hell? Shang Baishan ran to the front and looked at it. It was found that many people were stopped and not even allowed to enter the city, so he ran all the way back to Qin Ming to inquire in a low voice. Straight in. Okay. Chang Baishan and Lu Chong set up the carriage and took out the high-level clearance documents within the imperial court. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the scene, they immediately waved their hands and refused. Your Highness King of Qin, His Excellency has orders that you outsiders are not to be seen until the plague is pacified, and you are not to be allowed to enter the city. Several days had passed since Song Dingsheng had sent the letter. Zhao Qinian must have already known about Qin Ming's arrival. He also notified the city guards in advance to stop Qin Ming. This king came over to quell the plague. The plague in Linjiang City has been cleared. The next step is your Lord Zhao here. Qin Ming spoke slowly, explaining his situation. When many of the surrounding people heard that Qin Ming was able to solve the plague, there was a flash of anticipation in their eyes. The plague in Linjiang City is solved? The words came out of his mouth. The guards of Lower Sand City also froze. The plague was the first to break out in their area, and only reached Linjiang City later. But Linjiang City is also too fierce. It's just that His Highness, the King of Qin, had gone over for a while, and then he was able to control the plague before they did. This, in turn, made Zhao Qinian look incompetent. Of course, our Highness is not like Lord Zhao, who would only cower inside the mansion and not dare to come out. Chang Bai was angry and came up to start cursing. Qin Ming saw that these people were still stopping him, so he took the initiative to walk down the carriage road. Let me ask you, since the outbreak of the plague, who has seen our honorable Lord Zhao appear even once? The plague is not to be feared. What is to be feared is someone who is a corpse and leaves you to fend for yourselves, and someone who is dying for him, and does his business without a brain. Get out of the way. Shemusha City is taken over by this king. Qin Ming's words made all the people present unable to refute them. Zhao Qinian is indeed nothing. Until now, all have been remotely commanded from inside the mansion, not daring to come out. Ask the court for more and more money. Whatever the plague is, I'll personally go and scout it out, so everyone can rest assured. Hearing Qin Ming being so fierce, there was a roar of approval from below. After thinking about it, Qin Ming spoke again. By the way, remember my name. My name is Qin Ming. I am the king of Lingnan Qin. It really wasn't that Qin Ming was being petty in doing so. Mostly, in my last life and this one, the credit was always taken by someone else. In that case, let's get it out of the way ahead of time. Don't get to the point where people can't find anyone to thank. Watching Qin Ming calling out to his friends here, it was as if he was trying to bring down their city walls. A few of the guards were scared. Lu Gang had already dismounted and came to them, mortaring his sandbag-sized fist viciously. I've realized that you guys are such elks. Listen to Zhao Qinian, and you'll all wait for death. Get the hell out of here, Lu Bao said as he was about to rush inside. Hundreds of people were in favor of it. It wasn't as if there weren't guards trying to stop it, but just as he approached, he was knocked to the ground by a direct punch, and he couldn't get up for a while. Just like that, Qin Ming brought a group of people into Lower San City. In the city of Shimsha, the plague will soon be out of control. Seeing this scene, Chang Baishan was a little vain. Your Highness, letting people from outside in will surely spread a lot of plague in a short time. What if a lot of people die and were turned against by Shao Qinian? Not many will die. Don't we have to have a medical team with us? Qin Ming pointed to the doctors behind him who had long been ready. Chang Baishan froze as he looked at the crowd behind him and suddenly asked, Your Highness, you're taking over Shimusha City? He'd felt something was wrong for a long time, because when Qin Ming came over on this trip, he brought too many of the great doctors who made the vaccine in the first place. It also brought a lot of soldiers with experience in caring for the sick. Right. What if Shao Qinian makes a big deal out of it? Don't worry, I have my own way. Qin Ming didn't avoid it either. It's only good if both Hunan and Guangdong are in total disarray. Anyway, this king can calm down all the chaos and even arrange for vaccines for all these affected people. Can Shao Qinian? This rice bucket is still hiding in the mansion pretending to be a turtle until now. Shao Qinian's location is also easy to find. The largest and most luxurious mansion in the entire city of Shimusha was his residence. Arriving in front of the vermilion door that was decorated with a pair of stone lions, Qin Ming nodded at Lu Barge and Chang Baishan. The two charged right up to the guards and punched them in the stomach. You guys, puke. Before the guard could react, he lay on the ground covering his stomach in pain. Qin Ming nodded his head as he watched from behind. This Lu Barge is really good. He needs to be promoted. Soon the door was smashed open. Qin Ming led a column of soldiers and rushed into Shao Qinian's home with a crash. The yard quickly became crowded. Your Highness, the King of Qin, you're crazy. Shao Qinian had received the news long ago and rushed over from the backyard in a hurry. Seeing that Qin Ming really dared to rush through the door with his men, a wave of anger shot through his head and he roared angrily. Of course, as he roared, still standing a dozen feet away, he maintained a safe distance from Qin Ming. Shao Qinian, you didn't expect this king to come, did you? Did it also not occur to you that the king's plague was handled much faster than yours? Qin Ming was given a big gift when he thought that he had not even started his construction in Lingnan. The anger in his heart would be hard to quell. Waving a hand behind them, the soldiers had the sense to push up the smashed doorway and close it slowly. What do you want? Shao Qinian colored and unconsciously took a few steps backward. Qin Ming grinned coldly. What for? What can I do coming all the way here? Of course I'm here to you up. Chapter 41, One Sickness, 10,000 Fears. Many of the soldiers in the city were now infected with the plague, and all of them were sent outside to the mountains to fend for themselves. But as the governor of Huguang, Shao Qinian still has some soldiers on his hands. Sure enough, after Qin Ming had just closed the door, a column of soldiers came right outside. We are the army of Lower San City. All stop. They wore armor, and the weapons in their hands emitted a cold light. The number of people was so large that it even filled 2 or 3 streets. Just a wide-eyed glance told him that there were several times more of them than Qin Ming's men. Lu Gan crouched in the doorway, alone. He guarded a wagon and grinned when he saw them coming. What's the use of having a lot of people? His Highness said it would only take one person and you'd have to run your asses off. As he spoke, he pulled back the curtain of the carriage behind him. A frail patient lies inside. Is it my turn? Watching Lu Gan nuzzle, he immediately struggled to sit up straight from the carriage. The soldiers who were just about to go forward to calm the chaos were so frightened that they kept retreating backward. Shameless! How dare you bring a smallpox patient into the city? Lu Gan ignored them, helped the patient out of the carriage, and pointed to the steps behind the 2 stone lions in front of him. Just sit here and rest for a while. Good. The 2 just sat down on the steps. A few of the soldiers holding the door in the back looked at it and whispered to Lu Bao and asked, General, we'll go ahead and close the door then. Close yours and make some room for His Highness to move around. Okay. With a creak, the smashed door was closed a little more. In the courtyard, Qin Ming stood in the long corridor and walked slowly towards Shao Qinian, Chang Baishan and Lu Gang, one outside, the other inside. He was responsible for controlling all the hundreds of people in the mansion and sending them to the backyard. Lord Shao, there's no one else here now, right? Qin Ming's voice slowly approached, and Shao Qinian kept retreating, fear written all over his face. But a few soldiers from around the area felt up from behind the flower beds and held Shao Qinian down as soon as they could. Come on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, hit me. Okay. Chang Baishan led the men and hanged Shao Qinian, and sweetly stuffed a rag in his mouth. Shao Qinian whimpered an odd. Too bad it's not much use. After half an hour of fighting, Qin Ming tore off the blood-stained rag from Shao Qinian's mouth and took out a confession. Right. Right what? Xiao Qinian looked at Qin Ming with a face full of confusion. Right what? Right about how you spread the plague across hundreds of miles to my fiefdom. I didn't. Don't you accuse people wrongly. Xiao Qinian wasn't stupid. It's okay to take a beating today. Stirring up Princess Xiao Shufei would be a big deal. Even though the people involved in the plague incident could see that this was Xiao Qinian tripping up Qin Ming, but no one dares to report the past to the court without concrete evidence. But just because they didn't dare, it didn't mean that Qin Ming didn't dare. Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense to him, and after giving Xiao Qinian a punch that knocked out 2 teeth, he continued to command his men. Fight to the death. This don't know how many unrelated people have been victimized. Xiao Qinian saw that Qin Ming really wanted to get himself killed. There was a whimper and a shout again. There were even tears glistening in his eyes, and before long he was crying, big snot even dripping down his chin. After he fainted 3 times, Qin Ming poured a pot of cold water on it. To write or not to write? Your Highness. Xiao Qinian raised his head, tears still flowing from his swollen eye sockets. Just as he wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, Qin Ming gagged him. Go on. Yes. Keep typing if you don't write. I'm going out. Qin Ming waved his hand and prepared to go out to take over the plague incident in the next Sand City. Shang Beishan asked from behind. Your Highness, what if you kill them? He deserves to die. He was a corpse in my king's fiefdom and did nothing to cause the plague to expand. Who will die if he doesn't? Qin Ming had already thought of a way to say it. Even if the court investigates, he can still defend himself. Okay. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. It was also at this moment that Xiao Qinian, who was being beaten, hurriedly shouted. He was really a little scared. Ben thought that Qin Ming was scaring himself. But look at him. He's really trying to get someone killed. Chang Baishan pulled off the cloth and said impatiently. What for? Stop fighting. I'll write. Say yes early. Then there's all this. By the way, Shang Beishan thought of something. At this time, he suddenly took out a small lime green porcelain vase. After opening the seal, he shoved it into Xiao Qinian's nose and wiggled it. You have contracted smallpox. If you want to live, listen to our Highness. Otherwise, I guess no one would dare to save you. Chang Baishan's words caused Xiao Qinian's eyes to go black. You, he fainted outright with fear. What a wimp. Shang Beishan bristled. A few of you, wake him up, while there is still no fever. First let him account for things, and by the way, write some more about his corruption over the years. What forcibly robbing the people's women? Raping and pillaging, write it all out. Let's keep it as evidence. If Qin Ming were here, he would probably be praising Chang Baishan for citing one example. Yes. In front of the luxurious vermilion door, Qin Ming stepped out, saw Lu Barge and the patient he brought with him sitting on the stone steps. In front of them was the army of Lower Sand City, which had already stalemated with them for half a day. What are you doing here? Come with me. This king will take you to cure the plague and eradicate your problems within a month. Qin Ming walked up to the guarding general and spoke indifferently. The defending general's name is Li Yozhong, and he's scared right now. It was because Qin Ming had just touched the patients around Luchong. Taking a few steps backward, Li Yozhong's gaze glanced towards Xiao Qinian's mansion. Where is Lord Xiao? Being confessed. I'm taking over Lower Sandown. Qin Ming's tone was one of taking things for granted. Li Yozhong hurriedly waved his hand. No, we only listen to the court. Lord Xiao is the governor of Huguang. Can he represent the court? That's natural. Li Yozhong nodded and looked at Qin Ming with suspicion. Okay, wait then. Qin Ming didn't argue with him either. Returned to the mansion and waited for a while. Then he took out Xiao Qinian's own book. This works, right? It says that Xiao Qinian is suffering from smallpox and is unable to officiate. So the army of Lower Sand City was first given to Qin Ming to look after and suppress the plague. Li Yozhong's face had a look of having seen a ghost. How is this possible? As far as he could manage not to admit it, but he could recognize that it was Xiao Qinian's handwriting. What else is wrong? Qin Ming waved at the soldiers behind Li Yozhong. Everyone, come with me. Get them vaccinated so they can go take care of the sick people. Someone to take care of it, plus constant vaccinations. Within a month, Qin Ming would be able to quell the plague around the city of Xiaxia. As for Xiao Qinian, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up in a smile. In these few days, he would be able to take Xiao Qinian down. The other party is now so scared out of his wits that he could fill 2 or 3 pages with just his own admissions of guilt. Chapter 42, It's not misappropriation if you don't spend all the money. I've written. Is there any way I can be saved? Hurry, help me. In the luxurious mansion, Xiao Qinian looked at Chang Baishan and the others in fear. I don't know what it was that Chang Baishan poured in just now, but he said he would catch smallpox. These words were heard clearly by Xiao Qinian. Xiao Qinian was the most afraid of death. There is no fear of being left without wood. No matter what, one can or cannot die. Shang Beishan thought for a moment. That is still up to your highness. As he spoke, he was already out the door with pages of incriminating evidence that had been fingerprinted. Xiao Qinian's face was gray and disheveled as he sat on the green stone slab. At the moment he just felt uncomfortable everywhere in his body. Looks like a smallpox attack. In fact, this is just his psychological effect. Even the most toxic vaccine is shot down. It is not so fast and strange effect. Your highness, it's done. Chang Baishan walked out the door and came to Qin Ming with the confession. Qin Ming had just organized the army on this side. Let them take their own people and go and pick up all the sick people in the mountains and put them in one place for unified care. The next step is for Qin Ming to use his technology patents to make a vaccine to help them control the plague. Homeopathy takes care of the sick person's healing. It would take less than half a month to contain the situation here. Leave a copy and start taking care of the sick. Are we going to tell them about the vaccine practice? At this time, Lu Guan ran over from the distance and asked curiously. Just now they took out a batch of vaccine for the local people. These are all vaccines prepared by Qin Ming with minimized toxicity, which are very safe. When preparing for the vaccine, Lu Bao found it troublesome. Originally, Qin Ming had all given this technology directly to the military, and the local healers of Linjiang City came here but have been using the vaccine they brought with them themselves. It was not taught to Li Yozhong. This way their daiquiris in the back will still need to go through a lot of effort to keep making them themselves. What's the point of teaching them? It's not like it's going to do any good. Qin Ming recognized himself as not being a saintly mother. This group of people are obviously all traitors to Princess Xiao Shufei. By giving them so many favors, you are cultivating enemies for yourself. All he had to do was manage the relevant troops, and the people around Shemusha City. That's fine. Lu Guan nodded and immediately rushed towards the back. As Chang Baishan returned to the mansion to leave a copy of the confession, Qin Ming heard a pig-killing howl. Frowning, he walked through the smashed door. Qin Ming saw that on the ground in the courtyard, Xiao Qinian was lying on the ground, his legs flailing. There was a constant wailing from his mouth. Didn't the vaccine get in him? Why is he still so energized? Qin Ming froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at Chang Baishan, who had just walked out. Shang Beishan scratched his head. The medicine hasn't kicked in yet, has it? And the son of a doesn't know what's going on, so I'm going to go check it out. Be quiet. Moving closer to Xiao Qinian, Chang Baishan kicks in twice. Xiao Qinian, however, was filled with grief. Old man is going to die. I'm going to be killed by you guys. Smallpox isn't a surefire disease, so what the hell is the point of screaming? Shang Beishan was getting a little impatient. Xiao Qinian, who had now understood the flavor, exclaimed, I've written a confession of guilt. It's useless for you to save me. When the time comes to bring the matter to the court, I'll die just the same. You're a bunch of goddamned bandits. I won't let you go even if I go to hell. Glancing at the rags sitting on the stone table in the distance, Chang Baishan walked over and wanted to pick them up and stuff them into Xiao Qinian's mouth. But he was stopped by Qin Ming, who was walking behind him. Who said I was going to bring that about you to the court? Qin Ming took the confession and slowly crouched down. You won't expose me? At least not now. So can I live with smallpox? Could be. Qin Ming spoke seriously. Beside him, Chang Baishan had doubt written all over his face. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? It took so much effort to make a special trip to Lower Sandy City. If it wasn't to solve Xiao Qinian, then what was the point of them running through? So, Xiao Qinian's body stiffened, though he couldn't figure out the situation. But when he knew he didn't have to die, his face lit up with joy and he wiped his tears from his eyes and got up from the ground. Qin Ming had definitely not just spent his efforts to take Xiao Qinian down on this trip over. That would be a waste. Let me ask you, how much has the court allocated for disaster relief? 100,000 taels, I think. After saying that number, in Xiao Qinian's swollen eye socket, his small eyes immediately glanced at Qin Ming's face, seeming to be a bit vain. 100,000 taels, right? You're the governor of Huguang. I wonder how much the court gave in total. Let me tell you, smallpox can live, but it also needs to be looked after. And look at this mansion now. Who dares to look after you but my people? Qin Ming's words caused a wave of fear to arise in Xiao Qinian's heart. You're not afraid of catching my smallpox? I have a way to not get infected, but I won't give it to you just yet. Qin Ming spoke faintly. With this vaccine thing, he just put in a little more effort himself to save the people who were affected, and will not be outsourced. If it doesn't get out, then the court can't do it. If you can't do it, no one will dare to carry the risk of contracting smallpox to hold yourself accountable for privately occupying 3,000 acres of land. Talk, how much exactly? Xiao Qinian lowered his head, and like a stuffy gourd, he didn't say anything for half a day. Just don't name the exact number. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, and he seemed to have thought of a possibility, and instantly roared. ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** You don't just get it and embezzle it to spend on yourself. Zhao Qinian's head buried even lower. But still, he whispered in defense. No, not spent, not considered misappropriation. He was trying to talk to Qin Ming about specific numbers, but when the time comes to take out the right amount of money, both parties will be embarrassed. So he just kept quiet. Ask is 100. 000 taels. More is not. I'll you up. Qin Ming was furious and kicked Zhao Qinian in the stomach. The other man stumbled unsteadily and rolled several times on the ground. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Chang Baishan was startled and hurriedly stopped Qin Ming. He also heard that His Highness didn't just want to deter Zhao Qinian this time, but also wanted to bring the money for disaster relief from his hands. How much is the total and how much did you spend? Qin Ming calmed his emotions and asked Zhao Qinian in a cold voice. Zhao Qinian saw that Qin Ming really wanted to kill himself, which made him a little scared and whispered, a total of 300,000 taels, some of which was really spent on resettling the sick, and a bit more. When he said that, he stammered again, not wanting to talk. Your Highness, look at that. Chang Baishan pointed to the long corridor in the distance at this time. Qin Ming turned his head and saw the red paper that hadn't been uncovered cleanly remaining in the long corridor in the distance. Within Dakian, only at weddings would this be posted in the house. You married another house? Aha. Zhao Qinian answered in a small voice. Looking at Qin Ming's expression, he took a half step backward in some fear, maintaining a safe distance. Asterisk. I'll kill you. Qin Ming couldn't hold back any longer. Bang, bang, bang. A dull crashing sound immediately came from the entire courtyard, which was also mixed with Zhao Qinian's miserable scream. Shang Baishan also felt outrageous, so it just stood over again, waiting for Qin Ming to output. Chapter 43, After the deed is done, go away and hide your accomplishments and fame. Zhao Qinian's vitality is really tenacious. After an afternoon plus a night of beatings, he was still able to get up from the ground with eyes swollen as big as light bulbs. Your Highness, I can pay you back, but you will have to hurry to find someone to take care of me. He's bad, but he's not stupid. Although this trip to carry out Princess Xiao Shufei's orders had angered Qin Ming, but when Qin Ming came over, he didn't press himself straight to death. Instead, it gave an opportunity to hold the evidence of his guilt not to be handed over to the court. That means that one is still somewhat useful. Raid his house. Qin Ming didn't pay any more attention to Zhao Qinian. An explanation was given to Shang Baishan. Zhao Qinian was startled. Your Highness, this is all my heart and soul. Wouldn't it be better if I just paid you back for it? It didn't kill you, so just be happy. Shang Baishan tied him up and waved his hand outside. A column of soldiers walked in and began to take stock of Zhao Qinian's family fortune. What about the people who take care of me? I feel like I'm going to have an attack. Shine on your grandma and off. Chang Baishan had followed Qin Ming for many years and naturally knew his subtext, so he stuffed Zhao Qinian's mouth, threw it toward the gatehouse, and left him to fend for himself. This kind of goods that used the Jedi scheme deserved to die. Qin Ming left his incriminating evidence just to prevent one-hand Xiao Shufei from using Zhao Qinian to influence herself, not trying to control him. Qin Ming couldn't look at people like Zhao Qinian. Come to the outskirts of town. Qin Ming saw that Li Yozhang was standing in the crowd, collecting the victims who had come out from the mountains. Why don't you go? The ones Qin Ming left here were all vaccinated sergeants. Li Yozhang and the others were not inoculated, and even if they had been, it would have taken at least a few days for the antibodies to develop. But even so, he came to the crowd to coordinate their entry into the camp. Li Yozhang didn't like Qin Ming, and seeing that it was him who came over, he snorted coldly and said, if His Highness can come, I can't? Are you and your people the only ones in this world who are not afraid of death? Seeing his stubborn donkey-like temper, Qin Ming grinned and said to Lu Chong in the distance, take him, this lot, and bring him down for inoculation. Yes, Lu Gang has never inoculated Li Yozhang's people, mainly because Qin Ming didn't say anything. Now that Qin Ming had opened his mouth, he whimpered and inoculated Li Yozhang and the others. What is it? Li Yozhang was filled with caution when he saw Lu Gan come to him with a packet of powder and a wooden stick. God's medicine. Get it in there and you won't get smallpox. Don't worry. I'm just rubbing it in. I won't put it in, though the words are. But just after the words fell, Lu Gan took the powdered vaccine made by the dry seedling method and poked it directly into Li Yozhang's nose with a small wooden stick. Achoo! Li Yozhang only felt his nose itching, and he didn't even care about Lu Gang's words about tigers and wolves. He looked at Qin Ming in confusion, but he heard Qin Ming suddenly say, seeing as you're still a man of conscience, I'll inoculate 300 of you with this vaccine. After that, you 300 men who are not afraid of smallpox, go and take care of the sick. What about you? Li Yozhang froze for a moment. Qin Ming, how is this like explaining the aftermath? Does he have to go? Qin Ming said rightfully. I'll leave you with another batch of vaccine and 20 dogs, and I'll be gone in a little while. Why so fast? Li Yozhong was a little hesitant, though reluctant to admit it. However, compared to Xiao Qinian, after Qin Ming came to Xiaxia City, it was as if they, the army, had a backbone. Finally, we know what to start with to get the plague under control. I have business to attend to, and leave these 20 dervishes enough for you. Qin Ming wouldn't tell Li Yozhong that he had just copied Xiao Qinian's home. In passing, the remaining 100,000 taels of silver relief money from the court was also taken. Of course, the money really should be taken by Qin Ming. Qin Ming was the one who really controlled the spread of the plague. If he couldn't take it, there was no one in the court who could. Rubbing his chin, Qin Ming was already somewhat looking forward to the money that would arrive. Your Highness, making a scene? Lu Chong stomped over to Qin Ming's side and asked in a low voice. He was still smart enough to guess roughly when he knew that Qin Ming was going to run away. Well, get everyone into camp and set up, and run before dawn. Got it. I'll let them know. Lu Gang has been in the military for many years. There is also an understanding of the military stockpiles in various places. Half a day had passed since Qin Ming had captured Xiao Qinian. Counting the time, the armies around Lower Sand City might have already come over to support them. The reason for moving the sick over is to make them throw in the towel. Running away again in advance was Qin Ming's fear that the money he had snatched from Xiao Qinian's mansion would be withheld by those troops. Xiao Qinian said they were bandits. Qin Ming was agreeable to this. I've come to Lingnan. What if I'm not a bandit? In the distance, Chang Baishan emerged from behind an old tree and waved at Qin Ming. How much? 130,000 taels of silver. In addition to land deeds and deeds of fields that cannot be engaged, there are also some cultural and play calligraphy and painting to wait to get out of the way. I brought out all his cultural and play calligraphy and painting. Okay? Enough. Qin Ming nodded. They took advantage of the night and left Shimusha City like the wind with their big bags. Standing on the carriage, Qin Ming blew on the night breeze and suddenly felt in a good mood. What's it called? It's called leaving the matter behind and hiding your accomplishments deep in your heart. The original treatment of the plague in Linjiang City. Qin Ming also spent several thousand taels of silver. These big bags of stuff, even if it's a compensation for yourself. On the other hand, Pingyao County under the city of Qiantang, in the wilderness outside the county town, Wu Qingnua was leading his team, crouching in a thick patch of trees, waiting in boredom. The military camp in Linjiang City was left in the care of Guan Yu and Song Dingshang. He had set off back and forth after Qin Ming from the day he left. This is within their newly zoned 3,000 acres. It had been well said that the land would be taken and subsequently handed over to His Highness for construction. But there seemed to be a few tenacious types within the city of Qiantang who didn't appreciate it, especially a general named Fong Wenliang. The little shrimp with just a few hundred soldiers in his hand has always been in the middle of it. So Qin Ming thought of a way to fix him. Just as Wu Qingyi was crouching in the bushes to rest, stationed in the distance suddenly ran up to him. General, there seems to be a group of soldiers coming. Oh, Wu Qingyi raised his eyebrows. After waiting for so long, he finally came. Go, stop them. Okay, soon. The team that came from the military camps of the two worlds of Lake and Canton to investigate the break-in and beatings were stopped on the road by Wu Qingnua. I am a garrison within Pingyao County. Where are you from? Wu Qingnua opened his mouth knowingly, his tone full of anticipation. Chapter 44. It's not your fault, but apologize. The number of soldiers in this group was not large, only 100 or 10. The general at the head wore armor and had a strong build. A country face seems to be born with a sad face full of sorrow and misery. I am Sun Chang, the guardian of the junction of Lake and Canton. 2 days ago, the king of Qin brought men to break through the pass, and it is said that he brought your guardian Fong Wenliang of Qiantang City along with him, and beat up the troops under my command, and came here especially to investigate. Sun Chang was not a general at the border, and being inside the empire, naturally there was nothing of importance. He's a general at least. When he heard that someone was so disrespectful, he made a special trip to come here in person, wanted to reason with Wang Shoyan, the governor of Qiantang behind Fong Wenliang, to seek justice. Oh, General Sunday. Wu Qingyi didn't even raise his eyelids, and after hearing his words, he respectfully said, I've heard a lot about you, and 2 days ago, Lord Wang had already received the news and specially told me to wait here. Are you? Sun Chang swept 2 glances at Wu Qingnua's dress. It also looks like a local general. Wu Qingyi didn't answer him and said with a twist of words, General Sun, Lord Wang has been busy with business lately and has no time to see you. You can come back in a few days when General Fong, who followed His Highness to Lower Sand City, returns. Unlike his good brother Lu Gang, Wu Qingnua is a man of culture. Speech can be barbed, but it's also so that people can't pick it apart. Sun Chang was already cursing in his heart, but face had to be passed, and he suppressed his anger and asked, This general, with my status, do I have to report to you in advance when I go to see Lord Guan? According to the ranks of military and civil officials in the Deqin dynasty, his rank was not low. At least it's not as bad as meeting a governor and having to look around 3 times, waiting for someone to be available. Wu Qingnuo waved his hand. General Sun, that's not the way to put it. We're not bullying you either. The main thing is that Fong Wenliang and Lord Wang are cousins, so this isn't a very good thing for you to do. Before he came, Wu Qingye had specifically investigated the relationship between Fong Wenliang and Wang Shouyan, just in time to use it now. Although he was advising, when he said this, it was like Wang Shouyan was pulling the plug and deliberately hanging Sun Cheng out to dry. Deception. Sun Cheng raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "Are you guys even trying to apologize? Seeing that the effect you want has already appeared." Wu Qingyi continued to add fuel to the fire and said, "Not for nothing. Someone on your side was injured. Lord Wang must have given something symbolic. Listen to the words. Symbolic and give a little." This look down on people has not been hidden in the slightest, but Wu Qingnua hadn't finished speaking. But then again, even if we were to negotiate, we'd have to wait for General Fong to return, and no one's side of the story can count right now. Seeing that he had met a troublesome goods, Sun Chang roared with rage, "I've injured a dozen of my men, and you call that one-sided? Wang Shouyan can be really tactful, arranging for someone to come and stop me early on. Isn't this his own weak heart? Mother asterisk 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 get the hell out of here. I'll cut you first if I don't see him." Sun Chang swished out his lance, and the blade swung violently in his hand as if it pierced through the air with a sharp sound. Under the night, Wu Qingyi just looked at him faintly, not even meaning to make a move. "General Sun, I have to remind you that Pingyao County is not only within the boundaries of Qiantang City, but also within the fiefdom of King Qin. It doesn't matter if I die. If Lord Wang finds out, or if His Highness the King of Qin learns that you've crossed hundreds of miles to kill someone across the border, then it's a big deal. Of course, you could do it. After all, we do have the potential to be justified." "Indeed, is it possible? At this point, don't they want to admit it?" Sun Chang was furious, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. A rush of hot blood went straight to his head, but his chest was stuffy everywhere. "General, calm down. They are provoking you." A few of his minders behind him hurriedly approached and advised him in a low voice. Sun Chang naturally understood that this was a typical agitation. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Sun Chang said word for word, "Wang Shouyan, this old bastard, and Fong Wenliang, this, do you really think no one can control you? Just wait, when I come over next time, let's see which one of you dares to stop." Sun Chang is the guardian of the Huguang area is not false, but it is only 1,000 general. In his position, he was not yet free to fiddle with Wang Shouyan, but just because he couldn't, didn't mean that no one could keep these two woebegone goods in check. Wei Guangxuan, the Hushi capital secretary, was his brother, 2 whole levels higher than Sun Chang. Sun Sung is going back to get help. Next time he comes over, Wang Shouyan will have to kneel at his feet and cry. Wu Qingyi read his mind and reminded Wang Shouyan of his official position once more. "Lord Wang is the governor. This is a court official. You should not be impulsive." Asterisk 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 off. Sun Chang spat, turned around, and drove his horse away. Although he was scolded, Takeshi Seno was cool. "Hey, comfortable today." Turning to his men, he said, "You guys go over to Fong Wenliang and say that His Highness wants him to apologize to Sun Chang." Fong Wenliang definitely didn't go to Shimusha City. He would have been in Chandni Chowk without moving. As for waiting for him to return from Lower Sandown, it's nonsense. To wait would be to wait for His Highness the Qin King to return from the Hushi region in a few days. Soon, a few soldiers came to Fong Wenliang's barracks. "General Fong, the Qin King's men are here again." "Why again?" Fong Wenliang was a relatively young general in his 30s. At this point he had just fallen asleep and was listening to them reporting outside. At the moment his mind was filled with confusion and impatience. As early as half a month ago, Qin Ming had arranged for someone to come over to discuss the land enclosure with the people of Qiantang City. But Fong Wenliang and Wang Shouyan both disagree. So Qin Ming arranged for people to come and harass him 3 times. It hasn't stopped until now. "Tell them I'm busy, and if there's anything to be done, we'll talk about it tomorrow." "But General," they said that this time they have something important to discuss, and that if they are late they will delay the big event. Fong Wenliang bristled with disdain. What could be so great about them? After all is said and done, it's still trying to compete for land and resources for the Qin King. They say it's a lakeside problem. What? Fong Wenliang was then alerted for a few moments. To the west of the lake, there is the plague-filled city of Lower Sands. Could they be the ones who brought the plague over? In fact, it was said a long time ago that Shao Qinian had spread the plague to Linjiang City. It's just that a lot of people turned a blind eye at the time. Officials in the court are like that. If the fire doesn't burn on them, they just watch from the wall and don't care. But once people try to make a scene on their side, they are definitely going to be severely resisted. Soon several people were brought in. General Fong, His Highness heard that you messed with Sun Chang, the guardian of the Huguang border, and asked you to apologize. Apologize? To whom? That sentence holds so much information. Fong Wenliang didn't even react to what was really happening. Chapter 45, The Black Cauldron is secure. It was only after a long time that Fong Wenliang remembered who Sun Chang was. Are you guys crazy? I'm not even close to Sun Chang, hundreds of miles apart, and I haven't even seen him a few times over the past 10 years. So what's the point of messing with him? Then I don't know. A few soldiers shrugged, threw that down and ran off. Sick. Fong Wenliang cursed a few times, but when he thought about it, he didn't feel right. Exactly at this time, several soldiers suddenly ran back from outside. General, our soldiers stationed on the official road, checking the incoming and outgoing merchants have been beaten up. A dozen people, all seriously injured. What? Dare to hit someone on the court's turf? It's simply audacious. Fong Wenliang was puzzled to the core. Why was there one strange thing after another? Go check it out. Control the assailant first and throw him in the jail. General, the one who beat up was Sun Chang of the Huguang Pass. We couldn't stop him. We finally had to let him go. Sun Sung. There's that name again. Fong Wenliang felt like he had stepped on dog out of the house today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sun Sung is crazy. Just now we investigated that Sun Chang did come over, only to turn back when he reached Pingyao County, not realizing that he would beat up people. There were passing armies that displayed the clearance papers. The soldiers under Fong Wenliang also have a record of clearance. This is more proof that Sun Sung was here. Why is he hitting people? What is he here for? I don't know. It seemed to just wiggle around. Asshole. Asshole. Fong Wenliang remembered what Qin Ming had said about apologizing. He apologized my ass. A tiny thousand chief dares to come to Qiantang City and piss on their heads? Inform Lord Wang of what happened. Tell him to write a letter over to Sun Chang, and make sure he gets justice. Yes. On the other hand, Wu Qingnua in the wilderness was running humbly. It was a great performance today though, but it was a bit of a rush to wrap it up. Almost exposed himself when he hit the group of soldiers. Luckily, he ended up leaving Sun Sung's name behind. It was also considered a successful completion of Qin Ming's explanation. A day later, Qin Ming returned to Linjiang City. Chao Chuan, who had been stealing artisans in the capital, and Fong Qingyuan, the former head of the Ministry of Households, who had assisted him, had not yet arrived. Although they had Chen Shirmao's help on their side, the matter of stealing people from the Ministry of Public Works wasn't too good. There should have been some delay, but Qin Ming trusted Chen Shirmao. What he promised to do, he will absolutely do. As for this stage now, Qin Ming only had a few hundred artisans in his hands, and the quality was still uneven. They could only do some infrastructure on the land that Qin Ming had circled. With the help of Guan Yu and Song Ding Shang, the craftsmen bought a lot of wood and iron ore. 2 carpenters' workshops and 3 blacksmiths' workshops were built. Basic carpentry and forging, both of which are ready to go, just not quite as productive. How's it going? Is My Highness the King of Qin still satisfied? Guan Yu stood in front of several workshops with her arms crossed, her small face full of self-satisfaction. It was close to writing "hurry up and brag about me" in big letters. Not bad. They say that behind a successful man stands a woman who strategizes, and it looks like I've found it. Qin Ming stroked Guan Yu's head and said in a doting manner, "What's this? I can still lead troops. Why don't you let me try?" Guan Yu arched her head into Qin Ming's embrace and pampered him. She would love to lead the troops, but Qin Ming didn't seem to have considered her when he let the 3 guards take over the local defense. This naturally caused Guan Yu to have a few grievances in her heart. When we have the chance later, we'll definitely let you lead the troops. Qin Ming was not willing to let Guan Yu go to the army. He had promised Shen before he came that he wouldn't let Guan Yu be in danger. Liar. The girl's mood was always cloudy. Just now, she was still hugging Qin Ming and pampering him. After hearing what Qin Ming said, Guan Yu directly bit him, turned around and ran away angrily with her small boots. After inspecting the situation of his workshop here, Qin Ming beckoned to Song Dingsheng in the distance. "What is it, Your Highness?" Song Dingsheng jogged all the way to Qin Ming. Having carried the plague together, he was now considered half of Qin Ming's people. Qin Ming told him, "How's the money going these days, Your Highness? I spent some during the plague. Building these workshops I was looking for familiar merchants and purchased a batch of supplies at cost, only spending 8,000 taels, and now there are still 330,000 taels of silver on the books." Song Dingsheng is a wimp, but that's not a bad thing. When it came to doing things, this character of his was able to refrain from greed and take which was something Qin Ming was very satisfied with. Not bad, you're a workable man. Qin Ming's compliments fell on Song Dingshang's ears as simple praise. He had heard many such compliments. Unfortunately, even after hearing more, he is still only a governor after all these years. I had thought that Qin Ming would just say this and call it a day. Who knew that Qin Ming wasn't lying when he said he was a buildable talent? I've decided to give you a chance to make money. The scale of the workshop that Qin Ming had anticipated had not yet been reached. Although there is a lot of money on this side. When Chao Chuan and Feng Qingyuan arrive with all the craftsmen and start the large-scale construction, it will truly become spendthrift. Add to that army expenses, the casting of weapons and equipment. At that time, even if Qin Ming had 300,000 silver in his hand, together with the $100,000 to $200,000 of silver looted from Lower Sand City, it was still not enough either. How do I earn it? Get a pen and paper. Yes. Song Dingshang brought Qin Ming a pen and paper, and Qin Ming neatly began to draw the design. Being a master in physics, Qin Ming's drawing skills are not bad. The drawing of an organ was soon made. Get all my woodworkers here later and have them make this thing. What's this for? A loom. Something that improves the efficiency of weaving. So, how much can I raise it? At least it's a lot faster than it is now. Song Dingshang's heart was happy. Then they could make a lot of money. But then a thought occurred to him. Your Highness, are we keeping this drawing a secret? Of course it's confidential. If it's not, do we give it to the court to shout at them to make money together? Then I'll find a couple of tight-lipped, reliable local craftsmen to do it. Okay, you watch. Qin Ming waved his hand. Eyes had been set on a column in the distance that had just walked into the barracks. The person who came back was Takeshi Kiyono. Is it done? Qin Ming beckoned to him and asked in a low voice. Wu Qingnua came over to Qin Ming's ear and whispered. Almost there. Now we wait for them to dry out. Counting the time. When will Sun Chang's men arrive? Probably just 2 or 3 days behind. Sun Chang was several hundred miles from Qiantang City, and running back and forth would take 2 or 3 days at the earliest. Qin Ming nodded slowly. Let's go. I'll personally meet Wang Xiaoyan this time. Your Highness, is this the time to go over? Sure, just in time to watch the show when we get over there. Qin Ming set them up. If he hadn't gone over to look after them himself, it would be bad if something went wrong and they teamed up to deal with themselves. Chapter 46, Fight with me. Do you have the strength? In the afternoon of the next day, Qin Ming entered Wang Xiaoyan's mansion in Qiantang City. Wang Xiaoyan was almost in his 50s, and his body, under his official uniform, was corpulent to the naked eye. Unlike before when he had arranged for someone to come and negotiate, Qin Ming had actually come over in person this time. This also allowed Wang Xiaoyan to only hurriedly walk out to respond. He had heard of this former prince's reputation. Although Wang Xiaoyan is considered to be an official of Xiao Shufei's lineage, he is a man of few words and does not dare to pose to Qin Ming. Lord Wang. Qin Ming walked into the mansion and smiled as he opened his mouth to greet him. Wang Xiaoyan was full of helplessness. Your Highness, are you still here today to discuss the matter of the enclosure? Yes. Qin Ming didn't avoid it either. Grumpily, he sat down in the inner hall and drank a cup of tea. After smoothly squeezing the warm hand of the little beauty who poured tea for him, he trailed off. I'm not discussing this matter. I'm informing, and I hope that Lord Wang will be obedient, or we won't get along too well in the future. Wang Xiaoyan's eyebrows jumped. Is there anyone who comes over to talk about things like this? This is too much of a bully. Just came over here looking like he's got it all together. Does this still put the court in the palm of your hand? Your Highness, this land is not mine, and I don't know how you talked Song Dingsheng out of it during the enclosure, but I, Qiantang City, only listen to the orders of the court. Wang Xiaoyan finished his sentence and secretly glanced at Qin Ming's expression. Instead, he found that his gaze was deep and was looking out into the courtyard. This added to the doubts in his mind. And thinking that Qin Ming was angry, he added, I beg your Highness pardon. Qin Ming still didn't say anything. At the moment, to an outsider's eyes, he was gazing deep into the distance, but only he knew that he was actually locking his eyes on the bodies of a few maids in the distance, watching their pale ankles and wiggling little asses exposed as they walked around. Qin Ming smacked his lips, and there was a pang in his heart. Wang Xiaoyan is also not a thing. An old man, gets so many beautiful maids for what? Do you also want to have a sick tree in front of you? A pear tree pressing down on the begonia? I haven't enjoyed it yet, and he deserves it? When he thought of this, Qin Ming's eyes turned ferocious when he looked at Wang Xiaoyan. What did you say? Say it again. Ha? Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that Qin Ming really didn't hear it. Thought that was a threat. Your Highness, if you are like this, I can only report the matter to the court. You go ahead and report it. According to my king's knowledge of the court, knowing that there is a plague here, no one will dare to come over for a year and a half. You, Wang Xiaoyan was helpless. At this time, a burly figure suddenly came from outside. His voice was cold as he questioned Qin Ming. Your Highness, Lord Wang has said he can't give it. Are you trying to rob it by force? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and sized up the young general in front of him. Combined with Wu Qingye's description, this would be the smelly and hard Fong Wenliang. He, Fong Wenliang, was stubborn, and Qin Ming was even better than him. Grinning, Qin Ming unapologetically said, this king just robbed it by force. So what are you going to do? Then I can only resist with my army. Fong Wenliang had long been quite dissatisfied with Qin Ming. Even dared to rush in and scream today. Qin Ming naturally wouldn't spoil him. To fight with this king, do you have that strength? My king's 3 guards are stationed at the border. They can be transferred back at any time. And the Wuwei Battalion is stationed at Linjiang City. Picking out any soldier at random is much better than the limpets in your army. Try moving one? Eyes on the two to argue. Wang Shoyan hurriedly stood up and said, let's talk about things. Don't fight. It's not good to get carried away. Despite what he said, he was adamant. It just won't give Qin Ming the land demarcation. Lord Wang, you can't turn the other cheek. Qin Ming took another sip of tea and turned his words to Wang Shoyan. Wang Shoyan froze. What's wrong with me? This king has managed the plague and it hasn't spread towards you yet. Shouldn't you thank this king? Wang Shoyan smiled faintly and shook his head. You are making nonsense. The plague in Linjiang City has never spread. Even if you don't come, there is still Song Dingshen. He was originally an official who had been in the court for many years. In a few words, he shrugged off the credit that Qin Ming had shown. Forget it. It doesn't make sense to you. Let's just use some real skill. Qin Ming waved his hand and didn't get angry. Both Wang Shoyan and Fong Wenliang's hearts sank. Fong Wenliang said angrily, does your highness still dare to bulldoze my Qiantang city? How violent that would be. The king has come over on this trip to seek friendly consultation with you, and to help you with a problem in the meantime. There was something in Qin Ming's words, but neither of them understood them. Trouble? Fong Wenliang didn't know where to begin. It was the first time he had met Qin Ming. It was also the first time for Wang Shoyan. What kind of trouble can there be? You'll find out soon enough. Turning the teapot in his hand, Qin Ming spoke faintly. Under the two men's suspicious gazes, they unexpectedly stood up directly and left the place. What does he want? Fong Wenliang was alert. He felt that things were not that simple. Soldiers come to the defenses, water comes to the earth to cover it. I'll write a letter to the queen first. As a person of Xiao Shufei's lineage, Wang Shoyan here encountered Qin Ming personally at the door. In fact, the heart is still very panicked. Walking out the door, Takeshi Kiyono, who was waiting nearby, immediately greeted him. Your Highness, do they not agree? Definitely disagree. These two just aren't the goods that can be simply negotiated down. So let's go wait outside the city. Okay. Soon a column of their army left the city of Chantun in this manner. The guards in front of the city gates quickly reported the news to Fong Wenliang. Fong Wenliang still thought that Qin Ming was a pretentious paper tiger, and actually had little ability and did not dare to move Qiantang City. So he ignored it and went straight back to the barracks. And by this time, Sun Chang was already on his way with his good brother and his superior, Dusher Wei Guangsun, just in time to bump into the new delivery errand boy at the stagecoach. The errand boy ran around all day delivering letters, so he naturally knew these two adults. So the letter was delivered directly to the two men. Generals, Wang Shoyan of Qiantang City has sent a letter. Look, Wei Guangxuan nudged at Sun Chang. Sun still seems to be a little angry with Wang Shoyan. With a cold grunt, he opened the letter. Bang! This dog official. What a bully. Just looking at it twice, he cursed straight away, thumping the table twice. What was written? Wei Guangxuan hurriedly pacified Sun Chang and asked suspiciously. Sun spread the letter out and said, obviously he was the one who beat up our men, and now he's blaming me for beating up the defenders of Qiantang City when I came here at the time. How could an old man do such an unseemly thing? This backpedaling is shameless. Wei Guangxuan's face changed. They're still shameless. I had thought that there was a misunderstanding in the matter, and that what my own brother had said might be a bit biased. But after actually seeing Wang Shoyan's performance, Wei Guangxuan finally believed Sun Chang. Don't worry, brother. I'll make that dog official kowtow to you to make amends on this trip. Chapter 47 Brother. Don't touch it. Have a drink. After Qin Ming just found an inn in the city of Qiantang to settle down, the furious Sun Chang then approached Qiantang City with a column of soldiers. Since this time it was with anger, he was also worried that Fong Wenliang would fight back. The number of troops Sun brought with him was a bit excessive. There were more than 1,000 of them. It was the highest number he could muster within his purview. Of course, there must be credit for Wei Guangxuan turning a blind eye. Open the door. After bringing the army in large groups, Sun Chang walked up to the soldiers guarding the city and growled in a low voice. The soldiers defending the city were puzzled, but he didn't dare stop. This was because Wei Guangxuan, who was following Sun Chang, was wearing an official uniform of the rank of Du Shi. The eyes could not have been worse, but they could have noticed that they were full of anger. You, report your name, and I'll go inform Lord Wang. Sun Sung rushed up with an arrow step and wanted to slap the inked soldier. Wei Guangshuan stopped him and said to the soldier, "Open the gates. We're coming to inspect." A man of the rank of Du Shi, with tens of thousands of soldiers under his command at his disposal, with Wei Guangshuan's status, it was considered a normal reason to inspect military camps in various places. The highest in a small city was the governor, and there wouldn't be anyone with a higher rank than him, even if it wasn't an inspection. He was confident he could walk across the street here. Okay. The soldiers guarding the city took a few dry steps backward. He wouldn't dare stop people, in case people get annoyed and just pull a random reason to hack themselves to death in the street. Then there is really no place to talk about it. The guys went into the barracks just to get a mouthful of royal food. It's not worth putting your life on the line. Just like that, the two Sun Changs entered the city and rushed towards Wang Shoyan's residence. On the other hand, inside Wang Shoyan's residence, right now he was having a headache because of Qin Ming. At this time, he was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, and Fang Wenliang had a cup of tea in hand, holding a dry stare. Alas, I had thought that Qin Ming would leave if he came over and failed to maneuver. Who knew this guy had wandered out of town and was back again? He even booked a room in an inn within Xiantang City, looking like he was prepared to fight a protracted battle with himself. All of this information was reported by Fang Wenliang. Fang Wenliang was as puzzled as Wang Shoyan, but his confusion was mixed with a few moments of anger. The king of Qin wants to go rogue. We must not give him a chance. Fang Wenliang saw that Wang Shoyan didn't do anything, so he took the initiative to open his mouth to break the silent atmosphere. I've already planted hundreds of eyes around his inn in the past 2 days. It's not just this inn. All the wind and grass in the 3 streets and 65 alleys around it can't escape my eyes. Fang Wenliang was confident. Qin Ming is very mad, but what right does he have to come to his own place and act like a fool? But Wang Shoyan wasn't as optimistic as Fang Wenliang. He was weak inside. If the king of Qin showed a little bit of emotion or tactics, Wang Shoyan wouldn't even be so scared. But on the contrary, Qin Ming casually stayed in Xiantang City as if he was out for a stroll. Didn't even do anything. That makes it scary. There is a saying that you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about you. Sipping a mouthful of tea, Wang Shoyan smashed his mouth and timidly said, when the king of Qin was in the position of the crown prince, he was able to make all the officials not dare to make a move. Even if they had conflicting political views, not many of them dared to play tricks with him. Do you know why? Why? Fang Wenliang was just a guardian of a small border town, so how could he know so many things? When he heard this, he just looked up at Wang Shoyan suspiciously. Wang Shoyan said leisurely, that's because many people who dared to play tricks with His Highness eventually realized that they secretly couldn't fight him. In the end everyone had to fight squarely. Fang Wenliang thought it was a bit outrageous. He snorted, which is so evil. A rumor spreads and he is rumored to be a god. Right, doesn't everyone have 2 eyes in their nose all the time? And who's better than who? Wang Shoyan didn't say anything, only the worry in his heart grew stronger. At this moment, he only hoped that Consort Zhao Xufei's response would come soon. But what Wang Shoyan doesn't know is that Zhao Xufei's side won't necessarily help even if she knows about his difficulties. After all, something bigger had happened on Zhao Qinyan's side. As a family member, Consort Zhao Xu would definitely help Zhao Qinyan first. Of course, this is all an afterthought. If a letter from Lingnan wanted to reach the capital, under the transportation conditions of this era, it was estimated that it would take 10 days and half a month to travel. By then the dust would have settled on what Qin Ming wanted to do. In a certain inn in Xiantang City, Qin Ming sat on the first floor and asked Chang Baishan to go to the restaurant across the street and call a few beautiful women to drink with him. Your hands are so small. Let's compare. Grabbing a girl with a pretty face, Qin Ming held his hand and opened his mouth with a smile. Wow, how are you so much whiter than me? Your wrists are so thin. Have some wine. It's not intoxicating. Hello lovely. It's okay to get drunk. You can rest at my place for the night. A few young girls were amused by Qin Ming's plain and simple chatting skills, and their cheeks flushed. Wu Qingnua sat across from him, like a Buddha statue, but his mental activity was intense. He wondered where, exactly, His Highness had picked up this unpretentious little chatting trick. It's pretty straightforward, but it does work. Gotta make a note of that. Go home and use it on your wife, and you might be as dashing as your highness. Wu Qingnua thought darkly in his mind, but his hands didn't stop, and he kept placing them on a certain girl's legs next to him. From time to time, he thought of something more flirty than Qin Ming, and when his heart got excited, he would secretly pinch the other's thighs. Qin Ming is an open person. He called 5 of his own, and shared one with Wu Qingnua, stealing a glance at the beauty beside himself. Wu Qingyi realized that the other party had no reaction and looked as usual. It just didn't seem as happy as the girls who followed His Highness around. Is he a boring man? No way. Takeshi Seino wasn't quite convinced, but seeing that the other man didn't react, he bravely squeezed again. So soft, the moody man opened his mouth. Prepare to make a few flirty remarks and tease each other too. Just like your highness. But at this time, this pretty girl suddenly turned her head to look at Wu Qingnua. A few moments of hesitation even surfaced on his face. Wu Qingyi's heart shook. Thinking I haven't said anything yet? Could it be that the fierce aura accumulated from years of fighting on the battlefield had directly conquered her? The mood is better. Wu Qingyi waited with anticipation for the other party to speak. The hand unconsciously squeezed the girl's thigh again. Instead, he saw the other man's body stiffen as he took the goblet and poured a full glass into the tiny wineglass. Serving it in front of Wu Qingyi, the girl said timidly, "Big brother, don't touch it. Drink some." Chapter 48, The Exasperated Fong Wenliang. Oh, good, good. Wu Qingyi's old face flushed as he picked up his wine cup and drank it down. A couple of teasing lines that came to mind just now. At this point, they were all stuck in their throats, unable to say a word. People pretend they're busy when they're embarrassed. Takeshi Seino did just that, reaching around the table, had a piece of meat and a peanut. Toward the end he noted the return of some henchmen who had gone out to spy. Solely standing up, he hurried to the door with his hands behind his back. Ahem, anything going on inside the city? General, Sun Chang is here, and he's brought a doucher with him. Doji? Oh, it's Wei Guangshuan. Right, do you recognize it? Heard that. When Wu Qingyi had something to do, he put the embarrassment of earlier behind him. Quickly coming to Qin Ming's side, he whispered, "Your Highness, people are coming. A Qianhu Sun Chang, and a doucher Wei Guangshuan." Qin Ming, who was drinking, loosened his arm around the beauty's thin waist and slowly nodded his head. "Go, my lord. You haven't settled your bill yet." Seeing that Qin Ming was about to leave, a few girls hurriedly pulled him back. "Don't worry. Why would I renege on my debt? We're not the kind of people who patronize for nothing. Old Wu, go get them." Qin Ming pointed to a few people staking out the street in the distance. He remembered that this was Fong Wenliang's inner circle, which he had previously seen in Wang Shoyan's mansion. These people are really uncouth. Too, stalking is even better. Still squatting on the street, he looked at Qin Ming with a big grin, afraid that he would not be exposed. But come to think of it, their local guards don't often get involved in border wars, and they're used to being a bully. When you really come out and do something, you look like an amateur. It just so happened that today Qin Ming was going to give them a good lesson. Come here. Wu Qingyi was a strong general of the Wuwei Battalion, carrying them like they were little chickens. He quickly caught them in front of Qin Ming. "Your Highness, the King of Qin, what are you doing? What am I doing? Are you guys spying on me?" Qin Ming snorted coldly and directly punctured their actions. The crowd pulled out the wording they had long ago thought of and rushed to say, "No, we are escorting you to safety." Unfortunately, they thought they were on the second level. Qin Ming, however, had long since reached the atmosphere. "Oh, who sent you for protection?" "General Fong. It's something they don't have to hide." Qin Ming nodded slowly. "It wasn't too easy for this king to make a trip to your place, and General Fong has a heart." Where? A few people smiled dryly and didn't dare to answer more. Qin Ming continued, "Since you are so concerned about the king and want to do your duty as landlord, the king is deeply touched." The sudden arrival of a set of such compliments froze them a bit. Still, he clasped his fists at Qin Ming. "This is all we should do. It's nothing, you don't have to be too polite." Qin Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the girl beside him, as well as the wine and food in front of him. "Since you guys are so intent, this king will give you another chance. Today this king came out in a hurry and didn't bring much silver. You guys first help this king clear the accounts of these girls, and the inn." What? A few people were in a bit of disbelief. Is this the royal family with the fine clothes? It's so uncouth. It's a demonic cult, isn't it? "Your Highness, we are not generous. You order so much meat. It is too expensive. Productivity in this era is not working and resources are scarce. Like the meat that is always on the table in modern times. Many ordinary families in this dynasty sometimes only had it once a year. Even the believers who followed Fong Wenliang were all satisfied with just a taste of meat every month." Wu Qingyi raised his eyebrows and shouted angrily, "And you say you're not here to spy on His Highness's whereabouts? Don't even want to pay?" "No, we're here to protect your Highness." Several people waved their hands in succession and took a few steps back with fearful faces. "Fart. Well said. His Highness is in trouble now. Can't pay to be detained. You still won't pay. Fong Wenliang is letting you protect him like this?" Patting Wu Qingyi's shoulder. Qin Ming jumped out and acted as the good old boy. "Old Wu, don't be anxious. These few brothers should not have enough money on them either, and are preparing to have their families send them. Arrange for a few brothers to stand guard here while they scrape together the money to settle the bill. And let's get busy. Understood. Soon, Wu Qinghua tied up these leaders who were spying on Qin Ming. After arranging for a few people to watch over them, he followed Qin Ming out of the inn. In fact, Qin Ming didn't really want them to pay. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. By the way, get rid of these people who are spying on you. As expected, just after Qin Ming walked out of the inn, just outside, a platoon of soldiers rushed in to untie their boss. But he was stopped by the people left behind by Wu Qingyi. A few of the smaller leaders who were under control panicked. It's all cuties. Leave us alone and go see what King Qin wants first. But what are we going to do when several of you aren't leading? A few soldiers who could be described as drunkards were also afraid of Qin Ming. It's hard to avoid some pushback at this point. Asterisk 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 off. Hurry up and go. If you delay General Fang's business, I'll kill you all. Good, good. On the other side, Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan had arrived in front of Wang Shouyan's mansion and began to bang on the door. Again? It's never ending. Hearing this voice, Fang Wenliang slammed his teacup heavily on the tabletop. Turning his head, he looked angrily at the distant door that was being pounded on heavily. Go out and look. Wang Shouyan stood up. He wanted to see what exactly Qin Ming wanted to do. With the help of a few houseguests, the heavy door creaked open. Wang Shouyan and Fang Wenliang had originally held their fire, but after opening the door and seeing the person in front of them, they suddenly froze. Are you? Wang Shouyan stepped forward and surveyed them curiously. At first glance was Wei Guangxuan's official uniform. It's a doji. It's half a level higher than even yourself. My humble servant sees the lord of the capital. Wang Shouyan clasped his fists and saluted first. Wei Guangxuan waved his hand coldly with a look of rejection on his face. Alright, I brought Sun Chang here today to talk about things. What is it? The rodeo? The first thing that came to Wang Shouyan's mind was Qin Ming's land enclosure, but Sun Chang had already rushed up and pointed at his nose and cursed. Wang Shouyan, you really have a thick skin and shameless tactics. That Fang Wenliang is your relative, right? That's how you protect him. Fang Wenliang thought they were talking to Wang Shouyan. He remembered that Sun Chang ran over 2 days ago and beat up his own people. Thought I'd wait until they were done talking and ask how it went. Who knew that Sun Chang split his head and started cursing? Good death and talk about his relationship with Wang Shouyan. Heaven and earth. He, Fang Wenliang, had never asked Wang Shouyan for any favors for his promotion in the army. All mixed up on their own. He hates guys who say they climbed up the ladder. Today this Sun Chang is kind of disgusting. Sun Chang, I'm warning you, watch your mouth. Don't bite people like a mad dog. Chapter 49, His Highness the Qin King dancing in the minefield. Fang Wenliang, you're still calling on it? Sun Cost then held his breath. It was clearly Fang Wenliang who was at fault first, and he still dared to clamor with himself that he could put up with. That was pure grandson. What's that I'm still calling on? Sun Chang, who do you think you are? Pointing out this and that, I'll you up. Fang Wenliang was originally the age of blood and vigor, and said that he was going to make a move. Wang Shouyan and Wei Guangxuan each pulled one. That's what kept them from fighting. You hit someone first and you're still mad at me? If I don't you up today, I'll take your name. Sun Chang yelled and was about to tell what happened in the first place. Qin Ming, who was hiding on the street corner, had a movement in his heart. That's no way to keep him talking. It wouldn't be good if they reasoned things out when they got together. It's just that it's better to play this pussy on your own. You cat here. Don't let them see you. The king himself will go there. Before leaving, Qin Ming gave an explanation to Wu Qingye. Wu Qingye saw Sun Chang last time. If he comes out this time, he will definitely be exposed. At that he also immediately nodded. Okay. In front of Wang Shouyan's mansion, both he and Fang Wenliang were puzzled. It was clearly Sun Chang who had beaten up the people, but now he was slandering their generals of Qiantang City. What does that mean? Fang Wenliang just wanted to retort. Qin Ming had come around the corner and interrupted their conversation. What's going on? What are you guys doing? Your Highness, the King of Qin. Wang Shouyan's heart thumped wildly. The scene was already a mess, and now a rogue commodity has come out to stir things up. Too bad luck. At the same time, he also set his eyes on Fang Wenliang. Didn't you say you'd keep an eye on Qin Ming from all angles? Qin Ming is in front of us, and there's not even a person to inform us. What kind of stakeout is this? Fang Wenliang also had 2 big heads at the moment. He didn't even have time to bother about why Qin Ming had suddenly come over. Just want to hurry up and the arrogant Sun first. See your highness, King of Qin. Wei Guangxuan still reacted quickly, hearing Qin Ming's name. Originally, his head was tilted up high, and he was acting as if he was the boss of the sky and the boss of me. All of them hurriedly came to Qin Ming and bowed respectfully. In passing, he also tugged on Sun Chang's sleeve. Sun Chang reluctantly gave Qin Ming a bow. This also brought out the doubt in his mind. Your Highness, Fong Wenliang beat up my soldiers at the Hubuang Junction. Won't you give an explanation? He thought Fong Wenliang and Qin Ming were in cahoots, because it was with Fong Wenliang that Qin Ming had beaten up his own soldiers in the first place. Now even as soon as he himself had arrived here, Qin Ming quickly rushed over as well. This look was clearly an attempt to protect Fong Wenliang. Qin Ming smiled faintly and said vaguely, the hitting thing is indeed a problem, so you're here because of that. It's good that you know. Sun Chang snorted coldly, holding his chest as he spoke unhappily. What beating? Wang Shoyan and Fong Wenliang were confused. It was Fong Wenliang who reacted faster. Pointing at Sun Chang, he cursed. Good. You guys are colluding together to mess with our Qintang city? Your Highness is truly a good tactic. How dare you join forces with Wei Guangxuan and plant evidence to frame me? Sun Chang thought Qin Ming was Fong Wenliang's backstage. Fong Wenliang, however, felt that Qin Ming was Sun Chang's backstage. Qin Ming continued to trick him at this time. Don't talk nonsense. Who planted you? Wasn't it just a fight with you earlier? What's the point of messing up like that? Qin Ming immediately drew back, leaving the problem to Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan on the side. Shunshur also reveals that he had a fight with them earlier. Wei Guangxuan was cold and had already brainstormed quite a few stories. It seems like they should have originally wanted to take the opportunity to give themselves a hard time, but there was a dispute over the interests and the talks fell apart. Eventually it turns against you and you can't find fault with yourself. You've come at the right time yourself. It just so happened that while the two had a gap, he himself helped his good brother Sun Chang to avenge Fong Wenliang's death by taking him down. Your Highness, isn't this a plant? Isn't this all on you? Fong Wenliang is just a low-ranked martial artist. Naturally, I don't know so many curves, and I don't understand what it means to say more than you can say. At the moment he still feels like a victim. Ugh, there's no way to tell you. You're too stubborn a bastard. Qin Ming made a helpless look. Turning his head, he looked at Wei Guangxuan. I can prove in this case that it was him who did it, and Lord Wei can dispose of it as he sees fit. Fear that he won't handle walking away. Qin Ming also specializes in retreating from the road. For those who really don't have the authority, the king can call the local metropolis to do justice to the group. Use it? It's just a little guard. Wei Guangxuan still wants to save face. Coldly, he grunted. Lord Wang, the evidence I have in my hand is all related to Fong Wenliang, and I also judge that it was he who beat up the people. So let's remove him recently and wait for his release. A few moments of hesitation appeared on Wang Shoyan's face. Lord Wei, shouldn't this matter be investigated further? Although the authorities were confused, but after years of being an official in the court, he was no cutie pie, could clearly sense that something was not quite right. But Wei Guangxuan wanted to seize this opportunity to hurry up and do Fong Wenliang. Sun Chang, who was next to him, also snorted coldly. What else is there to find out? Or do you want to leave enough time to cover up the evidence? Fong Wenliang was also a rash person. His eyes glared and he directly said angrily, well, Ta Jinwei, you're pulling the strings? He dared to dislike a dignified prince like Qin Ming, and in the face of Wei Guangxuan, he naturally dared to angrily spray him as well. What did you say? Wei Guangxuan's voice went cold and he looked at him angrily. Okay, cut the crap. Wang Xiaoyan hadn't even reacted to what was going on, and things had already turned out this way. His heart thumped wildly in fear and he hurriedly pulled Fong Wenliang back. Qin Ming looked at Fong Wenliang being pulled back, and thought that things weren't big enough, and so it spoke. General Fong should listen to Lord Wang more. Sometimes, not listening to the words of the old man. Suffer before your eyes. Lord Wang has been in the court for so many years, he can still more or less lift you up. Just now, while standing on the street corner and listening to Sun Chang and Fong Wenliang cursing at each other, Qin Ming then noticed that Fong Wenliang seemed to be a young general with high self-esteem. What he hates most is when people say he's nepotistic. Now that he had found his breaking point, Qin Ming was going to dance hard on it. Unsurprisingly, Fong Wenliang jerked his head up, his eyes staring dead at Qin Ming. What do you mean, Your Highness? Pray make it clear. Who has lifted me up? I earned this position of guardian all by myself. If any of you help, I will be struck by heaven. I'll die a horrible death. He was touched by the reverse scale and almost roared in anger as he corrected Qin Ming. Qin Ming hemmed and hawed, backing off with a more exasperating remark. Gee, I understand. I'm just kidding. It's all your own effort, okay? The implication is that they still don't believe it. But for the sake of Lord Wang and you, I'm still willing to coax you. This was a very disgusting way of speaking that Qin Ming had learned from someone in his past life. I didn't expect to be able to use it to disgust Fong Wenliang in this life. Seems like it's really right to learn more. You, meet a hobnail like Qin Ming. Fong Wenliang was truly angry to the point of fainting. Pointing at Qin Ming, His finger waved halfway in midair. Pust! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. His body slumped, and Fong Wenliang just fell straight to the ground. Chapter 50, Enforce the law impartially. Don't give me face. Wenliang. Wan Shoyan rushed up to support Fong Wenliang. A few soldiers around him also came up and helped him pinch him with 7 hands and 8 feet. But Fong Wenliang was too anxious and angry, and he didn't wake up for half a day. Alas, if I had known, I would not have done it. Qin Ming looked at his miserable state and languidly lamented from the sidelines, as if he knew him well. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Cheng thought that Qin Ming was talking about beating up their army soldiers, but what Qin Ming was talking about was Fong Wenliang coming out to act like a bully and blocking his own land collection. How dare you challenge me? If I don't let you know why the flowers are so red, I'll take your name. Qin Ming thought darkly in his mind. The face, however, made a look of pathos, and the rabbit died to Wei Guangxuan. Wenliang, is a good man, only his temper is too hot. Just when Wei Guangxuan thought that Qin Ming would help him plead for mercy, Qin Ming suddenly turned his words around and said, but this is also his own problem. You should not fall behind in his punishment. Remove him from his post and investigate him. This king is not a man who can ask for favors just because he can make connections through the back door. I hope that Lord Wei, too, will be able to enforce the law with impartiality and one word. Watching Qin Ming ramble on and on, the corner of Wei Guangxuan's mouth twitched slightly. How come it feels as if you don't get any thrill of revenge? Sun Cheng actually felt the same as Wei Guangxuan. Just as they were standing around, at a loss for words, Qin Ming suddenly let out a soft eep. Speaking of which, why have you brought so many troops here? This number is overstaffed, isn't it? Have you reported to the king for traveling back and forth within his fiefdom? Oops. Wei Guangxuan's heart went cold. I thought I was okay with slightly violating military rules. After all, there was no one in the entire city of Qiantang who could hold himself down. Even more so, no one dared to mention it. But no one expected His Highness, the King of Qin, to come in person. Good grief. It also happened to notice the number of troops they had. Wei Guangxuan began to lie urgently. Qin Ming, however, didn't give him a chance to argue and directly interrupted him. Lord Wei, it's very difficult for this king to deal with you like this. This is a big deal, but not a small one. Your Highness, Your Highness. Qin Ming covered his face and sighed long and hard. Alas, the king has said that he is a man of uprightness, impartiality, and a man of his word. Can you just be given an accommodation? Wei Guangxuan hurriedly compensated with a smile. This, naturally cannot be. This time to avenge my brother's death. He did break the rules. Sun Cheng saw that his good brother was anxious because he was caught by the king of Qin, so he hurriedly walked out and said, Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Wei. It was me who brought out the troops privately. Inside these people, the extra ones are the witnesses who were beaten by Fong Wenliang, and I brought them here to testify against him. Sun Cheng's head spun faster. Wei Guangxuan looked at Sun Cheng with gratitude. Good brother, very righteous when it counts. Looking at his reaction, Qin Ming only felt amused. If there were real witnesses, Fong Wenliang would have been cleared long ago. That was Lu Bao's personal hand. A punch down to beat the person to the ground. It is estimated that half a month cannot get out of bed. And follow you here? This guy is a good liar. But Qin Ming is a tough nut to crack. In other words, Wei Guangxuan knew you were here with more than the standard number of soldiers and the so-called human witnesses? Qin Ming opened his mouth indifferently and asked Sun Cheng. Cold sweat broke out behind Sun Cheng's back. Qin Ming is not ashamed to be a cultured person for asking this question. If the response says that Wei Guangxuan knows, it is sure to implicate Wei Guangxuan again, and Sun Cheng himself cannot escape. Lord Wei doesn't know. With this thought, Sun Cheng immediately shook his head, plucked Wei Guangxuan out again. Hearing this reply, Wang Shoyan beside him had closed his eyes helplessly. Can you be good when you're haunted by Qin Ming? Regardless of how Sun Cheng responded, Qin Ming would not let them leave easily. As expected, Qin Ming coldly turned his head and continued to ask questions to Wei Guangxuan. You didn't know, and you agreed to him bringing so many people? Is it true that you didn't know, or did you deliberately conspire with him to pretend you didn't know? Sun Cheng, this king tells you, regardless of whether or not you brought the so-called witnesses, running from a foreign land, the number reaches this size. You, and you, none of you can run away. Qin Ming's words filled Wei Guangxuan with bitterness. I thought that by taking down a Fong Wenliang and giving face to the military camp, things would be over. I didn't realize I was the one who lost the most. Wang Shoyan stood quietly watching, slowly shaking his head. Fong Wenliang, this accomplished goods. It was after listening to him that he thought that the king of Qin was new to the country and had insufficient roots. That's why they don't want to step in, much less give land. In hindsight, it was a horribly wrong decision. People like that can't be dipped. If I had known, I would have hastened to allocate the land to the king of Qin. Where else is this? After threatening Wei Guanxuan and Sun Chang, Qin Ming thought about it and made an arrangement. Take your men and return to the barracks with this king to be investigated. And Lord Wang, you shouldn't let Fong Wenliang do it these days. Yes, both sets of men responded breathlessly. Wang Shoyan first arranged for someone to take the fainting Fong Wenliang to the medical center. Qin Ming, on the other hand, told Wei Guanxuan's men to wait for him outside the city. See that the people are almost gone. Qin Mingkai smiled and walked to Wang Shoyan. Sir Wang, have you had dinner yet? Would you believe me if I said I ate it? Wang Xiaoyan spoke helplessly, a resigned expression on his face. Nonsense, it's just getting dark. What did you eat? Come, follow me to the inn. Let's drink and talk about life. Qin Ming pulled Wang Xiaoyan affectionately and smoothly put his hand on his shoulder. If people who don't know what's going on inside come over and look, thought the two knew each other well, even kind of old friends for years. Wang Xiaoyan was very reluctant to eat this Hongmen banquet, but the situation is stronger than the people. The guards of Qiantang City have all been taken out. Wang Xiaoyan, who was alone, didn't have the guts to refuse Qin Ming. Go, stammering for half a day. In the end, Wang Xiaoyan let out a long sigh and was still ready to follow Qin Ming away. However, Qin Ming looked as if he had suddenly remembered something. Stopping in his tracks, he looked seriously at Wang Xiaoyan and said, Lord Wang, go and shout to the house elves to bring some silver. The king still has a meal, and the lodging of a dozen people left to settle. You've just come to Lingnan. You have a bright future ahead of you. Your hands are still wide open. Can't you pay for this meal? Wang Xiaoyan is considered to be convinced. Even if he is honest, he cannot be bullied like this. How could he expect Qin Ming to nod his head seriously? The king does have a great future ahead of him, yes. But tight hands, tight frowns, tight clothes, and tight time are the four tights. And you've got to loosen them up for me. Chapter 51, you volunteered. I didn't ask for it. Arriving at the inn, Qin Ming didn't mention today's events. Just a few more of the original wonderful girls were called forward from the opposite tavern. There were a total of 7 girls who came, and after having the foundation of their previous relationship, Qin Ming also knew some of their stories. These 7 beautiful girls as a few headliners of the restaurant across the street, known as the 7 Fairies of Qiantang. Qin Ming and the 7 fairies ate while chattering about the things in Qiantang City. A few girls were very understanding of men and good at chatting, and talked to Qin Ming about a lot of news about Qiantang City. For example, where the streets are busier, or which place has been doing well lately, and the owner there comes to the restaurant for a drink and says how much he's made. Although Qin Ming had a good time chatting with them, Wang Xiaoyan, however, was not involved. The doubts in his heart grew thicker and thicker, not knowing what Qin Ming was up to. It's a good thing that Qin Ming is a hothead. All eating at one table, Qin Ming also generously shared a beauty with Wang Xiaoyan. Lord Wang, have a drink with the beauty. Don't be polite to me. Not much of an appetite. Wang Xiaoyan's face was gloomy and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Why does it look like your home turf? Don't you want to be polite? He thought that Qin Ming was calling him to come over for dinner, pay for the meal and the money for staying at the inn and forget about it. But looking at Qin Ming's meaning, it seems that the appearance fee for this drink and the 7 immortals will have to be given by Wang Xiaoyan as well. How can Wang Xiaoyan drink this? Qin Ming looked at him like he was a stone in a thatched jar, smelly and hard. There was no further counseling, so he turned his head and started blowing awesome with the 7 fairies. Secretly, I'm actually a royal prince. Then wouldn't we be princesses to have the honor of drinking with you? You are my princess. Qin Ming grinned and took the small hands of the 2 girls beside him, causing the other to break away with a delicate laugh. But when he said princess, he meant something else. Many fantasy girls, as children, fantasize about being princesses. Some do end up as princesses, but unfortunately they are accompanied not by a prince, but by the king. Ahem. Look at Qin Ming flirting with someone without any face at all. Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but commit pharyngitis and covered his mouth and coughed twice, reminding Qin Ming to get down to business. But Qin Ming didn't react and continued to chat with others. The gaggle was filled with the silvery laughter of young girls. Cough, cough. Wang Xiaoyan coughed for half a day, and his throat hurt a little. Still no one cares about themselves. Even the girl that Qin Ming had just separated from the others had moved a stool on her own, joined in the small chat group of Qin Ming. Suddenly he had the feeling of being isolated in a crowd. He poured himself a cup of tea before Wang Xiaoyan took the initiative to mention the matter of Fong Wenliang today. Your Highness, Wenliang didn't mean any harm. It's just that the person is a bit too naive. Qin Ming didn't open his mouth first because he wanted to ensure the initiative of the negotiation. It is up to the other party to make the claim so that he can prescribe the right remedy. Fondly, he released his grip on the young girl's thigh. Qin Ming asked him with a smile, Does Lord Wang mean that he and I have no grievances and do not know each other, and that after we meet we should make a point of tolerating Fong Wenliang because of his naive character? Why don't you build a temple for this king? A compassionate man like this king, sit in it as a statue of Buddha, and you can still generate a lot of income for this city of yours every year. Your Highness, don't joke. My humble servant doesn't mean that. Wang Shoyan accompanied the smile and shook his head in a hurry. Qin Ming, however, waved his hand. Since he's now in the hands of someone else, Wei Guangxuan, deal with him as you see fit. What's the use of Lord Wang pleading with me? Is this king going to approach Wei Guangxuan and ask him to release him just because of the 3 prosperous stores you gave him, plus the land you set aside? Qin Ming's words caused Wang Shoyan to freeze for a moment. He looked up, staring with confused eyes. What 3 prosperous stores? Just now, didn't he, my little princess, say that there is a street in your area that seems to have a good business? Alas, forget it, this king is not that kind of person. Qin Ming waved his hand and picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it all in one go. Wang Shoyan had lived for so many years, but it was the first time he had encountered such a rogue. Listening to this, it means that he wants 3 prosperous stores, plus land set aside for him, and this is the only way to release him? I'm sorry that I can't comply with your request. These prosperous stores of family to be tens of thousands of taels of silver. Every year is able to pay a lot of taxes to the city of Qiantang. If it is given to you, the city of Qiantang is afraid. He hadn't finished his sentence. Qin Ming then waved his hand to cut it off. Stop. What are you talking about? The king has said that he is a clean, honest and law-abiding man. Wu Chongyi, here, because of Wang Shoyan's arrival, Wu Qingye, who had not been able to eat at the table or sit with the little beauty, was already in a bad mood. Seeing the opportunity coming, he immediately rushed forward to stare viciously at Wang Shoyan. Being looked at by him like this, Wang Shoyan was startled. However, he heard Qin Ming order, "You go and tell Wei Guangxuan that this offense of Fong Wenliang's is better communicated directly to the Senator General. Such scum shall be executed by all. Our military camps in Dakian are to hold the attitude that it is better to kill a mistake than to let it go, and give these unruly generals severe punishment. This is how we can clean up the atmosphere and make this big ship of Deqian go farther and farther." At the end of his words, Qin Ming was moved by his own righteous words. It turns out that he is the pillar of this dynasty. I really dare not think, if there is no such a clean and honest, impartial law enforcement, conscientious good young people in the Dakian dynasty, that will become what will become. Yes, Your Highness. I'll go find Wei Guangxuan now. Wei Guangxuan has something on Qin Ming. If he went to find it now, he would definitely have to do something for Qin Ming in order to absolve himself. Wang Shoyan was terrified. He hurriedly pulled Wu Qingnua back, then turned his head to look at Qin Ming. Your Highness, have a word. Qin Ming covered his face and sighed long and hard. Lord Wang, this king actually really doesn't want your 4 prosperous stores, and 30 craftsmen plus a batch of land set aside. It's useless even if you give it to this king. What? 4 prosperous stores and 30 artisans? Wang Shoyan was a bit unable to believe his ears. How is it that the price offered just now is sitting on the fence at this point? Or is it human? Qin Ming can ask for this price. In fact, is also with the 7 fairies after inquiring, came to a conclusion. Although this part of Lingnan is poor, but all the major cities under the jurisdiction of several counties still have a lot of savings. Relatively speaking, asking for a couple stores is really nothing. It's just that this Wang Shoyan is like a brave man, don't want to take a penny out of it. Then Qin Ming will sit on the ground and watch how long the old boy can break with himself. I didn't say I wanted it. It's all from Lord Wang, who saw that it wasn't easy for me to come to Lingnan and voluntarily donated to the barracks. Qin Ming shook his head, reaffirming his white lotus flower persona. Of course, if Lord Wang insists on giving it, this king will not take it for nothing. You are. Wang Shoyan's heart fluttered, and he did kind of look forward to Qin Ming's return. But Qin Ming opened his mouth in the next sentence. How about this king will send you a banner in the name of the military camp, recognizing the outstanding contributions you've made? Chapter 52, I'm with you from the heart, but you're playing with my brain. Wang Shoyan was helpless. In fact, Qin Ming guessed correctly that he did have money, but as a veteran who has been mixed up in the officialdom for so many years, he is also a pure hobnail. As long as they don't put a knife to his neck and force him to take the money, he sure as hell isn't going to give it. I wanted to make a difficult look and grind the price with Qin Ming little by little, but he was wrong, because he met the famous former prince, the present king of Qin. Qin Ming had seen too many officials like him and naturally knew how to solve the problem step by step. Your Highness, I make a voluntary contribution. Seeing that Qin Ming had already pushed himself to such a point, Wang Shoyan had to compromise in order to save Fong Wenliang. However, this beam was also considered to be tied up with Qin Ming. When he returned, he would definitely report everything in Xiantang City to Princess Xiao Shufei. He himself couldn't defeat Qin Ming, but the combined efforts of Princess Xiao and the crown prince of the current dynasty would definitely be able to subdue him. Good. I like your kind of talent that is loyal to the country. Qin Ming patted his shoulder in satisfaction. He knew in his heart what Wang Shoyan thought. Doesn't matter though. Water from afar does not quench the thirst of the near. A twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. Old Wu, see off the guests. Now that things are done talking, it's a bit of an eyesore to put an old den here to drink with the 7 immortals. Qin Ming instructed Wu Qingnua. Wu Qingnua nodded. He had been impatient for a long time. After being originally disliked by one of the 7 fairies, he'd been trying to figure out how to revitalize his manhood from the afternoon until now. If it wasn't for Wang Shoyan, the asshole, stuttering for half a day, he would have been on the table. Wang Shoyan froze, not expecting Qin Ming's expulsion order to be given so quickly. Before leaving, he asked Qin Ming, "By the way, Your Highness, when do you think Wen Liang will be able to return to the barracks?" After paying so much, he was hoping that Qin Ming would allow Wei Guangxuan to press the matter. The two sides will be well water between them from now on. It's better for everyone. But when Qin Ming heard this, he looked at him suspiciously. What, back to the barracks? Doesn't Fang Wanliang have any land at home? Go back to farming. What do you mean by that? Wang Shoyan glared angrily at Qin Ming. How can you still take money and not do anything? Qin Ming put down his chopsticks and said leisurely, "This crime of Fang Wanliang. A mortal sin can be waived, but a living sin cannot be escaped. Having committed such a great offense, it is already the greatest of leniency to go back to farming. What's on your mind? Get going, and remember to pay the bill before you go." Wang Shoyan gritted his teeth. Even though he had studied for many years and was deeply cultured, at this moment he was about to explode with anger. "Still, Your Highness has done the math. I'm impressed." Gritting his teeth and throwing down these words, Wang Shoyan settled the bill and left the place in disgrace. It was too late to mourn him. Next out was Takeshi Kiyono. Finding an empty seat, Wu Qingnua hurriedly sat down. Rubbing his hands together, he looked at Qin Ming with anticipation. "Your Highness, that..." When he said that, he blushed in his old face. Instead, his eyes kept glancing at the girl beside Qin Ming. The 7 immortals looked at the bear-like man and turned their heads in disgust. Holding Qin Ming tighter, Takeshi Seno was hurt. He was known as a battlefield wise man back then, and he was a general who had been successful in the battle of surprise attacks and had a great deal of scenery. Now it would be disliked by a couple of little girls. The sky is so long. Why is it so thin on me? In the end, it was Qin Ming who knew his subordinate's state of mind and said to the 2 girls sitting on the far side, "This is General Wu. Very rich. Go and have a drink with him. And later on, this king will give you 2 an extra 10 taels of silver." It was only now that the 2 girls finally sat down next to Takeshi Seno. A few moments of gratitude appeared in Wu Qingye's eyes as he looked at Qin Ming. Even hastened to learn Qin Ming liked the left embrace, but the hand just reached over. The other side is like a slippery fish. Directly break free. "General, drink, drink." The 2 of them gave cup after cup to Wu Qingye and started pouring wine. Bitter wine in the throat makes the heart ache. Takeshi Seno could only go along with the drinking gap now to be able to touch the other party's small hand. Qin Ming looked at it and secretly lamented. "It's a good thing I don't practice martial arts. Otherwise, if it really turns into this big, thick body, no little girl will like it." In fact, this is not to blame Wu Qingnua. This era of battle-hardened generals are all this big bladder and waist. A man of this stature swings his weapon with not only poise, but also power, and all are highly skilled in combat. After finishing the drink, Qin Ming asked the 7 immortals to leave. Next he would have to explain a few words to Wu Qingye alone. So soon. Wu Qingye was still a bit attached to the idea, and Qin Ming glared at him before giving up. "Stay here for the next few days. Carve out the land and take those prosperous stores." Wei Guangxuan's army remained outside of Qiantang. At a time like this, Wu Qingnua definitely couldn't meet up with Sun Chang. The 2 of them had met before. Now that things are done, wearing out Qin Ming will not be affected, but it will be a little embarrassing. Solely, I'll leave Wu Qingnua here for now. "Your Highness, what use is there for our barracks to take one shop?" When it came to the matter of the prosperous store, Wu Qingnua looked at Qin Ming curiously. "It's not much use to take some real estate to balance out the assets the king has on hand." Qin Ming casually pulled a line that he wouldn't understand anyway if he said it, but it was out of Qin Ming's expectation. Takeshi Seno surprisingly put on a look of understanding. "Oh, assets. Like that. Nice nice. Many people sometimes come across something they don't understand but don't want to admit they don't understand it yet. It would be in this sentence form. It's not very well understood, but you can pretend you know." The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. This Wu Qingyi is quite humorous. Okay, I'll go back first. Okay, Your Highness. In the next 2 days I will help you. Not move Hangping to produce a bit, and then also go back. Takeshi Sano scratched his head and stepped forward, persistently trying to act like he knew what he was doing. But even the words are misremembered. Old Wu was already heartbroken when he didn't get to touch the 7 immortals today. As the saying goes, people are hard to break down. So Qin Ming didn't bother to break him down again and waved his hand with his back to him. Walked out of Chantun City with a column of men. These cities close their gates to traffic every night. However, Qin Ming's identity was here. And after speaking to the guards watching the gate, he walked out of Chintang City. Outside the city was a vast wilderness. The moon and stars were sparse, and the breeze was blowing freely. It is also a tone unique to the still unbuilt ridge. Almost all of the wilderness looks like this, except for Chandni Chowk. Your Highness, you're out. Wei Guangxuan had long been squatting outside the city, waiting. Qin Ming turned his head and looked around, noticing that the number of soldiers he had left here to repair seemed to be partially missing. Soldiers who could have been bunched up were now scattered or standing or lying outside the city. Narrowing his eyes, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up as he said, Old Wei, you're not honest. You have no trust in this king. Your Highness, what is the reason for this? Wei Guangxuan obviously did something wrong, dryly laughed and began to play dumb. In fact, he had just arranged for someone to go to his superiors to make connections. As long as the site of the military camp does not dispose of Wei Guangxuan, then his matter will not poke much. At most, he will apologize to Qin Ming. Of course, arranging for people to sneak back some of them was also an attempt to downsize Sun Chang's army. Qin Ming didn't reply, but only let out a long sigh. Alas, the king and you are linked at the heart, but you secretly play with the king's brain. Chapter 53, Choices are for children, and I want them all. Your Highness, I really didn't. Wei Guangxuan shook his head in a hurry. He'd hate to admit that he'd secretly arranged for someone to go back. That way Qin Ming would surely bite the bullet. Actually, Wei Guangxuan didn't know. Qin Ming had him come out specifically not to follow him this trip. The first was that he didn't want him and Sun Sung to see Wu Qingyi. The second gives him a chance to go back to shaking people down. Come back to the barracks with this king first, and let's discuss your punishment for crossing the border privately. Out of Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang's expectations, Qin Ming surprisingly did not ask more questions. Instead, they were told to go directly to the barracks. It even just says crossing the border. It doesn't even say anything about overcrowding. That's good. Wei Guangxuan was puzzled in his mind. After following Qin Ming for 2 days, he finally returned to the Wuwei camp outside Linjiang City. A busy scene at Camp Wuwei. Qin Ming's 3 guards were directly arranged to be stationed at the border and would not follow him at all times. The Wuwei Battalion was different. This was an army that Qin Ming had gotten permission from the Qian Emperor to raise on his own. Although many people in the court, including the Qian Emperor, did not expect him to be good. Unfortunately, Qin Ming was the grass underneath the concrete. It's always possible for the chrysalis to emerge. Your Highness, who are these two? When he was governing the plague before, Song Dingshang had long since gotten acquainted with Qin Ming, and when he saw Qin Ming return, he came up to greet him. Arrange for the 2 of them to rest in the barracks, and I'll explain it to you after a while. Have Fang Qingyuan and Xiao Chuan returned yet? Those 2. Ah, here they are. Find someone to take me there. Qin Ming casually dropped Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan, and the 2 of them followed Song Dingshang away with a confused look on their faces. I had thought that Qin Ming would just criminalize them. Now it seems as if all is quiet. But underneath this calmness, there are a few worrying flavors hidden. Just as they were slightly panicking in their minds, a middle-aged man in civilian clothes walked over. Alas, His Highness is good at everything, just that he doesn't do things very well and is a bit impulsive. So I hope you'll forgive me if I've offended you at times. The person who came was naturally Shang Beishan. He's a bit of a gossip and loves to ask about everything. Seeing 2 generals he didn't recognize coming over, and learning that Qin Ming was going to arrange for them to go and rest. So Shang Beishan, who was hanging out and had been very idle for the past few days, took the initiative to come running. But as gossipy as he was also very capable of carrying himself. Things about Qin Ming could always be held very tightly and not revealed at all. This was also the reason why Qin Ming had never replaced him, but kept him around. Is it suffering to follow someone like him? Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan sized up Shang Beishan, looking at him as if he was just a small soldier who had brought himself to rest. He also seemed to be a bit displeased with Qin Ming. You can't say that. Anyway, Your Highness is very smart. Let's not talk about it behind your back. Where are you 2 from? After Chang Baishan had drawn close, he didn't continue to talk to them about Qin Ming. The topic of who the 2 men are was cleverly passed on. This is a somewhat complicated matter, and our identities will not be revealed. Sun Sung was a little wary. After all, They were from Qin Ming's military camp. Neither of them wanted to say too much. Seeing this, Chang Baishan however took a few steps closer to him. It's all right, my mouth is very strict. Tell you in fact, we Wuwei Battalion and His Highness is not a heart. This is His Highness just took over. There is no emotional foundation. He walked along, blowing awesome with the two the whole way. In order to ask for something, he even consciously categorized himself as a soldier of the Wuwei Battalion. Hearing that they were all from the army, Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan's wariness was slightly lowered. In the distance, Qin Ming looked at Chang Baishan, who had pulled up Sun Chang and the two of them to talk about their lives, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This Chang Baishan guy is good at everything, but he's just too curious. Why? Your Highness. Xiao Chuan came from the back and looked at Qin Ming suspiciously. It's fine. Let's go. Let's go to our workshop. After Xiao Chuan brought the artisans over, he handed them all over to Fang Qingyuan. Now Fang Qingyuan, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, was finally able to leave behind the treacherous nature of the court. Rest assured that your talents will be utilized here. In a few days, he had planned the construction of the subsequent workshops, and had also arranged the group of craftsmen extremely well. After Qin Ming's arrival, they all couldn't help but lament in their hearts. Old Fang is a talented man. Why is that Fang Wenliang such a loser? Your Highness. Fang Qingyuan received the news in the afternoon and waited early to greet them. When will the dust settle on the construction of artisans and workshops? In half a month. Fang Qingyuan thought about it. There was actually nothing difficult about this side of the construction. Since Qin Ming had turned the Wuwei Battalion into the Lingnan Construction Corps, they were well staffed. The construction is also fast. Are you going to start making the army's weaponry after the workshop is completed? The materials may be a bit expensive. Fang Qingyuan was the one who took one step and saw 3 steps. The latter was thought of before the workshop was completely built. None of this is difficult for him. Actually, what he's trying to say is that it's about money. At these words, Xiao Chuan also fell silent. Xiao Chuan and him. One manages the army's accounts, the other manages the workshops. Once the two sides of the accounts were compared, it was actually clear that Qin Ming didn't have much money on hand. Raising an army is a huge expense. Tens of thousands of taels of silver per month for sure. Not to mention the start of the workshop and the input of all kinds of materials. 30 to 400,000 taels of silver. If there is only output and no input, it certainly won't work. It won't last a year. Qin Ming did not respond to this question, but brought up another matter. Old Fang, what do you think about textile machines? Xiao Chuan's heart fluttered. Yes, your Highness still has the spinning machine. If they point to this new tool, they can't say they'll make a profit. But Fang Qingyuan frowned tightly and said something that made Xiao Chuan's heart turn cold. The efficiency of the loom is indeed high, but silk, cotton and hemp and other types of weaving materials required in manpower, we do not have. Even if it is me to do, want to do this thing down also need at least 3 months. And do you think, Your Highness, that the proceeds from the textile machines can really fill the needs of the barracks and the workshops? What he said was similar to what Qin Ming thought. With a single industry, it is impossible to support such a large military camp as theirs. However, at this time, Qin Ming said with a faint smile, and what if I do all the weaving, dyeing, and garment making? Chapter 54, The Socialite of Wuwei Camp. Fang Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Worthy of being His Highness, this vision was even a realm higher than his own. If that's the case, then it could really work. Speaking of this, Fang Qingyuan froze again. He jerked his head up and looked at Qin Ming incredulously. Your Highness, you've gotten a store in Linjiang City? Fang Qingyuan knew Qin Ming very well. People always talk before they act, but not this highness of his own. Many times he says it after it's done. This is no longer a realm higher. Your Highness is standing on a cloud. Linjiang City's good to say. Xiao Qinyan's antique calligraphy and paintings have not been sold out, and so on exchange out of money, and Song Ding Sheng to buy it on the line. And where did you get the store? Xiantang City. Ah, got a few prosperous stores? I guess in a few days Wu Qingye will bring back the land deed. Qin Ming told Wu Qingye that he got the store to balance the allocation of his assets, but in fact, he was fooling him. What he really wanted to do was to maximize the effect of the loom. That's how you make more money. Your Highness, has the land in Xiantang City been taken as well? Xiao Chuan knew that Qin Ming went to Xiantang City to talk about land, but I don't know when he got a couple other stores out along the way. Yes, if he didn't mention it, Qin Ming had even forgotten about the 3,000 acres of circled land, because he would have felt that he did deserve these lands. Awesome. Xiao Chuan gave a thumbs up. Compared to the storm clouds Qin Ming set off in Lingnan, the matter of him and Fang Qingyuan stealing someone in the court was actually nothing at all. Okay, that's good to know. Unlike Xiao Chuan, Fang Qingyuan, who was originally extremely knowledgeable about His Highness's abilities, simply nodded his head lightly and quickly accepted the situation. Qin Ming and Xiao Chuan both looked at him, and Qin Ming was even more curious. How? Lord Littlefong was dependable and serious. Don't you worry. I'll take care of it. Good. I was right about you. Qin Ming patted Fong Qingyuan's shoulder with satisfaction. Although this person is a bit naive, but when it comes to things are really on. On the way back, Xiao Chuan had some concerns. He asked to Qin Ming, can Lord Fong really manage over? It's already troublesome enough for him to manage thousands of artisans now, isn't it? Xiao Chuan thought it was outrageous. This kind of thing usually required several people to participate together. Qin Ming, however, waved his hand and said reassuringly, do not underestimate the strength of the former head of the Ministry of Households. The teacher specifically arranged for this king, can be so water? Fong Qingyuan has character problems, yet he still managed to be promoted. For one thing, he was sheltered by Qin Ming. The second is that he does have the ability. Okay, Xiao Chuan scratched his head. Following the trail all the way west, the two strolled back to the barracks. An amazing sight to see. Chang Baishan and Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan have gotten acquainted. They even hooked up and sat around the campfire, cuddling and drinking. Asterisk. Qin Ming looked at Chang Baishan somewhat incredulously. Thanks to the fact that he was a man. If he were a beauty, I guess the capital would have had one more social flower in the early years. What's he doing? Xiao Chuan was equally surprised. At this time, Song Dingsheng ran to snitch with Qin Ming and said, Your Highness, just now Chang Baishan ran over and asked me for 2 taels of silver, saying that he wanted to do an errand for you. I thought he was really out on an errand. Who knew it was to drink with those 2 guys you brought back? Weren't they the ones you arrested? I don't know. Qin Ming held his forehead and frowned, his face full of helplessness. Based on his knowledge of Changbai Mountain, this pussy must have gone to gossip. Maybe the more he talked to people, the more he ended up drinking. It's a disgrace to the barracks. It's shameless. Xiao Chuan was a bit annoyed when he heard that Chang Baishan still dared to reach out and ask for money from the military camp. Qin Ming casually pulled out a silver ticket and said, Take it and make it up. I know this guy's temperament. He won't go that far out of his way, and it's unlikely that he'd buy them both a drink specifically unless there was something he felt he had to know. What could it be? While the two were talking, Chang Baishan also noticed the situation here. He said to the 2 good brothers, 2 brothers, I'm going to put on some water. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. The 2 men didn't think much of it and waved their hands and continued to drink. Chang Baishan patted the dust on his ass and hid in the corner of a distant camp tent after rising from the ground. Another wave to Qin Ming. Qin Ming and Xiao Chuan, Song Dingsheng came together in front of Chang Baishan. Xiao Chuan just wanted to spray it in anger. However, he heard Chang Baishan say with a face full of dejection, Your Highness, I have inquired quite a bit. You're really good at this. You've subdued both of these goods, but you have to be careful. They've gone to get to tip off Senator General Han Mingrui, and the people are expected to come tomorrow. And Xiao Qinian has already reported the news to the court, but after the court's reply came down, he didn't make much of a move, and said that it was all a misunderstanding, as if he was afraid of you. By the way, recently Princess Xiao will arrange for a group of people to come over to inspect. Hukuang is the place controlled by people from Princess Xiao's lineage. As people over there, Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan knew a lot. Plus, Wei Guangxuan was an officer of the rank of Du Shi, so his understanding of the situation must have been even deeper. After Chang Baishan had inquired about the rank of the 2 of them early on, he took the initiative to be the host and treat them to a big drink. By the time a few people were giddy, it was only then that the words finally came out. You're pretty talented. Qin Ming's judgment is good. Chang Baishan is the military camp socialite. A little gossipy, but certainly no mistake. Qin Ming's assessment was accurate. And that was what Xiao Chuan and Song Dingsheng wanted to say. Xiao Chuan, who had wanted to scold him a moment ago, also caved in at this moment. The court is coming to inspect. How can we explain that we have circled 3,000 acres of land? Song Dingsheng was the most afraid. This thing started with him. If it really comes down to your head, it's a death sentence. Qin Ming saw his hesitation and patted his shoulder comfortingly. They're checking my ass. Find a group of people who haven't been vaccinated yet and have them inoculate the land we've set aside and see who dares to come. Qin Ming's rogue tactics are simple, yet effective. Song Dingsheng was instantly relieved. The night wind blew, and Chang Baishan looked at himself a little late for this water release. Just a quick wave of the hand. I'm going to go have a drink with those 2 brothers. Go on. Qin Ming waved his hand. The court is good, but this guy, Senator General Han Mingrui, Qin Ming is not familiar with, so he turned his head to Xiao Chuan. Do you know anything about this Han Mingrui? Don't know. I don't think it came out of the same place as us before. Xiao Chuan's Northern Army origins, fighting up battle after battle. The roots are right. But Han Mingrui was different. Chao Chuan had only heard the name but didn't know his experience. Luckily, Song Dingshang was a local and still knew his surroundings well as he opened his mouth. It's nothing really. Han Mingrui was working under a certain great general before. And that great general. You two know each other. Who? The two Qin Ming colleagues asked questions. At the same time, it is also a little strange. Have run to Lingnan. But there are still acquaintances in the court. Qin Ming remembered that he didn't have many familiar officials with the Ministry of Military Affairs. And there weren't many who had crossed paths in the military camp. This was mainly due to the fact that in the first place, he was in charge of the court as a supervisor and in charge of the court affairs. In order to minimize the Qian Emperor's suspicion of himself as a crown prince, the predecessor did not touch things like military power at all. Song Dingsheng gave them a strange look on his face, then spoke the truth. Great General Zhengde. Yi Shoujiang Ah. Chapter 55, Old Yi is a thick-skinned man. Qin Ming and Chao Chuan glanced at each other. The name was a bit of a surprise to them. Chao Chuan remembered the friendship between Guan Yu's father and Yi Shoujiang and spoke. If it's General Yi's men, then we still have to call out to Xiao Yu. She has more face. That's what I thought. Qin Ming has been dealing with the affairs of the military camp since he returned. Just in time to miss my own little beauty as well. Then it's yours? Song Dingshang and Chao Chuan definitely couldn't invite Guan Yu. Aha. Qin Ming didn't really have any actual punishment for the two Wei Guangsons. The reason why they were specifically placed in their own barracks was to make Wang Shoyan of Qiantang City throw in the towel. With Wei Guangshuan in Qin Ming's hands, he could always stretch Fang Wenliang's guilt further and further. Wang Shoyan surely knows this. In order to avoid this possibility from arising, he would honestly hand over those prosperous stores to Qin Ming. Guan Yu's residence was arranged by Song Dingshang in a small courtyard in Lingjiang City. 3 rooms plus a courtyard are already considered very luxurious here. This was also something that Song Dingshang had specially prepared for Guan Yu in order to show his attitude and bring the relationship closer after knowing about her relationship with Qin Ming. Sekiyuki was trying to stay in the barracks to help dispose of specific matters, but living in the barracks was ultimately not very convenient, and she ended up being placed here. Entering Linjiang City, Qin Ming realized that it really wasn't quite the same as the capital. The capital city was brightly lit, day and night, even at night. But the people in Linjiang City all go to bed at sunset. Before it was late at night, the street was silent, with only the candlelight of the night watchman swaying in the evening breeze. The sound of a careful fire candle trailed off into the night. Sleeping? Qin Ming took the key from Song Dingshang, tiptoed and pushed open the door, squatted in front of the bed and asked gently. The room was quiet, and Sekiyuki didn't say anything. Qin Ming laughed and boldly put his hand under the covers and squeezed. Ah! The young girl's clear scream immediately came out. Sekiyuki climbed up from the bed, her small face filled with redness. Qin Ming lit a bedside candle and cheekily sat beside Guan Yu. The young girl asked, beaming and arrogant, "This gentleman, am I familiar with you? Running into my boudoir in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the police?" Qin Ming saw her mind at a glance. It was assumed that Guan Yu felt that Qin Ming had been too busy lately and had left herself out in the cold. He hemmed and hawed at the thought. "I don't touch familiar people yet. It's better if you don't. It's more exciting that way." Qin Ming took Guan Yu into his arms and the two of them fought. After making a scene, Guan Yu bit Qin Ming before breaking away. "You just know how to run outside. The 3 guards are always at the border. And you don't care? It's the court's army. It doesn't belong to me alone. Just let them live and guard the border." Qin Ming has not been meddling in the defense of the 3 guards. They also seemed to understand Qin Ming's mind and took good care of themselves. Even when he came to Lingnan, he still quietly traveled to the border to be stationed there. But they're your army too. Guan Yu was very strange. It was reasonable to say that Qin Ming had now attached importance to military power. It's impossible not to react to the border garrison at hand. Better wait. Qin Ming had seen too many princes and emperors who had cut their clans. That's why they don't move the troops on the border, or even draw a line with them. If a great deal of effort had been expended up front to arm this army to the teeth. Finally, the court came down with a piece of paper. Well, cut the clan. Then one has no place to cry. Are you worried about King Jin or His Majesty? Guan Yu guessed Qin Ming's mind and asked curiously as she lay on Qin Ming's chest in a pampered manner. All worry. There are not many good birds in the court. So are you a good bird? This is something I can let you try later when I get a chance. Qin Ming's old face blushed and muttered. Guan Yu was a pure girl. Naturally she couldn't understand these yellow jokes. What do you mean? Literally. Oh, after chatting for a while, Qin Ming informed Guan Yu about Han Mingrui's arrival in the past 2 days. Guan Yu seemed to know Han Mingrui very well, and together with the mention of him, the young girl's face was filled with dislike. Han Mingrui? That's a lousy gambler. Don't take after him. Rotten gambler? Sekiyuki nodded and continued the introduction. Yes, when he followed Uncle Yi around the war. The annual salary plus the reward when he went out to conquer. Got 1,000 acres of good land, a few big houses, and married 6 houses. Forget it, anyway, it is living well. Then he got addicted to gambling, and went out all day to gamble. Lost all his family's things, and his wife ran out, and borrowed a lot of money in the barracks, and in the end he couldn't pay it back. Uncle Yi couldn't stand it, and after helping him pay back the money, he expelled him from the army and sent him here. Know the experience of this Han Mingrui. Qin Ming couldn't even help but feel emotional. Old Yi is a man of honor and paid off his gambling debts. Sekiyuki hastily shook her head and corrected herself. What that time to go out to war. Uncle Yi under the generals are making a fuss. Do not pay the money, cannot even take the soldiers out. Uncle Yi also had no choice to help him to pay back the money. This incident would have been close to a big deal at the time. Thanks to Yi Shoujiang stepping in and giving money plus appeasement, the matter was stopped only in the barracks and did not spread out. Qin Ming did not expect that in the end. It was Yi Shoujiang who bore everything silently. The thought of Yi Shoujiang's black face, helping Han Mingrui pay back the money. Qin Ming just couldn't help but laugh. Sekiyuki looked at him in this gloating manner, climbed up and screwed him, crossing her arms. No laughing. Uncle Yi is a good man. I know, but if Han Myung-ri is such a character, come over tomorrow and I'll know how to deal with it. Qin Ming had thought that Han Mingrui had been following Yi Shoujiang for many years, and that he was an upright person in any case. Let's all get together and get things out of the way. Just keep the well out of the way. It seems obvious now that this guy has a weakness. Since none of the other parties were any kind of preachers, Qin Ming was going to make good use of it. The next morning, Qin Ming wandered outside Song Dingsheng's mansion. Song Dingsheng is having breakfast with his wife and children. Seeing Qin Ming coming over, he hurriedly stood up and said, Your Highness, what brings you here? This king has come to ask if you have a casino in Linjiang City? Casino? Song Dingsheng's body stiffened. Your Highness, are you okay with this? He was a little hesitant in his heart to say that he could take Qin Ming to any hookah liquor store. But this casino is no place for that. The point is that Qin Ming still looks interested. His Highness wouldn't have gotten into any bad habits, would he? Naturally not, the king. I came to you today to make a game of it. Qin Ming spoke faintly, already planning the first step to pin down Han Mingrui. Chapter 56, Professionals in the Casino. Doing the job? Yes. Go ahead and eat. Come out when you're done and let's go run some errands. Okay. Song Dingsheng finished the brown rice porridge in 3 or 2 gulps, put on his official clothes, and took a few steps out the door. Qin Ming, who was waiting in the corner, whispered to inform him of Han Mingrui's experience. After hearing this, Song Dingsheng only felt filled with shock. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel that there were really a lot of dirty things in the court. Rubbing his hands together, he asked curiously, Your Highness, I have a question. What's the problem? That Han Mingrui, has he returned General Ye's money yet? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Surely not. This old bachelor can't even afford to live by himself now. How can we expect him to pay back the money? Qin understood him. It's a big world and not everyone has the quality and morals. Though it's only right to pay what you owe. But there's also a saying that lice don't tickle. So that's how it is. Then wouldn't it be unethical if we still screwed him like that? Old Song, did you work too hard with your wife yesterday and get tired? Qin Ming patted Song Dingsheng's shoulder with a few disappointments in his tone. I didn't realize that old Song had been with him for a month and hadn't made much progress. There's a reason this elm has not risen through the ranks in years. Han Mingrui owes money and does not pay back. Itself has no moral bottom line. We talk about quality with people like him. They are not purely at a disadvantage? When you meet this kind of uncaring person, especially when there is a dispute of interest, make an early move and get him before he disgusts us, so that you won't lose out. Qin Ming's words opened the door to a new world for Song Dingsheng. He also felt that what Qin Ming said made sense, so he nodded and pointed to another street. Come, Your Highness. I'll take you there. There are 2 casinos in Linjiang City. It was all started by local gangsters. It's a mixed bag, so you're basically just going to win small and lose big. There are not a few people who go in and hang around all day with dreams of getting rich, even though people lose their homes in it every day. But that doesn't stop the enthusiasm of the gamblers. Some of them bet so far back that it doesn't matter if they win or lose. It's just a thrilling roller coaster ride. It's a gambling addiction. My lord, what brings your old man here? The cluttered and noisy casino is one of the few areas in Linjiang City that is open around the clock. As soon as Qin Ming came in, he saw several big-bladed stewards come before Song Dingsheng, nodding and greeting him. As the governor, Song Dingsheng had been in charge of the entire Linjiang City for many years. Many industries also require his nod to get up and running. This was the case with casinos such as this one. which would submit a considerable amount of money to Linjian City every year. Get a few of the means and come with me. Song Dingshang wasn't ambiguous either, and gave a direct order. The crowd froze for a moment, then nodded their heads in unison. Places like casinos are filled with people who are skilled gamblers all year round. Soon they had gotten half a dozen men. Some are playing pai gao. Some are playing craps. Qin Ming even saw a pinky chopped off. This brother is fierce. His hand is cut off and he still wants to come and play. He sighed in his mind. With that, he beckoned and began to give them their assignments. Just let a guy win a little bit at first, then let him lose. Qin Ming was just about to tell them about his slight knowledge of psychology techniques. Several people, however, looked up at him with puzzled faces. This lord, you mean to let him lose more? But in the end, he won't let go, right? Yeah, that's the idea. Ha, that's good to know. A few people waved their hands as if it was a perfectly trivial matter. Song Dingshang walked over to Qin Ming and said, Your Highness, you don't have to teach them. It's a bunch of old-timers. If they're setting up a game, they'll just do it themselves, and play it better than you can probably guide them. So it is. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth twitched, and he wanted to remind them how to play. Now it seems redundant. Let's go then. And in a moment you'll give them the benefit of the doubt to keep a tight lid on things. Okay. Back at the Wuwei camp, Qin Ming had them put on army clothes and sat in a prominent position waiting for their prey to take the bait. At the same time, Qin Ming also called up Lu Gang. Old Lu, take some men and patrol the barracks. Lu Gang, other than that, if he wants to make a move, he is really on. Sometimes not paying attention, he can even beat people to death. By calling for this fierce general to join him, Qin Ming was also considered to have an extra layer of insurance for himself. Lu Gang knew Qin Ming well and muttered on the side as he looked secretive. Your Highness, you must have no good reason for seeking me out. Buy you a drink tonight. Really? Lu Gang's eyes lit up, but then he immediately squirmed, stammering for half a day before pretending to speak without thinking. By the way, Your Highness, I heard that you asked Lao Wu to find some kind of 7 fairies. Who the told you that? Qin Ming froze for a moment. Wu Qingyi hadn't returned yet, and their flirtatious anecdotes had spread to the barracks? This can't be known to Sekiyuki. Lu Bao scratched his head. Your Highness, you still don't admit it. I've heard it from several soldiers. Ahem. Go and tell them to keep their mouths shut. If the king hears about it, he'll castrate them. Then you. Lu Gan was very persistent, still rubbing his hands together and refusing to leave. Qin Ming drew out a 10 taels of silver from his pocket. You're on your own. I'm not. Many thanks, Your Highness. You can rest assured, Your Highness. From now on, I will definitely not hit the west when you point to the east. I will go through fire and water for you. Lu Bao held back several words under his breath. To the uneducated man, this was the highest praise. If we make a scene today, we're counting on you. Don't worry. Lu Bao stomped and ran to the back in big strides to start gathering soldiers. At noon, the dusty Han Mingrui finally arrived. Xiao Chuan received the news and brought the man to Qin Ming. When he saw that Guan Yu did not appear beside Qin Ming, he froze for a moment. Your Highness, where is that girl Xiao Yu? She said Han Mingrui was too disgusting to want to see. Ha? What's with the little tantrums at a time like this? Xiao Chuan was worried. Han Mingrui is an army general of the rank of Senator General. This kind of person is going to take the opportunity to find fault in the Wuwei camp, and if they make a big fuss and go to the court, they will also suffer. Qin Ming patted his arm, signaling that he didn't need to worry. A smile then lifted up on his face as he walked over to Han Mingrui to greet him. General Han, what are you? A Senator General, doing running to this king's tiny Wuwei camp? Han Mingrui was an older man in his 40s with a slim frame. Not quite old, but long ago his hair went gray. The wrinkles on his face were also deep, giving him an old-fashioned look. Your Highness, I have 2 of my generals in your custody. I have ascertained the situation and have come over to try to take them away. Han Mingrui's gaze swept around the barracks. After lingering on a few people playing cards in the distance, he withdrew his gaze and looked faintly at Qin Ming. Qin Ming secretly slandered in his mind. Little man, you're still pretending. It'll make you cry in no time. Chapter 57, 2 guards. Lord Han is in a hurry. Han Mingrui has a bad character and will not be rehired by anyone who knows his deeds. That is, with the military service accumulated over the years, he was able to mix a general in this part of Lingnan, but in the barracks, he was still a dog's ass presence. Over time, the bastard's skin gradually thickened and he simply swung for the fences. Anyway, no one cares, so just do what you're comfortable with, and fling your face at whoever you don't like. Like right now, Qin Ming he didn't even put in his eyes. It's kind of like one of those old cadres who can't get promoted for years in an organization. They themselves know that there's not much room for growth in the future. So much for not bothering to pretend. Love it. Chao Chuan could see Qin Ming's displeasure and took the initiative to go up to Han Mingrui instead. It's not easy for General Han to come here. So sit down and talk. Chat about what? Your Highness. This is a matter that was originally run by you in an unseemly manner. Han Mingrui skimmed his lips, full of impatience. They're at my disposal if they're at fault. And besides, don't you have any problems with the people on your side? Wei Guangxuan knew Han Mingrui's temper. Before going to him, he sent a few hundred taels of gambling money over. It was only then that Han Mingrui spoke specifically for him, and his attitude was still strong. At this moment, Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang hid in the corner and watched towards the outside. Seeing Han Mingrui coming over from afar, they looked at each other, all with delighted faces. However, Sun Sung is in a lower position and does not see Han Mingrui often. Seeing that the other party was stopped, Sun Chang said with some hesitation, "How about this General Han? I see how he was stopped. It doesn't matter. It's just bargaining. We'll be released in the end." Wei Guangxuan waved his hand, confident in the connections he had found. It would be a hell of a thing if a Senator General couldn't stop Qin Ming. The entrance to the barracks. Chao Chuan was directly rejected by the other party after the invitation, and his hot face was stuck on his cold ass. This businesslike attitude that the other party put up made his face a little hard to bear. Han Myung-ri seems to be in a hurry. Except for a glance every now and then at a few soldiers who were pushing Paikiao in the distance, he wouldn't have much interest in the place. Seeing this, Qin Ming simply shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it. If you don't eat, you don't eat." Ha! Chao Chuan froze for a moment, then looked at Qin Ming in confusion. If today's matter was so easy to talk about, he wouldn't have had to puff and puff to pick up someone and report to Qin Ming in advance. Now it seems as if His Highness is unprepared. "Come with me and get your people out of here." Poof! Han Mingrui snorted coldly from his nostrils and followed Qin Ming into the barracks with his arms folded. Chao Chuan was puzzled in his mind. Wu Qingya hadn't returned yet, and Qin Ming still needed to use Wei Guangxuan to threaten Wang Shouyan in Qiantang City. It's a time like this when you hand someone over, in case Wang Shouyan flips out. What should I do if those exotic stores don't give out? Your Highness. He wanted to say something else, but Song Dingshang, who had followed him, tugged on his sleeve and whispered in a low voice, "Stop talking and follow." Chao Chuan was a smart man, and when he heard these words, he instantly had a heartbeat. Turning his head, he saw Song Dingsheng scowling at himself from the side. "What are you guys up to?" "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." Song Dingsheng had a mysterious look on his face. Since following His Highness, he felt that his life was really colorful. It even gets a little fancy. Just like today, he was looking forward to Han Mingrui being fixed up by His Highness. "I'm sure you'll be crying by then." As soon as he thought of this, Song Dingsheng's face was covered in an expectant smile. This smile, however, looked somewhat obscene in the eyes of others. Just like that, the few people passed through one simple tent after another, and Qin Ming specifically brought the pretentious Han Mingrui past a few of their casino personnel. They were dressed in army clothes and disguised as soldiers who were taking a break to push Paikiao here. Seeing Qin Ming come over, a few old greasers sitting cross-legged on the ground were very facetious. "Hey, take that, double 128 times, pay up." Han Mingrui really did stop, and he couldn't stop his eyes from glancing down into the card game below. Qin Ming doesn't quite understand how this kind of thing is played. It is only known that the Paikiao of Diqian looks similar to the shape of a mahjong, but the shape is flatter and longer, and is usually a piece of wood. I was worried that they were performing too hard to wear out their welcome. Han Mingrui, however, caught a glimpse of the Paikiao scattered on the ground and muttered under his breath after nodding his head. 128 times, play this big. By the looks of it, you must be tickled. Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng glanced at each other, both of them sensing the change in Han Mingrui. But fishing is about patience. Qin Ming didn't pause in his footsteps, and even turned his head to look at Han Mingrui, who had fallen behind. Han Mingrui also realized that he was out of line, and with a reluctant glance at the card game below, he accelerated his pace and followed the group again. Qin Ming led him to the end of the barracks and suddenly showed a few moments of surprise. Turning his head, he asked Song Dingsheng, "What about those two?" Song Dingsheng hurriedly said, "Your Highness, it may not have been arranged here. We probably ran to the wrong place. It's all my fault. I didn't tell you clearly yesterday." "TSK, old Song, you're not right. At least you're the governor, so not careful. Pay attention next time." Qin Ming admonished Song Dingsheng twice with a serious face. Song Dingsheng hurriedly smiled to express his apologies. Find a soldier and ask for a good location before turning back towards the exact opposite. Chao Chuan was dizzy. Are these two doing a duet? Aren't you tired of hanging around? Soon they turned back and passed by a couple more old actors who were pushing Paikiao. ********************************256 times. I've won it back. Ha ha, Go out for a drink tonight. I'll pay for all the drinks. Going for a fart. Win and run. Fight till tonight today, but I have to go to the city later, so why don't you five play first? A hesitant look appeared on the face of one of them. Seeing this, the crowd all kept shouting and cursing. Han Mingrui's fingers trembled, and an unnatural red surfaced on his face, especially when he heard that 256 times. His breathing even roughened a bit. For a gambler, being able to roll over such a high multiplier is an easy way to bring excitement. Han Mingrui, being a veteran gambler, simply scratched his heart when he saw that they were short of people this time, and had begun to walk away. General Han? Qin Ming coughed twice and realized that Han Mingrui didn't respond, so he walked right up to a few of the soldiers and gave each of them a not-so-gentle kick in the ass. Who told you guys to gamble when you're free? Can't you find something to do? Your Highness, there's no rule in the barracks that says no. Several people rubbed their asses in aggravation. Which military camp says it's okay? What are the rules of the military camps on this side of Lingnan? Do you guys understand, or does this king understand? Qin Ming glared at them. In fact, inside the army are all taboo. After all, we all have to go to war from time to time, and we may have to lose our lives one day, so the court didn't restrict them much. Qin Ming naturally knew all of this, and he said this just to give Han Mingrui a talking point. Ahem. Sure enough, Han Mingrui cleared his throat after hearing this. Your Highness, gambling in the barracks is nothing, and everyone is understandably stressed. Chapter 58 Brainstorming Duo. King Qin is too powerful. Han Mingrui is one of the local senators. What he says must represent the official attitude. Qin Ming didn't argue with him and smiled. So that's how it is, but it's my king who doesn't understand the situation. No matter, your intention is good, but soldiers in the army also need to combine work and rest. Han Mingrui was now speaking to Qin Ming a few times better because he wanted to gamble. It's like me. I usually like to play a couple of games. A little gambling is good for the soul. Han Mingrui wasn't considered famous, and not many people knew about what had happened in the first place. It's like Chao Chuan and all these people. They don't know much about it. Thanks to Guan Yu, their family and Yi Shoujiang are old friends. Usually, it was only when people at the level of great generals like them chatted idly that they would reveal some news. Therefore Han Mingrui still felt until now that not many people here should know about his affairs. He himself was able to put on a moralistic appearance in front of Qin Ming and the others. In that case, why don't we stay here for dinner and let's talk things over? And along the way, General Han will look for some guidance from the soldiers under my command as well? Seeing that he was gradually revealing his true thoughts, Qin Ming guided him in a gentle manner. This isn't quite right, is it? Han Mingrui rubbed his hands together. Instead, there was a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. Dog, still pretending to be your father? Qin Ming slandered up in his mind, while resolving that he would ruthlessly give him a lesson in a while. Gee, gotta have it. Qin Ming pulled Han Mingrui. This old man resisted and excused himself for a couple of moments before finally agreeing. Before leaving, Qin Ming also said to a few people, empty out that seat, no one is allowed to add. You guys play first, I'll bring elder brother Han over to guide and instruct you later. Oh, got it. Several of the actors also put on a look of resistance. It seems that he doesn't want to play with Han Mingrui. Han Mingrui, however, didn't care that much. He felt that a few small soldiers were nothing in front of his experienced self, who had been gambling for many years. As soon as he landed himself, it must have been a big kill. Doubling 256 times was easy. The thought put him in a good mood. Even looking at Qin Ming, I feel much more handsome. At the same time he even had a little more guilt in his heart. Your Highness is a good man. How is it that I was able to throw off my face with His Highness when I first entered the barracks? This is not good. Not good. This is it. Finally turning back, Qin Ming brought Han Mingrui to meet Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang. Wei Guangxuan just met and quickly rushed up to pour out his bitterness, and in the process, asked Han Mingrui to help him take revenge. General, His Highness was, 2 days ago. Unfortunately, Wei Guangxuan hadn't even finished half of his sentence before Han Mingrui quickly interrupted. Han Mingrui waved his hand and righteously admonished him. Come on, today is the day to put the ice on the ice. Don't talk nonsense. His Highness, the King of Qin, is a generous and merciful good man, and that little matter you had before, let bygones be bygones. We are all men who serve the court for the sake of their bare hearts. What problems can't be solved between good men like us? Wei Guangxuan was silent. It felt as if my head was filled with lead and I couldn't turn it at all. What had happened that could make the extremely bad-tempered Han Mingrui suddenly be so kind to the Qin King? Sun Chang, a big smart guy, had long since realized that something was wrong. In a flash of lightning, a possibility occurred to him. While the crowd was laughing and preparing to go to dinner, Sun Chang hurriedly pulled his brother behind him and whispered, Old Wei, General Han and His Highness should know each other. We've made a mistake. What? When Wei Guangxuan thought about it, it was really possible. Originally Han Mingrui was relegated from the imperial court. It's not surprising that he knows the king of Qin. Surprisingly, Sun Sung continued to speculate. Do you still remember that the last time the king of Qin found out that we were moving for help? He didn't panic at all. Yeah, so they've known each other for a long time. Wei Guangxuan's heart fluttered. Dare I say that they are the only two brothers who are being played. Don't mention this matter again. In the future, let's pretend that we haven't suffered from King Qin. Wei Guangxuan quickly responded. Sun Chang also nodded heavily. The original dissatisfaction with Qin Ming was quickly hidden from them. After conjuring up quite a few stories, they both dutifully followed at a quick pace. No more fooling around. As the leader of this incident, Qin Ming was unaware of what had been talked about between Sun Chang and Wei Guangxuan, only to see the two men come over and all look at themselves with smiles like flowers. No semblance of resentment could be seen on his face. I thought it was these two that had turned the tables, but it doesn't matter. Under Chao Chuan's arrangement, they simply ate something. A few drinks put a lid on the conflict. It's just that Han Mingrui was addicted to gambling and stood up after a few bites. Your Highness, I have fully felt your kindness, but I have not had a good appetite in recent days, so I'd better go out and sit down. After saying that, he even deliberately acted as if he had eaten a lot. Wandering around, he inadvertently sat down next to a few people who were pushing pai gow outside. General, you really fight. A few of the men had wary faces and looked as if they didn't want to play poker with a stranger. But when it came to gambling, Han Mingrui's thick skin was no different from a city wall. He hemmed and hawed. I'm kind of half of your general in charge, so it helps the barracks to have some fun with the soldiers under me and exchange some feelings. But General, we're playing big. A few people retreated in order to advance. Hard to involve Han Mingrui in this trap. Who knew that Han Mingrui's excitement grew even higher once he heard that the play was great. A little gambling is good for the soul. A little gambling is good for the soul. Although his mouth was cloudy, his gradually ragged breathing had already revealed his identity as a veteran gambler. A few of the veterans of the game had to put on a few helpless looks when they saw this. Ugh. Okay then. Soon the sounds of yelling and playing cards began outside. Even if this Han Mingrui is a lousy gambler, he's a terrible card player. Catch a good hand and hate that everyone loses to you 256 times immediately. When you catch a bad card, you are pointing at the sky and killing your father and mother. And you want to just lift the table. Qin Ming sat at the dining table and frowned straight away as he listened to the sounds outside. Poking his head out, he glanced outside and realized that several of the people he'd been playing cards with were also filled with disgust. Serving such a master, it's thanks to the high quality of the few actors they have. If anyone else had come over, they might have stopped fighting him a long time ago. Song Dingsheng moved his stool and whispered after moving closer to Qin Ming. Your Highness, look at that Han Mingrui's ghostly appearance. It's too hard to serve. Is it necessary to give a few of them some extra hard work? Plus, it's not easy for them. If I had to go and play poker with him, I'd probably be tearing him apart with my hands right now. Looking at Han Mingrui, who was laughing and sneering at everyone at the poker table because of his winnings, Qin Ming switched places for a moment. Without any hesitation, it was ready to add some hard-earned money to the cast of highly skilled card players. Of course, the wool comes off the sheep's back. The hard work required will have to be paid for by this very poorly qualified Senator General. Chapter 59, the first dashing brother of Wuwei camp. What are they doing? Just when Qin Ming was eating here, a figure also poked its head in from outside. The person who came was Lu Guan. Chao Chuan frowned as he watched him come over. Old Lu, His Highness is expecting guests. Why did you run in without greeting? I'm just looking. And besides, what kind of hospitality has a bunch of people around to push pai gow? Lu Gang nudged his mouth, and the crowd also looked at the several people who were shouting and cursing loudly outside. Lord Han came over and said that a little gambling is good for the soul, so he played a couple of hands with them. Qin Ming smiled and waved his hand, signaling that Chao Chuan didn't need to be angry. Oh, so, in the face of Qin Ming's explanation, Lu Gan did not have too much heart. It was just about time for the barracks to eat, and many of the soldiers were idle. Quite a few of them were hanging out or sleeping like Lu Gan, because it is playing pai gow, or play bigger. Not a moment later, more than 10 taels of silver went down. On Han Mingrui's side, he quickly attracted over a lot of people. What a stinking fight. Lu Gung nature is more straightforward, watching Han Mingrui lose and win, throwing in more and more money, so couldn't help but mumble a couple of words from the sidelines. Han Mingrui was not angry, and the wooden pai gow in his hand was snapped and slammed on the table, making a crisp ringing sound. This kind of wide-open winning and losing was his favorite. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chengdu, who were sitting dryly inside the tent, were filled with embarrassment and fidgeting. We said we'd come to save lives, why are you playing? Compared to their desire to return, Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng were in no hurry, just quietly watching a few of the older actors play cards back and forth with Han Mingrui. Time passed quickly and it was evening. The dusky setting sun shed pieces of afterglow onto the card table, which then reflected on the tired faces of the crowd. Han Mingrui still put his hands in his pockets as before, trying to gather some gambling money to continue playing. But at that moment, he suddenly frowned, recovering from his excited mind. Then he reacted. "Chow, your grandmother. I lost all my money." The few casino personnel present all looked at him with speechless faces. Not losing it all until now is already considered to be giving Han Mingrui a lot of face. Originally, we all came over in high spirits, thinking that we had encountered a stumbling block. Who knew that as soon as Han Mingrui was on the table, after a few rounds they realized that this was a no-level goods. If they went at a normal level, they would have made Han Mingrui lose his pants in no time. In the end, he still saw Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng all sitting in the distance drinking tea, not in the least bit anxious. Only then did they give more face and took the initiative to return some money back, allowing Han Mingrui to hold out until now. "My lord, are we still fighting? It's getting late, so we'll just take this day off. We have to train tomorrow." "Yeah." Went back to bed early. A few people made a show of leaving as they watched Han Mingrui's interest suddenly being stopped. They are all specially trained in casinos and know the psychology of gamblers best. The moment they lose all their money is when these gamblers want to continue the most. This afternoon, Han Mingrui lost several hundred taels of silver. These are the favor fees that Wei Guangxuan gave him before, begging him to fish for people. Look at them all packing up to leave. Bang! Han Mingrui slammed the table and furiously roared at the few people in front of him. "No one is allowed to leave. General Han, what's going on?" Qin Ming probed his head and glanced towards the outside, and it was a sight to behold. Only Han Mingrui hung his head, his eyes red and bloodshot, his eyes full of unwillingness. The fingers holding Pai Gao trembled slightly. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang were also startled and rushed out to check. Seeing these two, Han Mingrui didn't pretend to be any more innocent. "Pull it straight to the side. Do you too have any money left on you? Give me an emergency." "No more, General." Wei Guangxuan knew what the hell Han Mingrui was. He had paid for the favor of inviting him to fish for himself, and now he had to come and borrow money, which was absolutely impossible. Many of the generals in the barracks were more or less borrowed some money by him, but none of them get their bills back. Sun Sung knew his brother was righteous. Even he didn't want to lend Han Mingrui money, so there must be a reason. So he wouldn't borrow it himself. So Sun Chang also said with both hands, "The two of us have been out on business. Plus we've been captured for a while now, and we don't have much left in our hands." Han Mingrui also did not squeak. "This side cannot borrow." He did not discourage. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. A few of the soldiers who had gambled with him instantly covered their money bags tightly. It's so hard to play so big and win so much money. They don't give. "Drink up." Just then, a naive voice came from the side. It was Lu Gang, who had already changed into his regular clothes and was passing by beautifully. Today Qin Ming gave him some silver and invited him to drink flower wine. Old Lu is also a man of honor. He also took out some of his own personal money and scraped it together to make sure his experience was perfect. Prepare to order the service of a beauty who is ranked high in Linjiang City. Listening to the clanking sound coming from Lu Gan's waist, Han Mingrui immediately put on a smiling face and walked forward to stop him. "What's going on, old buddy?" Lu Gang squatted next to Han Mingrui today and watched him play cards for half a day. The two are sort of familiar with each other. Seeing Han Mingrui come over, Lu Chong immediately frowned in disgust. "What's it to you?" "Gee, I was just asking." Han Mingrui knows that it is not easy to borrow money, but it is good that he has a thick skin. The desire to win the money back is now very high in the mind. He didn't even care if it was humiliating. Grabbing Lu Barge, he wanted to discuss borrowing money, thanks to Lu Gan's good mood. Otherwise he would definitely not pay attention to him today. "Go drink flowery wine. Older brother is really dashing off. Like you, such a suave. Looks like Pan in person. Want to go to the restaurant. Is also able to attract flowers. K fighting for beauty." Han Mingrui gave a thumbs up in praise. This series of compliments made Qin Ming, who had been sitting and waiting by the side, unable to help but admire them. Gamblers are real good. Old Lu was very real, and for the first time in his life, he has heard someone praise himself in such an unabashed manner. He suddenly scratched his big head and laughed. "Have a vision. You're so discerning. The number one handsome man in the Wuwei camp who has been hidden for years, was discovered by you just like this. I have long said that I am handsome." They have little vision, and they still don't believe it. Seeing that the time was ripe, Han Mingrui made his claim tentatively. "Older brother, you and I really know each other at first sight. But it's too meaningless for you to go like this. Why don't I make up some more money for you and go over and have some fun tonight?" How are you going to make it up to me when you've lost all your money? Lu Gan rolled his eyes, clearly not believing the other party's words. Pointing to the card table, Han Mingrui whispered, "You give me 30 taels of silver. I'll play 2 big games, and if I win, I'll give you half of the winnings, and if I lose, I'll take it as if I asked you to borrow it. Not letting you suffer a little bit, old buddy, okay?" Chapter 60, Lose Your Pants. Once Lu Gang put it all together, he realized that what Han Mingrui said did make sense. Either way, one is not losing out. The most you can do is lend him some money and just pay yourself back later. Nope, he suddenly reacted. Will you really pay it back? It has to be. Besides, don't we still win? You'll make a lot of money if you win. Han Mingrui advised bitterly. A dashing and handsome general like you, brother, just spending a dozen or so taels of silver to find some mediocre fans really doesn't fit your status and demeanor. I can't even watch it. Lu Gan was coaxed and complimented at the same time, and soon didn't hold back. Taking out 30 taels of silver from his arms, he said rather preciously, "You've got to save your game. You've got to win. It has to be." Alas, in the distance, I don't know whether it was Wei Guanxuan or Sun Chang, but he actually let out a leisurely sigh. Qin Ming and Song Dingsheng glanced at each other, and both of them almost failed to tense up as well. I should have known to save the money and buy a few strings of candy canes for Xiaoyu. Qin Ming thought darkly in his mind, but did not stop him. Originally he was going to lend some of the money to the other side himself. Who knew that Lu Gang, the douchebag, wiggled his way out? Then today is not just about teaching Han Mingrui a lesson. It's also time to teach old Lu's classmates who trust random people a lesson. Ahem. Qin Ming's eyes signaled the few people in the distance that they could make a move. It was then that a few of the soldiers heckled and returned to the card table. "General Han, 30 taels of silver isn't much. How many rounds do you want to play?" "Just triple play. I'm in a hurry too." Han Mingrui sat on the poker table with a dark face, already fantasizing countless winning positions in his mind. "Okay." Several people nodded and immediately sat down in their respective seats. Lu Bao squatted next to him, clenching his fists, his face full of seriousness, and seemed to be infected by the atmosphere of the scene as well. At the same time, he prayed in his heart that Han Mingrui must win, because this 30 taels of silver was something he had saved up for quite a while before finally coming up with. After losing, Lu Gan would probably be heartbroken for a long time. Wow, the paigao starts getting scrubbed on the table. Han Mingrui's gaze was like a torch, staring intently at the cards he had been dealt. Just punched out 2. Snap. One of them flung something in his hand and directly laughed out loud. "I'm outta here. Double it." A couple more out. Snap. Another one walks away. "I'm doubling 8 times. Han Mingrui's heart had sunk. Only he and the last man were left in this sentence. Lu Gang was equally angry and stomped his feet. "Are you a ing pig? How do you play your cards like that?" Han Mingrui didn't have time to pay attention to him. His eyes deadpan on the last person. The final actor smiled slightly and took out his paigao, placing it in front of Han Mingrui. "General Han, mine is bigger than yours. You still lost this round. Right. I'll double it 16 times. Phew. Didn't think it would be over in a handful." The other man patted himself on the back and stood up. A few people, however, didn't leave. As for the reason for not leaving, naturally it's quite simple. Because Han Mingrui hasn't paid yet. Losing. Han Mingrui's face showed a few moments of bitterness as he muttered under his breath. Lu Gang even flopped and sat down directly on the ground. "Twice 8 times 16 times. You guys are still ing playing a triple poker game." "Yes. It should be 768 times that now," the actor next to him dutifully reminded. "You now owe us almost 3,000 taels of silver. Let's go by 3,000. Remember to pay it back. His Highness is still here watching." Qin Ming slowly nodded his head. Finally it was his turn to appear. He walked up to Han Mingrui. "General Han, let's make an IOU first." Song Dingsheng waved into the distance. Soon, the soldiers who had been prepared long ago came to Han Mingrui with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Han Mingrui gritted his teeth and finally returned from his state of exuberance. And now there was only endless loss in his heart. One afternoon. 3,000 taels. If it were before, he would have already started reneging. But the people present today are complicated. Song Dingsheng, governor of Linjiang City, Lu Gang, general of Wuwei Battalion, and Chao Chuan, as well as his own men Wei Guanxuan, Sun Chang. There's also a most heavyweight, King Qin Ming, who sits in Lingnan. With so many people watching, there's no way he can run. "Your Highness, are these your people?" Passion fades, and clever intellect takes the high ground. The more Han Mingrui thought about it, the less he felt. Raising his head, he stared angrily at Qin Ming with reddened eyes. Qin Ming shrugged and said something ambiguous. They were originally this king's soldiers, so they are naturally this king's men. Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang shrunk their heads. It was only at this moment that they felt Qin Ming's dreadfulness. Fortunately, he was quick to admit his weakness at that time, and still came back obediently with Qin Ming. Otherwise, if you make a scene, you're probably going to be at a big disadvantage. General Han, leave the IOUs. Qin Ming stopped making explanations and pointed to the paper and pen and the vermilion sand in front of him. Okay, I'll write. Seeing that the situation is gone, Han Mingrui had to tremble his hand and write down the arrears and interest. Interest, in this day and age, is more. It's fine to go up 50 or 60% a year, but Qin Ming gave him a favor and only counted 40%. Only after pressing his handprints with vermilion sand did Qin Ming put the note away. Take your men and go, General Han, and remember to go back and get it together and pay back what you owe. At this point, Han Mingrui also stopped pretending. He lowered his head and pleaded, could you accommodate me for a while? I don't have any money on hand right now. Accommodation? Qin Ming's face went cold. General Han wouldn't be trying to renege on his debt, would he? No, you misunderstand, but I really don't have much money right now. Han Mingrui's voice trembled, and a twinge ran through his heart. The excitement and comfort that came with gambling has all but been shattered. All that's left now is endless remorse. Qin Ming's voice was a few degrees colder. This is out of this king's hands. It's only natural to pay back what you owe. This king will only do it for the soldiers in the barracks and not let them be bullied. In the distance, Wei Guangxuan and Sun Chang's hearts fluctuated when they heard these words. Where is this bullying of his people? Isn't it obvious that General Han is being taken for a ride? Of course, you have another chance. Qin Ming suddenly changed his words and brought up another matter. What are the chances? Han Mingrui's heart fluttered as he asked with anticipation. Recently, the king may go to the Two Lakes region to trade and sell some things. Since you are a senator within the Huguang Junction military camp, a small favor should be fine, right? Construction has begun on Fangqing Yuan's textile industry. It's still too much effort to make money in Lingnan. After all, the place is already poor. So Qin Ming came up with the idea of using Han Mingrui to help transport the goods to other places to sell. Are you referring to? Han Mingrui scratched his head. He didn't know much about doing business. It's very simple. Help this king to transport goods. And by the way, do down the customs clearance paperwork, and use this to slowly offset the bill. How? He made a claim that dawned on Han Mingrui. That's fine, but can I pay back less on this one? This guy is getting his way again. But at this time, Lu Guan, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly climbed up. Asshole, give me my money back. The words fell, only to see the angry Lu Chong hit Han Mingrui's chin with a whole oil root. Bang! Han Mingrui flew straight out. Chapter 61, Just Sleeping. Won't do anything. Han Mingrui was at least a senior general in the army. He has fought many battles on the battlefield and is strong in his own right. But cold blood was hit on the jaw with a punch from Lu Guan. Even if it was strong, it couldn't be topped, and it directly went black and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Don't with it! Chao Chuan rushed up with an arrow step and stopped Lu Chong, who was going to continue his violence. Having been a fellow officer for many years, he knew how hard the reckless man before him could punch. Song Dingsheng and Wei Guangxuan's men were startled and rushed up to check Han Mingrui's injuries. Seeing that he only fainted and didn't die, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7 hands began to pick him up. Unlike the several people who were in a state of uproar, Qin Ming was happily watching all of this. Seeing that Lu Chong was finally held down by Chao Chuan along with a few soldiers, he slowly walked forward. Old Lu, interview you. How the hell did you lend out the money just now? Lu Chang's eyes reddened. The bitterness of losing money echoed in his heart, and a wave of aggression surfaced. But he wasn't a cutie either. Quickly reacting to the status quo, hurriedly, he said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, they are all your people. Will you give me back my money? Old Lu, you simpleton, don't talk nonsense. Chao Chuan hastily covered his mouth. Even though this is something we all know by heart, how can we admit it in front of so many people? Lu Gang also experienced a roller coaster ride of excitement, and at the moment, he was so sick and desperate that he could not say anything. Take him down. Qin Ming opened his mouth with a smirk, and Chao Chuan immediately pulled Lu Chong to leave. But the weight of 30 taels of silver made Lu Bao straighten up and stand on the far ground. Your Highness, that's money I've been saving for a long time. Qin Ming glanced at him and said meaningfully, Don't you want to go drink flower wine? It just so happens that in a moment, this king is going to reward a few brothers in the barracks who have been performing well lately to go drinking, so go and serve as a companion. What am I, a general, going to drink with them? Lu Gang stalked his neck, still wanting money. Chao Chuan could hear what it meant. Tugging Lu Guan was about to leave. What the hell? Let go of me. Alright, come on. If Lu Gang didn't leave, The scene would definitely be more chaotic when Han Mingrue woke up in a while. Although His Highness the King of Qin would not pay Lu Bao back in the open, he would also shout at Lu Bao to drink with him in passing as he rewarded these casino people. That was much more worthwhile than the 30 taels of silver he used to spend on drinks himself, and the girls he called were pretty. This was another kind of compensation Qin Ming had given him. Unfortunately, Lu Bao's muscles have been practiced to the brain, tenacious and powerful. Froze and couldn't understand the meaning. Alas, rotten wood cannot be carved. Qin Ming nuzzled at Chao Chuan and continued, dare to hurt Lord Han, then tie up this simpleton and take him away to Linjiang City for punishment. Yes, Chao Chuan had followed Qin Ming for some time, so he could naturally hear what he meant. Punishment was impossible, meaning it was meant for Wei Guanshuan's few people. As for Lu Chong, he was quickly tied up and taken away. Both of you wait here until Lord Han turns awake and then leave. Turning around, Qin Ming naturally brushed off Han Mingrue's beating. Okay. Wei Guanshuan had sort of seen Qin Ming's methods and didn't dare to have an opinion at all. Smiling like a flower, he nodded in response and stood in the corner with his head down, acting as a transparent person. Lord Son, you go and arrange them to be a little more strict with their mouths. Qin Ming was referring to those casino people. They were aware of Qin Ming's plan. Although Han Mingrue IOUs have been written, it's okay to expose them, but this bright and magnificent image of himself still needs to be maintained. Understood. Song Dingsheng quickly left. Qin Ming also returned to Linjiang City. Recently he was pondering how to get close to Sakiyu. Although they came to Lingnan together, the two have never been married, nor have they been able to share a room. Even the two of them now rested at night in two separate rooms. This distressed Qin Ming. With the bright moon in the sky, Qin Ming, who was standing in the courtyard, looked up. It was another night of flowers and moonlight, and all of my own shadows were stretching outward from my feet and splitting into two. Alas, am I the only one so lonely? Qin Ming stood with his arms folded, the thief's heart undefeated. Still quietly, he pushed open the door to Sekiyuki's room. The room was silent. Recently, Guan Yu had been helping out in the military camp, and there was still a lot of preparation of all kinds for the Wuwei Battalion to integrate into the land of Lingnan. For example, the preparation of military food, the supply of forging materials for weapons and equipment, and the distribution of military pay in the barracks. It was a good thing that Guan Yu was originally raised in the military and handled these things with ease. There were even a few moments of meticulousness that the reckless men didn't have. Back, even though the sound of Qin Ming pushing open the doorway was slight, the creaking sound, if any, quickly touched Guan Yu. Raising his eyes, Qin Ming discovered a pair of brilliant star-like eyes that were silently gazing at him in the darkness of the night. There's 3 parts complexity and 7 parts tenderness in there. Ha ha, still awake. Qin Ming smiled awkwardly and gently sat down at the head of Guan Yu's bed. How's Han Mingrue doing? Guan Yu stretched out her feet and playfully reached out to Qin Ming's stomach for warmth. It was only late fall, but her little feet were already a little cold. Qin Ming played with the little beauty's jade feet and informed her of what happened today. Sekiyuki listened to everything as if she were listening to a story. Final comment. You're bad. She didn't go on, though, and said with a twist of words, tomorrow I'll go write a letter and tell Uncle Yi about this. Han Mingrue shouldn't mess around. That's great. Qin Ming was worrying that after letting Han Mingrue go back, the other party would backtrack. According to him, it is to arrange for Lu Gang or Wu Qingyi to go over at that time, blocking the door to personally ask for the bill. Anyway, under Qin Ming's leadership, the Wuwei Battalion is more than rogues and is not afraid of Han Mingrue reneging on his debt. But if Yisho Jiang could speak up and help say something, it would definitely have a greater impact on Han Mingrue. In the short term, this guy should be able to help transport their craft products in peace as well. Just like that, Qin Ming and Guan Yu had a chat. Both sides are getting more and more excited. Qin Ming took advantage of the other party's inattention and was also secretly moving his body closer to the beauty in front of him. Look at Sakiyu in a good mood today. Qin Ming also felt that the time was ripe, and suddenly took off his outer clothes and lay straight on the bed. What are you doing? In the darkness of the night, Guan Yu smelled a unique scent of a man's body, and immediately her little face turned red and she struggled to push Qin Ming down. I want to rest with you. Qin Ming stubbornly straddled the bed, his face as thick as a city wall. Let's just get together and talk. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't do anything to you. Chapter 62 Letter from the Court. Arrival of the Dog Legs. It seems that every man, at one time or another, utters these words when coaxing a little girl into a room. Next, I guess we'll be talking about just rubbing it in. But, we're not married yet. Helplessness was written all over Sekiyuki's good-looking melon face. Willow's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if she was scared. Just resting together. I want to sleep with you so badly. Qin Ming swore to God that he did at least mean the second half of this sentence. Then you're not allowed to touch me. Guan Yu hesitantly looked at Qin Ming, who was full of sincerity. In the end it was a compromise. Qin Ming lay on his bed, thinking carefully about what he was going to do next. But at that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Your Highness, I'm back. It was Wu Qingnua's voice. You stepped on a horse. Guan Yu was so agitated that she directly kicked Qin Ming off the bed. Qin Ming rolled up his sleeves and was about to go out, and this asshole Wu Qingyi to death. Once he went out, he found Fang Qingyuan and Wu Qingyi all standing outside. It's obviously something. Ahem. Qin Ming coughed twice and adjusted his emotions. What for? Your Highness, Wang Shoyan has already handed over several prosperous stores to us, and Lord Fong wants to go over there to open a dyeing workshop and a cloth factory. Bringing Wei Guangshuan back in the past few days has had a good deterrent effect on Wang Shoyan. He quickly surrendered the store. Wu Qingyi shook the land deed in his hand, filled with excitement. Need a hand? Qin Ming looked at Fang Qingyuan, and the other party's face could hardly hide his joy. They have people to work with, transportation routes, and now a store. So money will be made quickly. I'd like to take a personal trip over there in the morning, and I came today to talk to you about it. It's okay. Qin Ming thought about it, and it was better to put the matter of making money on the agenda earlier. One more thing. Prime Minister Chen sent a letter. Fang Qingyuan took out a letter from his arms, the fire-painted seal on it still showing no signs of being removed. With his status, he could actually look at the letter sent by Qin Shimao. However, Fang Qingyuan is a very stubborn person, and is determined not to look at anything that is not his own. Let's see. Qin Ming opened the letter and read it. Chen Shimao informed Qin Ming of the recent happenings at the court. Ever since Princess Zhao Shufei and King Jin had taken a favorable position, the entire court had begun to be in disarray. There were many who sought her defection and even more who were liquidated and persecuted. Countless promotions and relegations happened. The Chen Emperor still looks like a non-sticky pot. When something goes wrong, he says that it is incompetent below, and when nothing happens, it is that he has ruled the country well. Seeing the court in chaos, Qin Ming did not feel much. Anyway, it's not about himself anymore. The more chaotic the court was, the more he could take advantage of the time to do his best to develop. At the end of the letter, Chen Shimao also told Qin Ming about the recent movements of Princess Zhao Shufei against him. After learning that Zhao Qinian was beaten, Consort Zhao Shufei conceals Qin Ming's treatment of the plague and begs the Chen Emperor to drop the blame. However, under Chen Shimao's reasoned argument, Qin Ming's credit was able to be highlighted, and Zhao Qinian is now unable to redress his grievances because of his negligence of the plague. But despite having Chen Shimao's help, Princess Zhao still caught the loophole. She found Huang Zhang, the Right Royal Secretary of the Metropolitan Police, and asked him to bring officials to inspect the 3,000 acres of land circled by Qin Ming. Calculating the time, it should arrive in just a few days. It's not a big deal. After reading it, Qin Ming handed the item to Fang Qingyuan. Fang Qingyuan scanned twice and frowned slightly when he saw Huang Zhang's name. Your Highness, this Huang Zhang is a renowned mad dog, not the least bit approachable. Having been an official at the imperial court for many years, Fang Qingyuan had heard of but a few officials even though he didn't have any contact with them. Qin Ming had stayed at the court longer than Fang Qingyuan, so he naturally knew what kind of person Huang Zhang was. Huang Zhang is not an official of Zhao Shufei's lineage, is very neutral, and is very unforgiving to anyone he encounters. It was also due to this character of recognizing reason but not family that Princess Zhao Shufei took a liking to Huang Zhang and had him come over to tangle with Qin Ming, because no matter what, Qin Ming's land enclosure was not in line with the court's rules. In the hands of Huang Zhang, it will surely create a storm. It's easier when it's him that's coming. Smiling faintly, Qin Ming acted relaxed. You have an idea? Lifting his head, Fang Qingyuan looked at Qin Ming curiously. Aha. Okay, I'll go then. Without staying longer, Fang Qingyuan quickly took Wu Qingye away. He was completely trusting Qin Ming. As long as Qin Ming said there was a way, he wouldn't think twice. Looking at the backs of the two of them as they departed, Qin Ming sat in the courtyard and pondered for a while. Then it was time to put his hand on the doorway of the closed moon again. But this time, the door to Seki Yuki's room was locked from the inside. It was probably because her sanity had just taken over the high ground again because of that delay. Ugh! Qin Ming let out a long sigh and turned around to leave the place. The night was silent, and the next day Qin Ming returned to the barracks. Fang Qingyuan has already gone to Qiantang City, and the materials he raised, such as silk and hemp, have long been sent over. He found a clearing and built a makeshift shed. Inside, there was a textile machine, calling all the idle women from the villages around Linjiang City and asking them to weave cloth. Payment of wages is standardized by the workshop. There are a large number of these people. In order to increase production, Fang Qingyuan then divided their scheduling into daytime and nighttime, laboring together. Just a few days to get hundreds of cloths. According to the market price, an ordinary piece of cotton cloth could be sold for 3 cents of silver. Silk is a rarity, with 4 tails apiece. Raw silk is hard to raise though, and they don't produce much silk. Only cotton and linen were woven in abundance, but at a selling price of 3 cents, you'll make 2 cents of silver at most. If you want to make money on a large scale, you definitely need to go for volume, or huge volume. It's a tough business. Qin Ming looked at what was in front of him and sighed languidly. Song Dingsheng followed and picked up the conversation. Your Highness, don't be in a hurry. We'll be able to earn more when we make the cloth factory and the dye house later, I hope. After Qin Ming briefly inspected the circle, his mind had begun to calculate a new way to get money, to see if he could assist each other with the textile industry and make money together. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the distance. Get out of the way, all of you. The Metropolitan Inspectorate has come by order of the Emperor to make an inventory. Qin Ming glanced toward the distance. Then he saw a group of people coming from outside the barracks. The menacing appearance of the women who were weaving made them stop their needlework in fear. This group of people is really not polite. Just come and affect their normal production? Qin Ming could not earn any money, and when he saw them like this, his anger rubbed off. Thumping his way up to the crowd angrily. What's the call? What's wrong with coming from the court? Got a few more heads than the others? Or a few more arms? If you make any more noise, I'll chop you up. Chapter 63, Infighting in the Qin Team. Huang Zhang's helplessness. The crowd was coming from the court. That's the way they do cases in the Metropolitan Police Department. There seems to be a sense of condescension no matter who you're talking to. Even when he's not usually working on a case, he's still got his nose in the air and looks at no one. But Qin Ming, who was to be investigated and prosecuted today, was even more powerful than them. The few people who were stopped were still a bit unresponsive for a while. At this moment, a figure passed through the crowd and slowly arrived in front of Qin Ming. After not seeing you for many days, Your Highness has become so hot-tempered. This person was wearing a black robe, tall and thin, with a serious expression and an extremely hard tone of voice, and was not to be messed with at a glance. When Song Dingsheng saw this, he shrunk his head and hid behind Qin Ming. He was only a minor official, and he was still a bit intimidated by the sight of the people from the imperial court. In comparison, Qin Ming was much more arrogant. Pointing at Huang Zhang's nose, he cursed, Huang Zhang, who let you into the barracks? This king's barracks. You can enter whenever you want? I'll kill you for delaying the defense of this place. Qin Ming knows Huang Zhang very well. This is a guy who eats hard, but not soft. Sure enough, Huang Zhang wasn't angry and just nodded lightly. Your Highness, I've heard that you've circled 3,000 acres of land in Lingnan, and I've come to investigate. Whenever you have time, I'll wait for you and we'll sit down and talk. Qin Ming waved his hand impatiently. Then you can investigate on your own first, and when the king has time, he will talk to you. Okay. Huang Zhang remained stoic, but instead of leaving, he opened his mouth and continued. Please bear with me if I may have offended you quite a bit lately. The words fell before he left with his men. Song Dingsheng observed this appearance of the other party not being afraid of Qin Ming in the slightest, and hurriedly asked Qin Ming, Your Highness, this man is not coming from a good place. Should I arrange for someone to follow him, in case anything is found out? Although his official position is very small, Song Dingsheng feels that he is at least an official of the court. He has been careful and prudent for many years, and it would be a great loss if he is implicated in this and loses his hat. So he chose to firmly support Qin Ming. No matter what, it was always right to support His Highness. You go and receive them, and by the way, find a few of the most poisonous vaccines and plant them secretly. Qin Ming unhurriedly explained the task to Song Dingsheng, but not a moment after going out, he ran back, full of anxiety. Your Highness, this yellow badge is poisonous. He went straight to the patients. Oh, Qin Ming froze for a moment, then laughed. He had known for a long time that Huang Zhan was a ruthless man. If there was anyone in the court who wasn't afraid of the plague, he was certainly considered one of them. I wanted to scare him with the vaccine first, but I didn't expect the guy to dive headfirst right into the patient. Let's not rush it yet. Let's hang him out for a few days. Now that things are like this, it's time to replan. Instead, Song Dingsheng was anxious as if he were an ant on a hot pan. What should we do? If he finds out anything, won't we all be finished? Don't worry, the boat will be straight. Qin Ming patted his shoulder. The other side. Huang Zhan was currently standing in a village. This is the periphery of the 3,000 acres of land that Qin Ming has circled. It was also a quarantine zone set up by Qin Ming. The few officials who followed beside him all had resistance written all over their faces. Lord Huang, there's really no need to go in. There's no rule for smallpox. What happens when you die here? Once we catch smallpox, it will definitely affect the progress of the investigation. His Highness will definitely not care about us. They were talking and exhorting. It was just as Qin Ming had expected. After arriving here, Huang's greatest pressure did not come from Qin Ming. Instead, it came from a fellow traveler who arrived with him. That was why Qin Ming had specifically given Huang Zhang a period of free time out to let fear fester in his ranks. Enough! Huang Zhang looked at the officials who had followed him and roared with huffing anger. Qin Ming scolded him, but Huang Zhang wouldn't get angry. But the fellow officers are all this kind of dragging goods, which makes Huang Zhang very angry. Among them, the attitude of Du Mingxian, the number 2 person of the Qintai group, who was responsible for assisting, was the most resolute. Old Huang, there's no fear of not having wood to burn when you've left a green mountain. What if you catch smallpox now that you're in there? It's really not that we don't want to go in. I propose that we can go to Linjiang City first to ask about the situation. Anyway, the matter of His Highness's private land enclosure is definitely something that can't be covered up. Du Mingxian is a person of the Delizi. The official position is not high, but it is a party of Xiao Shufei. The reason for arranging for him to come over was another insurance policy on Princess Xiao Shufei. Huang Zhang can't bring down Qin Ming, and Du Mingxian is about to go up. But what Xiao Shufei all did not expect is that these two people do not have the same personality. Just in the investigation of the time on the frequent occurrence of conflicting views, Huang Zhang stared angrily at Du Mingxian. Du Mingxian, aren't you just afraid of catching smallpox? I can go by myself. Just leave one of you to come over and contact me to send out the findings. Huang Zhang knew who was behind Du Mingxian. It was already considered a concession now, but now Du Mingxian was very life-thirsty. He wanted to cut off any possibility of smallpox infection, so he turned to the crowd and made a show of addressing them. Lord Huang sacrificed his life for his country. It's truly awe-inspiring. Is there anyone who would like to stay here and help Lord Huang deliver the message at the end of the investigation? There was a long silence in the crowd. After Du Mingxian scanned a few circles, he spread his 2 hands and looked at Huang Zhang. Lord Huang, it's really not that I'm deliberately tripping you up. The problem is that no one wants to do that. You'd better return to Linjiang City with us first. Everyone has traveled so hard. It's time to find a chance to rest and relax. Huang Zhang's face was ugly. Because of his personality, he could only serve in the capital for many years, and he did mess with a lot of people. In the face of the crowd's ostracism, he would have cared little about it on a normal day. But on the contrary, at such a time of investigating the case, they were constantly at odds with him internally, led by Du Mingxian. This gave Huang a feeling of strength. Taking a deep breath, Huang Zhang knew that there was no point in tangling with them here, so he frowned. Then go back first and investigate the case according to Lord Du's method. Du Mingxuan's face showed a few moments of triumphant sneer, but that's when he said something even more disgusting. How can you say that? Ta Zhen Huang. This time, the imperial official is you. Of course I will listen to you. Let's go back and discuss it again. People like Du Mingxian are great at stirring up trouble, and they can't do anything at all. After screwing things up and asking him for a solution, he'll act all innocent. Blame it all on your peers. He didn't lead this investigation anyway. Good. Then go back and discuss it. It was as if Huang Zhang's chest was holding a breath that he had been unable to exhale. He even thought that he might as well get smallpox and infect all of this group and be done with it. And before he knew it, he had this idea that was soon to be realized. Chapter 64 Observations and Summaries of Qingbai Mountain. The pampered group of court officials soon arrived in the city of Linjiang. Just after arriving here, Du Mingxian pinched his nose, his face full of disgust. This county is just like that raggedy town. Where does it look like a county? The dog leg behind him, Su Ruahai, an official of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs from the 6th rank, hurriedly picked up the conversation. That's right, it's far worse than our capital. It's really not easy for us to make this trip over here. Lord Du and Lord Huang, the two of you have also worked your asses off for the court. Su Ruahai is Princess Xiao's man. After so many years of hanging out at the court, he was best able to weigh the order of the majors and minors on the winks. Even when it came to compliments, Du Mingxian was placed first. Ostensibly following along this time, the number 1 person was Huang Zhang before Du Mingxian, but in reality, with Consort Xiao Shufei's connections here, everyone looked up to Du Mingxian. Song Dingsheng had already received word to rush over to greet him, in the face of Du Mingxuan's gesture of pointing out the mountains and talking in a high-flown, nostril-gazing manner along the way. He had already made up his mind. When we feast on them tonight, we must secretly give this mother her Du Mingxian a dose of the fiercest vaccine. What's that white strip of cloth hanging up there for? As he walked, Huang Zhang noticed some of the white strips of cloth hanging in front of the doors of the households on both sides of the streets of Linjiang City fluttering in the wind. At first when he saw this, he thought it was someone's family in a period of mourning. But you see more and more of it in the back. There's no pattern to this white cloth strip. Sometimes it's hung by several families in a row. In some cases, there are 2 or 3 hanging inside a family. That. Song Dingsheng looked at it and said flatly, it's when there are a couple of sick people with smallpox in the house. A couple of white rags. A couple of sick people. They have a plague here that hasn't completely dissipated. But many people aren't afraid of it when they are vaccinated. It can also be used to take care of your family. The latter is biding time. And in a couple of months the plague will have faded completely. So it is. Huang Zhang's face was as usual, nodding lightly. It seems that the plague in this Linjiang city has indeed not yet been resolved. Although the area set aside for the gathering of the sick is large, things like plague are just a bit of overkill. That's how you don't make a mess. However, although the two spoke well on this side, when the words fell on Du Mingxuan's ears, it was a different picture. His body shook with fear. Almost couldn't help but sit on the floor. There's a plague here, and you brought us here? Smallpox. It'll pass. Song Dingsheng glanced at him, his tone flat. He couldn't wait for this dog official from the court to die in Linjiang City. It's none of your business if you get sick and die anyway. Put your mother's ass on the line. My life is much more expensive than these untouchables. Can you afford to die? Du Mingxian already didn't dare to take a step forward. Standing on the street, he pointed at Song Dingsheng's nose and started screaming and cursing. Song Dingsheng's temples throbbed with anger, but the other party's official position was higher than his own, and he didn't dare to contradict him, just lowered his head and stood fixedly on the far ground, showing a look of love to go or not to go. His Highness isn't even afraid. He even personally dealt with the plague here. It's not even an outbreak right now. It's all under control. What else is Lord Du afraid of? By this time, Chang Baishan, who had arrived with the city's guards in the distance, was already in place. He was familiar with many people in the capital and had the courage to say some things. I'm not afraid, but if we get sick, won't it jeopardize our investigation? Du Mingxuan's face was a bit ugly. Behind him, Su Ruohai and the others, who were naturally all shy about their lives, all began to whisper. A couple of people even suggested going out and setting up camp, and living outside would insulate them from the plague. Huang Zhang frowned straight away as he listened to what they said, and finally couldn't help himself and angrily rebuked. Come on, there's plague everywhere, so what if you catch it? If you're afraid to die, all of you get back now. Du Mingxian felt little face when he was chided by one of his own people like this. Hurry up to take out the court party dispute that set. Counter-argument said, if Lord Huang says so, I really want to go back. It's just that it's something you need to explain to His Majesty yourself, so that we individuals don't go back with no way to deliver and have to be counted out for a while. In 3 or 2 sentences, Du Mingxian was about to gang up again. Huang Zhan was the most fed up with this kind of situation, so he immediately opened his mouth. Great to go back. I'll explain it to you. Beside him, Chang Baishan looked happy and crouched down to wait for them to fight internally. Shunshur also silently made a note of these people in his mind to facilitate going to Qinming to snitch on them after analyzing their internal conflicts. The crowd argued for half a day, with no one taking advantage. In the end, it was Huang Zhang who left them behind and followed Song Dingsheng to dinner alone. Song Dingsheng even scared as he left. No wonder His Highness said to wait a while and hang them out to dry. It turned out to be a long time ago that he had seen that the people in the court were all in their own way. There's a saying that Pali is a piece of that should describe them aptly. In the evening, Chang Baishan wandered from the city and returned to the barracks to report this to Qinming. Your Highness, this infighting of theirs is already sticky enough. Should we go and add more fire? Sitting by the campfire, Chang Baishan was bored and flipped the fire in front of him with a branch. The sparks were blown away by the cold wind, and the dots drifted up into the sky and quickly extinguished. He raised his head and suggested up to Qinming in a low voice. Qinming also had this idea and said after nodding his head lightly, who do you want to start with? Guess what? I'll make sure you don't guess. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this guy I picked. Chang Baishan smiled dejectedly. Qinming looked at the flickering fire and suddenly smiled as well. It won't be Huang Zhang, and it won't be Du Mingxian. It should be a petty official of bad character, and his hands would not be too clean. Grass. Chang Baishan had been all set to show Qinming a few of his tricks. At that moment, he smashed the branch in his hand on the fire in displeasure. Since Qinming had already guessed it, Chang Baishan simply shook it all out. I'm going to go give them a gift, and when they receive it, I can use the opportunity to poke the matter to Huang Zhang, so that Huang Zhang can clean up his own house first. Qin understood and said with a glance at him, all know that you are my people. Go to send something to bribe after. People to a black and white may turn around and have to put things directly with the yellow chapter. We have to sin +1. Ah, Chang Baishan was suddenly speechless. When he had heard that Qinming had pitted Han Mingruwei before, he had thought it was quite impressive. Would like to try it myself. Nah, he didn't read much and didn't hang around the court for long. The ploys used are also riddled with holes. But his statement inspired Qinming. Drawing a 500 taels silver ticket from his sleeve, Qinming handed it to Chang Baishan. Here's 500 taels of silver. Let Song Ding Shang go over there. He's more suitable. Him? Shang Beishan froze for a moment, always feeling that something was a bit wrong. Chapter 65, Breaking Defense Late at Night, Lord Su's complaint. Let's just say he wants to clear the air with us. Qin Ming saw that he wasn't thinking straight, so he reminded him. Song Ding Shang is indeed more dangerous now. Spending a bit of money to save her own life and siding with Princess Xiao Shufei along the way is definitely a good choice. What's the point? It doesn't feel as good as what I just did. What if we add news about us? You are asking for his help in assisting the investigation? Chang Baishan froze for a moment, then immediately gave a thumbs up. Worthy of His Highness. It's ing sinister. 500 taels of silver plus some real but useless information can penetrate the enemy. It's kinda worth it. By the way, tell him to conceal the situation from Huang Zhang when he reveals the investigation. Qin Ming thought about it and continued to explain. Huang Zhang is the most likely to launch an investigation, but his fight with Du Mingxian won't stop. At this time, if Du Mingxian, who had been swinging for the fences, was quicker than his Lord Huang's investigation and dug up valid information, Huang Zhang's heart is hard to not know. At least Du Mingxian will show off to the sky, and won't give him old Huang any face when the time comes. This will inevitably intensify the conflict between them. It's possible to fall apart after a fight. Awesome! Chang Baishan clenched his fists in shock. What party disputes? What internal contradictions in the court are a little later? The old silver coins still have to look at your highness. I'll run it down now. We must support Du Mingxian fiercely in these 2 days. Shang Beishan was too eager to see this pair fight each other. This is going to be more fun than a cricket fight. So immediately he stood up and was ready to leave. As he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Ming, Your Highness, are you not doing anything these days? Should you step in and mess with them as well? Qin Ming smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, Of course I'll do it, but not yet, because I'm in favor of Huang Zhang. Ha! Chang Baishan's heart was puzzled, and he thought of many things the moment Qin Ming said those words, and yet it never felt like I could catch the main vein. Just as he wanted to continue asking, he was pushed by Qin Ming. Hurry up. I want to see results tomorrow. That's good. There was no time to think about it more. Chang Baishan went to find Song Dingsheng with 500 taels of silver tickets. Late at night, the inn where Huang Zhang and the others were staying was silent. They were so sleepy that they couldn't keep their eyes open. They all went back to their rooms to rest after having some food. In this, Su Ruohai's room was arranged on the second floor. The other people's rooms, especially Huang Zhang and Du Mingxuan's, were arranged on the third floor. Because the rooms on the third floor are nicer and comfortable to stay in, this made it a little difficult for Su Ruohai. What a coincidence that people are staying in the upper room, just when it's full. Only had a second floor room for myself. My old man is from the Ministry of Justice, and his official position is not low? Dog day Song Ding Shang, dog-eyed, don't fall in my hands later, lying in bed, though everyone else had rested. But Su Ruohai, who had been treated differently, had been tossing and turning, so angry that she couldn't sleep. Officials in the court are the most pie-eyed. Who stands in front when walking together, when riding in a carriage? What official position can arrange for a few horses? And when wearing clothes, some wear cloth while others can wear silk. There is something to be said for all of this. But Song Dingsheng is like a brainless simpleton. He kind of invisibly offended himself today. The key is that today, Su Ruohai saw that he was living down there, and he even explicitly and implicitly mentioned a couple of things to Du Mingxian, trying to get him to help put in a word to move himself to the upper room. Who knew that Du Mingxian ignored him and didn't treat him as a human being at all? It was a waste of time to slip up on him along the way. Su Ruohai could even clearly recall the derisive look on the faces of the accompanying officials when they saw themselves staying in the next room. Grass your grandma. Grass. The more Su Ruohai thought about it, the more angry he became. Standing up and stomping around the room for a while, he lay down and still couldn't sleep. Soon the time came to the third watch, listening to the noise of the night watchman's drawn-out tones coming from outside. In the darkness, Su Ruohai was still staring at the ceiling with her eyes full of red bloodshot eyes, her face full of aggression. Knock knock. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. Su Ruohai stiffened and turned his head. The other party seemed to think that Su Ruohai was asleep. A few more knocks in quick succession. Who's coming over here in the middle of the night, pretending to be a deadbeat for me? Su Ruohai got up from the bed with some impatience and muttered. The other party did not speak, but just continued to knock on the door. Putting on his shoes, Su Ruohai walked to the door and pushed it open. Upon opening the door, he saw the culprit that had kept him tossing and turning late into the night. Sung Din Sung, are you sick? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Su Ruohai already had anger in his heart. Seeing that the other party dared to knock on his door in the middle of the night, there was a cold snort and a clip in his tone. Ha ha, Lord Su, can you let me in for a word? Can't. I'm going to sleep. We'll talk about what's going on tomorrow. Su Ruohai snapped and grabbed the door of the room, about to close it. But Song Dingsheng reacted faster. Hastily, he held the wooden door open, then grinned, revealing a slightly yellowed white between his sleeves. This color Su Ruohai recognizes. It's the color of the silver ticket. When the silver bills first came out of the money changers, they were white paper. But the paper yellows after a long time of use. Are you up to something? Ha ha, that's for sure. And out of all these officials, you're the only one I chose. Song Dingsheng had a mysterious face and put on an extremely sincere look. It was then that Su Ruohai finally figured everything out. Did you arrange for me to stay on the second floor on purpose? Yes, just something important to discuss with you. So it is. Hearing this, the gloom in Su Ruohai's heart was swept away. Come in. With a creak, the wooden door closed. The two men had a long conversation in the room. Su Ruohai received the money and was naturally delighted. After realizing Song Dingsheng's intention to defect, he patted the other party's shoulder with satisfaction. Old Song, you still have vision. I'll take this 500 taels first, and you'll be reported to me. Don't worry. With me, no one will look for trouble when you return to the court. Then thank you very much. By the way, Lord Su, I hope you won't tell anyone else about this matter. Song Dingsheng's gaze flickered as he opened his mouth with extreme seriousness. Sure, don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped. Su Ruohai agreed very quickly and sent Song Dingsheng away extremely enthusiastically. But after waiting for a while, taking advantage of the night color, he turned his head and came to Du Mingxuan's room on the third floor. Rubbing his hands together, he had suppressed his somewhat agitated voice. Knock knock. Lord Du, are you there? Chapter 66, Promotion and Fortune. The Bright Way. Disturbed by the late night, Du Mingxian rubbed his sore eyes and walked out the door rather impatiently. Su Ruohai, not sleeping at night, you're going to die. My lord, I have something important to report. Su Ruohai would definitely be angry if he knew that Du Mingxian was disturbed late at night, but he couldn't help it. He didn't have time to talk to Du Mingxian about this during the day. Once Huang Zhang found out that he received money, he was also prepared to help Song Dingsheng get rid of Qin Ming dry. By the time people upright Lord Huang plague thing has not yet been investigated. Will have to take their own knife first, purge the internal worry. Come in and talk. Du Mingxian swept a glance at Su Ruohai. The experience of mixing with the court for many years allowed him to detect a hint of an unusual flavor. But outside is not the place to talk. And even if you do talk about things, you have to be wary of ears through the walls. So he pulled Su Ruohai into the room. Su Ruohai pulled out a 300 taels silver ticket and said with a fawning face, "This was sent by Song Dingsheng just now. He said he didn't want to get too deeply involved with His Highness and wanted me to help put in a good word. But on second thought, where can I speak better than you? So I came to you." Du Mingxian was someone who had seen a lot. Seeing the 300 taels of silver, he skimmed his mouth in disdain. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. It's only 300 taels. Normally, if he casually collected a piece of calligraphy or painting, he could go to a pawn shop in the capital and exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. But a mosquito leg is still meat even if it's small. Du Mingxian disliked it while he obediently collected it into his sleeve. Sort of answered the call on this. After a moment of silence, he spoke. This thing is actually said to be good to do is good to do, but said difficult to do it is also a little difficult to do. After all, there is a yellow chapter in the block. The person in charge of the investigation this time down here is Huang Zhang. Even if Du Mingxian wanted to set Song Dingsheng aside, they were still at their wits' end if Huang Zhang didn't nod his head. Su Ruohai hurriedly nodded his head and compensated with a smile. It's still you, my lord, who has a keen eye and sees through the point at a glance. In fact, this time Song Dingsheng came over, not just took the money. He also said he wanted to help us testify and find evidence that His Highness violated the court's law and forced the enclosure. Getting this good news, Du Mingxuan's breathing became ragged. This was the last straw that crushed Huang Zhang on its own. If he could get Song Dingsheng's help, Du Mingxian believed that this time he would definitely be able to make a great achievement and gain favor in front of Princess Xiao Shufei. Is that true? Of course, my lord. He also said that if necessary, he could even step in and help us as a witness. But of course, that would be riskier. Unless it was necessary. No, tomorrow we will start grouping for investigation. You go to find Song Dingsheng. Tomorrow with me and go out in accordance with his road to check down. Huang Zhang sighed. Let him casually bring a few. Du Mingxian began to actively arrange for tomorrow's investigation. A bright road to promotion and wealth seemed to have unfolded in front of him. On the other hand, Song Dingsheng took advantage of the night and sneaked to Qin Ming's royal residence. Lingnan is very poor. Qin Ming's royal mansion is said to be the royal mansion. But in fact it is Guan Yu and in this 3-room small courtyard that he lives in. Your Highness, it's done. What will I say if Su Ruohai comes looking for me tomorrow? Qin Ming didn't rest at night either, but sat waiting for Song Dingshang. After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming smiled. There's no need to rush first. Tomorrow their smallpox may be about to strike. Leave them to dry for a few days. If Su Ruohai really wants to ask anything, just reveal some painless news to him. That's it? Song Dingshang looked at Qin Ming in confusion, somewhat puzzled. Qin Ming, however, said with an air of calmness, during the illness, there won't be that many opportunities to investigate, and Lord Huang, who loves investigating cases, is probably going to die of anxiety. When the time comes for Du Mingxian to find out something during his illness, and there's a gap between the two sides then underneath, he'll go and show off a bit more, and piss Huang Zhang off a bit, so guess what he'll do? This. Song Dingshang gulped and swallowed. Your Highness is really ruthless. Do you have to push people to the edge? I know. One more thing. Don't come over here for a few days. The next time we see each other, it'll be you giving as a tainted witness. Before Song Dingshang left, Qin Ming called him back to give an explanation. What is a tainted witness? This word was a bit new, and Song Dingshang was not quite able to understand it. Qin understood and said with a glance at him, it's the people who come out and help correct them. Okay, I get it. Song Dingshang lifted his official clothes and glanced toward his surroundings after pushing the door open. Then it was a sneaky way out of here. The next morning, more than half of the chinchilla team had a high fever, including Huang Zhang and Su Ruohai and Du Mingxian who stayed up most of the night. Song Dingshang was kind enough to find some people to take care of them. Despite the help, Du Mingxian was scared. Kick off. Is there an idol of the pox god here? I want to worship the pox god. A pox god is a deity in folklore. Because of the emergence of smallpox, a plague that killed many people, so the pox god came out of nowhere, and some people who were sick and desperate began to believe in this god. Hopefully, the other person will keep them safe. It's kind of a placebo effect. Not to say it doesn't help at all. It's better than nothing. Where am I going to fix this for you? Song Dingshang was quite helpless. Just when he was at his wit's end, one man arrives but breaks the status quo. The person who came was Su Ruohai. He dragged his sick body, gasped for breath, and climbed to the third floor with a whimper. It just so happens that both of you are here. Why don't we talk about that incriminating evidence? I heard that Lord Huang is also sick. This is a good opportunity. People like Su Ruohai, although they have bad character and pander to the top and bully the bottom, but he has an exuberant career and is the best at drilling. We still have a few people who haven't contracted smallpox. They can go over. Su Ruohai braced the breath in his chest and reluctantly spoke his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Du Mingxian reacted at this time even though he was already burnt and weak. That's fine. Call out a few trustworthy people in a moment and follow Song Dingshang's arrangement to investigate the case. I'll pass. Song Dingshang displayed a look of difficulty, as if he was afraid that Qin Ming would find out. The way he was so deeply into the movie, even Du Mingxian and Su Ruohai didn't notice any abnormalities. It's okay. Neither said much. Soon after following his dictation, arrangements were made for several other officials who were not yet sick to investigate. In the evening, the group returned all full of excitement. The news of the few villages at the very edge that were free of the plague was informed to Du Mingxian. There's no plague over there at all. The king of Qin is just using the opportunity to encircle the land. What quarantine zone? It's just a lie. Their tone was sure and serious. Du Mingxian had been recuperating from his illness for a day, and now the fever had subsided and his face looked better. Nice. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he stood up and commanded, bring me my official clothes and let's go for a walk. Chapter 67 With evidence in hand. Showdown with your highness. Going for a walk? Several officials froze for a moment, but now Du Mingxian was still infected with smallpox and had not recovered. Though I don't know why he contracted smallpox and recovered faster than an ordinary person, but they still didn't dare let him run around the place. After all, it is an official of the court. Run a trip down. Did not carry through? Really die how to be good? My lord, you can't be too big for your britches. Yes my lord. It is still the body that matters. If you have any. Alright. When His Excellency says go out and walk, listen to His Excellency. In the end, it was Su Ruohai, who had been accompanying them, who interrupted them. He knew best what Du Mingxian wanted to do. Looking at the state he's in, it's obvious that he's going to go over to Huang Zhang's side to show off a little bit. Sure enough, as soon as the crowd followed him out, they turned their heads to see him push open the door to the yellow badge. Lord Huang, how is your health? Du Mingxian, despite his illness, still puts on a calm demeanor, as if the victor visited the loser's presence. He opened his mouth to shush Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang sat up from the bed and swept the crowd suspiciously. What is this Du Mingxian playing at? Even if you came by yourself, you brought so many people with you. Not like a visit. but like a demonstration to himself. But now that everyone is sick, what does he have to be proud of? Lord Du, you are too kind. The heart of 1,000 turns Huang Zhang in the face but did not express. Just a light response, the tone of voice, but there is a feeling of refusal. Ha ha, what's polite about that? By the way, Lord Huang, I see that you've been sick lately, and you haven't been able to investigate the case. It's really a pity. Du Mingxian laughed out loud and continued to add, so yeah, I took the liberty of arranging for someone to go down there and scout it out like I wanted. And guess what? What a coincidence. Surprisingly, based on the clues, we have found evidence that His Highness land enclosure violates the court's laws. What's the old saying? It's true that many hands make light work. His comment was clearly a jab at Huang's pretentiousness. No one comes to see me when I'm sick now. Even his men have no command. They all follow him. Du Mingxian, just follow it and make a mark. Instead, it's you, Lord Huang, who keeps pretending to want to investigate the case. And you're at odds with the group. In the end, nothing came out. That's the difference between people and people. Hey, who's to blame for this? You went on a case. Huang Zhang's beard twitched as he braced himself and stood up. Obviously, he did get a little anxious, or a little in his face. Show me the proof. Seemingly forced to his feet and still a little dizzy, Huang took a deep breath and made his request. Unsurprisingly, Du Mingxian rejected it outright. Look at the evidence? That's no good. We're still investigating. But Lord Huang, you can rest assured that you'll get well. Just leave this matter to us. The body is most important. After Du Mingxian finished showing off, he suddenly walked forward and reached out to pat Huang Zhang's shoulder with extreme abandon. Huang Zhang's face was suddenly as gloomy as water. That's obviously an attitude that only comes when a superior treats a subordinate. Du Mingxian just found out something and his tail is about to go up to the sky. Good. Or Lord Du has the means. But I will continue to investigate as well. Gritting his teeth, Huang Zhang opened his mouth in an extremely unwilling manner. Of course you can investigate. Du Mingxian was already in a victorious stance. Today's lead made him raise his eyebrows. Turning his back and waving his hand, he strides out of the area. Back in the room, Du Mingxian excitedly patted Su Ruohai's shoulder even though he still had a low fever. The name has also changed to Old Su. Old Su, you're really the biggest contributor to this case. When we get to the court and our brother and sister are rewarded, I'll be sure to put in a few good words for you in front of Princess Xiao Shufei. Thank you, Lord Du. Thank you, Lord Du. Su Ruohai was instantly excited. He had done so much just to move up the ladder. Now that he had received Du Mingxuan's promise, it instantly made him feel that it was all worth it. In the next few days, you'll continue to have them investigate according to Song Dingsheng's claims. Yes, time passes quickly. Half a month has passed since the turn of the year. During this half-month period, one after another, the officials who came to investigate contracted smallpox. Qin Ming, on the other hand, ran to the Wuwei camp every day as usual, and together with Guan Yu, handled their military affairs. Nothing seems to be happening. As for Du Mingxuan's group, they were getting more and more excited as they continued to uncover the truth. To say that there was anyone who was uncomfortable among their group of officials staying in Linjiang City, then there's only one yellow badge. He was older and had been in ill health ever since he got smallpox, and the key was that Du Mingxian still came over every day to report his good news. Say there's this progress, that progress. This gave Huang Zhang a sense of crisis, and he couldn't sleep the whole night. With things on your mind, recovery is slow. It took half a month of dragging straight back and forth before I was finally able to get out of bed and walk around. He hasn't been idle either, running around since he was able to get out of bed. Du Mingxian just calmly watched. He hadn't had any worries since he had Song Dingsheng's help. What can he find out with just him? Huang Zhang, a headless piece of who was banging around like a fly, counting the time. It's time to showdown with His Highness in the next 2 days, isn't it? This morning, standing by the window, Du Mingxian spoke faintly to Su Ruohai behind him. His eyes were firmly fixed on Huang Zhang, who had just left the house. Huang Zhang's routine hadn't changed much in the past few days. As long as he got up in the morning, he was alone, riding a fast horse and running around the circumference of Linjiang City. With this lone wolf look, even Du Mingxian pitied him a bit. Tomorrow, there doesn't seem to be much preparation on His Highness's end lately. Su Ruohai felt that Song Dingsheng had arranged all of this, so he should have escaped Qin Ming's eyes and scrutiny. That's why Qin Ming hadn't noticed too many things during this period of time. That's fine. Come back tonight and talk to Huang Zhang first. Cut him off from investigating the case before it's too late. The credit can only be ours. Yes. In the evening, Huang Zhang returned to the inn after a day of running around, but had just taken his seat and didn't even have time to take a sip of water. Then he saw Du Mingxuan several people, calmly waiting for him. Something wrong, Lord Du? Huang Zhang frowned at them and opened his mouth warily. Du Mingxian raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "It's no big deal. Just wanted to let you know that tomorrow we're going to go to His Highness about the results of the investigation. You also take care of your health. Lord Huang, you don't need to work on the investigation all day." I would have thought that by uttering these words, Huang would have gotten even more agitated, but at least is also more than 100 years of human essence. Huang Zhang at this time did not show any impatience. Instead, he frowned. "Can I tag along for the ride? And, of course, it's time to show you the results of our investigation." Du Mingxian was quite confident. "I happen to want to see what Lord Du has found out as well." Huang Zhang gave them a cold look and went upstairs on his own. Chapter 68, Investigation Inconsistency. Lord Du has a seizure. Early in the morning of the next day, all of them met and left the city, and rode the carriage 7 times to Qin Ming's military camp. Plowing has recently begun at Camp Wuwei. 3,000 acres of land had been reclaimed, and the subsequent cultivation was enough for them to labor for a while. It was natural for Qin Ming to start raising mulberry trees and planting grain, and he also circled a patch of land. Prepare to be self-sufficient while building some real-sense textile mills and granaries along the way. This is all in preparation for him to raise soldiers later. Seeing Huang Zhang and the others arrive, Qin Ming smiled and waved his hand in greeting. "Gentlemen, why are you interested in coming to the king's place today?" Before Huang Zhang could speak, the impatient Du Mingxian stepped forward with a straight face. "Your Highness, you might as well return the land. After our investigation, there is no basis at all for your enclosure. Those places, too, have no smallpox patients, much less need to be used as quarantine areas." As he spoke, he also took out the recorded instruments of their investigation. Which village was visited on which day and what was the situation there? The records are all there. There was no plague at all in these villages they investigated. Not one spot. Du Mingxian clasped his hands on his chest, his face full of self-satisfaction. Ironically, he had won this time. It's not just a win for King Qin, it's a win for Wang. Do you want to see it? Qin Ming realized that Huang Zhang was also probing and surveying the recorded instruments at the moment, so it was handed to him first. Huang Zhang did not refuse, and after receiving the paperwork and reading it, his brows tightened deeply. After half a day of silence, Huang Zhang suddenly opened his mouth. "Du Mingxian, are you fabricating investigation documents?" "What?" Du Mingxian froze for a moment. "Huang Zhang, I know you didn't investigate anything and you can't bear it on your own face, but there's no need to slander us people for running around and working hard, right?" Behind Du Mingxian, Su Ruohai and the others were all a bit angry as well. This disavowal from the other side is downright annoying. But Huang Zhang did bring out a letter of inquiry. "After my investigation, there are several villages in here that are different from what you are all talking about. And all of them over there are plagued with the plague and need to be split off separately as well." "No way." Du Mingxian coldly shook his head. He didn't believe Huang Zhang's investigation. After all, behind himself, there was Song Ding Sheng helping out. "If you don't believe me, you can check it out." Huang Zhang wasn't a wimp at all, and Qin Ming clapped his hands. "Okay then, let's go together." Leading this large group of them, Qin Ming quickly arrived at the outermost part of the 3,000 acres of land. This is called Yung's village. Just after arriving at the place, Du Mingxian immediately walked in and looked around. Soon, however, he saw white strips of cloth tied to several of the families at the entrance of the village. This kind of white cloth he had seen before in Linjiang City. It is only hung up if there is a sick person in the family. At the thought of this, incredulity suddenly appeared on his face. "No way. Can smallpox still be colored wherever you want?" Under the deliberate guidance of Song Dingsheng and Qin Ming, they did not know about the vaccine, not to mention the fact that Qin Ming could inoculate them at any time and start a fever in a day or two. Only the smallpox is so low in virulence that the younger ones will pull through in 2 or 3 days. Am I right? Huang Zhang grunted coldly, finally allowing him to get back some of his face. "Huang Zhang, are you playing tricks with me?" Du Mingxian still didn't believe it and rushed straight into these grass huts hung with white cloth strips. He felt that this was Huang Zhang knowing his findings from whoever, so he specifically arranged for smallpox patients to come over and disrupt his investigation. But after pushing the door open with a bang, Du Mingxian froze. Only a small doll whose face was burned red and being tended to was lying on the bed. "What are you doing?" The little doll was accompanied by a peasant woman in shoddy clothing. Seeing the aggressive group of people, he subconsciously protected the little doll in his arms. "No, it's nothing." No matter how much of an asshole Du Mingxian was, he wouldn't make things difficult with a peasant woman. Turning around, he closed the door, muttering all the way inside his mouth. "It can't be. How can it be? Huang Zhang, did you specialize in bringing smallpox patients to spread the plague?" Snapping his head up, Du Mingxian stared at Huang Zhang dead in the face. Huang Zhang froze for a moment, seemingly not reacting to the fact that the other party would say such unthinking words. Qin Ming stood by and watched with amusement. So he reminded Du Mingxian, Lord Du, do you think the village people will agree? Your Highness is right. Even if I wanted to do it, but the people of the young family village won't nod their heads. Huang Zhang spoke coldly. Du Mingxian still couldn't believe it, so he took his men to walk through the villages he had investigated before, spent a day visiting all the areas. Without exception, they are all hung with white strips of cloth. What is certain now is this: his investigative paperwork, nullified. Lord Huang, how is your investigation going? After leading them back to the Wuwei camp, Qin Ming opened his mouth and asked Huang Zhang. As soon as these words came out, Du Mingxian and Su Ruohai and the others immediately put their eyes on Huang Zhang. Didn't you investigate as well? Why haven't you said anything until now? Du Mingxian suddenly felt strange. After ridiculing Huang Zhang himself for so long, why is this guy still unwilling to open his mouth now that he clearly has stronger evidence than he does? The corners of Huang Zhang's mouth twitched, and his face clouded over. After a long silence, he said to Qin Ming, Your Highness, can I investigate for a few more days? Yes, but Lord Huang, that would be a waste of time. After thinking about it, Qin Ming still felt that the hint wasn't obvious enough. Then he pointed at Du Mingxuan's several people and continued to Huang Zhang. And by wasting time, I mean like they do. Huang Zhang gave a bitter laugh. There was also a bit more helplessness in the eyes that looked at Qin Ming. Qin Ming walked up and patted his shoulder. Ah, old yellow, at least you got something, right? It was only after these words fell that Huang Zhang finally hung his head like a deflated leather ball. In fact, Qin Ming had been manipulating their investigation over the past few days. Whether it was the loophole in Qin Ming's enclosure that Song Dingsheng had informed them of, or was it the plague that was later investigated when Wang went out and investigated again, all from the hand of Qin Ming, not to mention those non-compliant lands of Qin Ming. These plagues, on the other hand, are the conditions that Qin Ming showed after he let Chang Baishan go ahead and inoculate himself with an earthen vaccine. This makes the investigation of Huang and Du Mingxian inconsistent. Du Mingxian lost face and Huang Zhan was able to deliver, which was considered Qin Ming helping him out. It's just that in the meantime, it's hard to work Shang Baishan all over the place, because Huang Zhang gets up early. Shang Baishan often has to plan his route and go to each village a day or two in advance to make preparations. Sometimes they even have to run out in the middle of the night to remedy the situation. I'm afraid that Huang Zhang identified the same situation as Du Mingxian. Ugh. There was a quiet sigh. Huang Zhang finally realized that it was impossible for him to find out anything in King Qin's territory. Say something. Du Mingxian was a bit angry. He always felt that there was something wrong with things. Chapter 69 King Qin's Tactics. Huang Zhang's defeat in Lingnan. Say what? Huang Zhang was confused. Now that things had come to this, was Du Mingxian so stupid that he couldn't even see that the whole thing was manipulated by King Qin? He didn't know that in fact, Du Mingxuan's side of their experience was completely different from his own. Du Mingxian and Su Ruohai had help from insiders, so up to now, they didn't believe that the land Qin Ming had circled was okay. Talk about your findings. Tell them. Qin Ming reminded him before Huang Zhang took out an investigation document from his arms with extreme seriousness. It also has red handprints pressed by witnesses. Your Highness, there is no problem with the division of these lands. Those places do have plague and need to be separated as well. Everyone at the scene fell silent at these words. The corner of Du Mingxuan's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding everything. Good. You're in league with the King of Qin. I told you. How can there be a situation where the previous findings are overturned? It must be that you guys have been conspiring to screw me for a long time. Huang Zhan was originally extremely clean and upright. There has never been a case of favoritism over the years. When he heard his slander, he was furious. Du Mingxian, I'm warning you, don't spit blood without evidence or I'll rip your mouth off. Let's go to His Majesty. Make a scene. I'm afraid of you? Huang Zhang, you've truly deserved His Majesty's trust in you to start playing this game as well. Du Mingxian was still pointing at Huang Zhang's nose and screaming curses, but at that moment, a voice suddenly came. Du Mingxian, the one who was ashamed of the great Qian is someone else, isn't he? Turning their heads, the crowd saw Chang Baishan coming from the back with a face of fierce Song Dingsheng. The crowd froze. Qin Ming even pretended to be surprised as he asked Chang Baishan, Old Chang, what did you bring Lord Song for? Your Highness, Lord Song sent money to Su Ruohai and the Qin team 2 days ago, and I found out. Chang Baishan put on an angry face. Song Dingsheng's acting skills are even more exaggerated. Fluttering, knees on the ground, scraping and running in front of Qin Ming to hold his thighs. Then a snotty start to crying ensued. Your Highness, please spare me. I'm just trying to have more friends in more ways. Qin Ming shook off Song Dingsheng in anger. He then turned his head and cupped his fists at Huang Zhang. Lord Huang, this happened within my fiefdom. Let me be the one to punish the officials. As for Su Ruohai, who took the money? and the few people on their side who might be unclean. I'll leave it to you. Qin Ming glanced at Huang Zhang, only to find that the other party wasn't even angry, just looking deeply at himself. This old thing was too sharp and obviously noticed something was wrong. After all, Qin Ming's operation was just too coincidental, having just been vilified. Chang Baishan came with strong evidence, but like Qin Ming said, it wasn't like he didn't get anything out of it, at least for now. Qin Ming even helped him out. Turning around, Huang Zhang looked at Su Ruohai and Du Mingxian. He was the one who helped you with the recent investigation, wasn't he? Get the money out. I don't have enough on me. Su Ruohai cried out and opened his mouth a little hesitantly. He gave a big chunk of the money all to Du Mingxian. How can I give it now that I have only 200 taels of silver left on me? Fart. Before Huang could say anything, Du Mingxian then kicked Su Ruohai over first and rode on top of him with left and right wild swats. You! How dare you take people's money? Su Ruohai was dumbfounded, but in a trance. He felt as if he had an extra hand on his sleeve, still forcing silver tickets into his hand. In an instant, Su Ruohai understood everything. That, DMH, you're the one. How dare you let me carry it myself? We promised to shower in the snow together, but you let me turn my head white. Lord Du. Su Ruohai struggled to get up, but Du Mingxian hastily held him down again and said in a double entendre, okay, stop it, quickly give the money to Lord Huang. Su Ruohai stood up and stammered as he began to take the silver tickets from his sleeve. Just now, Du Mingxian was very afraid that things would get on his head, and that's why he made this move. Su Ruohai took the thick stack of silver bills and looked at them, and suddenly froze, because what Du Mingxian gave just now was not 500 taels. Too anxious for fear of not having enough, he actually stuffed him with all the silver tickets in one fell swoop. Now that's a real clean slate. That much? Looking at the thickness of this silver ticket, it should have broken 10,000. Even Huang Zhan was a bit surprised at this point. Chang Baishan's eyes were quick to pick up the stuff. Noticing that the crowd was looking at him, he muttered, this money must have come from the wrong source, and since it was handed over by Lord Song, now that it's been recovered, it's just confiscated. The situation of our Wuwei Battalion, as you all know, is very difficult law. Faced with this kind of rogue goods, Huang Zhang had no way out, so he hoped that Qin Ming would make a move. And what does His Highness mean? It is also my king's intention that the stolen money be withheld first, after which you will wait for the investigation of Lord Song to be completed before making any plans. Qin Ming had just thought about how to withhold such a large silver check. I didn't realize that Shang Baishan would be sweet enough to help. What a good general I have. What came to hand? Qin Ming naturally wouldn't return it. Alright, I'll submit the investigation paperwork with the court as well when I return to the court. After such a mess, Du Mingxian no longer dared to say more for fear that Huang Zhang would settle the score on his head. As for Qin Ming, this rodeo has come to an end. At least for a short time, no one in the court would dare to come to investigate. The barracks are still a bit busy. Lord Huang leave on his own. It's inconvenient for me, so I won't see him off. Looking at the sky, Qin Ming waved his hand and spoke to Huang Zhang. Huang Zhang froze. Just now I was expected to do my job. What's with the whole get out of here thing? In fact, he didn't know that although Qin Ming hadn't shown his face in the past few days, but the effort spent on their group was not at all small. Finally the matter was resolved, and Huang Zhang was able to go back and deliver the message, and also saw Qin Ming's means. Continuing to stay here serves no purpose other than to be obnoxious. Okay then, I'll go. After thinking about it, Huang Zhang still took Du Mingxian back to Linjiang City and prepared to leave. Looking at their departing backs, Qin Ming snatched the silver ticket that Chang Baishan had gotten, complimenting him and Song Ding Shang. You two have worked hard. 1,000 taels each. Thank you, Your Highness. Song Ding Shang patted his ass and climbed up, excitedly receiving the silver ticket with both hands, his face happy. His salary is only a few dozen taels of silver a year. This is a direct profit of 1,000 taels. It must also be to follow His Highness. Song Ding Shang seems to see a better tomorrow is beckoning to himself. Chapter 70 Clothiers West, Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Waited a few more days. After getting the news from Han Mingrui's side that Huang Zhang had completely left Lingnan, Qin Ming called Chao Chuan to him. How are the stores within Linjiang City prepared? Ever since Fang Qingyuan brought Wu Qingye, the two of them went to Qintang City together. All the big and small affairs over here started to be run by Chao Chuan. However, the barracks were large in number, and Chao Chuan not only had to manage the barracks, but also the construction of 3,000 acres of land, as well as the cloth factory and dyeing workshop in Linjiang City. He's a little busy with distractions. Even when Qin Ming asked him, Chao Chuan froze for a moment. If you don't say it I'm going to forget. This matter I'll leave it to Xiaoyu. Okay, I'll go check it out. Recently, Qin Ming did notice that Guan Yu often went outside to do things. but he was just too busy to ask more questions in order to deal with Huang Zhang. Now it looks like Sekiyuki has been working hard down there too. After arriving at Linjiang City and crossing a few streets, Qin Ming saw the store that Song Dingsheng had found for himself. Song Dingsheng is a man of honor. The stores chosen for Qin Ming were specially selected. The site is full of stores selling rouge and powder, rice, flour, grain and oil. There's also a saying as to why it was chosen. According to Song Dingsheng's description, the place is heavily trafficked. Most of the people who came were men for life and most of the women for beauty. Open the cloth store here and business will surely be good. As far as the dyeing goes, because it requires things like cress, yellow gardenia, and bluegrass to be hauled in from outside on a regular basis. After forming the most classic 3 primary colors, it is used to match to form different color dyed fabrics. He then opened his store in front of the West City gate of Linjiang City. Not only was it convenient to haul things over, but there was a stagecoach and a dartboard next to it, making it even easier for them to sell things over long distances. Old Song is getting smarter. Seeing his arrangement, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. It's actually quite normal when you think about it. Don't you see who he's with? He defected to the king of Qin who will sit in Lingnan and shake the 4 directions in the future. Qin Ming thought as he walked, quickly approaching towards the cloth store. At the entrance of the cloth shop, there were quite a few people who would look towards the inside more when they passed by, not for any other reason, but just to take one more look at the recently rumored Buzhang Shisha in Linjiang City. It's beautiful. If she were to make me a wife, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life even if it meant making me lose 10 years of my life. Come on, this beauty seems to be connected to the army. Supposedly some person in the army. Watch what you say, don't let the wind flash your tongue later. What? Still not allowed to say? A woman throws her head out. The old man said 2 sentences. Ouch. Soon, a slap was thrown directly on the head of the person who spoke. Get out. Let me see you chewing on this again and your mouth will rip. A few passing idlers saw that Qin Ming was dressed in brocade garments and was obviously not to be messed with. After muttering a few words, he hurriedly left in disgrace. In the cloth shop, Guan Yu was carrying 2 bundles of cotton cloth to set up the goods. The dark strands of hair swayed slightly with the movement, and were gently brushed back again as she did so. Moonshine Flower's white-side face was on display, and upon closer inspection, a layer of crystal and fine sweat could be seen, making her look even more clear and beautiful in the daylight. Carrying 2 loads of cotton cloth, she stood on her tiptoes and wobbled as she tried to place them on the 3-tiered shelf next to her, but the movement was so great that the object in his hand was unsteady and was about to fall to the ground. In the next moment, Qin Ming but walked behind him, but instead of holding the cotton cloth, he held Guan Yu up. What brings you here? Guan Yu's small face blushed. In fact, this was a scene that many young girls had fantasized about. I just didn't expect it to be accomplished by Qin Ming right here in this inadvertent moment. The rag house is open for business, and I'm going to see how it goes. Look at it this way. These cloths are dirty. I'll take them and pat them down. Sekiyuki nodded, and with a chicken feather duster in hand, she swept the dust off of it. Only then did he hand the ledger to Qin Ming. There are still a lot of people who come here to buy cloth, and the daily income is very guaranteed, basically in the tens of taels upwards. Of course, this was mainly because Song Dingsheng had stepped in. There was originally only 1 cloth shop in the city at the behest of Song Dingsheng, but then the owner of the cloth shop, having made his money and struck a deal, wanted to leave for richer places. In other words, many ordinary people in this era would probably not be willing to leave their homeland even if they were killed. But there's a saying that businessmen value profit over parting, so Song Dingsheng helped out with the order and sent the person away directly. It gave Sekiyuki a chance to hold the city's cloth shop business alone. Nice. Nice. Qin Ming nodded cheerfully as he saw the incoming money. Their textile industry is basically tied up from upstream to downstream. As the fame of the cloth house spreads out, it will then take some orders from other cities and towns externally. It's not impossible to earn hundreds of taels or even hundreds of silver taels a day by then. This way the monthly earnings will at least cover the expenses. Guan Yu was an attentive girl, and had run the rag house very well in the past 2 days. Those girls are the ones I recruited. She pointed to a few young girls in the backyard who were cutting clothes and introduced them to Qin Ming, because she needed manpower to help cut and make clothes. She also brought in some handy women from the local area. That way you can still make an extra handful of dollars. Many people of this era bought cloth and the more virtuous would go back and cut and make their own clothes. Those who want to save a little effort will simply make them here. Convenient and also quick. You're so business-minded. Qin Ming was a bit surprised. Originally he wanted to come over and arrange these specific matters himself. Sekiyuki gave him a blank look and said, once these things are done, it's natural to know what to do behind the scenes. That's good. After the subsequent stabilization, I'm going to start purchasing ores and adding things to the Wuwei Battalion. That fast? Sekiyuki was a little agitated. The 3 guards that guarded the border to prevent the southern tribes from attacking didn't bother them much. But the Wuwei Battalion was Qin Ming's own army, so surely he had to put the best in there. It's not fast enough. Qin Ming looked at the sky. It was now winter. Although being in the south, it doesn't exactly get cold, but they could also just take advantage of the year-end period to boost their army. It is the custom of the Great Qian that basically everything should be closed for the new year. Everyone goes home together for the reunion. However, since Qin Ming had even come here, he even let those soldiers drag their families to Lingnan. He wouldn't have stopped. Although the Wuwei Battalion was a remnant, it was able to blossom on top of the ruins. By the way, since you're doing business here, have you had any contact with anyone from the local Chamber of Commerce? Qin Ming suddenly thought of an important matter, so he spoke to Guan. Sekiyuki's big soulful eyes blinked and shook her head. I've seen them, but they don't seem to be too friendly with me. Should I move you out? Since Qin Ming had been doing business in the local area, there were often rumors and speculations though, but he never revealed his identity. Much less, by virtue of their status, take advantage of people when they are doing business with ordinary people. This causes Sekiyuki to be seen by others as a common business competitor. Since Guan Yu didn't have much of a halo around her, when facing her, these businessmen in the Chamber of Commerce would naturally be extremely hostile to this overgrown dragon. Chapter 71, Quite Deep Grudges. Grumpy Lord Fong. It's fine if you've seen it. Let's go discuss the purchase of the ore in a moment. Qin Ming is trying to open a few mines. This stuff comes to money huge fast. It can also supply workshops for metallurgical production of weaponry. But the enclosure fiasco alone has been spreading for a long time, and it's not exactly completely resolved by now. Want to take the mine from the court to their own use? On the Qian Emperor's attitude towards himself like a stepfather, Qin Ming feels basically unlikely, so he's ready to buy first. Once you have the strength, see where else there are mines on the outskirts of the border. If you can't, rob the ore. When he just had this thought, Qin Ming himself was shocked. The world is so beautiful and I'm so violent. It's not good. It's not good. It must have been infected by this reckless man Lu Chong. While Qin Ming was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed that there were hands reaching into his sleeves. It was warm to the touch and a little cold. Let's go then. I've already explained to the girls about the store. Guan Yu pulled Qin Ming and was about to rush towards the local Chamber of Commerce branch. Linjiang City, Qiantang City, Guanhai City and other major main cities in Lingnan were all held by the same Chamber of Commerce. The name is called the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. They are quite powerful here and call themselves the Lingnan Gang. It is said that back in the day, they were counting on the smuggling business to make a fortune, before it finally took shape later on. As for why smuggling, the reason is simple. The policy of this era, which emphasized agriculture and suppressed commerce, resulted in them having to pay high taxes. Sometimes even half of the tax is taken away for doing business. This is why many people are afraid to go into business. But as long as they are in business, they must have deep pockets of strength. Not much strength to engage in that kind of profitable business. Do a few transactions. They have to lose all the money first. This is it. Soon, Guan Yu led Qin Ming through the long street to a secluded tea house. Follow the crowd at the tea house toward the back. Next door was a store with 4 big words on the title Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. And there weren't many people inside. This is a good choice of place. The most rowdy thing is the tea house and theater. And it's convenient to exchange all kinds of news here. Qin Ming commented as he walked. The people in there are mean. You don't want to argue with them. Guan Yu played with Qin Ming's hand and whispered a reminder. Though when she was at home, she often played a little tantrum with Qin Ming. But when facing the stranger, it is another gentle white rabbit appearance. Qin Ming muttered in his mind. Are women all like this? Still, he put his hand on the back of Sekiyu's hand and comforted with his mouth. Don't worry. Upon walking in, several people from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce immediately noticed Guan Yu and Qin Ming. Isn't that the lady who owns that cloth shop on Powder Street? Is this gentleman? When the few people present saw Qin Ming, they first sized him up for a few moments before finally opening their mouths to ask questions. In fact, it was already said a long time ago that the beautiful owner's wife of this cloth shop was just the surface. The real big man is someone else. A few days ago, Sekiyuki came over to visit specifically, and was treated with hostility. I didn't expect to bring someone to the scene so soon. You are His Highness the King of Qin, aren't you? Just as the crowd was sizing up Qin Ming, a figure had stepped out from the backyard. It was a man in his 40s with graying temples and a look that was already showing a few signs of age. Kind of. Qin Ming didn't avoid his identity. Those present were businessmen, and if they didn't even have the means to know who they were, then they shouldn't be in business. Even if you make money at the moment, sooner or later, you're going to lose the family fortune. Ha ha, Your Highness, don't be polite. We only learned about it recently. My name is Zhao Xi. I'm the steward of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce branch here. I wonder what instructions your highness has come over today. Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense with them and directly took out a list. This king needs these ores. If the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is willing to take this order, we can exchange more in the future. It was reasonable to say that Qin Ming would be the king of Lingnan from now on, and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce would definitely want to befriend him. It's also good for their Chamber of Commerce. However, upon hearing what Qin Ming said, Zhao Xi waved his hand. Your highness, we cannot trade with you. Why is that? You broke the rules, and now the Chamber of Commerce is less certain of its relationship with you. Shuzi's words were more conservative, but Qin Ming had heard him. What? Does the Chamber of Commerce side feel that this king is meddling with the cloth farms and wants to swallow the entire weaving industry in Lingnan so that you can't make any money? Zhao Xi didn't say anything, just remained silent. Qin Ming is the vassal king of Lingnan, and he can slowly master some of the things here later in a gradual manner. But he doesn't. Just arrived in Lingnan is the enclosure of land, large-scale construction of workshops, their own planting mulberry silkworms, and a large textile. All of these things, one after another, were infringing on the interests of their Chamber of Commerce, though that's a price they can afford. But it didn't mean that they could just let Qin Ming continue to develop recklessly without saying a word. Got it. What do you guys want? Your textile machine drawings. Money for all. Zhao Xi's men had previously wanted to find a chance to sneak into the barracks and write down the textile machine to go back and make it themselves. But Qin Ming's workshop was protected in the depths of the fiefdom. Trying to bring things out is difficult. Plus it was someone else's stuff, and it would definitely be inappropriate for them to steal it and use it with fanfare. It might even be targeted by Qin Ming. So this time, Zhao Xi wanted to use this opportunity to spread things out with Qin Ming. We all make money together and make peace, so that the Chamber of Commerce can truly accept Qin Ming. I'm not putting too much pressure on you guys right now to have to trade you for a textile machine. Am I? Qin Ming frowned slightly. The other guy is indeed a businessman. Greedy as hell. The textile machines were given out, and their own newly established textile advantage was lost. Not too much pressure? Zhao Xi frowned and looked at Qin Ming with some dissatisfaction. A few of the chamber members next to him also had anger written all over their faces. Your highness, let me ask you also. Linjiang City, this small cloth house is not to be talked about first. Xiantang City there has already made a fuss. Do you know? Chantun City? Qin Ming's face stiffened. He was still thinking today why Fang Qingyuan hadn't returned after being gone for almost a month. Did he do something amazing? Fang Qingyuan's bullish personality. When he encounters injustice, he might actually straighten out the Chamber of Commerce over there. Even Guan Yu covered her small mouth. What happened? Seeing that they really didn't know, Zhao Xi frowned. Half a month. Just half a month time. Xiantang City and the subordinate counties. All the cloth houses all replaced with your goods. The original delivery of goods by post. Dartboard all by your people kicked out of the bureau. Replaced by the army transportation. On top of that, Guanhai City, Sichuan City, Shuxian, Lei, Guanping and other counties can't even get our goods in. Even Zhou Xi's voice trembled when he said this. Qin Ming was silent. It's really not my fault. Chapter 72. After thinking about it, Qin Ming opened his mouth. I'll go back and find out. But you'll have to send these materials first. The barracks can't afford to wait. Your highness, it won't work, and I can't go back and talk to the top. Zhou Xi shook his head slightly. Business is hard these days, so any Chamber of Commerce has strict rules to follow. Since the word was handed over from above, it was impossible for him to violate it. The atmosphere of the scene fell into a freezing point because of Zhou Xi's words. Qin Ming's face sank, not expecting the local Chamber of Commerce to be so stubborn. Guan Yu grabbed Qin Ming's hand and made a wink. There's a saying that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Besides, they are also the local chambers of commerce that hold a great deal of resources. Tell you what, I'll give you an account. The goods have to be delivered first. Half of it first. And I hope that when the time comes your highness can give a satisfactory offer. Zhou Xi pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head. Could be. Qin Ming sighed in relief and continued. When you have time, call the people behind you for a chat. He was referring to the general merchant of this chamber. After all, Zhou Xi's status was not enough to talk to Qin Ming. Zhou Xi understood what he meant and let out a bitter smile. I'll try to ask. A general merchant is similar to the president of a chamber of commerce. He was only a member of a chamber of commerce branch, and he had to report to see the general merchant who held countless resources in Lingnan, not to mention calling the other party to meet with Qin Ming. Tell him I can teach him the ways of making money if the man comes over. After a pause, Qin Ming emphasized, make a lot of money. Okay. Turning around, Qin Ming left the place. According to Zhou Xi, within 3 days, the ores ordered by Qin Ming would be delivered in batches. It's just the right time to go back and ask Chao Chuan and Lu Gang what they need for their armies. On the way back, Guan Yu and Qin Ming walked down the street, and quite a few people couldn't help but give sideways glances towards them. What a handsome pair. However, Sakiyo had her head lowered and some worry on her face. Lord Fong made such a big fuss in Qiantang City. How are we going to give the Chamber of Commerce an explanation? And you promised so easily. As she spoke, she even gave Qin Ming an angry look. Account? What account do I give them? Qin Ming went back to the cloth shop and found a chair to sit on, saying roguishly, but those places, aren't they their territory? Yeah, it's mine now. Qin Ming shrugged his shoulders. People in this era still couldn't reach the height of their thinking. You can't think of making the cake bigger and instead blame yourself. The cake grabber. Though the mouth is good with them and will give an account. But since he had taken so much business from so many territories, he had absolutely no intention of giving it back. Lord Xiaofang is also a talent. Qin Ming originally thought of taking Linjiang City and Qiantang City as well as the various counties under them, and it would be almost enough to have tens of thousands of taels of silver coming in every month. With this maneuver, he went straight to doubling their business. Let him expand a bit later as he pleases, even to a monthly income of 20,000 or even 30,000 taels of silver is not out of the question. So what are we going to do if that Chamber of Commerce business chief of theirs comes? That's okay, I'll give him a couple new ways to make money. Qin Ming had quite a bit of business to do in his head. It was only the various expenses of the Wuwei camp and the workshops and textile factories that deterred him from investing his money in new business. But the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is different. They are a behemoth in this part of the world and have a lot of money on their hands. To be able to do business with their money would be a lot more profitable. You don't have to exert much effort yourself yet. This idea was born when Qin Ming was talking to Zhao Xi just now. Time passed quickly, and after a few days, half of the chamber's ores had been delivered. Qin Ming also began to arrange for people to give birth. The two Fong Qingyuan finally wrote back to Qin Ming. That morning, Xiao Chuan came to Qin Ming with the letter. Your Highness, this is a message for you from Lord Fong. Qin Ming looked briefly, and Fong Qingyuan and the two of them had no intention of returning now. According to their description, everything is missing in this area. As long as it's good and it's produced, people will want it. The main reason why it sold so well is because of the low productivity of this era. Supplies of all kinds were in short supply except for some affluent areas on the capital's side. Also seeing this, Fong Qingyuan was prepared to use Qiantang City as the foundation to make money and then spread out in all directions. Old Fong is a real talent. Putting down the incoming letter, Qin Ming lamented. If it was placed in the latter days, a person like Fong Qingyuan could be a big boss in any case. Xiao Chuan also took it and looked at it, then frowned. Your Highness, how are you going to let him continue his fight with the Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Chuan had recently gone to a cloth shop and heard about the conflict with the Chamber of Commerce from Guan Yu. But he was a military general and didn't understand business, so there was no way he could intervene in such matters. It was thought that Qin Ming would start to reconcile from this because of Zhao Xi's words. However, he did not expect that Qin Ming would support Fong Qingyuan's expansion in his heart. Fong Qingyuan also expressed his gratitude in a reply letter, saying he would continue to work hard. What are you afraid of? The Chamber of Commerce doesn't have military power. Ha! Xiao Chuan didn't understand what it meant for a moment. Patting his shoulder, Qin Ming said, they can't beat us. What are you afraid of? But we really need to use violence. The court is nothing. After this place is ours, a penniless place. The court is willing to manage. Let them send people over. This is not no one to come. Qin Ming spoke to him in a serious tone. It was then that Xiao Chuan realized that this His Highness of his own family seemed to be more rogue than he had imagined. One thing that had to be admitted, though, was that Qin Ming's rogue tactics worked well. Now, for example, their workshop is in action. Dozens of blacksmith workshops smelt iron around the clock. The carpentry workshop has been working alongside, making water wheels, plows, shovels, hammers, and various other tools. On top of that, the textile mills were producing hundreds and thousands of cloths every day, which were sold in all directions. Food for the barracks, and raw silk and cotton and flax for the textile mills, were also on the agenda, just waiting for next spring for a new harvest. It's awesome that this was all done in just a few short months. Qin Ming walked out of the tent and looked at the soldiers who were training outside and asked Xiao Chuan, what are you guys missing now? Your Highness, we can get all the weapons and equipment, but we don't have enough war horses. Heavily armored armies need to have good war horses in order to be considered true heavily armored iron cavalry. Elite, heavily armored troops, each with at least 3 horses to rotate. But the price of an old horse that can pull a load comes to 5 taels of silver and upwards at the fair. It's not even for the battlefield. If you want to use it on the battlefield, you have to buy at least one of those medium horses that cost more than 10 taels of silver. Once the Wuwei Battalion was stationed in the area, it took in some physically strong young men. The number has now reached 6,000. If they were to spend money to match the war horses to them, it would not be enough for Qin Ming to hemorrhage money. Thinking of this, Qin Ming hastily interrupted him. Okay, enough is enough. I'm off. Contact me if anything happens. Chapter 73, Strange Woman. Emperor Qian's anger. On the way back, Qin Ming felt that the warhorse wasn't really a big problem. Lingnan is mountainous and watery, and it doesn't matter if you have warhorses or not when fighting in a place like this. Weaponry is fine. As for the warhorses, at best they are a defense against the court. Thinking of this, Qin Ming shook his head and gathered his thoughts. Looking up, I saw that I was already in town. Inside Linjiang City, it was still a backward scene compared to the affluent areas. After dark, all the families put out their lights and lie down to sleep. But there were still some places on the street that were lit up. For example, a fabric store, such as a Chamber of Commerce branch. As Qin Ming passed by the Chamber of Commerce branch, he glanced sideways towards the inside. Zhao Xi's eyes were half open as he sat dozing inside. Sensing footsteps outside, he raised his eyes slightly and swept them. Realizing that it was Qin Ming, he immediately closed his eyes and stopped talking. Qin Ming understood that it appeared that his own tactics of openly cultivating a secret place had caused the other party to hold a grudge. There was just something else strange about him. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is rumored to be so powerful in the outside world. Why is it that up until now, Fang Qingyuan has exhausted his means, and the other party has yet to retaliate against himself? Not wishing to make a fool of himself, Qin Ming did not ask Zhao Xi. Instead, he bought some snacks and brought them to the still busy clothier. The candle shades inside the cloth shop are specially made so that they won't rot when dropped on the floor. This is to prevent the candlestick from tipping over and igniting the buchin. You're here. After entering the door, Qin Ming did not see Guan. Instead, several female workers warmly greeted him. Qin Ming smiled and nodded, his eyes suddenly noticing a girl with a gentle face. Around her early 20s, the other party was extremely well built and had excellent posture. Although it was not comparable to Guan, she could already point to her looks to go to the city's Linjiang house to eat a bowl of youthful rice. My lord, you are. Being looked at by Qin Ming, the gentle girl lowered her head a little shyly, and her small hand covered her mouth obediently, not daring to look at him coyly. But I don't know if there was something wrong with Qin Ming's senses. It always seemed that this woman seemed to understand herself very well. Even her unintentional movements seemed so flavorful. With just a small lift of her hand, the perfect curve of her waist was visible. Is this a natural charm? Qin Ming thought as he walked into the backyard. Guan Yu was at that moment leading an inventory of the storehouse, counting the cotton and linen they had on hand. Silk was the best seller, and in this idea of a scarcity of supplies, it basically sold out as fast as it was delivered. Usually what they store here is cotton and linen. How dare you come back? Guan Yu saw the pastry in Qin Ming's hand, walking up to receive it, intimately holding it, smoothly placing her small face on Qin Ming's shoulder, smiling and asking, can anyone else get in the way of me coming back to see my wife? Who's your wife? It's not her, is it? Sekiyuki pointed at the gentle and lovely girl next to her. Just not herself. The other immediately blushed and sheepishly hid behind the counter. Qin Ming and Guan Yu flirted for a few moments before closing the door and preparing to leave. Before leaving, Guan Yu pulled the girl with a rather high face value and introduced her to Qin Ming. This is my new female laborer named Wan Shu. Wan Shu. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows. In an era when they liked to call their families cheap names for good breeding, many farmers like to name their families Tsuhua, Oriole, Bigfoot, and so on. It is rare for Wan Shu to come up with such a cultured name. What does the family do? Enlighten your son. The slave family's family was originally in business, and then the family fell. Are your parents still alive at home? All gone. How did it go? Had a serious illness a couple years ago and couldn't afford medical care. When were the first couple years? Wan Shu was very organized in her speech. Quite a bit better than the kind of girl who came out of an ordinary village, though the reasons she gave were common in this day and age. Qin Ming scrutinized the other woman carefully. In the end, it was Guan Yu who couldn't look away and pulled Qin Ming. What are you doing? It's hard enough for people. Stop asking. Aha. Qin Ming nodded and glanced at Wan Shu's white collarbone and delicate arms on his way out. That's not very much like someone who's been out making a living for a couple years. On the way back, Guan Yu screwed Qin Ming. Say, do you have your eye on someone and want her to be your main house? No, it's just a little weird. The first time Qin Ming saw Wan Shu, he thought the woman was strange. A lot of it. It's like a deliberate display. It wasn't just that good behavior. It was her shyness and some of the subtle gestures of relaxation when she spoke. All signs point to an insightful woman. He himself was now being watched by many people. And Guan Yu still had a lot of account books here for doing business in Wuwei camp. If something happens here, it will probably have an impact on his business. So after seeing the gentle and lovely Wan Shu, Qin Ming wanted to test it out some more. However, Guan Yu and others are low to the ground. So let Qin Ming bully. Not to help to say a word is also too much. Solely Qin Ming left it at that, ready to go back and let Chang Baishan check it out. Strange what? She's not like the other female workers. We're just spreading our business now. A lot of the paths are secretly negotiated with Feng Qingyuan. And we don't dare to make deals in front of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce yet. You have the account book there. It has records of our cloth delivery routes and freight charges. If the people from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce find it, it might be a bit troublesome. Qin Ming trusts Guan Yu, and it just so happens that Guan Yu has read books and can do math. That's much better than those big old men in the barracks. So he kept the ledger here. And usually Guan Yu could help with the accounts. The two of them work well together inside and out. Yes, oh. Then I'll bring the ledger with me when I come back later. Guan Yu was also cautious, turning around and preparing to go back with Qin Ming. Tomorrow. There's no rush. Qin Ming waved his hand. Today it was just a casual test of Wan Shu. Whether the other side has ulterior motives or not, they don't specialize in screwing up at times like this. That way Qin Ming would easily suspect her. On the other hand, on the official road outside the capital, Huang Zhang has returned with Du Mingxian and the others. Just this trip they came back with the report of the investigation submitted. The Qian Emperor was furious when he learned of this. Going out for a trip did not take back Qin Ming's land, even if it is not, but even went to the book to help him round. The one who did this was even still Huang Zhang. That's what no one expected. What's predictable is that this trip back is likely to get Huang and others a bad rap. Now everyone's face is full of worry. Before they even got close to the capital, they were all sighing and wondering what to do. Wang Bao, the big eunuch beside Qian Emperor, had already received the news waiting in front of the city gate. All of you have finally returned. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time, so please follow me. When they saw Wang Bao, the crowd's faces changed. It was thought that things could be trivialized, but looking at this situation, it seems that things are going against their imagination. Chapter 74, Targeted Clan Reduction. Despite their reluctance, the crowd quickly followed Wang Bao to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Inside the Hall of Nourishing Heart, beside the angry-faced Qian Emperor sat Consort Zhao Xi. Looking at this, it was obvious that just now, before they arrived, Consort Zhao Xi had added another fire. Your Majesty. Huang Zhang sighed and stepped forward to lead the crowd in a salute. The Qian Emperor did not reply and stared at him for a while. The atmosphere of the scene fell into silence. Du Mingxuan's heart thumped wildly. He was afraid that Huang Zhang would shirk his responsibility, and when the time came, neither he nor Su Ruohai would be able to escape. It was only after a long time that the Qian Emperor finally coldly snapped his face and slammed the letter on the table onto the floor. Huang Zhang, this is your investigation? 3,000 acres of plague spreading area. Confirmed? Yes, Your Majesty. Huang Zhang didn't hesitate, just nodded. Did you find out that this is indeed the case? Or are you harboring the Qin King? Consort Zhao Xi snorted coldly and directly added fuel to the fire from the side. Du Mingxian was startled. My lady, you don't say. Say a few more words. In case Huang Zhang tells the story about Su Ruohai taking money, I can't get out of it. In the face of Princess Zhao Xi's cold words, Huang Zhang's violent temper came up. Only he didn't respond directly to Consort Zhao Xi, but opened his mouth and said to Emperor Qian, Your Majesty, I'm just sending over what I saw. If you think there's a problem, you can arrange for someone else to come over. If one of them finds out that it's not right, they can take off their microcosmic hat before they are convicted. Both Emperor Qian and concubine Xiao were momentarily speechless. They really couldn't figure out why Huang Zhang would say that, but no one in the court, except him, would want to go there after hearing of smallpox. Those who are willing to go over there may not always be able to do so without favoritism like Huang Zhang. I wonder what the King of Qin is capable of, so that an official as upright and do-gooder as Lord Huan can say that the investigation is fine. Consort Zhao Xi spoke coldly, and anger was also written all over her face. Do you mean to say, ma'am, that I'm charging for it? Huang Zhang raised his head and glared angrily at Princess Zhao Xi. Concubine Xiao felt a chill in her heart, but her mouth was still unforgiving. The palace doesn't mean this, but to receive or not to receive benefits. Some people know in their hearts. How dare you say that? Or to Lord Huan? Huang Zhang behind the crowd of officials, at the moment the small heart directly hanging up. Okay. The Qian Emperor had long sensed that something was wrong and interrupted Consort Zhao Xi with a timely remark. There's a saying that a mother is as good as her son. Ever since King Jin became the crown prince, Princess Zhao Xi has become increasingly arrogant and domineering in the dynasty. Not even a pillar minister of the empire like Huang Zhang. Keep letting her talk like that, and sooner or later there's going to be a rush today. Go down. This matter will be discussed tomorrow. Yes. Huang Zhang nodded and whisked his sleeve away. As for these officials behind him, They were relieved. Especially Su Ruohai, who had been very apprehensive. Go. Du Mingxian should be the most relaxed as he patted Su Ruohai's shoulder, signaling him to hurry up and leave. Originally, according to the usual practice, after going out to do business, Du Mingxian was required to report his situation to Princess Xiao Shufei. Not so convenient today though. Huang Zhang still has a handle on them that isn't too big or small. To fling it out at a time when the Chen Emperor was so angry would be adding fuel to the fire. When things gradually stabilized in a few days, he would come over to talk about it himself, so that he could also have some peace of mind. Thought it would end like this, but the next morning at the morning court, Qian Di, however, laid things out in the open. As always, after the court, Emperor Qian had the Huang Zhang's Zhang folders sent out for the people to circulate. How is this possible? It's so weird. All eyes quickly converged on Huang Zhang. Did Huang Zhang, who has always been ironclad, harbor Qin Ming? Ladies and gentlemen, is it possible that the king of Qin encircled 3,000 acres of land, and that the who went to investigate didn't find anything wrong with it? After letting things fester, the Qian emperor opened his mouth to address the group of ministers. That's right. The king of Qin may have used some unknown means to conceal the truth. Lord Huan could also be deluded. Ever since Qin Ming left, officials from Princess Xiao Shufei's faction had been placed in the court. When the Qian emperor opened his mouth, there was naturally a lot of support. Your Majesty, can't the plague be real? Chen Shimao stepped forward, and he was the first to object to the rhetoric. How can it be true? 3,000 acres of land. He's really getting reckless. The Chen emperor didn't take Chen Shimao's words seriously at all. Seeing that the people in the courtroom had been discussing it continuously, he finally set his eyes on the auxiliary Jin King. Qin Yu, how do you think this matter should be resolved? King Jin was obviously instructed by Princess Xiao Shufei. Filled with anger, he stood up and raged. Father, Imperial brother is unruly and deserves to be brought down for punishment. But Imperial brother didn't mean to do that either, and the move was probably to guard the border. The crowd all looked puzzled after hearing these two sentences. The first half of the sentence is considered relatively normal, but why do you have to speak for Qin Ming afterward? What do you mean? The Chen emperor nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with King Jin's benevolence. It was only then that the 100 officials realized that the king of Jin's set of words was not just to trap Qin Ming, and by the way, you have to earn your reputation. As expected, it was only after the Chen emperor asked again that Qin Yu finally spoke. My son suggests dismissing the Qin king's command over the 3 guards and replacing the manpower to take charge, which will reduce the pressure on my royal brother so that he doesn't have to resort to these tactics. Everyone felt that Qin Ming had used the 3 guards to forcefully take over these places. If they are understaffed, the 3,000 acres behind them will be out of control. Chen Shimao frowned and walked up. Your Majesty, with a new person in charge of the 3 guards, there will surely be turmoil at the border. And if the southern barbarians invade, what should we do? With my De Qian's army, dealing with them will naturally be a breeze. The Chen emperor seemed to be satisfied with Qin Yu's answer. Casually, he dealt with Chen Shimao and continued to look towards the Ministry of War. Issue a transfer order for Xiao Tianzi to be the general soldier and Yang Lian to be the vice-general soldier to take over the imperial army at the southern border. Yes, Xiao Tianzi is a relative of Princess Xiao's lineage, originally guarding the western part of the lake. This time he was arranged to go there nearby, obviously to put pressure on Qin Ming. This is already tantamount to cutting the clan in disguise. It was also exactly what Qin Ming had guessed in the beginning. In fact, if Qin Ming were here right now, he would probably mock them for not having any new tricks. Playing around with the same stuff is just laughable. Chen Shimao's face clouded over, but after hearing that it was Xiao Tianzi, he weighed the situation in his heart for a moment and didn't pick up on it. Qian Kai stabbed Chen Shimao with his finger behind him and whispered, "Guess how long it will take His Highness to take him down?" "I don't know. He's not good enough anyway. There's very few of that vixen's men left to take out." Chen Shimao responded in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hey, Qian Kai smiled. Although it was a cut of the clan, he was relaxed. Among the crowd of people watching, there were also a few people, Huang Zhang and Du Mingxian, who had a few different faces at the moment. Others don't know, but they do, whether the 3 guards take it or not. His Highness the King of Qin doesn't care at all. The court has the wrong focus. But when they looked up to the figure sitting on the dragon chair, headstrong, they didn't dare to say more. Chapter 75 Actor of the Cloth House, Termination of Cooperation. Soon, news of the targeted cuts spread from the capital. Chen Shimao didn't even cover it up and sent the news directly to Qin Ming's side. Half a month later, Qin Ming's first round of production construction finally ended, but trouble ensued. The court is going to arrange for someone to come and take over the 3 guards. On this day, Qin Ming placed the message in front of Chao Chuan and Lu Bang. The 2 men looked at it and just owed and didn't make much of a move. Aren't you guys in a hurry? Qin Ming suspiciously sized up the two men, and Lu Cheng patted his chest. What are you afraid of? With us here, this southern border is still afraid of not being able to hold it? Your Highness, our weapons and equipment are almost fully equipped. The three-guard side has always eaten royal food and has little to do with us. Xiao Chuan also picked up the conversation and explained. The court did get the focus wrong, but they really can only do it from the three guards, because besides the three guards, it's the Wuwei Battalion. The Wuwei Battalion had always been self-sufficient, and now that its numbers had surged close to 10,000, it was a huge expense. If the court took over, it would mean that they would need to pay a lot more in military pay and imperial food. That's a definite no. So they had to look across the border for a third guard who was guarding the border. This had even less effect on Qin Ming. You guys are right, but that's not why I called you here today. Qin Ming smiled and casually put the letter from the court aside and took out another letter. Fang Qingyuan sent a letter back saying that the soldiers who went to transport the cloth trade have all returned with their goods. What? If the original news from the court could not touch them, then this news did affect their minds. Lu Gang and Xiao Chuan's hearts snapped. The cloth farm was their lifeblood. Business doesn't work, and you can't maintain it back there. Why? Could it be the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Chuan quickly thought of the reason. Qin Ming nodded slowly. Our private collaborators have all been found out, and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has begun to put pressure on them. What should I do? Or should I kill them all? Lu Ba thought about it and gave an extremely violent approach. That's a last resort. Qin Ming did not deny Lu Gang's idea of a big cleanup if it really doesn't work. Money he was sure to make anyway, but it really came down to that. Qin Ming estimated that after killing all the people in the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, the economy of the entire Lingnan region would simply collapse. Not yet. I'll go find someone. Qin Ming was ready to go to Zhao Xi and see what the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had to say. However, upon arriving at the Chamber of Commerce branch, he saw that there was no figure of Zhao Xi here. At this time, Song Dingshang brought Fang Qingyuan to Qin Ming. Your Highness, Lord Fang said he was looking for you, so I brought it here. Why are you back? Qin Ming glanced at Fang Qingyuan in surprise. Fang Qingyuan frowned. Those shipments were rejected so quickly, almost all at the same time, that I suspect there's a problem on your end. It can't be. Don't talk nonsense, Lord Fang. Song Dingshang was startled. Fang Qingyuan is really some straight. Really something happened. He even dared to doubt Qin Ming. Qin Ming did think that what he said was quite reasonable. How's the situation on your side? Can Shantung City still be stabilized? No, it's closed, and all the stores are now used as warehouses with piles of cloth. Fang Qingyuan frowned. It's like he's suddenly been idle lately, and he doesn't have much to do. He can only return to Linjiang City to discuss with Qin Ming first. Can you ship it to other rich places to sell? Let Han Mingrui help you. A batch has already been sent over, but water from afar won't quench the thirst. I know. You go back to the barracks first. Qin Ming slowly nodded his head, allowing Song Dingshang to lead the people away first. His worst fears had come true. If it was said that one could, in a short period of time, get a list of all the merchants who were secretly working with them behind the back of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, that would only be from Guan Yu's cloth shop, where there were many of Qin Ming's ledgers placed in the cloth shop. Guan Shu pronounced the name word for word. Qin Ming walked in the direction of another street. Guan Yu had been running the store peacefully for the past few days without any problems. She was still sitting in the store when Qin Ming arrived, wearing clothes made from the store's cloth. This was an approach she had come up with under Qin Ming's guidance. After all, she was pretty, and with her figure, it was easy to make the cloths look pretty. Usually, she often wears beautiful clothes and works as a bushranger. It's easy to get the ad out there. There you are. Seeing Qin Ming coming over, Guan Yu looked up dully, a little puzzled. Normally at this time, Qin Ming was in the military camp. What about Guan Shu? Without much explanation, Qin Ming directly opened his mouth and asked, Gone. A few days ago it seems that you bullied her, so that she has a lump in her heart, and she left after staying here for a few days. Is there anyone else going? No, she's the only one who's come and gone lately. Sekiyuki doesn't seem to have it all figured out yet. Qin Ming sighed slightly. Sure enough, this woman can act so well. Put on a gentle, well-behaved face and blend into the cloth shop. At first, Qin Ming was only skeptical, but now it seems that Guan Shu is really an undercover agent arranged by Zhao Xi. Business competition in this day and age is pretty straightforward in its tactics. No wonder Zhao Xi also ran away. Why? Is something wrong? Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming's serious face and immediately stood up with some worry and asked. She may have memorized our ledgers and know who the merchants are who deal with us privately. What's going on? I'm going to find her. Except for a little temper sometimes. Sekiyuki usually treats the people around her with gentleness and is not deliberately wary of them. In the past few days when Guan Shu entered the fabric store, because he was a newcomer, Guan Yu even took care of what she could, as much as she could, but I didn't expect to raise a white-eyed wolf. I'll get Shang Beishan to look for it, you take the ledger and seal it up afterward. Qin Ming figured everything out and immediately turned back towards the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Xi, who had received the news, standing at the door waiting for him. Your Highness, you're here. Are you waiting here specifically for me? Qin Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at him silently. Zhao Xi smiled faintly, and on his face was a smugness he couldn't hide. Sort of came by to let you know on behalf of the rich Chamber of Commerce. Because of your recent unruly behavior and failure to give any explanation, the general merchant has decided to temporarily stop supplying ore to the Wuwei Battalion. Upon receiving this news, Qin Ming frowned slightly. If you have the time to go out and deal with the Wuwei camp and the cloth store, why don't you dare to talk to me face to face? You still want an explanation just like that? Qin Ming waited for half a month, but in the end, he even just waited for the full pressure of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't just the clothiers that were restricted and the goods piled up. Even the workshops in the Wuwei camp were difficult to maintain. It sure doesn't work. He wants to fight for a chance. Chapter 76 Negotiation. Southern Barbarian Invasion. Zhao Xi's face was a little hesitant. In fact, Qin Ming's request to see Mr. Shang had already been reported to him. But their godforsaken Mr. Shang is running around all day long. Who knows if it will come over. Until now, Zhao Xi hadn't even received a reply. It was only the merchant managers of a few halls who, after deliberation, decided to cut off the supply to Qin Ming. On the general merchant's side, there was information coming in that intimidated the local merchants who were secretly trading with Qin Ming, paralyzed Qin Ming's cloth shop. Now they can claim total victory. Zhao Xi thought about it, still unwilling to offend Qin Ming too hard, so he gave a solution. Your Highness, it's better for you to hand over the textile machine earlier now, and it's only right for everyone to make money together. Otherwise we're going to have to sell as much as you do now in the market. This is by definition the best solution. Unfortunately, he met Qin Ming. Call your business president and I'll give it. Qin Ming had managed to make a path with great difficulty, so he definitely wouldn't give it to them. This is also a reprieve. I'll try again. Zhao Xi stammered, and Qin Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. Have you at this level seen the business president of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? Should have thought of that myself. Zhao Xi hadn't solved the problem for so long, not because he didn't want to. Rather, he's not at a high enough level. Maybe it's even a struggle to meet a parish business manager, not to mention Mr. Shang. As expected, after Qin Ming's words were asked, Zhao Xi's face was a bit embarrassed, but he still said truthfully, nope. So who are you in contact with these days? It's a girl who's been placed down from above. Oh, Qin Ming had already guessed the identity of the other party. Call her here, I want to see her. Shouting doesn't come. With the showdown just now, Zhao Xi also stopped pretending and told the truth with both hands. You, the head of the Chamber of Commerce chapter, can make this? Your Highness, Linjiang City doesn't have much oil in the first place. And that's not the case when I have to manage the chapters of several random places in the cities over there on the west side of the lake. Zhao Xi argued, but feebly. Lakeside across the border of Hunan and Guangdong is the western part of the lake, which is Xiao Qinyan's sphere of influence. It's just that last time, after Qin Ming made a big mess in Xiaxia City, he took Xiao Qinyan's incriminating evidence as a threat. Xiao Qinyan just stayed peaceful and didn't pick a fight. You report it like this, and say that if no one comes, the king will take over Lingnan's business by force. Your Highness, how could you? Zhao Xi angrily glared at Qin Ming. Nay, the army was in Qin Ming's hands, and even Zhao Xi had no way to stop it. They really can't tell the difference between the big and small kings either. There was not a single capable fighter on hand, and he still dared to stop Qin Ming's business. Ever since he left the court, Qin Ming had no inhibitions. His greatest desire was to create an army that could sweep away everything. It wouldn't hurt to sacrifice a chamber of commerce for this. Of course, the premise of the sacrifice was that they really wanted to fight Qin Ming to the end. You asked for me? Just as Qin Ming opened his mouth to threaten and prepared to make a truly shameless move against them, a voice came from behind. Turning around, Qin Ming saw a beautiful figure. Having shed her rough linen clothes, Guan Shu was now wearing a long, pale yellow dress with a graceful and bright figure. She had some light rouge and powder on her face. There is a sense of seduction in the cleanliness, and it's a contrast to look at. It didn't match at all with the gentle and soft look that she had put on before. Here comes the culprit. Sure is an actor. Qin Ming, who had played an unknown number of people, suddenly realized that he was being played by someone else, and the man was standing in front of himself. The anger was immediate. Qin Ming resisted the idea of pinning her to the ground and spanking her. Go out and talk? Aha! Wan Shu followed Qin Ming into the tea house next door. The two of them found an elegant room on the second floor and sat down. Talk to me about anything and I can help the chamber make some of the decisions. Wan Shu looked at Qin Ming with a smiling face and seductive eyes. It's hard to imagine that this is just a girl in her 20s. I can't give the loom, but I can give you something else. For example, the way to purify salt, the way to make consumed oils, soy sauce, monosodium glutamate, etc. Qin Ming informed Wan Shu of his thoughts. Seasonings and whatnot are scarce in this day and age, and this kind of side food industry could make a lot of money if it got off the ground. After listening to Qin Ming's description, Wan Shu probably knew about his technique. None of what you're talking about compares to textiles, except for salt, which makes a lot of money. Salt is still strictly regulated by the imperial court, and the heritage of the various salt merchants is much deeper than our Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, so each person dares to touch them, not to mention robbing their business. When the time comes, don't say that the salt merchants won't allow it. The court will not allow it even more. This reply from Wan Shu made Qin Ming even more surprised. I thought she was just an ancient business spy, come to probe for information and forget about it. I didn't realize that Wan Shu knew quite a lot. Can't be fooled. Seeing that Qin Ming was unwilling to part with his handful of benefits, Wan Shu opened his mouth. Xiao Tianze will come over tomorrow, and the major tribes of the southern barbarians have already begun to move. They will take advantage of the change of military power to attack you. Qin Ming froze for a moment, but then realized, alas, the border is not well guarded. It's just that there is no money, no food and no weapons. The king's big deal is to die in battle at the border, just wrapping his body in horse leather. While lamenting, Qin Ming glanced at Wan Shu's expression with his eyes, only to find that the other man wasn't much touched. Come to think of it, national hatred and whatnot has had little to do with these businessmen since ancient times. Some merchants even can't wait to go to war so they can make a war fortune. Your Highness, don't pretend either. Wan Shu gave him a helpless blank look. Compared to himself, this Highness sympathy-boosting act is so clumsy. If there is any other good way, just say it directly. If it can satisfy Mr. Shang, this battle will really be fought. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce can still help you. Is your transportation great? After thinking over the news of the southern barbarians advancing, Qin Ming suddenly asked a clueless question. It's okay. It's okay? It's okay, my ass. Qin Ming dipped his hand in the tea and like a salesman enthusiastically began to introduce a new idea of his to Wan Shu. I can make you a tire that will slow down the shock even when driving on bumpy roads and will reduce the wear and tear on your cargo. It's a good thing to do in the present and a good thing to do in the future. With Qin Ming's burst of explanation, Wan Shu finally understood the benefits of tires. With a wagon, not only can you improve the grip to run faster, but also reduce the loss of goods on the traveling road. To be honest, Wan Shu was a bit moved. The increase in transportation efficiency is a temptation no businessman can resist. This is in line with the saying that if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first. But this tire you speak of, how do you make it? Wan Shu couldn't help but ask Qin Ming a question after seeing that he had been playing around for half a day and still hadn't made himself clear. That's easy. The name of the material is rubber, and it's found in large quantities in the southern mountains. How about, help me fight the southern barbarians and I'll make it out for you. Qin Ming smiled and opened his mouth, regaining the initiative pipe. Chapter 77, Returning to Qiantang. Lord Wang's Beautiful Dreams. How are you sure the Ridge Chamber wants to help you? I'm not sure. Just making a suggestion. Qin Ming took what he had summarized and placed it on the table. In fact, just the seasonings he summarized are worth their weight in gold. Nah, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has a big appetite. Various offers were made, none of which were very satisfactory to the other party. Wan Shu suddenly smiled warmly. Your Highness is in trouble. We, Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, naturally have to work with you, but you will need to spend money on supplies for the war. After all, no one's food or comes from the wind. Could be. Qin Ming suddenly realized that this Wan Shui was shrewd. I can't believe he expects himself to go to war and make the Ridge Chamber of Commerce rich in war. You're not afraid of having your ancestors' graves dug up if you do something like this? The desire to spank her ass just got stronger. Qin Ming had wanted to yin and yang her a few times, but Wan Shu's next words froze him in his tracks. We can also do without the textile industry. But I've heard a little about the kind of rubber you're talking about. And if we help you, all that rubber will be owned by the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. How about that? A share of what the barracks need must be taken. Okay, the rest is from the Ridge Chamber of Commerce. Including the technology for that tire of yours? Wan Shu seemed to have sensed Qin Ming's thoughts. The corners of her mouth lifted as she began to gently move closer to him. The tip of his nose smelled a warm fragrance. Qin Ming glanced at her and cursed in his heart. What a burnout. Is the Ridge Chamber of Commerce transformed out of a hookah? The rest of my or there. Send it in a hurry in 3 days. Okay. While Wan Shu seduced Qin Ming, She reached out and sneaked the list Qin Ming had prepared. It's a record of how to make things like oil, soy sauce, and MSG. It looked like it was ready to talk and laugh and pocket these techniques of Qin Ming as well. Although it didn't make as much money as the textile business, he heard those beautiful blueprints depicted by Qin Ming. The perceptive Wan Shu still thinks that this kind of thing has a bright future. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming finally couldn't help himself. Snap! A slap in the face. Qin Ming picked Wan Shu up. You're too thick-skinned to steal my technology when you're earning money from Camp Wuwei? Ah, put me down. Wan Shu looked at Qin Ming with shock. According to the intelligence, this King Qin was a righteous man. For many years in the court, they were not close to women. That's why she was thinking of using her advantage of being an exclusive woman to seduce a few points and increase her negotiation chips while taking more advantage. But it didn't occur to me that the one who ended up being taken advantage of would be himself. Put it down? Qin Ming grabbed a handful of her rounded thighs fiercely. Can't you make so much money that you can't have a quickie with the king? I'm not like that. A few moments of trepidation finally appeared in Wan Shu's expression. She could feel as if the other person really meant it. Tomorrow night, I want to hear about the reopening of the Chantun City clothiers. I can't promise by tomorrow night. Well, just tomorrow night. Letting go of Wan Shu, the other party guarded his chest and looked at him with a wary face. Gone. Qin Ming packed up his things, especially the list he had summarized, and turned around. The list has a lot of things written on it that are not available in this era. As a master's degree graduate and a modern man who has seen a lot of things, there are a lot of things he wants to try. Unfortunately, the longer he stayed in this era, the more Qin Ming could feel it. Sometimes technology is not a hindrance. The real obstacle is people. Wan Shu straightened his clothes and prepared to leave at a quick pace as well. Qin Ming suddenly turned around, startling her. What do you want? Wan Shu took a few steps back, looking at the panicked look on her face. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction, but did not step forward again. Next time call out your business president or I'll still bully you. Oh, Wan Shu turned around, leaving a complicated look behind, and left downstairs. The next day, inside the city of Qiantang, on the busiest street, there was a cloth shop with its doors and windows closed for several days. These were the several prosperous stores occupied by Fangqing Yuan. There were quite a few carriages gathered outside at the moment. Pedestrians came and went, bypassing the carriages, taking it all in stride. It's just that the original gathering of horse-drawn carriages here were basically carrying goods out. It's strange these days, not to mention the fact that the cloth store is closed. But every day there are still many carriages rushing in, moving the cloth in little by little. How many days? At the end of an alley in the distance, Wang Shoyan, the governor of Qiantang, watched it all with a smile. Ordinary people don't know, but he knows a lot of things. For example, the conflict between Qin Ming and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Then there's Fangqing Yuan's departure. Wang Shoyan had been hoping that Qin Ming would fall down while doing business ever since he handed over the stores. Better lose your ass. Nah, I waited for a month, only to find that the other side's business was getting better and better. It even has a tendency to vaguely envelop the entire Lingnan. All of this was because of the arrival of that person called Fangqing Yuan. At that time, Wang Shoyan didn't even feel like he had a chance to see Qin Ming's store fall. Returning it to yourself is even more remote, and only likely to appear in dreams. But the other day he suddenly realized that his dream had come true. His men told him that the cloth shop in the city was closed and had been closed for several days. Even the man called Fangqing Yuan had left Qiantang City to go back. This can make Wang Shoyan happy. From the time he learned of this, he came every morning, rain or shine, to see if the cloth shop and dye house were open. Your Excellency, it has been closed for 10 days. Good. I'll write a letter in a moment to ask your highness what to do with this store. Wang Shoyan's eyebrows flew up. If Qin Ming was doing business, it was okay to take out these stores and give them to him. Now that the business didn't work out and the court had to arrange for Xiao Tianzi to suppress Qin Ming, he must have been burnt out. Wang Shoyan estimated that Qin Ming and Wuwei Battalion must not have the money to invest in another business in the short term either. Then these few stores of his own can be claimed back by the way, both in reason and sense. What an eye-opener. Could it be that you heard my wish? Just as Wang Shoyan pondered whether he should go back today to offer incense to the Queen Mother and pray that he would chop Qin Ming straight to death, a figure suddenly appeared on the street. The person who came was Fangqing Yuan. My lord, there's no need to write. That Fang is here. The henchman hurriedly pointed to Fangqing Yuan in the distance. Fangqing Yuan has been thinking about the way to break the situation in the past few days. But also Qiantang City and Linjiang City run both ways. So bearded and extremely haggard looking. This kind of face was placed in the eyes of Wang Shoyan. It was a sign of having reached the end of the road. Straightening his official clothes, Wang Shoyan put his hands behind his back, making an appearance like he was strolling idly to Fangqing Yuan. Yo, isn't this Lord Feng? I haven't seen you in a few days. Why are you so haggard? Chapter 78, Arrival of the General Troops. Beginning of the cutting of clans. After Chang Baishan informed Qin Ming of the news last night, Fang Qingyuan traveled day and night to rejoin Chintang City. The eyes are still bloodshot. Hearing Wang Shoyan's words, he raised his head, his slightly confused eyes finally focusing. Something wrong with Lord Wan? There's nothing much, it's just that I've heard that you've closed down recently. It's been 10 days, right? What happened? You can tell this official about it. We will definitely help if we can. Wang Shoyan's false politeness did not speak into Fang Qingyuan's heart. He slowly waved his hand. No trouble. After saying that, he turned around and was ready to go back to the cloth shop. He's too busy today to hang out with Wang Shoyan here. How's that for trouble? Seeing that he was about to leave, the wily Wang Shoyan immediately stopped. Elder brother Fang, have you guys lost your business recently? No. Fang Qingyuan frowned and impatiently bypassed them, taking the key he had with him and opening the door of the cloth shop. Then how can you close the door for 10 days? You stores are all prosperous stores, and closing the door for 1 day will make an unknown amount of silver less. I am a few years older than you. It is not too much to call you an old brother. In fact, old brother I want to take some silver for you to cash in, to buy these stores back. Wang Shoyan got close while tentatively looking at Fang Qingyuan's face. Unfortunately, the other party didn't pay any attention to him. You guys, come over here and move the goods, and start conveying throughout the entire ridge today. Yes, a dozen or so people walked into the rag house and began to carry the goods piled up inside towards the outside. Wang Shoyan watched this with dumbfounded amazement. You're not feuding with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? How business can still be so big, and talk about doing business all over the ridge? While he was confused, Fang Qingyuan turned around and said, Lord Wang, we won't sell this store. Please return. Not being a man of many words, he asked the man to leave and then turned back to the cloth shop. Soon, Wu Qingnua arrived quickly with his men. His wagon train hasn't stopped transporting all day. Wang Shoyan, who left in the dust, was confused, but listening to the news reported by his men, he didn't know what to do. Had his dream been shattered again? On the other hand, today was when Xiao Tianza arrived. According to the usual practice, he needed to come and meet Qin Ming first. Qin Ming and Chang Baishan, Chao Chuan, and Lu Bao stood at the entrance of the Wuwei camp and waited. By mid-afternoon, a large group of people were seen arriving. See your highness, Xiao Tianza was Xiao Shufei's man, and was the only character in the Xiao family's generation that could be ranked in the military camp. His face was cold, his eyes were stern, and he wore a black armor. When he came to Qin Ming, he just faintly clasped his fists. Seems to know exactly what his mission is, so just as soon as he dismounts, he quickly draws a line in the sand. The news of the invasion of the southern barbarians. Did you know? Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense with him and stepped into the topic by opening his mouth indifferently. I know. I came by to talk about it too. The court recently sent a shipment of supplies, so I won't leave them for you. I'm taking them with me. Xiao Tianza nodded his head, then pointed at the supplies behind himself and reminded Qin Ming. In comparison, Xiao Tianza, the people arranged by the court, were like pro-life. Qin Ming is rather like a child raised by his stepmother. This is not leaving anything for the Wuwei Battalion at all. Xiao Tianza also meant this, and the reason why he had just dismounted his horse was specifically about this matter. It was to give Qin Ming a head start. By the way, he determined his military power and prestige in the whole Lingnan. No matter what, the most important things for these soldiers are supplies and pay. Xiao Tianza was authorized by the imperial authority to personally control the resources of Lingnan and raise the 3 guards at the border. It's a cutback in disguise. Qin Ming just smiled faintly and did not say anything. Behind Xiao Tianza, Deputy General Officer Yang Lian walked up and explained. Your Highness, don't have any emotions in your heart. We are now resisting the attack of the southern barbarians. Besides, the court has only allocated supplies and pay to the 3 guards, not to you. If Xiao Tianza is righteous, this Yan Lian is just a soft knife to disgust people. His words were another reminder of the attribution of supplies. In passing, he told Qin Ming that the court would not give him support. In the future, if Lingnan wanted to be stable, it would definitely still need to listen to Xiao Tianza's opinion. This situation was actually expected by Qin Ming. After his own demotion, the next step was to cut the clan. That was why he had just landed in Lingnan and was eagerly looking for opportunities to make money to feed his army. All to guard against the court. It was a bit of a tight squeeze, but in the end it was good to catch up. Before they came, Qin Ming had his own business, as well as workshops and resources to train soldiers. Could be. Smiling in a cloudy manner, Qin Ming didn't even get angry and just answered. There is still some busyness in the barracks, so I won't entertain the 2 of you. You'll report to the border for now. Qin Ming spoke these words as if he was arranging their positions. Only a superior speaking to a subordinate would use such a tone. Zhao Tianze and Yang Lian furrowed their brows and became somewhat displeased. I hear you've circled 3,000 acres? Zhao Tianze was not a good person, and directly opened his mouth to bring up the matter that had been making a lot of noise in the court recently. What's the problem? Qin Ming sensed his little emotion and asked indifferently. With the recent invasion of the southern barbarians, the 3 guards may not be able to spare their hands to protect such a large territory as yours. Then you guys are kinda losers. If this king had someone in his hands, probably the southern barbarians would have retreated a long time ago. Qin Ming didn't give face at all. The other party's meaning was too obvious, just wanting to use the matter of the southern barbarians as an excuse. Perhaps a group of people would be deliberately let in at that time, posing a threat to Qin Ming's workshop and military camp. In their opinion, Qin Ming had no military pay or supplies, and the Wuwei Battalion under his command was his only card. Combat must be low. Unfortunately, you have nothing in your hand. The court has really buried your talent. Yang Lian sneered loudly from the sidelines, his face full of the look of a joke. At this time, the soldiers standing behind them were also very hilarious and laughed out loud. It was only natural for their elite group of soldiers to taunt a group of armies that had been marginalized. Yang Lian, did you have any chicken feather merits on the battlefield before? With the skin you two have, I don't know how many military merits you've risked to get in. How dare you come to our Wuwei camp full of asshole? Lu Gong was angry and pointed at Yang Lian and cursed. The two of them knew each other, but had different factions in the military, so there had been quite a bit of animosity before. Although Cao Chuan was also angry, he was very stable and directly pulled Lu Chong. Being talked about black history amongst people, Yang Lian was also angry. Lu Chuan, you've been drinking the northwest wind in Lingnan and you're starving, aren't you? How did I come up here? What do you care? Chapter 79, Supplies arrive. Spanking on the spot. Zhao Tianze did not stop them when he saw them making a scene. Instead, he clasped his hands to his chest and tried to keep things moving. Or maybe they were supposed to come over today to demonstrate. The lack of supplies for the Wuwei Battalion was mocked across the board. What they're thinking may be a little off. Though, Lu Bao grinned. I'm drinking the northwest wind? I eat much better than you, and I have a beauty with me every day. So it's your turn to taunt? Tough talker who doesn't. Yang Lian had contempt written all over his face. Who doesn't know in the court now that your Wuwei Battalion has been sent to Lingnan along with the Qin King, or His Highness, the King of Qin, raising his own soldiers? They didn't believe that in just a few months, Qin Ming would be able to nourish Wuwei well, not to mention the fact that it was still the time when the southern barbarians were invading and were about to go to war, without counting on the 3 guards stationed at the border, not to mention these 3,000 acres of land in the hands of the Qin King. Even other towns and cities in Lingnan could be affected. What? Does the king have to be poor when he raises his own soldiers? Qin Ming glanced at Yang Lian, and Zhao Tianze directly stood out and said, Your Highness, of course we don't mean this. It's just that Lingnan is a place where we've led our army all the way, and looking around, it's really poor and destitute. Although he said on his lips that this was not what he meant, Zhao Tianze was explicitly and secretly making a big deal out of the supplies. Looks like right and wrong are picking a fight. At this time, Cao Chuan, who had been being bullied, couldn't stand to watch. Walking up to Qin Ming's ear, he whispered, Your Highness, the carriage delivering supplies will be here in a moment. Oh, it seems like that time. Qin Ming is still in the honeymoon period with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce these days. Once the negotiations between Wan Shu and Qin Ming were completed, they began to collect supplies every day and send them in regularly. When Lu Chong heard this, he immediately pointed at Zhao Tianze's nose and cursed, Ratty thing, you can't even imagine how rich Grandpa's barracks are. There's no need to beat around the bush. Yang Lian sneered. In his opinion, Lu Gong just couldn't wipe his face and was still holding on. But then, the sound of chiding suddenly came from the distance. On the official road in the distance, a line of carriages was slowly approaching. Move over, move over. The person at the head of the group was Sekiyuki. She shouted as she stood up from the wagon to look inside. Upon seeing so many people standing at the entrance to the barracks, she suddenly froze. Because it's a complete station. Not only was there Qin Ming, but there was also Cao Chuan Lu Chong, as well as Zhao Tianze and the others. It's you guys. Although they didn't belong to the same faction in the army, Guan Yu knew Zhao Tianze. The Guan family, naturally, did not need to give Zhao Tianze any face. His own team had come, but Zhao Tianze's army remained motionless. Guan Yu was a bit angry and pointed at Zhao Tianze. Get your men to the side. Can't you see I were transporting something? Behind her, there was a clanking and crunching of ore from the wagon. In addition to the ore, there's grain and stuff like that in the back. Since Wan Shu had revealed his identity, Qin Ming had informed Guan Yu of the matter. Guan Yu is angry, but the next day Qin Ming sees an outrageous scene. Wanshu surprisingly returned to the fabric store and joined Guan Yu, sitting behind the counter like a glue. Guan Yu tells Qin Ming that Wanshu came back to apologize to him. Qin Ming was puzzled as to why she even came back. Wanshu's explanation is that she likes Guan Yu a lot and that she only has problems with Qin Ming, not with Guan Yu. Coupled with the fact that Guan Yu had been kind to himself before, Wanshu came back specifically to apologize. After explaining the matter, Sekiyuki knew that their conflict had been resolved and didn't take the previous incident to heart. The two became good sisters again. In response, Qin Ming could only lament that women were truly magical creatures. Ever since Wanshu came back, it seemed that in order to show her sincerity, she had even specifically given the supplies to Guan Yu to control. That was why Sekiyuki came over every day to deliver things. Where did you get all this stuff? Xiao Tian's face stiffened a bit. Even Yang Lian, who had taunted Qin Ming together just now, had a hellish expression on his face. How is this possible? There's no need to tell you, General Shaw. Qin Ming spoke faintly. Lu Gan had long ago been unable to hold back and rushed straight up to push through the crowd. Didn't hear what Luna said? Get out of the way. All of you. Xiao Tianzi gazed at Qin Ming for a long time and finally spoke. Your Highness can manage the barracks so well. It's really admirable. I wonder which area you want to guard this time when you join the war. One plan didn't work. Xiao Tianzi still had a backhand. In the end, all the pressure came from the southern barbarian invasion. He was prepared to directly pull Qin Ming into the battle. Just the acreage. Qin Ming wasn't ambiguous either. The Wuwei Battalion had been expanding in numbers for some time. The 3,000 acres of your own land plus those areas on the periphery are all guarded by yourself. It's also time to see what the strength of the Wuwei Battalion, raised at great expense, is. Good. Xiao Tianzi looked deeply at Qin Ming. Today's events had been unexpected, but the overall general direction hadn't escaped his grasp at least. Go. After giving an explanation to his deputy Yang Lian, Xiao Tianzi turned around and left without looking back. Yang Lian beckoned to the soldiers around him and quickly followed him, asking suspiciously, just go back? Don't worry. As soon as the battle starts, this remnant of his army won't be able to withstand it. Xiao Tianzi's gaze flickered as if he had his own intentions. Seeing that Yang Lian was still a bit upset, he continued to speak. Don't forget that His Majesty's side of the family means to cut the clan. So as long as the soldiers in his hands are worn out, what else can he do? At all times, military power is paramount. Xiao Shufei hit the snake to beat the 7 inches, so that the king of Jin, after becoming the crown prince, directly said in the courtroom to cut the clan. As long as Qin Ming's military power is slowly worn down, not even the Wuwei camp will be left for him. Xiao Tianzi believed that the Qin king would soon be held down and would never be able to rise again. At that point, they can naturally do whatever they want. Understood. Yang Lian slowly nodded his head and turned his head to look indignantly in the direction of Wuwei camp. Only then did he take the men and travel all the way farther toward the border. They came over and are taking over the 3 guards? Guan Yu had the supplies transported inside the barracks, and after settling the bill, she came to Qin Ming's side and asked, aha. On this point, Qin Ming did not hide it. He figured it was only a matter of time. You're a good guesser. Sitting beside Qin Ming, Guan Yu rested her hands on her cheeks and sighed softly. By the way, Wanshu said to lower your price by another 10%. Why suddenly lowering the price? Qin Ming naturally welcomed it with both hands, but he did not expect that a shrewd businessman like Wan Shui would take the initiative to lower the price. Probably feels indebted to me. Sekiyuki smiled. Qin Ming was a bit surprised, having thought that Wanshu approaching Guan Yu again should have some plans. Now it seems as if that's not the case. Have they really become the legendary BFFs? Just as Qin Ming was pondering how he should treat Wanshu in the future, Sekiyuki suddenly asked, do you think she's pretty? Chapter 80, Sending Troops to the Border. Plan of Attack. Qin Ming remembered Wanshu's delicate and seductive figure, and how it felt when I spanked her earlier. The old man's face reddened as he said firmly, not pretty. With women, it's all about coaxing. Sometimes telling the truth won't get them to be genuine with you. Instead, they will take the opportunity to find fault and add to the heartache. Really? Of course it's true. Alas, I was thinking of marrying her as well, to be a second wife for you, so that the two of us could see each other every day. But I didn't realize that you were so discerning. Sekiyuki sighed softly. Qin Ming's heart moved and he immediately said, what did you just say? I said the second house. Not that one. I asked you if she was pretty. Beautiful. Qin Ming hurriedly seized the opportunity with an expectant glint in his eyes. But the next moment, a hand quickly pinched viciously towards his arm. I knew you were craving someone else's body. No, it was your word to marry her as a second wife. Can't I just test you? Guan Yu was furious and bit Qin Ming hard again. Qin Ming sort of figured out that in the future, he still can't tell the truth, and he has to be a little firmer in lying to women. Otherwise there are not a few cases of cartwheels like your own. After making a scene for a while, Qin Ming finally sent Guan Yu away. From his bosom, he took out the map of Lingnan that was extremely valuable to him. Qin Ming waved to Chao Chuan and Lu Gang. Come over for a meeting. Yes. Walking into the tent, Qin Ming spread out the map and drew a range on it with his finger. Xiao Tianzi definitely won't care about us. We have to deal with the invasion of the southern barbarians on our own this time. You're right, but our line of defense is fine. The plains are connected to the mountains. Chao Chuan looked carefully and confirmed the terrain first. Their border area, on the outskirts of the mountains. It is close to the tribes of the barbarians in the mountains. The original 3 guards looked after the place, but in the future, the 3 guards that originally belonged to Qin Ming would probably have to be reorganized. In time, it would become Xiao Tianzi's army, so naturally it would not do Qin Ming any favors. It's okay, just give me 3,000 men and hold it there. Lu Gan was looking at it very openly. It's just a line of defense, not a big deal. They didn't even need to collide with the frontal army of the southern barbarians. It was perfectly sufficient for the Wuwei Battalion to divide some of its strength to deal with it. You can go over there, but it won't be that simple. Chao Chuan thought about it and slowly shook his head. Lu Gang's men were considered the fiercest vanguard in the Wuwei Battalion. It's usually used when attacking a city. If you really want to go on defense, it's best to leave it to Chao Chuan's middle army. They have the best coordination and are also suited to go for a static approach. You want to go? Qin Ming looked at Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan nodded. It's been a long time since I've been in battle, and those old brothers, they say farming is no fun. Okay then, you go over there. Like his judgment, Qin Ming also felt that it was more appropriate for Chao Chuan to go over there. At those words, Lu Gan was a bit offended. Your Highness, you look down on our vanguard army? No, you have more important tasks to do. What mission? Lu Gan was a little excited. Qin Ming thought for a moment. If you face a frontal attack from the southern barbarian army, how many people will be needed to hold it off? A frontal assault? Me? Lu Gan, who was still full of excitement just now, immediately calmed down and looked at Qin Ming in surprise. It's you. How many can block it? Lu Gan was silent, looked at Chao Chuan and then at the map. A possibility occurred to him, followed by a grin and a determined grin. It's all 3,000, and it's 3,000 even if the King of Heaven comes. Good, you go and fix the army. Chao Chuan stays. Aha. Lu Gan nodded heavily and turned to leave. Only Qin Ming and the 2 of them were left in the tent, and Chao Chuan suddenly said, I don't need many men. 3,000 is enough. Our army of over 10,000 men. You can even out another 2,000 to Lu Chong. Is that okay? Chao Chuan was more meticulous and knew that Lu Gan wanted to keep some of the soldiers for himself, so he only asked for 3,000 people from the beginning to the end. Qin Ming glanced at him and smiled. You guess what I'm guarding against? Chao Chuan hesitated. In fact, as a subordinate, he shouldn't speculate Qin Ming's mind like this, but it's about Lu Bao's life. Eventually he spoke up. You are worried that Xiao Tianzi will draw the bulk of the southern barbarians to our line of defense and destroy the Wuwei Battalion in one fell swoop. That's why Lu Gang was told to bring his men to hold down the border with the 3 guards. He's our insurance in case of a situation. Lu Gang, although people are very reckless, but after many years in the military, he had participated in too many wars and was experienced enough to see Qin Ming's thoughts at a glance. He doesn't need that much. Qin Ming waved his hand. Now the enemy on Lu Gang's side is just a possibility. But Chao Chuan was different. He was the one who was sure to face quite a few barbarians attacking and had to arrange for enough people. That's why Lu Gan didn't want that many people. That would greatly affect Chao Chuan's defense. In a few days, let Shang Baishan take over Wu Qingnua's transportation duties, and then let Wu Qingnua go over to support you. In a pinch, you guys can go help him. Only when he heard this did Chao Chuan's tightly knit brows finally stretch. After arranging all this, Qin Ming did not let Chao Chuan leave. There's actually another reason why you've been given so many people. Qin Ming informed Chao Chuan of his dealings with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Chao Chuan frowned straight away as he listened. Do you mean that our defense is not enough? And that we must fight our way in to occupy enough territory to get hold of rubber and at least 2 mines? The barbarians numbered in the tens of thousands, not to mention. They were very experienced in fighting in the middle of the mountains and forests and were very difficult to deal with. Even if he occupied an area, Qin Ming wouldn't necessarily be able to defend it. Chao Chuan thought it was an impossible task. Yeah, I'll catch up with you guys when I'm done here. Qin Ming patted his shoulder and acted extremely calm. When you get into the mountains, let me know directly. Got it. Chao Chuan didn't know what Qin Ming wanted to do, but then nodded. There are so many things going on right now that we can only take one step at a time. That night, both armies departed from the barracks. Qin Ming stood at the entrance of the barracks with Guan Yu to see him off. After the silhouettes of the crowd dissipated into the night wind, Guan Yu said with some apprehension. A few uncles suddenly went to the border to fix the defense. I am a bit sad to see them go. Then take the opportunity to see more. Qin Ming smiled and opened his mouth, smoothly taking out a cylindrical object from his arms. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Guan Yu's big eyes flickered as she asked suspiciously. What 2 more looks? You'll know it when you look closer. Qin Ming smiled and placed the items in front of Guan Yu. This was the artifact he had prepared in order to win the war in the mountains. Chapter 81 War Artifact. Expanding Advantage. Guan Yu placed the long strip of something Qin Ming handed over in front of her. Looking through the transparent glazed piece at the very top, he could only see everyone's every move in the darkness in the distance. Although they were thousands of feet apart, Guan Yu was incomparably clear as far as the eye could see. What's this? It's so clear to see. Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming with a face full of joy. As a girl raised in the military, she knew exactly what a wide field of vision meant on the battlefield. Qin Ming explained. It's called a telescope, and it's made using the principles of concave and convex lenses. The level of production in this era was limited, and even if Qin Ming knew how to make a telescope, the materials were difficult to search for. In the end, Qin Ming managed to find a few transparent ores with excellent texture. It took a couple days of hand sanding by myself to finally make a couple scopes out of it. The roads in the mountains and forests are complicated, and with binoculars in place, those southern barbarian tribes that are good at utilizing the terrain to fight won't have a chance to call our bluff. Before we hit the southern mountains, this can also help us save for a rainy day and observe enemy movements in advance. This was one of the war artifacts Qin Ming had prepared. Before leaving, he specifically gave one to Chao Chuan and Lu Gang. Awesome! Guan Yu's heart was relieved, and the few worries that had originally remained were all gone at this moment. On the other hand, there were already rows and rows of warriors wearing animal skins in the southern mountains and forests, continuously coming out from the deep mountains. They were stationed in the outlying hills opposite the 3 guards. As a vassal king of Lingnan, the area Qin Ming needed to defend was a large one. The most important passes are Changsha, Ningming and Jingdong. These 3 places were interconnected, not just transportation hubs, but also stocked with soldiers. Originally, all 3 lines of defense were garrisoned and guarded by 3 guards. When Xiao Tianze came over, he withdrew all the soldiers from Ningming Pass, which was located in the center. Myself and Yang Lian only guarded Changsha and Jingdong passes, sandwiching Qin Ming in the middle. At the fork in the official road, Yang Lian and Xiao Tianze stopped here, ready to part ways. As he was leaving, Yang Lian once again asked Xiao Tianze to say, General, do I just need to hold Jingdong Pass and drive the men to Qin Ming's side? If Qin Ming's people can't bear it and let someone enter Lingnan from Ningming Pass and plunder it, won't we be implicated? His fears were still valid. When I first came here, if I made things too obvious, it would not be easy to explain to the court. However, Xiao Tianze said with a ruthless face, what are you afraid of? Princess Xiao Shufei's side can cover for us. Isn't this guy's 3,000 acres of land behind Ningming Pass? Even if the southern barbarians break through the pass and enter, at most all his foundations in Lingnan will be rooted out, and it will be enough for us to guard the rest of the place without causing too much chaos. Yang Lian came to a realization. This chief soldier of his own family is too ruthless. This was to single-handedly uproot Qin Ming. Well then, I'll be there now. Soon, all the soldiers located at Ningming Pass were evacuated and Chao Chuan led 5,000 men to take over. The battle reports from the southern barbarian army also began to be sent towards Qin Ming's side one after another. Originally, the 3 guards were at the border, and their relationship with Qin Ming wasn't exactly close. Qin Ming didn't even know much about the border. It was better now, as Chao Chuan and Lu Chong, who had been wandering the wilderness waiting for the right moment, were finally able to send the information from this side of the world. That day at noon, running back and forth to help the barracks to do a good job of coordinating, Chang Baishan quickly walked through the door. Your Highness, half a month ago, the 3 guards were already over 1,000 dead or wounded, and in the half-month since Chao Chuan took over the defense, he's been raided 3 times, with hundreds dead or wounded. He rambled on about the front lines. Qin Ming just sat quietly, not rushing, letting him speak in as much detail as possible. Where are Xiao Tianze and Yang Lian? The 2 of them are doing well, taking manpower from the 3 guards, each leading a fine army of over 10,000 men, and resisting under false pretenses. Lu Bao told me, according to his observation of those 2 that way, it seems that they are trying to bring the trouble to the east. When he said this, Chang Baishan was furious and violently hammered the tabletop. Xiao Tianze, this son of a, is really not human. On top of the battlefield he's even playing tricks. Your Highness, let me bring someone there as well. As the commander of Qin Ming's guards, Chang Baishan himself was highly skilled in martial arts and had several hundred guards under his command. They were used to guard the royal palace on weekdays, but lately on the battlefield running around sending messages. All of them were righteously indignant. Greet Xiao Tian's family 800 times a day. Don't worry, Wu Qingyi has already passed. Wait and join me. After hearing his words, Qin Ming held a long pole in his hand and slowly shook his head. Your Highness, those barbarians at Jingdong Pass and Changsua Pass realize that they can't take it, and will definitely come to our Ningming Pass. It's a bloody battle. Chang Baishan was filled with indignation. He didn't understand why Qin Ming, who had been able to pacify the war in the north in the first place and had made a great contribution to the court, and now it's always in the back getting ready, not even going to the front. You know what the problem is? Qin Ming shook his head and saw that the sky was already gray, so he took Chang Baishan out of the barracks to chat. What key? Shang Baishan looked at him strangely. Qin Ming slowly said, the point is that we have very few soldiers, and according to the original idea of the battle, it's just a case of each one of us guarding the defense, but we need to do more than that. It doesn't matter if we have fewer soldiers, but I need every team in the Wuwei Battalion to be able to put up a stronger fight than the 3 guards. As he spoke, Qin Ming pulled the pull ring of the long rod-like object in his hand. A greenish-colored firework then surged up into the sky. Shang Baishan looked up in awe at the light that flew up into the sky, something he had never seen before. Some of them are similar to firecrackers, but they come with colors and also give off a fascinating light in the night sky. So pretty. Unfortunately, Shang Baishan was not in the mood to appreciate it. Your Highness, I know what you mean, but we've already given them twice the rations, twice the wound medicine, military pay, and accompanying physicians, according to the highest standards. What else can we do? Recently, Chang Baishan was helping Qin Ming arrange these supplies. Thanks to the blessing of Feng Qingyuan, the textile business in Lingnan is quite successful at this stage. Together with the original continuation, it was enough to settle the silver and supply the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Stabbing. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Qin Ming took another firework and pulled the pull ring. This time it's red. Isn't it pretty? Pretty. Your Highness, what are you doing? Shang Baishan, who usually would often be out of tune, was a little annoyed for a few moments at this time. Seeing that his mood was about to go wrong, Qin Ming smiled helplessly. Old Chang, you've been smart all your life. How come you're so stupid when it comes to the critical time? I'll show you a few more. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Ming released all the fireworks of several colors he had prepared high into the sky. Shang Baishan froze. Your Highness, are you going to spray them with this? Chapter 82, The Gathering of the Barbarians and the Danger of the Border Pass. Of course not. This is for you to use to pass information. Qin Ming pointed at the fireworks high in the sky. There were no skyscrapers in this era. The bright lights of the fireworks were able to travel great distances. Each color represents a command so that all the troops in the wilderness can be linked. It doesn't matter if there are fewer people, but we can rally quickly this way, which allows us to use more power. Qin Ming spoke slowly, his face reflected by the firelight. The breeze blew, and Shang Baishan jumped in sudden realization. Awesome, awesome, Your Highness. He had long felt that with Qin Ming's temperament, he definitely wouldn't keep guard at the rear, but Shang Baishan couldn't guess what exactly Qin Ming was doing, so there's always been a lot of anger in the back of my mind. Now that he finally had an answer, he was thrilled. One more day and my bright beads will be delivered in bulk. To give off different colors, you need to put bright beads inside the fireworks of Qin Ming. Sequins are a generic term for what are actually various metallic elements. Just add it to gunpowder to reveal different colors. A lot of the material from this era is less than complete, though. Many of the bright beads need to be hand-rubbed by Qin Ming himself with basic materials. This delays progress. After being urged by Chang Baishan today, Qin Ming wasn't prepared to continue delaying. In the early morning of the next day, after Wan Shu delivered the stuff, just directly to Shang Baishan, take your men and ask for another batch of prisoners from Song Dingshang. Why did you take the prisoner? They are the warriors who have no inhibitions. Tell them that if they win this battle, the king can pardon their sins and enroll them in the barracks for military pay. Qin Ming sighed helplessly. Xiao Tian's tactics are indeed good. The withdrawal of the 3 guards brought tremendous pressure on Qin Ming. This trip was almost emptied by this dog money. If he really couldn't beat the southern barbarians on the battlefield, Qin Ming would have recognized it. It was favored by the internal strike of the Great Qian, which had obstructed itself 3 times. He would properly settle this account with Xiao Tianzi and the Xiao Shufei behind him. Assuming, of course, that the battle can be won. Got it. Shang Baishan immediately nodded his head. Soon, Qin Ming had put together an army of more than 1,000 men, and they paraded in the barracks in great numbers. Before leaving, Qin Ming found Wan Shu, who had come to deliver the supplies. Can I get credit? The barracks were now emptied, and he didn't have much silver to pay Wan Shu. It's like the last batch of troops was sent out today, and Qin Ming hasn't yet settled the silver for Wan Shu. And, of course, He deliberately didn't give it. Look at your dead out. No wonder Xiao Yu called you a rascal. Wan Shu gave him a blank look. Waiting all morning, she didn't wait for Qin Ming to bring someone over to settle with her. As smart as she was, she had long guessed that Qin Ming didn't have any money. Looking at this man who had traveled all over the place to guard the border, even going so far as to cheat and deceive, and who had the cheek to come over and show his hand, Wan Shu's eyes were a little complicated. You have to win, or else the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is considered to be out of business, and now everyone knows we're on your side. Ever since Qin Ming did not know whether it was intentionally or unintentionally, he had exhibited the connection between the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and himself in front of Xiao Tianzi. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce would have been on board. If Qin Ming loses the war, his family and life are all empty and he is liquidated by the court. They can't run away from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Scared? Qin Ming saw Wan Shu's concern and suddenly smiled. This was one of the few times he had seen Wan Shu like this. Gone. Wan Shu grunted, turned around and left without looking back. Only the tassel around his waist was swaying backward by the wind. When you win them, come back and tell you a secret. The gentle voice came. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted slightly. Just in time. Win the battle and come back and I'll tell you a secret too. Just as he finished the sentence, he thought to himself that something wasn't right. He said this himself, as if he were the same as a TV protagonist, and usually people who say things like that don't come back. Depart. Qin Ming returned to the schoolyard and led his men out of the barracks in the direction of Ningming Pass. On the other hand, outside Ningming Pass, close to 30,000 barbarian warriors, clad in animal skins and sitting on the ground, were sort of stationed here. Leading this horde was a warrior of their first great division named Tuchi. Originally, he had only brought 10,000 men with him and was going to try to attack Ningming Pass, but after real contact, he realized that Ningming Pass, as the most important of the three passes, had the smallest number of defenders. Within a few days, their other two large units all sent letters as well. It says that Jingdong Pass and Changsha Pass are heavily guarded, but they heard the news that there weren't many defenders on Tuchi's side here. So just prepare to converge at Ningming Pass and take your chances. In fact, the three passes are far apart. It would take 2 or 3 days for the news to get through. However, with Xiao Tianzi's deliberate spreading of the news that Ningming Pass was defenseless, the news was quickly revealed to the major forces of the barbarians. This gives them the opportunity. The leaders of the three forces were sitting together at the moment. Tuchi, as the lead offensive team on this side of the ball, knows this place well. He spoke slowly. I'm going to attack from the flanks. First arrange for a part of my men to enter their rear in batches. They are extremely few in number and will surely be exhausted. You two can then press the soldiers up from the front. How about it? Tuchi has been fighting Chaochuan back and forth on offense for a few days now. Sichuan's walls were smashed to pieces, yet the pass was still guarded like gold. With very little attrition, it was continuously wearing down the southern barbarian soldiers. At this rate, Tuchi won't be able to fight at all. After all, attacking a city means taking several times the number of troops and piling them on hard in order to take it down. The southern barbarian tribe originally did not have this in mind, but it was only after hearing about the change of guard at the Dacian border that he arranged for someone to come over specifically. When they came, they failed to capitalize on the change of guard and were quickly beaten back. There is no way but to gather in one place, crush the weakness of Diqian, grab something, and not come here in vain. No, what if some other soldiers come to support us? The other two warrior chiefs shook their heads. They thought Tuchi's solution was stupid. After all, it's deep behind enemy lines and there's still no backup, so if you get caught in the past, you're dead. But Tuchi smiled slightly at this time, shaking his burly body and whispering, do you know why I'm doing this? In fact, I recently arranged for a few spies to enter Lingnan specifically to investigate the situation and learned a shocking truth. What? The other two looked at him with some surprise. At this time, Tuchi slowly said, this Ningming Pass has a saying, the one who guards this place is the Wuwei Battalion under the Qin King, not the same way as their court. Chapter 83, Attacking the City. Stray vectors falling from the sky. Tuchi told the story of Qin Ming's life, and the love-hate relationship within the Dacian court. The other two generals were all ears. How naive. We can't even snatch this kind of dynasty. In the end, it was a thin and tall barbarian general next to him, whose name was Hulan, who spat and said unwillingly. Another general with a round, extremely burly body named Gray Ming shook his head. They're just taking advantage of their large territory. If they continue to fight like this, we'll be able to take their place sooner or later. That's right. Tuchi held in his heart a strong desire to build a career. How's that for dry? Must go. That's all. That night while it was night, Tuchi, as a pioneer, took Hulan with him and touched the sentry post on the edge of Ningming Pass. They were hidden in the darkness of the night and quickly broke through the defenses of the edge post. With a column of troops, he quickly ran wildly towards the back of Ningming Pass. Report. We've had a few passes broken through, and a group has slipped into the back end of the defense. Inside Ningming Pass, a messenger soldier quickly came to Chao Chuan and reported the situation with a panicked face. Running behind the lines? Chao Chuan was slightly stunned and quickly realized what Tucci was thinking. This guy is giving me a hard time. This area is difficult to navigate except for the Ningming Pass. Even if they were quickly transported, they would be a few teams of 1,000 people at most. Once Chao Chuan turned back, they would surely die. But Tucci was gambling. He was betting that Chao Chuan wouldn't dare to move. And it is true. As the least numerous guardian of the 3 passes, he experienced a series of great battles. Despite his best efforts to break up one man for 2, casualties are just inevitable as long as it's a war. He had less than 5,000 warriors left on his hands at the moment. The other side had at least 20,000 or more troops stationed outside the pass. As long as Chao Chuan dared to make a move, the barbarian soldiers would absolutely stop at nothing to seize the vacant period of Ningming Pass and take it down in one breath. Need backup, General? The soldiers under his command quickly opened their mouths, but Chao Chuan waved his hand. No, just wait. Lu Gang's whereabouts have always been erratic. His Highness is still waiting in the rear. What Chao Chuan needed to do was to hold the fort for them. That's enough. Yes. The soldier nodded quickly, but at that moment, the sound of a horn sounded. Kill. Knock. 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 That familiar dull thumping sound. Chao Chuan reacted almost instantly that this was the enemy's stone-throwing equipment being powered up. Get on the wood branch. Wooden supports were the supports they used in battle to prevent the walls from collapsing due to attacks from the opponent's large siege equipment. Yes, outside Ningming Pass, a group of barbarian warriors dressed in animal skins or cloaked in leaves were brazenly charging forward. After approaching the city wall, they took out iron claws wrapped in thick hemp rope around their waists with extremely sharp front ends. Slamming it into the wall, a man jumped up and secured the rope with a tug. Those behind, with the aid of the anchors secured by those before them, pull on the rope and continue upward. Little by little, upwards to continue fixing the anchor point. Soon the walls were covered with their iron claws. The barbarian warriors, who had gone before and after, began to step on the fixed iron claws and kept climbing closer to the edge of the wall. When Chao Chuan ascended the city wall, he saw the scene and immediately commanded his men to start counterattacking. Fill it with kerosene. Yes, one by one, barrels were passed up from behind the walls on ropes and pulleys. Wow, bucket after bucket of sticky kerosene had just flowed slowly down the walls. Quite a few of the fixed iron claws then unhooked and fell off. Dozens of feet up in the air, many barbarian soldiers who were climbing slammed down to the ground viciously, falling into a bloody mess, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. But the general who had organized the battle, Gray Akira, did not react in any way and continued to wave his hand. Make it up. Yes. Stepping on the corpses of their companions, countless barbarian warriors were like ants. Using the corpses of your companions as stepping stones, you keep going up. Chao Chuan took out his fire folders and the moment he touched the city wall, a heavenly fire leapt up. It spread throughout the entire wall in the blink of an eye. The man hanging on the wall falls off and replenishes, yet still climbs tenaciously and hard. Chao Chuan, come out for me. Seeing that the city walls were scorched by the flames, they had turned scorched black. Gray Ming suddenly waved his hand, motioning a group of warriors carrying boulders behind him to come forward. Behind them was a group of men carrying wooden parts and assembling them quickly. In the blink of an eye, there were several more stone throwers on the battlefield. This is uniquely southern savage wisdom. Large siege equipment in the mountains and forests is not well transported, so they specialize in dismantling it, assembled on site when needed for use. It was only when the walls were scorched and their sturdiness was reduced that Greymind used this backhanded move. Bang on! The boulder smashed down. Chao Chuan frowned but did not leave from the city wall. Behind the walls, there was a creaking sound that came from the wooden frames they used to support the walls. Each boulder attack seemed like torture. Drizzle of golden sauce. Looking at the number of dead and wounded already under the city wall, Chao Chuan calmly continued to command. The golden juice is the filth they collect from the outhouses. Works very well in these days of poor medical care. It can easily become infected and fester when it gets on. Those wounded southern barbarians who went back could easily lose their lives. Gold juice used as a weapon has the added benefit of being cheap and works wonders in defensive battles. Gray Ming saw that the 2 rounds of offense could not be entangled, and the other party wanted to play a dirty trick, and immediately shouted at the people on this side. Withdraw. He's in no hurry. Close to 30,000 soldiers, although a few thousand were split out for disrupting Chao Chuan, but the number of southern barbarians in the army is still high now. Front and back, constantly exerting influence on Chao Chuan. This guy won't be able to take it anytime soon. Each time they wore down a portion of the soldiers at Ningming Pass, If the other passes don't come to support them, it's a foregone conclusion that they, the southern barbarians, will take Ningning Pass and enter Lingnan. Click. Zhao Xuan took out the binoculars that Qin Ming had given him and stood on the city wall with his face pressed against it to observe the southern barbarians' army. Despite the darkness, he had a clear lock on Grey Akira's location. The guy was hidden in the crowd, and it would have been hard to get his bearings without binoculars. After confirming Ash Ming's location, Zhao Xuan shouted into the distance, "Grey Ming, if you're here, what's the point of walking so fast? Get my bow." The words were spoken to the soldiers under them. Soon, the special longbow that Zhao Xuan used exclusively was brought over. Below, Grey Ming was sulking and leading his troops away. Half a month's worth of sparring. Well, at least you're an old rival. Why are you still saying these childish things? Listening to Zhao Xuan's shouts, Ash Ming only felt ridiculous. He himself was only feinting today, aiming to just take the pressure off the two Tuchi men. Just as he was muttering away, suddenly, a sensation that made one's scalp tingle came from behind. Chapter 84 Vanguard Army breaks the enemy, captures Tuchi alive. Whoosh! In the night sky a bow and arrow, even the arrowhead was black, fell in a parabola with an ear-piercing cracking sound. Grey Amin sidesteps it hastily. Bang! The bow and arrow went through Grey Mine's shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. Blood spurted wildly. What's going on? The personal guards clustered around Grey Akira froze. With such a dark day and such a long distance, it's even better to be able to shoot in the daytime. How come you're so mean at night too? Go first. Grey Ming was equally puzzled, but at this time it was no longer possible to talk about this, and he must first lead them away quickly. Phew! Zhao Xuan let out a long sigh of relief from the crumbling city walls. Looking down at the crumbling walls below, which had already accomplished their mission, Zhao Xuan arranged, take the men out to fortify the walls, get the strong crossbowmen in position, and don't let them near the walls next time. Yes, Zhao Xuan had utilized the city walls to the limit. Next time it's going to be a long-range defense. Looking at the 300-strong crossbows sent by Qin Ming, he felt a little more at ease. It was good to have your own workshop, saving up enough efficiency to provide the equipment in such a short period of time. I just don't know how much silver His Highness actually spent this time. On the other hand, Tuchi has entered the rear of the South Ming Pass. He doesn't know anything about this place. After all, there weren't many original examples of attacking deep into the opposition. Good thing he has a good sense of direction. He didn't get lost along the way, but he soon realized something was wrong. There always seems to be something shiny in the distance, but when you look closer, you don't see anything. How true that your highness guessed right. Lugan sat on a hill and quietly looked at the group below. That shiny thing just now was his telescope. All of them are in ambush. In a moment, when they come over, they will strike directly. A wave behind him. The soldiers who had long ago observed everything with their binoculars and ambushed here all returned a gesture to Lugan. They were lucky, to say the least. Originally, Lugan was in the mindset of trying it out, and arranged binoculars at each pass to observe. I didn't realize that just a few days after settling the people, a soldier would come and report that he had seen enemy troops entering. The excited Lubarge then brought his men around in advance and came to stand guard in front of them. By the way, what about that thing your highness gave us? Lu Cheng suddenly remembered something and asked a soldier carrying a small wooden box in the distance. Here it is. Then you stay here, and when the fight starts later, signal your highness for support based on the direction they're fleeing. Lu Gan is not very trusting of this firework. However, Qin Ming delivered the stuff early and gave him a string of secret messages. Different colors of fireworks can mean different things. For example, the 3 golden fireworks are emergency support. The 2 blue smoky flames are being fought. The 4 colors of red, orange, yellow and green indicate the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and north. Used in tandem, it means that emergency support is needed in a certain direction. For example, the red and gold colors are eastward support coming in. In order to prevent their secret messages from being deciphered by the enemy, Qin Ming would change the meanings represented by each of their colors every half a month. It would have been a great means of getting the message across, but Qin Ming overestimated Lu Gan. This was a grounded blind son, whose head was spinning when he saw the corresponding meanings of the strings of fireworks. In the end, they had to find a few resourceful soldiers to help them learn and send information. Coming, just as Lu Chang's heart was thumping wildly, recalling the feeling of a long-lost battle. Hands down the voice came. Lu Gan, carrying his own chopper, then jumped out of the bushes with a loud laugh. Brothers, kill, kill, swish swish swish. The sound of a blade piercing flesh and blood came. The soldiers at the forefront of Tuchi's ranks fell in an instant. Lu Gan led the vanguard army, and the soldiers in it were all fierce. It didn't take long to make a hard charge into the enemy line and cut down a piece of it. Lu Gan was even the first to stop Tuchi. Who are you? Tuchi had a hell of a look on his face, but it was too late. A few of his personal guards immediately protected him and said, "You go quickly. We'll take the rear." Without any hesitation, Tucci immediately drew back. "You still want to leave?" Lu Gang shouted violently. The chopper in his hand swung round and directly threw out more than 10 meters away, bringing up blood all the way, splashing under the dark night. Click! Tucci's warhorse's hindhooves were cut off by the blade, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Along with Tucci, he flew out and rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a stop. Crazy! It was the first time that Tucci had seen someone who dared to throw out all his blades in battle. Kill him! Without the slightest hesitation, Tucci quickly gave the order, trying to get a few of his personal guards along with the southern barbarian warriors to finish off Lu Chong. "Blowing awesome you?" Lugon laughed out loud and dodged the sudden thrust of a lance. The lance was then clipped to his armpit and lifted violently. One of his own guards who had just tried to sneak attack him was instantly lifted 3 feet off the ground. "Still not letting go?" Lu Gang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly slammed the man down. Click! The sound of bones cracking came out, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. The lance was snatched from him like this, and then he continued to laugh loudly as he rushed into the most crowded battlefield to kill everyone. Go! Go! Tucci saw that the other general was so horrible that even his soldiers were so bloodthirsty. He didn't dare to stay, and went all the way towards the back ready to flee. But at that moment, there was a stabbing sound. The sky suddenly became bright with several brilliant fireworks hanging in the night sky. Tucci was full of surprise. Lu Gan, on the other hand, pushed away a few of the enemy soldiers surrounding him and glanced up at the sky. Muttered, "Your Highness, what's the point of playing with this kind of women's favorites?" Soon, Tucci's men were routed and began to flee. But at that moment, a group of people suddenly came running from a distance, and after chasing after the fleeing Tucci, they pinned him to the ground. "No, Your Highness came so quickly?" Lu Gan was a bit strange, but upon seeing the visitor, he froze. "Old Wu, why did you come from the front?" The person who came was Takeshi Kiyono. He had come from the location of Ningming Pass. This made Lu Barge wonder. "I calculated that when they met you, they would definitely not be able to hold out and would have to rout. And after learning some news today, I brought 200 light cavalry to stand guard outside the pass." Wu Qingnuo hemmed and hawed and spoke triumphantly. He was the most tactical, and with the fireworks that Qin Ming had given him, as well as this type of combat, he had adapted quickly. "You can even guess that? It's nothing, just use your brain and you'll know they can't beat you, and when the time comes, I'll be able to catch the people with only so many men." Although Wu Qingnuo's mouth was modest, his expression was still very revealing. Looking at the captured Tucci, Wu Qingnuo suddenly said, "By the way, they have a couple other teams. Did you meet them?" "No, it wouldn't be at His Highness's, would it?" When he said this, Lu Gan and Wu Qingnuo looked at each other and both froze for a moment. The two of them were touching, and were still outnumbered. "But there are thousands of people coming from the other side. Doesn't that mean that His Highness's side will have to fight more with less?" Just as the two were pondering in their minds, 3 golden fireworks violently bloomed in the distant night sky. This is emergency support. Chapter 85, 2 armies at war. One touch and you're dead. Wu Qingnuo's reminder caused Lu Chong to tremble. "I'll go for support. You're short on men. Take Tucci here first and pass slowly." Qin Ming's army didn't have many war horses. Earlier, basically all the war horses in the Wuwei camp were given to Lu Chong, who was wandering around outside. Now these war horses just came in handy. Despite the fact that he had just experienced a great battle, Lu Chong couldn't care less about his fatigue, and led his men in a wild run towards the rear. Under a small hill, there are their remaining war horses down here. Originally, in order to hide it, they had kept a part of their men unified here to take care of the war horses used for replacement. "Go back up in the direction of the fireworks just now." "Yes." The crowd rolled over and changed horses, quickly galloping wildly toward the distance. Meanwhile, Qin Ming has been in contact with Hulan. For insurance purposes, Hulan had more soldiers on hand and went deeper than Tucci. With a force of more than 2,000 men, he surrounded Qin Ming's force of more than 1,000 men as much as he could. "General, this man seems to be the king of Qin." Among the southern barbarian troops, someone quickly recognized Qin Ming's identity. Hulan's eyes glazed over, looking at Qin Ming in surprise. It seems that Tucci was right. This king of Qin is not favored at all in the court. Even the number of troops brought out to fight is so shabby. The thought of it set his mind at ease. "Here comes the credit from heaven. All of you charge with me and capture the king of Qin alive." Wow! A large group of soldiers on war horses began to charge. Chang Baishan protected in front of Qin Ming and whispered, "Your Highness, stand back." As the words fell, he led his soldiers and began to meet the enemy. The south is mountainous and unsuitable for training war horses. Compared to the northern war horses that Qin Ming had bought from the market, Most of the southern barbarians' warhorses were short and flexible. The offense is also weird and varied. As they approached, dozens of brightly shining blades stuck to the ground about to cut off the hooves of Chiang Baishan and the others. But Chiang Baishan waved his hand. Behind them, the crowd spurred their horses and leapt up. From the heights, the horses' hooves stepped hard on each other. In an instant, there was an endless stream of sounds of bones breaking. In the rear, the several hundred death row inmates that Qin Ming had specially recruited over were already showing signs of routing. This scene caused Qin Ming to frown slightly. Death row inmates were originally brought to the battlefield by him, ready to be used when he fought the other side. And forgetting that these people have little moral ground to stand on, much less keep their end of the bargain. Taking advantage of the chaos of the battlefield, they tried to flee. Fortunately, Qin Ming reacted quickly and shouted at Chiang Baishan after pulling the pull ring of the fireworks. "Hang in there, guys, 2 teams of backup are on their way." These words were not only spoken to Chiang Baishan, but also to Hulan and the death row inmates present. As expected, many of the death row inmates present reacted when they heard what Qin Ming said. It turned out that Qin Ming's actions just now were actually a signal to summon support. Once there's support, it's going to be hard for the death row inmates to run away. Clanging their bells, the death row inmates quickly drew their knives and turned their heads back to begin the fight. They remembered Qin Ming's original promise. Either way, you're going to die, so you might as well go for it. And in case you make it into the barracks, you won't have to worry about dying. Hulan and Chiang Baishan's troops had just engaged when they saw a group of soldiers, who didn't even have war horses, charging into the position carrying long swords. The men were not afraid to face their dwarf horses. There were all sorts of tactics used, some of which were just crawling around low in the crowd, sneaking in a few stabs every now and then. Some are a few people who get together and hug and kill them one by one. There are also some that just fling out some dirt and mesmerize people before they even arrive. Then a knife came up and wiped out the enemy's neck. What's even more outrageous is that some people specifically kick towards people's midsection. As long as the kick hits, it's an opportunity to kill with a single slash. Dirty hands, lowlife. It was the first time Hulan had encountered this kind of army, though they played in a strange and dirty way that had never even been seen on the battlefield. But he had to admit, it worked. These strange soldiers didn't continue to rush even after finishing off the enemy. Instead, one eagerly cuts off the other's ears. It was their way of calculating military service. The higher the number of ears cut off, the more people killed. It's almost as if the hooligans are piling on. Hulan, their tribe, had always been united against the outside world, and the army that had been put together was well trained. Haven't really seen this kind of unit. In the distance, Qin Ming slowly nodded his head. In fact, Hulan didn't know that the real army was more rogue and darker than he thought. Furious, he quickly rushed into Qin Ming's army, ready to capture him alive and take him away. Just as the battle was raging, Chiang Baishan rode his fast horse and charged violently. "Dare to touch my highness, how many heads do you have?" A long spear smashed down on his head. Hulan gripped the long sword in his hand with both hands and blocked the move. Buzz! The tremendous force shook Hulan's tiger's mouth open and cracked, and blood gurgled out. Swish! Before Hulan could regain his senses, Chiang Baishan stabbed him through the small of his back. "You? Who are you?" Hulan puffed out a mouthful of blood. In all the time that his border general had fought, it was the first time he had seen someone so fierce. Chiang Baishan laughed out loud. "Remember, I am the former captain of the Crown Prince's guards." Chiang Baishan, speaking of their group of people who felt their way into Lingnan, they really didn't catch the good times. Lu Geng is the first fierce general of Wuwei Battalion, and this fierceness is not only the character, but also the strength. When he comes out, chopping Tucci is like chopping a watermelon. As for Chiang Baishan, the person who can be Qin Ming's first guard is naturally unique in martial arts. Although there were few people, each of these few generals of Qin Ming's was a top fierce general when put outside. As for why there aren't many powerful generals in the southern barbarians, it was mainly because they were already small in number, and it was only after gathering the strength of the entire tribe that they had only managed to put together an army of more than 30,000 men. The intensity of the general is, naturally, predictable. Of course, if this were an unusual time, it would still be possible to have a back-and-forth fight with the army at the border. Just not now. Withdraw. The terrified Hulan swung out his sword, forcing back Chiang Baishan. The next moment he turned his horse around and prepared to run for his life. Just because his strength is not good doesn't mean his vision is not good. It's kind of a kick in the teeth today, just by exchanging less than half a move. The pressure brought by the other party was incomparably huge. His first thought was that he had to run, but he had just turned around, and with a puff, there was another bloody hole in his shoulder. Put! Chiang Baishan was like a machine gun, steering his horse to stick to Hulan and keep stabbing. Quick! It's too fast! Hulan had never seen such a fast shot. It was only a matter of a few breaths. and his body was barely protected except for a few vital areas. A dozen bloody holes sprouted directly from other places. Panicked, Hulan fell straight off his horse. Well, at this point, he finally returned to the army. Countless southern barbarian troops immediately rushed up to surround Changbai Mountain. General! General! Hulan was relieved to see that it was a few of his own guards approaching him. Before passing out, he said with all his strength, "Run! Run!" Chapter 86 The Surprise Attack Plan. The critical 6 days. With Hulan passed out. Stomp! The cluttered hoofbeats rang out, kicking up endless dust in the darkness. The southern barbarian army seized the road and quickly dispersed. Chang Baishan wanted to chase after him, but at this time, he saw the fire in the distance. "Your Highness, Lu Chong is here." Qin Ming stood in the crowd and took out his binoculars to have a look. Nodding slowly once he was sure that it was Lu Guan, he said, "There's no need to continue chasing. Join up with Lu Bang and see what's going on his side." When Qin Ming set off the fireworks just now, he noticed that Lu Barge had also sent out support for needing fireworks. "Old Lu, didn't you say in the beginning that with 3,000 men, there was no need for support when the King of Heaven came?" Just after seeing Lu Chong approaching, Qin Ming opened his mouth and teased. Lu Guan froze for a moment. "Your Highness, when did I say support?" Quickly, he reacted by tugging at the collar of the soldier beside himself. "What the are you signaling for support? Shame on the old man, isn't it?" The yanked soldier hastily explained. No, General. I sent that as a signal that the enemy has been sighted and is engaging and can be supported. Being available for backup is not the same as asking for backup." The fireworks Qin Ming had given them could send out several levels of distress signals when combined. What Lu Guan sent out just now was indeed a painless and lowest level request for help. It was only after hearing a good explanation from the soldiers under him that Lu Guan finally let go of his hand. Then he came to Qin Ming with a face full of showmanship. "Your Highness, guess who we caught?" "Toki." Qin Ming didn't even think about it and reported the other party's name, because Chao Chuan was now guarding the border. Qin Ming knew a lot of information about the enemy army. Gee, no fun. Lu Bao sked. Filled with speechlessness, Chang Baishan opened his mouth. "Now that a group of soldiers have been routed, we need to clean them up early, or it will be bad if it affects the Wuwei Battalion in the rear." Lu Guan also nodded. "Okay, hurry up and support old Chao. That guy doesn't know if he's still alive now." Qin understood and said with a glance at him, "Crow's mouth, what if you really die?" "Cool, I have his origin anyway. Big deal. I'll help him pension off his parents later." As he spoke, Lu Guan pulled a piece of parchment from a slit in his chest armor. It bears the place of origin of a few close friends. It was their previous agreement that if anyone died, the rest would go to the other brothers. Looking at the old parchment, Qin Ming was silent for a moment and suddenly smiled. "When this battle is over, go back and let me make a copy." "Yes, let's go and support Chao Chuan." Qin Ming waved his hand and prepared to lead his soldiers to Ningming Pass. The two of them, Lu Guan, were a bit puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to clean up the remnants first? Letting them go is likely to affect the production of our workshop." Qin Ming shook his head. "Koyuki is in camp." Chang Baishan and Lu Chong all stiffened. Then he understood Qin Ming's arrangement. It turned out that Qin Ming had already calculated the possibility of Lu Chong not being able to clean up the enemy army and being entangled, so he made several preparations in this very risky war. "It's still your highness." Chang Baishan gave a thumbs up and turned to greet the soldiers as they prepared to leave. Lu Guan had always viewed Guan Yu as a child, and hearing that Qin Ming was going to give her the task of defending against the remnants of the army, the knife that was not quite believable at the time. "Your highness, how can things get this way? Although Xiao Yu also has strength. But what? I trust her." Lu Gung thought for half a day and couldn't come up with a reason. He only sighed and turned to lead his troops out. 2 days later, Qin Ming appeared with them inside Ningming Pass. Looking at the city wall that was already cracked, Qin Ming frowned and said, "How many others are there on the other side?" Chao Chuan, who walked down from the city wall, spoke. "There's at least a little more than 20,000 men, and I haven't been out of the city to dissipate too many of them. Gray Ming is also a very solid general, and their army hasn't lost too much so far, especially after Chao Chuan started taking out his strong crossbow a few days ago." Gray Ming then started to use a stone thrower and smashed it twice towards Chao Chuan's city wall when he was fine. Strive for a fine line of harassment, because he knew that sooner or later the walls would not be able to take it. Reinforce it. Reinforcement? That would take a long time, and we don't have that time right now. Chao Chuan shook his head and immediately rejected Qin Ming's proposal. The reinforcement of the city wall is a big job and requires a lot of materials. It's okay, just wait for the workshop to send the materials. Qin Ming used cement they hadn't seen before. Lime plus sand plus iron filings make cement. Qin Ming counted the time, and it would take 3 weeks for the cement to fully harden, but it would only take about 3 days to harden a large portion of it. and as soon as they got out the cement to reinforce the wall, they could make that wall impenetrable again. After informing a few people about the cement's plan, Chao Chuan's people were all extremely surprised. How long will it take? Qin Ming probed towards the surrounding walls and opened his mouth. Delay about 5 days. 2 days to pour the walls, and 3 days to wait for the wind to dry. 6 days then. Guan rubbed his hands together as he prepared to go out and meet the battle himself. Just hold out for 6 days to free up space in time for Qin Ming to reinforce the walls. After the cement air dried, there was no way for Greymine to breach it, at least at this stage. It's useless even if they have stone throwers. Who goes? Qin Ming swept a glance at a few people. I'll go. Just as Guan was about to speak, a voice suddenly came out from behind him. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was Wu Qingnua, who was crouching in the back. All of you have made your mark, and I'm the only one with itchy hands from following Lord Fong in his business. But the soldiers under you are not fit for this battle. I'll do it. Guan quickly stopped him. Originally, Wu Qingya's armies were very flexible and maneuverable as they carried out surprise attacks on the battlefield. He was also a good surprise attack general. But these days the hold is different. If Gray Ming saw Qin Ming reinforcing the city walls, he would certainly attack on a wide scale without giving a chance. When the time comes, we can only let Lu Gang lead people out to fight them hard, and the deaths and injuries are bound to be very high. But Wu Qingnua waved his hand at this time. I've figured out what to do with them, and I'll show you tonight. Let's not talk about 5 or 6 days. 10 is a breeze. As he spoke, he picked up a branch and spent a few lines on the ground. Both Qin Ming and Chao Chuan recognized that this was the terrain outside the Nanning Pass. What are you doing? A horrible possibility suddenly occurred to Qin Ming. Wu Qingnua faintly said, Your Highness, I'm going to go into the mountains and go straight for the hills like Tucci and the others. These days I have not been idle. I have long since figured out the way into the mountains. Chapter 87 Caravans and Bandits. I'm with you. Guan was immediately interested when he heard about this delaying program. If this run worked, they would never have to worry about the chase behind them again. Wu Qingyi glanced at him with a face full of disgust. Old Lu, don't go. Your soldiers aren't suited for surprise battles. He had a point. The paths in the mountains and forests were complicated and suitable for soldiers with strong physical strength and fast running speed. Lu Gang's vanguard army was strong, but its ability to sustain combat was certainly no match for Wu Qingyi. Qin Ming opened his mouth after thinking. Use both methods together. You go for a surprise attack, and Lu Bang attack out of the city at Ningming Pass. Okay. At this, several people from Chao Chuan nodded their heads. After discussing the subsequent battle plan, at lunchtime, Qin Ming pulled Wu Qingnua to the side. On this trip over, you look for mines in the southern barbarians and something with the name of rubber. What's rubber? Unsurprisingly to Qin Ming, Wu Qingnua really didn't know what a rubber was. Taking out a piece of paper and handing it to him, Qin Ming explained. It's on here. That's fine. Wu Qingyi nodded, although he was still unaware of the deal between His Highness and the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. But when he saw the mines and the rubber, he guessed that Qin Ming's goal might be more than the success or failure of this war. The sun was low in the wilderness outside of Camp Wuwei. Sekiyuki's tight little face led a convoy full of supplies forward. Accompanying them were a number of soldiers in regular clothes with battle armor underneath their clothes. Dressed like this was not wanting to draw attention to himself, disguised as a merchant caravan to facilitate his business. With the recent war on the border, she had been in the rear teaming up with Guan to provide supplies for the front line. But staying long enough to be in the back was boring for her. Take advantage of this delivery of supplies and soldiers. Guan Yu then brought along more than 700 heavily armored soldiers configured with warhorses and prepared to head to Ningming Pass with the supplies Qin Ming needed to make cement, because he was rushing to the front line for support. Guan Yu was very fast and didn't dare to delay along the way. But while on the march, the soldiers she led quickly realized something was wrong. Ms. Guan, there's a group of bandit-like guys that are staring at us. In times of war, it's normal to have gangs of bandits. Sekiyuki glanced at the bandits peeking out from the distant hills and didn't react much. Although they appeared to be a merchant caravan, if they really treated themselves as an ordinary merchant caravan, they would definitely suffer a great loss. On a gentle slope at the back of the distant hills, the severely wounded Hulan was lying on the grass, listening to the reports of his men. General, there's a merchant caravan over there. We can loot a batch of food and leave this hellhole earlier. After suffering a big loss at the hands of Chang Baishan a few days ago, Hulan was in a coma for several days before finally waking up. But just as he opened his eyes, he was confronted with an even trickier situation. Because it's a hasty march to fight a surprise attack, they came over with only 5 days worth of food. The food had been eaten long ago, and the soldiers under his command had suffered heavy casualties. There is also a group of routed soldiers that have not yet been recovered. Hulan is now considered to be at the end of his rope. There was no choice but to take up banditry. robbed 2 small caravans and took some of the grain, but they were left with an army of over 1,000 men, and that food was gone in 2 portions. Just when Hulan was so disheartened that he thought he would never walk out again, Sekiyuki's caravan arrives. Repair your troops and prepare to strike. Without further hesitation, Hulan licked the corners of his dry and cracked mouth and stood up with strong support. After you've done this big job, you'll break into the gate and go back to base camp. Yes. A few of his personal guards quickly began to fix the soldiers. Soon, they rushed down the hillside, riding a herd of shorthorn horses in a great rush, bringing up a cloud of flying dust. This kind of noise was already not covering his tracks in the slightest. Ms. Guan, people are coming. A few of the soldiers in front of them immediately twisted their heads back to yell at Guan Yu. Sekiyuki frowned slightly, looking down at the goods on the carriage at her side. These were several large wooden crates, covered with straw, and as the wagon traveled slowly, a metallic clanking sound could be heard from inside. After briefly estimating the rough number of people on the other side, he determined that there were only about 1,000 people. Sekiyuki wasn't the least bit flustered, and raised her chin at the box at her side. I wanted to get along with you as traveling merchants, but I didn't think you'd dare to come up here to die. Mount the crossbow. Yes. Dozens of soldiers quickly jumped off their war horses, picked up the hammers that were ready next to them, and bam, bam, bam. The wooden case quickly shattered, revealing the crossbow inside and the crossbow that Qin Ming had recently ordered the workshop to produce. It is not uncommon for a crossbow to fire 1 shot and release 1 arrow, but Qin Ming's crossbow was different. He had put a rebound device in it. It can automatically spring back after a crossbow shot has been fired and recock the preloaded crossbow. This allows for excellent lethality on the battlefield. The key is that you can fire more than 30 rounds of crossbow in a short period of time. Of course, there was the small problem that the thing was a bit heavy. It was loaded with dozens of stout crossbow bolts. After all, it's hard to maneuver it well without special training. Even Guan Yu had only trained a few dozen people up to this point. What are they doing? Looking at the merchant caravan that was getting closer and closer in the distance, Hulan was filled with doubt. He hadn't figured out what the other guy was doing. It was clearly just a group of merchants, and when they saw themselves coming they didn't even run, but instead were drumming up their goods. That's when a nearby proctor suggested a possibility. General, I know. They're probably taking stock of their goods and trying to trade their lives for money to buy their way out. At that Hulan sneered and said with disdain, then their math is wrong. We're not bandits. No amount of money can buy your life in our hands. In order to prevent his whereabouts from leaking, Hulan had directly killed everyone after robbing those small merchant caravans of their supplies earlier. Although there were a bit too many people in this caravan in front of them, Hulan wasn't worried. There was a world of difference between the strength of some merchant guards and a specially trained army like his own. The corner of his mouth raised a cold smile. Hulan disdainfully rushed up the hill. Little ones, kill for me. As the words fell, the sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Before Hulan could react, the foremost soldier who walked into the range of the crossbow was shot into a sieve. What is going on? Hulan all took 2 arrows. As the crossbow arrow pierced his skin with great force, he was acutely aware that it was not a bow and arrow. Bows aren't that thick. New wounds were added to the body before the old ones were healed. Pust. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Hulan collapsed helplessly to the ground. Sekiyuki looked down at the butchered bandits below in confusion. Up until now, she'd thought it was just a bunch of ordinary roadblock robbers. In order to hide his identity, Hulan, like Guan Yu, arranged for someone to change into ordinary Daqin people's clothing and hide his armor under his body. It really looks a bit like a regular gangster. Chapter 88, The Great War Begins. Countdown to the walls. That's weird. I'm armed and you guys are still coming. That said, he makes an awesome crossbow. Thinking of that tall figure that she thought about day and night, Guan Yu's heart warmed, but she didn't stop moving her hands, commanding the soldiers who were still idle beside him. He spread out towards the 2 flanks. After Hulan's death, the remaining remnants of the army instantly collapsed and were currently preparing to escape. But after running 2 steps, they were suddenly startled. The group of merchants in the rear ran even faster than them. The war horses of these people were specially selected by Wan Shu after Qin Ming left, since he didn't have to rush to find a war horse for the army. Wan Shu called Guan Yu to join him and picked extra carefully. The ones that were found were clear and top-quality horses. Screams and pleas for mercy began to spread across the battlefield, but soon the chaparral was quiet. Find someone to tell Song Dingsheng to clean up and let's go. Sekiyuki didn't know Hulan's identity, and even if he did, he wouldn't waste time on him who was already dead. Turning to give an explanation, he led the men on their way. It's as if this is just a delivery hiccup. After the crowd had moved away, Hulan, who was lying on the ground with wide eyes, gradually lost his voice as well. His face was full of resignation and doubt. As one of the main generals of the southern barbarians, He probably couldn't have imagined that he would end up dying in silence like this. 2 days later, Guan Yu arrived at Ningming Pass with her things. The southern barbarian army was still in force, only because of 2 wrong decisions and raids. 2 of their key executives were captured and 1 died without a word. None of this Greymind knew. He was still attacking every day. Only these days he found himself under more and more pressure. Why don't you come back? Standing on the upper post, Greyming looked at the disfigured Ningming Pass wall in the distance and guessed what was happening behind the wall. Could it be that it has already disturbed the Qin king? Then why are they still setting up heavy troops here? No, the king of Qin is bound to be at the end of his strength now. Looking after his head, Grey Akira thought extremely optimistically. The mind was already looking forward to the triumphant return of Tuqi and Hulan. It's best to stir up Qin Ming's big backyard. Inside Ningming Pass, the war had been going on for a month, and exhaustion was written all over everyone's faces. But all of this exhaustion was converted into surprise when they saw the supplies being delivered. Many have heard that if a new shipment of supplies arrives, the war will quickly come to a close. This is the IOU that Wan Shui asked me to give you. Make a handprint. Inside a simple thatched hut, Guan Yu sat in front of Qin Ming and took out a piece of paper from her arms. It was written in small, elegant lines. All are recorded advances from the Ridge Chamber of Commerce. During this month of fighting, Qin Ming and the others had indeed made a lot of achievements, but it cost a real fortune, not counting the previous savings spent, but also owed Lingnan Chamber of Commerce 170,000 taels of silver. As he watched the new supplies arrive, Qin Ming, who was in just the right mood, suddenly had 2 big heads. Owe her for now and ask her if she'll take a flesh payment. Stinking hooligans! Guan Yu reached out and pinched Qin Ming. However, she had underestimated the thickness of Qin Ming's face. After being pinched, Qin Ming licked his face and held her to tease her for a while before suddenly opening his mouth. When you get back you ask Wan Shui if he can give another batch of supplies. The account is on credit. I'm embarrassed to ask for more. Sekiyuki flatly refused. However, after Qin Ming said sweet words for a while, he still rushed back again with a red little face. Your Highness, what is it? After sending Guan Yu away, both Chao Chuan and Lu Bao rushed forward. Shang Beishan followed behind, heatedly laughing. His Highness stepped in. Surely you can get it I see that Wan Shui just as he was gossiping with the crowd about Qin Ming's philandering. Sensing that Qin Ming's gaze was glaring at him, he immediately stopped. This king's soft food is only for you, so don't talk nonsense down there. Okay, got it. Chang Baishan immediately nodded and stood next to him with a hefty smile. At this time, Chao Chuan opened his mouth. Your Highness, the cement materials are coming together and have already begun to be made, so the walls can be reinforced tonight. Shall we, then do it tonight? In order to prevent a long night, Qin Ming had put a lot of effort into this trip. Wu Qingyi changed into the latest batch of top-quality horses sent by Guan Yu. Traveling through mountains and forests, the usefulness of war horses may be limited, but Wu Qingyi took on the most important task. Qin Ming naturally would not treat him poorly, and everything was given to the best. All those crossbows, give them all to Wu Qingyi. Once the wall is built, we won't need this to defend against their attacks. Yes, soon. Wu Qingnua launched a surprise attack with a group of hundreds of people. That night, the gate of Nanning Pass, which had never been opened, was suddenly opened. Then a tidal wave of soldiers began to pour out. General, the Dakian army is coming over. Ash Ming, who was sleeping, got up from his bed and recalled the news with a face full of incredulity. How is that possible? Take the troops and attack with me. He didn't think about it that much and didn't see it as a sound bite. Directly leading the army, he began to rush towards the outside of the barracks. Soon, the Southern Barbarian Army and the Wuwei Battalion officially collided together. Lu Gang and Chao Chuan killed countless enemies on the battlefield and blood splattered. Both sides committed troops regardless of damage. With his shoulder bandaged, Greymind looked at the mounting losses with some hesitation. At the same time, Qin Ming stood on the city wall and looked at everything below. Although it is a good idea to raise an army, but this time their attrition was too great. Watching those soldiers that he knew very well, some of whom he could even name, die one by one on the battlefield, Qin Ming was silent all night. This was the first time he had participated in an official war since he came to this world. The entire battlefield was like a giant meat grinder, crushing everything and making life like grass. It was a bloodbath like nothing he had ever seen. Your Highness, Chang Baishan could see the anxiety and sadness in Qin Ming's heart and walked up to accompany him as he stood on the city wall, looking for topics to try to help distract him. We've already started repairing the walls. The first batch of cement was put into use, and everyone's making fast progress, so it doesn't even look like it'll take 6 days. 6 days of these dead and wounded soldiers, and in a moment you will go and take down the list. Take down the list? Your Highness, there will be people in the army who will take care of this. What do you need this list for? Looking at Qin Ming's gloomy face, Chang Baishan suddenly panicked a little. He felt as if something big was about to happen. As expected, Qin Ming slowly said word by word from his mouth, I'm going to help them collect their debt. Chapter 89, Frontline Suppression. Unexpected visitor. All that army damage is really unnecessary. If the 3 guards can support it, if the court doesn't hook up and dig in before the battle, Qin Ming actually didn't need to be so rushed to meet the battle. Yet they still do it. Qin Ming was naturally unconvinced in his heart. The cost of war should not be borne by the Wuwei Battalion. There was also Xiao Tianze and Yang Lian who had been pretending to be dead. The battle at Ningming Pass lasted nearly 2 days later. Between Grey Mine and the Wuwei Battalion, no one has been able to gain any advantage. At noon that day, in Grey Ming's barracks, a henchman ran in a panic. General, there's a surprise attacking party that went around behind us. What? How many of them are there? Grey Ming's heart trembled. The past few days had been spent tangling with Qin Ming. It had even made him forget that at the other 2 passes, there were armies guarding themselves, only a couple hundred. So, that's okay. Grey Akira rubbed his sore temples. Walking out of the barracks, he stood on the hill and looked toward the walls below. Ever since Ningming Guan used that gray paint and painted the entire city wall, Grey Akira's heart just kept beating. He didn't know what the thing was, but his intuition told him that it was definitely not good, and if he let them completely coat the entire wall, he might not stand a chance. He's been on a frenzy of offense for the past few days. Nah, that guy named Lu Barge was even crazier than himself. Every time they go over, it's like they're chasing themselves. This was coupled with the fact that Chao Chuan's army had been guarding the front of the city wall, not allowing anyone to get close at all. This puts a lot of pressure on them. Originally, Grey Ming wanted to use a stone thrower and smash the other side's walls, but Lu Barge, this mad dog, managed to charge into his camp and block every time. First arrange a team of 2,000 men to suppress that roundabout. Grey Akira's eyelids fluttered. This time it was the right eyelid that throbbed. There is a folk saying that the left eyelid jumps wealth, the right eyelid jumps disaster. His right eyelid has been jumping like this for the past 2 days. It should just be a bad break. I think. Greyman said something that he kind of didn't believe himself. Have the scouts who went to contact Tucci returned yet? The henchman stammered with some hesitation on his face. Reporting to the general, the scouts said that they did not find any traces of the 2 generals. It was not found. Or did you not look hard enough? Greyming thumps the ground and hammers it into the side of a large tree. Leaves rustled as he stared angrily at the men in front of him. Nope, didn't find. As bizarre as this news may sound, this is indeed the case. And they're not holding anything back. People just disappear into thin air without a sound. There was actually another possibility that it had already been suppressed by Qin Ming, but from the beginning to the end, Grey Ming did not believe it, nor did he allow himself to believe it. Inside Ning Ming Pass, in an earthen house, Qin Ming was squatting with a bowl in his hand. Inside were some mixed veggie noodles cooked in water, with a few vegetables floating on top of the grayish broth. That's their meal in the barracks. It must be hard to swallow for many high-ranking officials who are well-dressed, but on the battlefield, it's already considered a delicacy to be able to eat such things. It's always much better than the kind of dry food you eat when you're marching. Your Highness, in a few more days we should be able to hold this pass completely. Lu Ban ate while taking out the dry rations for their march. It's a big cake, very dry and surprisingly hard when dehydrated, and also very hunger-resistant. When marching, many people will carry them in their chest and back clothing. It can also provide some defense when a knife or gun is stabbed at you. I'm going back in the next few days. Qin Ming stood up and spoke to Chao Chuan and Lu Bang. Going back now? Ha! We'd like to celebrate with you if we win. Chao Chuan felt strange in his heart. Qin Ming had already taken care of things at Ning Ming Pass. It was logical that there was nothing for him to do here. But to rush off right now is ultimately fishy. Sharp as he was, he could detect that Qin Ming seemed to be something else that he had yet to tell himself. But what exactly? He didn't know and couldn't guess what was in this highness's mind. What's a win when you're just holding down the fort? Qin Ming shook his head indifferently as he gazed into the distance. Behind him, Chang Baishan saw this and immediately got up as well, leading the people to leave with him. Your Highness has been secretive these past few days. What is he doing? Taking advantage of Qin Ming's departure, Lu Ban sat beside Chao Chuan with his bowl and asked curiously. Chao Chuan shook his head. Forget it, don't pry into things we shouldn't know. His Highness's vision can be different from ours. We are only looking at the battlefield, but he wants to control the entire Lingnan. If you didn't guess it, you didn't guess it. The whole thing is so high and mighty. Didn't get an answer, and got a lecture from the other side. Lu Bao skimmed his lips and muttered twice, and continued to soak the dry biscuits in the clear soup noodles and ate them. In the evening, Qin Ming rode a fast horse and led Chang Baishan and hundreds of guards out of the city gates. Begin counting people and determining routes. Your Highness, Where do we go first? Chang Baishan yawned and turned his head to look at the surrounding official roads. Jingdong Pass. Qin Ming slowly spat out 3 words. The group quickly rushed towards the distance. 3 days later, a quiet Jingdong Pass. Yang Lian was sitting boredly at his desk, casually flipping through the war reports sent from the border. As he watched, his face grew more and more somber. That's not good. We need to find a way to get them killed. These southern barbarians are so incapable. I should have known better than to put my hopes on them. The information he had in his hands was naturally about Qin Ming. Now out of the 3 gates, only Qin Ming's side was fighting all the time. As for the passes guarded by Yang Lian and Xiao Tianze, they weren't even harassed because of their superior numbers, and sufficient weaponry and provisions. Plus the news Xiao Tianze spread out. Many people knew of the conflict between Qin Ming and the court, and knew that no one would come to their aid. This makes them even more idle. Yang Lian had written to Xiao Tianze before. He wanted to take advantage of Qin Ming's resistance to the end and lead his army to attack after wearing down all the soldiers of the Wuwei Battalion. Take out all those southern barbarians. Not only would it only cause Qin Ming to lose a great deal of money, but it would also rob him of all the credit. This was also why he had always been concerned about the battle situation on Qin Ming's side, just as he was pondering when he was going to strike. Today, however, something seems to be wrong. A soldier came to him in a hurry. General Yang, His Highness is here. Oh, Yang Lian stood up in surprise before a look of disdain appeared on his face. Is it hard to come over to me to get help? When he thought of the other party's attitude that didn't put him in the least bit when he was heading to the Wuwei camp earlier, Yang Lian's face then revealed a look of great revenge. Go meet him. Chapter 90. If I kill you, the court won't dare to kill me again. Inside the Jingdong Pass, a column of soldiers was walking back and forth in the barracks. They are not in the war, but they are in good shape. Make sure that you can be the first one to get into the fray once the war starts. They were all soldiers originally arranged by the court for Qin Ming. After the cut, military power was transferred to Yang Lian. After seeing Qin Ming's figure appear in the barracks, there were immediately many soldiers talking about it. They still felt some guilt towards Qin Ming inside. After all, a lot of people knew about what happened in the barracks. They failed to go over to support them when it was time to go to war. There wasn't much face to face Qin Ming now. It was supposed to be that we would never see each other again, and that we would be fine. It was at this time that Qin Ming came to Jingdong Pass. Your Highness, our general is having a little affair outside right now. Can you wait a little bit? The soldier who was responsible for leading Qin Ming brought him to a tent and opened his mouth extremely politely. Tell him to hurry up. Chang Baishan frowned and snorted coldly, not giving the other party the slightest bit of face. Young Liam's mind is simply unabashed. Something's wrong. Trying to hang them out to dry is real. This was sort of his way of giving Qin Ming and the others a downward spiral. Yes. The soldier hurriedly bowed and saluted. Then he turned and walked quickly away. Qin Ming waited over here until evening. The sunset was dim, and the figures of soldiers at the end of their training in many barracks were stretched out. They have returned from the schoolyard. Humming a tune, he grabbed his bowl and prepared to go eat. It was only after a late arrival that Yang Lian finally showed up. Your Highness, why did you come without telling me in advance? I didn't even make preparations on my side. Yang Lian stood beside Qin Ming with a false sense of humor and casually made a perfunctory remark. The mind was already thinking about how to humiliate the 2 people in front of him. Only before he could finish his words, Qin Ming suddenly shook his head. Since you're not prepared, don't bother. Take him down. As Qin Ming's words fell, Chang Baishan, who was on the side, violently rushed forward. Before Yang Lian could react, he subconsciously swung his hand to block. The next moment, he went black and was flipped straight to the ground. It took a long time of confusion before Yang Lian finally slowed down from his bleary-eyed state. He stared at Qin Ming angrily, and many of the soldiers around him also noticed this scene. All gathered around. Your Highness, how do you beat our general? A few of Yang Lian's dog legs rushed forward and tried to stop them. Shang Baishan turned and glared at them. Their steps stalled. The king has come today to discuss the offense. Qin Ming faintly opened his mouth. Hearing this, Yang Lian directly raised his head and angrily said to Qin Ming, what is my crime? Qin Ming had already prepared his words a long time ago. Is it enough that you have not supported the army that is pressing on you, but instead you are lingering here and delaying the battle? Yang Lian said with a cold snort. How can it be based on your mouth? We can go to the court and argue about the sins in this barracks, but you cannot judge me now. He had the backing of Princess Xiao Shufei behind him, and the cutting of the clan was also the emperor's intention. Sentiently and rationally, he was not afraid of Qin Ming. This was the reason why he was able to discuss Qin Ming for so long. I really do have a say in this. If I hadn't been prepared today, do you think I would have come over? Now that there are still more than half of the southern barbarians' army, you and Xiao Tianze will be executed for your crimes first, and with no one at the border, The court should be sympathetic to this king, right? Qin Ming's words made everyone fail to react, but Yang Lian suddenly froze. You're going to kill us and then take control of the military and threaten the court with the southern barbarians? I didn't say that. Qin Ming faintly shook his head. It's just that the general is out in the open, and there are some things that I should decide for myself, so I won't bother the court. Since there are filthy goods like you in the military camp, it's only natural that this king has decided to clean up his house. Of course, if the court really thinks it's wrong and wants to punish this king will just suffer. It's just that in that case, when the southern barbarians attack and break the 3 passes, it'll be up to the imperial court to arrange for someone to come over and clean up the mess again. All the soldiers around them were all silent. In fact, they also wanted to go to support them, only to be held down by Xiao Tianzi and Yang Lian. Yang Lian shouted angrily, "You madman! You dare to threaten the court! Neither His Majesty nor the Queen will spare you. I never seem to get a pass." The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up as he waved his hand at the distant Shang Beishan. Shang Beishan understood it by heart. All get out of the way. Those who delay the battle and are afraid of death will be executed according to the military law. Don't move. Several generals under Yang Lian had already received the news and arrived with a large group of people, watching them about to escort Yang Lian towards the schoolyard. Everyone immediately drew their swords. Yang Lian had become extremely angry and pointed at Qin Ming's nose and cursed loudly. "Qin Ming, these are all my people here. If you dare to kill hands today, I guarantee you won't even be able to leave the barracks. Stop." Many of the surrounding soldiers, too, all surged forward. A human wall was formed, blocking Shang Beishan's path. Seeing never to walk again, Shang Beishan turned his head somewhat helplessly to look at Qin Ming. "Your Highness, why don't I do it and kill them?" But just then, there was a buzz. The sound of a sword being sheathed came. Qin Ming rushed towards Yang Lian in 3 steps. Swish, blood spurted out. Unbelievably, Yang Lian covered his neck and fell to the ground. Shang Beishan froze for a moment. All the people around them were quiet too. Everyone looked at Qin Ming incredulously. "Can't stand it when people provoke me." Taking out a handkerchief and wiping off the blood on the blade, Qin Ming reinserted it back into the scabbard. "Well, who won't let the king out of the barracks? You may do it." There was dead silence in the barracks. Shang Beishan shoved away a few generals and faced the crowd in a loud voice. "Your Highness led the Wuwei Battalion in a lone battle and resisted an enemy army several times our size for more than a month. Behind the back, but also behind the back of the villain to play some sinister means of victimization. Men of honor, are you willing to be complicit with this kind of bastard? To be a shrinking violet? If you ask me, your Highness killed well. Wonderful kill." His words echoed in the ears of the crowd, and no one had any reason to refute them. "Take a few of them down, and the rest of you send the message to the court." Qin Ming spoke faintly, and Shang Beishan immediately stepped forward. With this group of highly skilled martial arts guards under his command, he took down several of Yang Lian's lapdogs who were present. On the bright side, almost all the people Yang Lian had planted in the military camp were cleared out. In 2 days, someone will come and take over the barracks. When he was leaving, Qin Ming left his last words to them. Then it was off on a fast horse, toward the distance. He had another man waiting who had to be killed. Chapter 91 The Price of Ignorance. A serious one. Jingdong Pass is far from Chanswa Pass. Qin Ming ran both ways and spent a little more time. Upon returning to Ningming Pass, Qin Ming specially arranged for a few people to inform Guan Yu. Let Guan Yu guard the Jingdong Pass. The young girl who had always wanted to go to war finally got her chance. Think it should arrive soon. In passing, all the official roads were blocked to prevent the news of Yang Lian's death from spreading. After spending another 3 days, Qin Ming went back to Ningming Pass to confirm the effect of cement air drying. It was only slowly that we arrived at Chanswa Pass. What brings you here? Seeing the suddenly appeared Qin Ming, Xiao Tianzi's face was filled with incredulity. He couldn't imagine what Qin Ming was doing even if he thought about it. Won't you invite me in? Qin Ming stood at the entrance of the barracks and faintly asked a question. Xiao Tianzi's heart was suspicious and his face was cloudy. After thinking about it for half a day, he couldn't even guess why Qin Ming had come. Since those who didn't understand the situation could only bring Qin Ming into the barracks first. Unlike Yang Lian, Xiao Tianzi had a lot of believers in his military camp. Walking on the road, Qin Ming could feel many lines of sight, all converging on himself. This is outright hostility. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Ming sensed that his plan to cut Xiao Tianzi might be a bit difficult. Your Highness, all their men are gathered here. Sensing that the atmosphere was off, Shang Beishan walked up and warned Qin Ming in a low voice. Qin Ming could be ruthless, and the soldiers on their side could be equally so. Just snap him up and take him away later. Be flexible. You don't have to kill him in front of all the sergeants. Qin Ming responded in a low voice. Shang Beishan raised his head and swept his eyes. quickly imprinting all of the several experts around Xiao Tianze in his mind. This kind of impossible task would be tricky for anyone who came over. But Changbai Mountain is different. He was the head of Qin Ming's guards and the top expert that Qin Ming had spent many years training. It was only stronger than those fierce generals on the battlefield. Find an empty tent. Xiao Tianze frowned and snapped at Qin Ming. What is the purpose of your highness visit today? It's nothing. It's just that I want you to hand over your military power. Qin Ming smiled kindly, but the words that came out of his mouth shocked everyone to no end. Xiao Tianze snorted disdainfully, seemingly somewhat unable to understand why Qin Ming would speak in such a manner. Your highness, do you think it's possible? I have killed Yang Lian, and have been taken over within the Jingdong Pass. Qin Ming's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears, like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. It set off ripples. You're crazy. At this moment they all directly stormed up. Everyone drew out the weapons in their hands and faced Qin Ming intently. It's justifiable to kill him for not going to war. The killing of him has been reported to the court, but his business is settled. And yours? Why don't you send troops? Facing the might of a group of generals, Qin Ming was not afraid and instead opened his mouth to ask Xiao Tianze. Mordecai has his own ideas, and since the entire 3 guards don't have to listen to your highness, is your highness minding things a little too broadly? Xiao Tianze took out the rhetoric he had prepared long ago. Compared to Yang Lian, he seemed more subdued. All the generals and soldiers present were his close associates. If Qin Ming dared to make a move at this time, he was confident that Qin Ming would never be able to walk out of this military camp again. Originally, there were many people in the court who wanted to put Qin Ming to death. Owners take advantage of today's great opportunity. Even if he beheaded Qin Ming, someone from the court would help him with the aftermath. What's your idea? Expand on it? As Qin Ming spoke, Chang Baishan also drew his longsword and slowly took a step forward. He was well versed in a variety of weapons, and was more comfortable with a sword than a lance in the melee and confined space of a military camp. Calculating the distance, Chang Baishan frowned. 2 steps to go. As long as he took 2 more steps forward, he would be able to take down Xiao Tianze himself, no matter how strong he is. Qin Ming noticed Chang Baishan's footsteps. Seeing the 2 fingers stretched out beneath the hem of Chang Baishan's coat, he instantly understood. I don't need to tell your highness about my decisions and tactics, do I? On the contrary, your highness has done too many wrong things now. Although you are a royal relative and your crime is not punishable by death, but beheading a general in front of the battlefield is a big deal. So why don't you wait here with me for a while and see how the court sentences you before you make any plans? As he speaks, the surrounding generals also immediately stepped forward and surrounded Qin Ming, their faces flashing with a fierce light. What are you doing to his highness? Chang Baishan took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward once again, and when he was finally sure, he gently nodded to Qin Ming, even though he was already surrounded by the group. Qin Ming did not have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised in a smile. Recognize him? Qin Ming pointed at the Changbai Mountain in front of him. Not recognizable. Xiao Tianze glanced at Chang Baishan. He only thought of Chang Baishan as a guard by Qin Ming's side. There was nothing to say about that. If someone from the capital was standing beside him, they would definitely remind Xiao Tianze. The guard beside Qin Ming was not an ordinary person, but Chang Baishan. Unfortunately, Xiao Tianze was not a general under the command of the capital's military camp, and had even less insight. You want to take down the king? Your highness, the last general wouldn't dare to take you down. But the matter of you beheading a general in front of the battlefield still needs to be properly explained before you can leave from the barracks. After all, that Yang Lian is also one of my people. Xiao Tianze was unwilling to delay and waved his hand. The crowd around him immediately swarmed. Do it! Bam! The sounds of tables overturning, china breaking, and chaotic footsteps melded together. The whole tent was extremely rowdy. Stop it all! With Chang Baishan's yell, everyone turned their heads to look over. The several generals who were fighting the guards around Qin Ming suddenly stared in disbelief. Only Xiao Tianze, who was seated at the farthest distance, had his right hand completely disappear from his wrist at this moment. A large bloody hole surfaced in front of the crowd, with crimson blood spraying down inside. Xiao Tianze looked at Chang Baishan incredulously. You, just now. He just wanted to take the opportunity to pick up his weapon, but the cold light drifted down and his hand was gone. Immediately afterward, a short knife was inserted into his dantian and violently picked upwards. Blood splattered. Xiao Tianze's entire body directly bowed into a shrimp shape, almost fainting in pain. He'd never seen anyone so ruthless, and the point was he was too fast. So fast that he didn't even react. Let's see who dares to move. Chang Baishan snorted coldly and dragged Xiao Tianze's neck towards Qin Ming's side. Look at the broken pieces of entrails that fall to the floor. The surrounding generals, at this moment, all stood in place in fear, not knowing what to do. If you knew him, maybe you wouldn't be so cocky. Qin Ming looked at Xiao Tianzi, who was approaching him, and spoke indifferently. Go get the medic over here. Hurry. That's when someone finally snapped back to their senses and roared loudly to the outside. Chapter 92 Reinforcements arrive. Chopping Xiao Tianzi. Qin Ming indifferently watched their movements and put forward his conditions. Get us a new batch of horses and send us out of the barracks. No way. The court will not spare you for such tyrannical behavior. They now only felt that Qin Ming acted like a bandit. Even if we are guilty without support, the court should decide. When is it your turn to resort to lynching? Everyone began to verbally attack Qin Ming, constantly accusing him. How dare you reason with me, courtier? Qin Ming quietly watched them, and his face gradually became gloomy. Did anyone say anything wrong when my king's Wuwei Battalion suffered such huge losses and fought the enemy alone? Remember, since this king has come over today, he is not here to reason with you. I will kill Xiao Tianzi, and all the stewards present. Likewise none of them will escape. As Qin Ming's words fell, the soldiers outside had already begun to gather. Xiao Tianzi, who was grimacing from the pain, covered his stomach and stared at Qin Ming with a sinister face. Qin Ming, you won't be able to leave today. Can't walk away? Qin Ming faintly shook his head. By this time Shang Beishan next to him had pulled the fireworks. 3 golden flames rushed up into the sky, illuminating the somewhat dim night sky. Wow! Outside the barracks came a dense clatter of horses' hooves. Where is my lady's fiancé? The crisp voice echoed in the crowd's ears. The corners of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up as he led Shang Beishan and Xiao Tianzi towards the outside of the barracks. He specifically slowed down and waited several days to arrive. It's the group that's waiting. Soon, a group of people broke through the defense of the outer perimeter of the barracks and squeezed hard into the barracks. Guan Yu, dressed in armor and riding a warhorse, guarded Qin Ming's side with a group of light cavalry. Is everything okay? Seeing Qin Ming covered in blood, Guan Yu immediately jumped off his warhorse to inquire with concern. Qin Ming froze and looked down before realizing that it was Xiao Tianzi's blood that had sprayed onto him. It's okay. Qin Ming, are you trying to cause a war between the two armies? If you lose Lingnan because of this, you'll become a 1,000-year-old sinner. Xiao Tianzi angrily yelled at Qin Ming. Snap! Qin Ming suddenly slapped him across the face. Engage? Are you worthy? Qin Ming picked up the dagger and stabbed him in the stomach. At this moment, everyone around them roared in anger. Don't you dare! Why wouldn't I dare? Qin Ming wiped Xiao Tianzi's neck with his backhand. Bang! Shang Beishan let go of his hand, and Xiao Tianzi just collapsed helplessly to the ground. Covering his neck, he leaked a crimson red. It was soon silent. The scene terrified all the soldiers present. Pointing at a few of Xiao Tianzi's inner circle, Qin Ming said indifferently, this is the feud between this king and Xiao Tianzi. All of you put down your weapons, and when I kill all of his traitors, you can still continue to defend this place. Those who do not follow are the remnants of Xiao Tianzi, and this king will not show any mercy. Madman! Don't you dare! Swish swish swish! Everyone drew their swords and quickly began to engage Qin Ming, who at this moment stood in the center of the battlefield. The Changbai mountain at his side immediately rushed out and began to tangle with them. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the several great generals were killed. Seki Yuki, on the other hand, commanded the soldiers and began to engage them. How many men did you bring? Qin Ming took advantage of the chaos to ask at Guan Yu. Seki Yuki smiled shyly and held out a finger. 1,000? Not quite enough. I didn't think it was quite enough either. So I brought 10,000 men. Seki Yuki smiled even more shyly. Qin Ming's body froze, filled with shock. What about Jingdong Pass? He remembered that the entire Jingdong Pass only had an army of 10,000 men. It's fine. The main forces are all at Ningming Pass now, and they're not worried about you. It was then that Qin Ming finally realized. Seki Yuki seems so much more terrifying than he thought. She's got a big heart to bring them all. But if you think about it, Jingdong Pass was only empty for a few days, so it really wasn't a big deal. The southern barbarian army was led to Ningming Pass. There won't be any main force in a short period of time, specifically running to Jingdong Pass. Tough or own mother is tough. Then aren't we sure to win today? Qin Ming still had the feeling of dreaming. Originally he wanted to go back and move for help after killing Xiao Tianzi. The real inaction is the use of force. Take this barrack step by step. I didn't expect Sakiyu to come up and zoom right in. Dare I say that in her eyes, there were no normal attacks at all. Did I do something wrong? Seki Yuki stared accusingly with wide eyes, and her voice was a little low. No, done right, done so right. Excited. Qin Ming barked and kissed Guan Yu's cherry mouth. Oops, what are you doing? I'm the general of Jingdong Pass now. Guan Yu hurriedly pushed Qin Ming away, her cheeks blushing. In less than half an hour, the battle here was over. The main reason it was so quick was because many of the soldiers present had not wanted to fight in the first place, except for Xiao Tianzi's direct lineage that was stubbornly resisting. The others, seeing how hard Qin Ming's strength was, just threw their weapons and surrendered as they fought. In the end, Qin Ming cleared out all of Xiao Tian's direct lineage before the matter was settled. You stay here. Qin Ming patted Chang Baishan's shoulder. Now that he didn't have much talent on hand, the only ones he could trust were Chang Baishan and Guan Yu. Sekiyuki is definitely going back to Jingdong Pass. Chang Baishan has the ability to lead troops, and holding down the fort is enough. But your highness, this will soon reach the court, and I want to follow you. Chang Baishan was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. This time, though, the battle was won in a big way, and even managed to completely resist the invasion of the southern barbarians. But the fact that Qin Ming killed two of the main generals, if it reached the court, the Qian emperor is bound to drop an extremely severe punishment, and Chang Baishan wants to protect him by Qin Ming's side. Don't worry, it's nothing. If they had their heads on straight, they wouldn't have made a move on me at this stage. Qin Ming spoke faintly, already having an idea in his mind. At this moment of southern barbarian invasion, only Qin Ming was left to control the situation on the entire battlefield now. Even Qian Di, that old man, must break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach, unless he doesn't want the ridge. Isn't it too underhanded of us to do this? Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming with some hesitation. There was no need to doubt that as long as Qin Ming got this done, the court would be filled with curses. But Qin Ming's side was relaxed. Morality is only good for those who are equally moral. Is there any bottom line for those in the court? After being disgusted for so long, it was time for Qin Ming to return the favor. Took Guan Yu back to Ningming Pass. Qin Ming took out a batch of supplies for Guan Yu to replenish. She was then instructed to go back first. He himself returned to the Ningming Pass, told Chao Chuan and Lu Gang all about his actions. Sitting in the dimly lit hut, both men's faces all looked wonderful. Awesome. Lu Gan gave a thumbs up, which was the latest exclamation he had learned from Qin Ming. Usually haven't used it much, but those were the only two words that would help him get straight today. Chapter 93, ask for money or food, or give it away. Your Highness, what about the court? Chao Chuan's reaction was quick and immediately thought about how things should be wrapped up. Worry was written all over his face. Others didn't know, but since helping Qin Ming with his military affairs, Chao Chuan could clearly feel the court's bias and targeting. This time Qin Ming had committed such a great sin. If the news reaches the court, even if Qin Ming can't be moved in the short term, after a while, the Qian emperor would also definitely not let an unstable factor like Qin Ming remain in Lingnan. When this battle is over, we won't be afraid of anything. Qin Ming spoke indifferently, as if he had already thought of a solution. In these 2 days you have stabilized your defenses, so you don't have to continue fighting with the Grey Mings. Find an opportunity to free up some manpower and integrate the 3 guards into the Wuwei Battalion. Ha! Lu Gang and Chao Chuan were both startled. If the original first Qin Ming or from the court standing secretly to get some benefits, so now it's open robbery. It's just this one chance. After thoroughly mastering the army in this area, Qin Ming had countless ways to integrate these people into the Wuwei Battalion. There was absolutely no way that the imperial court could do anything to stop Qin Ming at a time like this. They can't reach the whip. And at this moment, with the southern barbarians pressing in, the court will have to throw in the towel even if they want to take action against Qin Ming. Ugh. It's just a lot of stress later. After Chao Chuan thought about all this, he let out a leisurely sigh of emotion. Their armies were originally gold-swallowing beasts that consumed enormous resources every day. Now the 3 guards merged into the scale of Wuwei Battalion, directly expanded 2 times towards the top. Consumption is bound to double. Just don't know, Your Highness, that a small textile factory, whether it can hold up. Just as he was worrying over nothing, Qin Ming glanced at him. Pressure? What pressure? Do you have an idea? Chao Chuan's eyes lit up and immediately looked at Qin Ming with a face full of anticipation. Qin Ming, however, did not reply and walked straight to the table. Spreading out the rice paper, he snapped the paperweight on top. Then swish 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 swish, grinding ink and writing. The words were very ethereal, and the dashing feeling jumped off the paper. What are you doing? Chao Chuan asked curiously. Lu Bao also came forward to look at. Just he literacy is not much. Looked at a moment only see a food. Military pay. Qin Ming finished writing something and put this letter in front of them. Ask the court for a year's worth of provisions and pay. In a few moments you will find someone to deliver the stuff to the court. Seeing Qin Ming so arrogant, robbing the barracks wasn't enough. Even try to extort the imperial court for military pay and food. Chao Chuan's scalp went numb. It's too extreme. This is getting bigger and bigger. He also saw that Qin Ming wrote on the letter that if he could not deliver Lingnan within half a month, the 3 passes would be broken. It's already a naked threat. If I don't give something, I'll quit. This was also the price they had paid for laying their hands on Qin Ming before. After Qin Ming's explanation, Lu Gan clapped his hands. It has to be so right. I'll deliver the mail. Although Chao Chuan is a little afraid. But think about it or feel quite cool. After all, the courtside improper people for a long time. Need to give them a taste of Ridge's counterattack. The letter was soon returned to the court. The concrete walls of the city are pretty much air-dried. Now all that was left was a tug of war between him and Grayman. The southern barbarians already know that they can't take any advantage of this trip. Many of the southern barbarian warriors in the barracks now had thoughts of retreating. Every day is just like going to work. Go to the battlefield with the same 2 shots. Come down and go back to rest. Graymind, on the other hand, looks sad every day. Intuition told himself that the 2 fellow officers were dead. The situation was so unfavorable that he had already wanted to leave. But every time you have to go. Qin Ming then opened the city gates in a fiery manner and released a large number of pursuers towards them to die. It's like they're afraid they're going to leave. Now they can't leave or stay. What did the tribe say? Looking at the men who went back to scout and returned, Ash Ming asked anxiously. The tribe side has been overwhelmed by a bunch of people lately, and they are not free to help you retreat for a while. Why are they still those flies? Gray Ming had received news some time ago, learning that a group of Qin Ming's army had entered the mountains. It was said that there were only a few hundred of them, so he didn't care and just arranged for some people to go back for support. But it's this group of a few hundred that's like having clairvoyance, more familiar with the mountains than their natives. Often, they were halfway through rounding them up when they realized the men had run out. It puzzled them. Sometimes they happened to catch it, but the other side would just duck into the woods and start firing cold arrows. Their cold arrows are truly terrifying. A few breaths can release dozens of them. This jungle guerrilla warfare has left the soldiers holding down the fort in the rear tribes out of temper. But it's not possible to ignore it, because these guys would run over there and mess with the various tribes from time to time. Grabbing food, grabbing weapons, burning mountain fortresses. It's just not a bad thing. That's basically it. The henchman described the situation to Graymind rather helplessly. Gray Akira was listening with his head in his hands. 1 by 2. He had never seen such a shady person in his life. On the other side, above the walls of Ningning Pass, Qin Ming moved a Taiji chair and just sat here shaking it with a big grin. After the walls on this side of the city had been reinforced, the defense capability of Ningning Pass had been improved quite a bit more. It's kind of pretty sturdy right now. So Chao Chuan and Lu Barge left. They found Guan Yu and Chang Baishan and prepared to secretly dismantle all the armies and integrate them into the Wuwei camp. As for the grain and pay originally given to Shao Tianzi by the imperial court, all of them were also moved away. Of course, this certainly can't be the Wuwei Battalion moving away. Instead, they were taken by the southern barbarians. That way you can continue to ask the court for money. Qin Ming's entire army was now all thriving. But this goodness, in the end, was short-lived. On this day, a fast horse came from outside the steward's post in the capital. The other had just entered the post when he spoke with the letter in his hand. The barracks intelligence. And please take the trouble to submit it. What kind of bull ****** intel? The postal clerk put down the bowl of tea in his hand and glanced at it, realizing that it was only a piece of the most ordinary intelligence. It doesn't have the word expedited on it, nor does it have any seal. His attitude fell apart for a few moments. Put it there. Okay. The stagehand nodded, changed horses at the post, and headed toward his original post. The day wore on into the evening. The stagecoach operator lazily moped around all day, preparing to send the cobbled-together assortment of letters to his superiors. He looked down just in time to see this piece of intelligence from Lingnan again, casually flipping through the intelligence, which was not of a high level. He suddenly let out a light giggle and his face changed drastically. My lord! My lord! Rushing out of the stagecoach, he hoofed it towards the outside. Chapter 94 Recalculating in the Autumn. The pissed-off Princess Xiao Shufei. On the second day, inside the palace, the Qian Emperor looked at everyone present with a grim expression on his face. Outrageous? After killing Shao Tianzi and Yang Lian, this rebellious son still dares to write over to ask for something. The ministers all bowed their heads, not daring to speak. What Qin Ming had done was indeed beyond their imagination, but for the life of him, no one dared to propose punishment for him at this time. Below the throne, Crown Prince Jin Wan's face was also ugly at the moment. He was already almost 10 years old and had some ability to tell right from wrong. It seemed to him that cutting the clan was a necessary step that his mother had told him must be the right one, but this older brother of his is constantly getting in the way. This made him, who was still young, extremely dissatisfied in his heart. However, it is preferred that after he put forward the idea of punishing the king of Qin yesterday, none of the people in the courtroom, but none of them agreed with him, not even his father, who favored him, answered. Obviously, he agreed with his proposed policy of cutting the clan, so why is he silent now? Qin Yu didn't understand. When he saw the letter sent by Qin Ming today, his lack of understanding gradually transformed into confusion. How dare he? Unfortunately, No one in the courtroom could answer his question. Even the always wild mother. When she learned of Xiao Tian's death, she was so angry that she was bedridden until now. Are they all deaf or dumb? Seeing that no one was present to speak, Qian angrily slammed the table. This look of blowing his beard and eyes. If Qin Ming were to stand below and see it, he would probably burst with joy. Minister Chen, you speak. Scanning the circle, the Qian Emperor finally dumped this burden on Chen Shimiao's head. Chen Shimiao walked forward with great righteousness and bowed. Your Majesty, what His Highness did was indeed excessive, and I feel that he should be severely punished. I ask your Majesty to cut off the position of vassal king and remove His Highness from military power. Punish him with 3 years' salary and 3 years' confinement. Everyone around them froze. It was known that Chen Shimiao's elbow always turned toward Qin Ming's side, but I didn't expect him to come straight out with the toughest punishment as soon as he came up today. But soon, the crowd reacted. This old fox is so slippery. Up came several kinds of punishments that could not possibly be directly descended on Qin Ming right now. Not only did he put himself in the right position, but he also dumped the decision on the Qian Emperor. As expected, Qian Di didn't say anything. Right now, Qin Ming is the only one guarding the southern barbarians. To take him down is to let in the southern barbarians. The lesser of the two is known to all. But while he didn't speak, Chen Shimiao didn't stop. With a fluttering sound, Chen Shimiao directly knelt on the ground. His voice pleadingly said, Your Highness' behavior is tyrannical and sensationalized. I also hope that your Majesty will give the order now. Punish the King of Qin. In the back, the Minister of Household, Qian Kai, saw that the situation was almost the same and immediately ran out of the crowd as well. Your Majesty, I second the motion. I second the motion. The logic of their behavior is brilliant, forcing the Chen Emperor to convict Qin Ming. If he didn't have the courage to convict Qin Ming at this point in time, in his heart he still wanted to hold on to the great Qian River and mountain. It would be difficult to convict Qin Ming of a felony in the future. After all, you won't have as good a chance as you do now in the future. When Qin Ming repelled the southern barbarian army some time later, even if he was reluctant, De Chen would at least reward the soldiers on his side. Bringing up old issues and killing their vassal king in front of all the soldiers when they are being rewarded for their achievements? That's absolutely impossible. Below that, no matter if it was some who deliberately wanted Qin Ming to die, or some who had seen through Chen Shimiao's mind, all ran out in confusion in favor of this decision. Chen Di's face was ugly. Once again, Qin Ming had pushed him to this point. He felt as if Qin Ming was in conflict with his destiny. Every single time, bring everyone into the game and press their heads to oblige. The Chen Emperor once again felt that his status as the 9-5 king who commanded the world was not working well. No, it must be given. Just when everyone was screaming over here, honest man Yi Shoujiang walked out. As one of the top pillars of Deqian, he stood in front of everyone and roared loudly. If food and wages are not given at such a time, and the front line collapses, who can bear the responsibility? It's also true that Xiao Tianzat and Yang Lian don't support each other. And even if your highness is too hasty in what he does, it has nothing to do with the war. And even less to do with all the soldiers. Your Majesty, give all that is due. His appearance was tantamount to giving the Qian Emperor a step down. Chen Shimiao made a color at Qian Kai. Immediately understanding, the other man silently stood up, patted the dust on his own pants leg, and rejoined the group. As soon as he stood up, more people followed along back into the group. These are Qian Kai and Chen Shimiao's people. Eventually, the Qian Emperor spoke with a cold snort. This son's behavior is truly punishable. Although these words were spoken harshly, there was little reaction from the courtiers. Anyone who has ever been an official knows that the statement of desire to raise and then suppress is a mandatory lesson for those who hang around in the court. As expected, after saying this, Chen Di added to himself, but the front line is tight and the southern barbarians are pressing in, so let him take the credit for his crimes first, and then do something about it when the southern barbarian army retreats. Your Majesty is wise. Yi Shoujiang bowed down and shouted in a loud tone. Your Majesty is wise. Chen Shimiao bowed similarly. Behind him, a group of officials followed. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. In the harem, inside the Hall of Nourishing Heart, a sickly-looking Princess Xiao Shufei was lying on her side on the couch. The palace maids and eunuchs beside her went back and forth to take care of them. Thumping footsteps came. The young Qin Yu ran into the hall, his face full of anger. Mother, I don't understand. I don't understand. What's wrong? Seeing that it was her son coming over, Princess Xiao Shu immediately sat up from the bed and inquired with concern. What's wrong? Qin Yu informed Consort Xiao Shufei of what had just happened in the courtroom. What? Princess Xiao Shufei screamed loudly in anger. The intense anger even made her features start to distort. With a thump, Princess Xiao suddenly lay down on the ground. This scene startled everyone around. Even Qin Yu quickly rushed up. Mother! Mother! Go get the imperial doctor. Hurry! Don't scream! The furious and bloodthirsty Princess Zhao Xi immediately stopped them. Don't let others look at us as a mother and father. She struggled to get the words out before she finally fell limply to the floor. The scene froze everyone in their tracks. The palace maids and eunuchs who were familiar with her were also standing in place at the moment, full of hesitation. But Qin Yu couldn't care less, and he couldn't think about so many things. Go get the eunuch over here. Only now did the palace maids and eunuchs panic and run to call the eunuchs. Soon, news spread in the palace that Princess Zhao Xi had been infuriated. But it's not the same as the somberness of the Foster's palace. There is joy and peace in the courtroom. Chapter 95, Negotiations begin. The straw that breaks the camel's back. The events within the capital quickly reached Qin Ming's ears. Learned that the Qian emperor did not go to court for 3 days. Zhao Xi fainted and bedridden for half a month. Qin Ming looked at the letter in his hand, his face devoid of sadness or joy. If we had known, why did we have to do it in the first place? Chao Chuan, who had returned with the army, found Qin Ming and talked to him about the recent situation. Your Highness, Greymind has arranged for a messenger to come over to negotiate, as if to ask for peace. Let him come. Qin Ming nodded slowly. He still had an agreement with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. All those mines and rubber, get them early. At noon, the gates of Ningming Pass opened and Qin Ming walked out with Chao Chuan and a column of soldiers. Outside stood Grey Ming and his men. Have your men withdraw and return the tribe to us, and I will withdraw as well. Just after walking up to Grey Ming, what the other party said made both Qin Ming and Chao Chuan freeze for a moment. It's a headless sentence that's hard for them to understand. What makes our people withdraw? That's the same force that made the surprise attack. They've taken over 2 very important tribes. And you're pretending you don't know? Is that even possible? Qin Ming had been busy lately with matters within their own military camp. Whether it was the replenishment of the Wuwei Battalion or the reception of the court's rations, he needed to do it himself. Seeing that the war was almost over, they forgot that Wu Qingyi was still in the mountains. This guy seems to be mixing it up like a fish out of water and not even showing signs of coming back. Every now and then a few men would arrange to run back and ask the barracks for some provisions to carry into the mountains. A few hundred people's rations. Qin Ming naturally didn't even care too much. But I didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. Your Highness, old Wu has probably already led the men to smash the back. Otherwise they probably wouldn't have bowed down yet. Qin Ming didn't expect the move that he had casually played out in the first place. Surprisingly, it was able to display such power at this moment. Withdrawal is fine, but I need you to give me 5 mines. And rubber. Grey Ming's face turned ugly. Rambling? 5 mines? Why don't you just kill me? You can go back and discuss it. Qin Ming did not back down. This was a negotiation technique. Start by making an offer that the other party cannot accept, and then gradually reveal your intentions. That way the other person is also able to accept it better. Actually, what Qin Ming wanted in his heart was 2 mines, which would be enough for their military camp. If we mine harder, we can still sell a little and subsidize the Wuwei camp. 3 seats, and the rubber is fine for you, but you have to pay for it. Grey Ming didn't go back to discuss it, and he couldn't. They are now 100,000% desperate in the back. Wu Qingye's army was stationed at the main heavenly dangers, setting up dozens of crossbows and preventing anyone from passing through. Grey Ming is also very smart. Although Qin Ming took the mines, their rubber was a very large output. Grey Ming offered to let him pay for the rubber. It is to find an opportunity to do business with Qin Ming and earn silver from him in the meantime. Buy? No way. If you're asking for everything, what else am I going to buy? We can negotiate a constant price. How about? Grey Akira thought about it and played a little more. The constant price, at eye level, looks relatively low, but their rubber is extremely productive. Once a large number of them flooded into Qin Ming's hands, it was likely that they would be priced lower and lower in the market. When that happens, this constant price he has set will help them take advantage of the situation. Snap! You're a spooky kid, and you haven't been honest until now? Qin Ming slammed the table and shouted at him. At this point in time, Ash Ming even dared to play tricks on himself. Grey Akira's eyes glared and he blew his beard as well. Scream what? Big sound? Do you really think we are afraid of you? Swish swish swish. The group of soldiers behind Grey Ming quickly drew their weapons. Both sides had their swords drawn, and the atmosphere was a little scorched. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm informing you to hand over your stuff. Qin Ming looked at them without the slightest fear. Suddenly he opened his mouth as if remembering something and brought up another matter. Tucci is alive and can be returned to you. The other one, Hulan, is dead. This had been kind of the last straw that had crushed Greyminster. In fact, he had originally thought about it. Qin Ming was not hindered in any way for such a long time. Maybe those 2 colleagues of his own are already dead. But he wasn't convinced yet. After all, there had been no news. But today Qin Ming shattered his illusions. I'll give you 3 mines. but the rubber ones need to have a constant price. 3. Qin Ming was ecstatic in his heart. Things seemed to be a bit simpler than he had imagined. His face, however, did not show it. Instead, he shook his head lightly. Gray Ming, you're a smart man. Since you know that I've come over today to make so many demands, have you guessed why this is? Because you're greedy. Gray Ming spat, full of contempt. But Tucci is still going to be traded back regardless. Looking at him with a prickly look, Qin Ming leisurely said, I tell you what, the 3 guards are in my hands, and you've lost once and for all. What? If Qin Ming had mentioned Tucci just now, it was the last straw that crushed the camel. Then the camel was crushed right off the camel when that statement came out. How is this possible? How is that impossible? Qin Ming stood up, his eyes glaring at him. Introduce yourself. This king is the first sinner of Great Qian who killed Xiao Tianze and Yang Lian, destroying the discipline of the army and damaging the reputation of the court. Just recently became one. At the end he added. Gray Ming's face was filled with horror as he took a few steps backward, and his heart was even more shocked. So that's why I'm not here to discuss it with you, but to inform you. Rubber you can bring and sell to us, but the price will be according to the market price in Dakian. And those mines, I hope the major tribes will turn them in sooner. After the discussion, Qin Ming left the negotiation table and left on his own, not caring whether he agreed or not. It took a long time for Gray Akira to stand up. General, do we promise him? The few remaining soldiers rushed up. Gray Ming said with a cold snort. What if I don't agree? This man has a problem with his head. Don't bother with him. A few days later, the southern barbarians withdrew their troops. Wu Qingyi returned with a detailed map of the southern barbarians with several mines obtained from the southern barbarians. Qin Ming left a portion of the Wuwei Battalion soldiers to guard the border. Let the rear continue to deliver cement materials to the walls of the various passes. He himself brought the Wuwei Battalion back to Linjiang City, after not seeing each other for 2 months. This night when he had just stepped into Linjiang City, Qin Ming saw that the place was brightly lit. Standing in the street, facing a peaceful scene, he suddenly froze. That's not right. Doesn't Linjiang City turn out the lights all over the city at night and sleep well? Chapter 96, New Changes in Linjiang. The Method of Interception. Welcome your highness in triumph. Just as Qin Ming stood in front of the city gate looking out at the long street in the distance, Song Dingshang led a group of people to quickly come before Qin Ming to greet him. How has Linjiang City changed? Qin Ming looked at Song Dingshang and spoke with difference. Song Dingshang said triumphantly, recently, the workshops have gathered a large number of craftsmen, and the textile mills have also recruited a large number of laborers. A lot of artisans come down for the late shift with the laborers, and when they don't have a place to eat, they stop into town for a little drink and fun. Originally there were only a few street stalls, but the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce Group directly bought a few stores and converted them into restaurants, and in this half-month alone, 3 restaurants have risen in Linjiang City. He rambled on to Qin Ming about the changes in Linjiang City. In a little more than 2 months, Linjiang City has absorbed many residents from the surrounding counties and the main city. They say there's money to be made here. Just to work as a laborer in a textile mill, you get a few dollars of silver a month. That was fast. It's still thanks to Lord Feng. He recently ran to Hushi to do business again, and in one breath, he took over 300,000 taels of orders. And now there are hundreds of fabric houses cooperating with us, Song Dingshang said while bringing up Feng Qingyuan. Speaking of which, since coming to Lingnan, even Qin Ming hadn't seen Feng Qingyuan several times. One good thing about this person was that there were many things that didn't even need to be said by Qin Ming. You can just whimper and run it yourself. Talent. Qin Ming couldn't help but admire him a little. If Feng Qingyuan hadn't taken the path of the imperial examination, he might have been able to break out of the world just by becoming a businessman. Returning home, Qin Ming immediately froze when he looked at his gilded royal residence. What is it, Your Highness? The small courtyard of the 3 rooms that you lived in before was too broken, so I took the liberty of making the decision to widen it into 2 large courtyards with 3 open doors for you, so that it is also convenient for your 2 rooms. Stop. When did it become 2 rooms? Qin Ming interrupted and asked suspiciously. Gee, I understand. Feng Qingyuan opened his mouth with a smirk, his face all looking like I know what I'm talking about. Like Qin Ming is a vassal king, reputation is important. Sometimes it's just a matter of marrying into several houses and not being able to vocalize it. Forget it, this king is tired from traveling. Just rest and rest these days. Don't come to bother me if there's nothing to do. Qin Ming waved his hand and told him to go down first. As for himself, he pushed the door open and prepared to find a room to sleep in. Song Dingshang responded and left with a clear understanding. With a creak, Qin Ming walked from the front yard to the backyard. Suddenly, he saw 2 figures sitting in the gazebo, seemingly coming together to whisper. After seeing the identity of the 2, Qin Ming turned around and left. What are you running for? Wan Shu's voice came from behind. As if he hadn't heard, Qin Ming quickened his pace, but at that moment, a jade hand suddenly took his arm. The person who came was Guan Yu, who had long since returned to Linjiang City. Qin Ming, who had never practiced martial arts, naturally could not carry Guan Yu, who had a rock-solid lower body. He was yanked. You negative man. In vain we sisters often mention you. How to meet and run away. It's not a run. I just suddenly remembered that I have some business to attend to. I think you don't want to pay back our Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, right? Wan Shu followed up from behind and asked Qin Ming with a teasing expression. Definitely still. A few more days of grace. Qin Ming's silver was used to fill military needs. Fang Qingyuan's side of the order has not yet been completed. The court gave a number of them, but Qin Ming needed to build his own mines and pay his army, so he definitely couldn't give them. He had to keep dragging his feet on the money from the rich Chamber of Commerce. Never mind. Why don't you tell me about how that penicillin is made? I see you have it under that list. As expected of someone from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, Wan Shu immediately thought of a new quid pro quo. In fact, just the various trimmings such as monosodium glutamate, consumed oil, and soy sauce that Qin Ming had taken out recently had already made the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce a lot of money. This was why Wan Shu would tolerate Qin Ming's failure to pay back the money he owed. Hearing the other party ask for penicillin, Qin Ming bitterly smiled. Worthy of being the general merchant of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, his vision is really poisonous. Thanks for the compliment, Your Highness. What did you call me? Wan Shu's gentle expression suddenly stagnated, raising her head to look at Qin Ming incredulously. Qin Ming shrugged. Mr. Shang, before we left for the expedition, didn't I say that I would tell you a secret? Actually, I knew it long ago. Wan Shu was a bit stunned, then lowered his head and said with some reluctance, was going to tell you myself. In fact, the secret she wanted to tell Qin Ming in the first place was this. Come to think of it, the person who could mobilize so many resources, and who could casually help Qin Ming to forgive a loan. If it's not Mr. Shang, what could it be? I think we can talk about cooperation in the back. The war is over and the Imperial Court is definitely going to start targeting Lingnan. Now that he's been caught, Wan Shu's identity has been revealed. Qin Ming also took the opportunity to talk to her about what was going on behind the scenes. What are you going to do? Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming curiously. Wan Shu was similarly curious as to what Qin Ming would do. It's simple. Feed the troops. Qin Ming's purpose was already self-evident. All 3 guards were integrated into the Wuwei Battalion. He now had close to 30,000 soldiers on hand, with the rest still being recruited. The next step is to count on the rich Chamber of Commerce to grow the business. Easy for you to say. Don't you think that the court will give you a chance to develop? And even if they do you have the money? Wan Shu was right. Trying to raise an army is costly. In a few months, the Southern Ocean caravans will be here again, and silk is in short supply with them. Qin Ming spoke faintly. At this time, Wan Shu suddenly understood what he meant. It had been half a year since Qin Ming had arrived in Lingnan. He planted a plan to grow silkworms and has long since advanced it. These months just shift the focus from cotton and linen to silk. It will be easy to make a lot of money. Saying yes, Wan Shu's eyes lit up. We don't have a port here, and if we want to trade with them on a large scale, we'll need wagons to pull the goods, so it's time to use your tires. No problem. It just so happens that I have to make a trip to the southern barbarians recently. He had taken over the mines, and he was going to see them for himself and help improve the tools they used for mining. This will increase production. That's fine, but I'd recommend hiring some of the local tribesmen. Wan Shu suddenly said meaningfully to Qin Ming. You want to use money to tie them to our ship? Qin Ming frowned and quickly understood what Wan Shu meant. Standing up for the army. It was impossible for Qin Ming to cooperate with the southern barbarians. However, Wan Shu is a businessman and has nothing in his eyes but interests. Chapter 97, Freight Tricycles. Yes, it's like treating water. It's better to block than to block. That's good. Qin Ming didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head. This surprised Wan Shu a bit. She didn't expect Qin Ming to agree so quickly. Letting go of this matter, Wan Shu continued. You're confident in intercepting something from Diqian? That's going against the Imperial Court. Qin Ming seems to be at loggerheads with the court. It was not in her interest as a businesswoman to have to bring the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce along herself. Qin Ming waved his hand and said, I didn't say I was going against the court. It's just that since those Southern Ocean caravans can do business with the Imperial Court, who says they can't do business with me? You are also a businessman. You should understand that business is all about freedom. You're trying to steal the court's share of the trade, so that's good. Wan Shu was relieved. With the current power of Qin Ming, it was difficult to go against the court. Qin Ming is not trying to leave the court with nothing to do. His main purpose, in fact, was to part with a portion of the court's order. so that he can profit from it himself. Say it and do it. That night, Qin Ming's workshop began to move, producing parts for the carriage in large quantities, make wagons so they can get their goods to the harbor quickly. While arranging for people to make it, Qin Ming was not idle. He called over a few of his skillful craftsmen. Guys, any technical difficulties? The crowd scratched their heads. Your Highness, there's no trouble. Isn't it just making a carriage? No. Your current perceptions are still too superficial. As he spoke, Qin Ming gave them the knowledge of pulleys and bearings. This is a common tactic on some shifter bikes. Put these pedals, too, inside the wagons, and make some tricycles, so that in the future, for freight transportation over close distances, there will be no need for wagons. The endurance of a man is greater than that of a carriage. One of Qin Ming's moves was to pave the way for the popularity of those tires afterwards. The second is to save money. It can't be helped. It's so poor and bubbly right now. But the war horses in the barracks have to be arranged. For this reason, he had to hold all the horses that carried goods in the stagecoaches and cloth stores. This will at least enrich the horses in the barracks in the near future. Hearing Qin Ming speak in this manner, the craftsmen beside him first had a shocked look on their faces. Then they all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Half the time you still need someone to pull it. This has to be exhausting, right? Your Highness, people can't be used as animals. They all looked displeased. A tricycle that can be shifted, with different gears and gears corresponding to up and down hills and flat bottoms, is not tiring, Qin Ming quickly explained. Hearing this, the crowd was filled with suspicion. 2 days later, an extremely simple tricycle landed. A tricycle with 3 gears intrigued the crowd. A number of craftsmen were gathered around to keep ogling it. What are you looking at? Go straight up and try it. Qin Ming's urging. An artisan stepped out of the crowd and stepped on the pedal. It does seem like, is taking it easy. Yes, as long as the road is in good condition. It lasts longer than a horse rushing, and you can travel a little closer each day. And the key is to save money. Qin Ming smilingly patted their shoulders and summoned the 3 Chao Chuan over again. In a moment, arrange for the soldiers in charge of logistics to come over and learn the use of tricycles, so that we can use this for the transportation of our supplies in the future. Your Highness, you are a genius. Looking at a small tricycle, it can carry hundreds or even thousands of pounds of cargo. Even Chao Chuan was filled with joy at this time. In this day and age, transportation power is paramount. Nothing can be done without the collection and distribution of materials. Get up off the ground. Get up off the ground. Let me try. Lu broke to see Chao Chuan riding a tricycle will not let go. Waiting on the side of the anxious he rushed up, grabbed the grip. You guys, what a monkey wrench. Chao Chuan stood up with displeasure. Lu Gang hurriedly went up and rode the tricycle towards the outside of the barracks. Chang Baishan, who was following Qin Ming, frowned. This guy is so reckless. Nothing is going to happen. I'll go check it out. Qin Ming nodded and told him to go ahead and follow. Soon, Chang Baishan returned to the barracks with a face full of anger. Flipped. What? Several people froze. Shang Baishan explained. Your Highness, Lu Chong thought I was going to grab a tricycle with him and pedaled forward on the official road playfully. The official road was rough, and the boy tripped over something and tumbled right into the field next to him. I came back to take a couple of guys to move the car. Hearing this, Qin Ming's face suddenly looked ugly. How did this happen? Seeing this, several people were scared. Chao Chuan hurriedly spoke for Lu Chong. Your Highness, this person Lu Chong is just too big-hearted and curious. Not intentionally. You must not take it to heart. When I come back in a while, I'll help you teach him a hard lesson. Qin Ming snapped back from his contemplation before he casually said, let's go and get that guy and the tricycle out of the paddy first. Soon, the crowd walked out of the barracks. It was then that Qin Ming realized that the official road outside was extremely rugged. Many affluent places in Dakian might build some stone roads, but the remote territory of Lingnan was different. Many of the official roads were dirt roads, all of which were uneven and gravelly. Usually riding a carriage is bumpy, and now on a whim, Lu Chong is excited to ride a tricycle, even directly over the field. Your Highness, what's wrong? Returning from fishing, Chang Baishan keenly sensed that Qin Ming seemed to have something on his mind. Qin Ming opened his mouth. Today's rollover wasn't because of old Lu, it was because the roads were so bad. Shang Baishan frowned. You're not thinking of fixing the roads in Lingnan all over again, are you? You can't do business on these roads. Even a hard-working man like Old Fong took his business to the west side of the lake after a while of messing around over here. And you know why? Why? Chang Baishan asked suspiciously. And Qin Ming explained to him what Fong Qingyuan's heart was thinking. Qin Ming had thought that Fong Qingyuan had taken the initiative to run over there to do business with someone because he held a swan's will and wanted to expand his business to other places as soon as possible. Everyone else is thinking the same thing. It was only after today with this whole Lu Barge thing that he finally felt otherwise. The reason why Fong Qingyuan ran to others was because he made more money. The other reason is that the business environment on their side is really bad. Other than that, the roads alone are difficult. Thinking of this, Qin Ming uttered the maxim, if you want to get rich, build roads first. After these few days of repairs, let the expanded Wuwei Battalion get back to work on the ground. Zhao Chuan came forward and was astonished when he heard Qin Ming's arrangement for Shangbation. Your Highness, what are we going to use to build the road? Although they had labor, they were short of materials and had to find gravel and silt to build the road. This was when the preparations Qin Ming had originally made came in handy. Just use cement. Chapter 98, to get rich, build roads first. Qin Ming originally had the workshop make a batch of cement with the help of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. It's still being done because of the reinforcement of the walls of those two passes in Jingdong. Hearing this, Zhao Chuan immediately brightened up, and Shang Baishan also came to a realization. So that's a good idea. Don't forget, there are tires back there to go with it, so we'll have absolutely great transportation when the time comes. Qin Ming reminded them. Zhao Chuan said with a face full of anticipation. If the original 3-day journey could be shortened to 2 days, wouldn't we be invincible in Lingnan? Of course, concrete roads and tires speed things up, and with the tricycles, and switching people to ride for transport, you don't have to rest for a while. Like a horse, wagon transportation is not really that great. A horse has to eat a lot of food every day and take long breaks as well. If and when the trike is replaced, they can rotate people to ride it day and night. A tricycle with 2 or 3 people can definitely be replaced. Just as they were taking advantage of the night to ponder the wonders of the tricycle, Song Dingshang brought Fong Qingyuan to the military camp. Your Highness, I heard you made some new transportation. Having just arrived at the place, Fong Qingyuan did not talk nonsense at all and immediately asked about these things. He now has a constant headache because of the traffic. When he came back today and just learned of the news, he hoofed it to Qin Ming's barracks. Yes. Qin Ming smiled and opened his mouth to introduce the wonderful use of the tricycle. The idea of building the ridge was then brought up with him, although it would cost tens, if not millions of taels of silver. But Fong Qingyuan nodded lightly. I agree with you, HM, Lord Fong. I remember that you are usually very frugal. Why did you agree so easily on such a matter? Song Dingshang looked at Fong Qingyuan in surprise. It's a big deal. Fong Qingyuan said simply before turning his head to Qin Ming. Your Highness, within 3 days I want 300 tricycles to be distributed to all parts of Lingnan. This might be a little difficult. There's a tire making behind it. Qin Ming was now waiting for Nanban to trade rubber with himself. In the short term, it's just a matter of making some look-alike goods first, and then we'll have to improve the tricycle later on, allowing it to be more adaptable to long-distance transportation. You don't need to travel thousands of miles a day, just a few people rotating on 3 wheels for 100 miles a day. I can't wait. Fong Qingyuan frowned, his tone decisive. Did something happen to you? Qin Ming gave him a surprised look. Fong Qingyuan took out a letter. Your Highness, business all over the world has recently been robbed by a chamber of commerce in Huxi. They stole your textile technology and shipped a large amount of goods towards us. If we don't get it under control, we won't be able to make any money in the future. Upon hearing this news, Qin Ming immediately frowned. Huxi, isn't that Xiao Qinyan's territory? Originally it was his, but he made a big mistake over there before, and now he has been transferred to the north, and it is estimated that after a while, he will be able to enter the court through Princess Xiao's connections. Hearing that this guy could even be promoted with an illness, Qin Ming immediately frowned. It seems that the chaos on the courtside has intensified. Even this kind of person can blend in, so it can be good? Who is the new governor of Huguang now? It's called Wu Dingbua. It's said to have a great connection with that chamber of commerce, but this person does things in a tricky way. You can't deal with him well. It's better to settle this chamber of commerce first. Mentioning this person, Fong Qingyuan's face was gloomy. It seemed that he had suffered some losses at his hands, which was why he had returned to this side urgently. It is indeed outrageous to have people from Lakeside come to Lingnan to do business. People are already rich. Do not let Lingnan to go there to make money even if. Instead, he was still thinking about the 3 melons and 2 dates in Lingnan. This person, Wu Dingbua, Qin Ming had slightly heard of. This is a guy who has been lukewarm for years. Originally, it was a party official, managing the affairs of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, with a few political achievements. I just didn't expect that this guy was actually Xiao Shufei's person. The visitor is not good. Yes, Your Highness, let's be quick. Fong Qingyuan spoke with extreme seriousness. Despite being targeted, he still wanted to find a chance to break the game. 3 days then. 3 days to give you a batch of tricycles to use first. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake. Trying to reach out long enough to come to their own turf and do business, definitely could find a way to take them down. But about the textile machine leak, and a massive one at that, Qin Ming always felt something strange. I've got something to do. I'll go back first. After speaking to them, Qin Ming turned around and left the barracks to return to Linjiang City. This area has begun to gradually become prosperous. Because of the large number of people who congregate, trade and economic flows are very rapid, and every night is brightly lit. With a bang, he pushed open the door of the Ridge Chamber of Commerce chapter. Qin Ming found Wan Shu here. What are you doing? In the middle of the night? Seeing Qin Ming rushing to his front with an arrow step, warm spit sprayed on his face, and Wan Shu instantly blushed a little. The drawings for the textile machines were stolen, and they weren't even leaked over here, but at the Chamber of Commerce in Lakeside. Qin Ming's words made Wan Shu instantly understand the meaning. You're doubting me? Apart from your Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, there haven't been many people of great power who have noticed that the weaving bureau's looms are different from those on the market. I didn't do it. Wan Shu frowned her willow eyebrows and glared at Qin Ming. Turning around, he was about to close the door to his room. Holding onto the doorframe, Qin Ming blocked the other party from closing the door. What if someone else from the Ridge Chamber of Commerce did it? Can you be sure? Wan Shu was silent. Just as Qin Ming thought, even the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce could not be ironclad within itself. Not to mention a young girl like Wan Shu was at the helm of this Chamber of Commerce. It's not unusual for someone down there to play tricks and try to pull her down. You mean that someone within the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce stole your textile machine drawings and found a chance to send something to Wuxi? Other than the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, I can't think of anyone else who could have this kind of means and send it to Wuxi in one breath so far apart. Qin Ming nodded. This made Wan Shu even more furious. So that's what you thought of us all along. I'm sorry, but Fang Qingyuan doesn't go out of his way. And any problems he didn't find out about when he was doing business are most likely coming out of me. You're so conceited. Do you really think that everything in the world can be as you think it is? That you can know everything? I'll look into it, and if I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you. Qin Ming looked at Wan Shu with a burning gaze. Wan Shu snorted coldly and pushed him away, then closed the door of the room with a bang. Standing outside the door, Qin Ming sighed helplessly, but then a voice came from the room in a hushed whisper. I'll check it all the same, but remember, if nothing is found out, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce will be done with you in the future. Chapter 99, The Rubber Arrives. Under the night, Wan Shu sat on the bed curled up with her hands on her knees, and her eyes were also red. I thought I was on good enough terms with this group, but she didn't expect that after the incident, Qin Ming would be the first to actually suspect herself. Asshole. Wan Shu clenched her silver teeth as a small curse escaped her lips. After returning to the mansion and resting for the night, when Qin Ming woke up the next day, he heard Guan Yu's puzzled voice. After she pushed the door open, why isn't Xiao Shu here? She said she was going to go with me to the cloth shop. Don't wait. Maybe she's busy. Qin Ming walked up and comforted. Guan Yu immediately shook her head. It won't. She said that being a businessman means being honest, and that she will do what she promised. At those words, Qin Ming shook his head and continued to the military camp. He was supposed to make a trip to the mines. At the mines at the border junction, they had arranged for a group of people to go over and mine. Qin Ming happened to go to see how the color of the ore over there was. However, because Fang Qingyuan's side was in a hurry to catch up with the work, Qin Ming could only personally keep an eye on the place, strive to supply him with all the tricycles he needs within 3 days. Your Highness, are you going to the mines? Yes. Just after arriving at the place, Qin Ming was stopped by Fang Qingyuan. I want to be in the ore business. In the face of their emissions crisis, Fang Qingyuan proposed a new approach. No matter what, those who hold the resources are able to amass great wealth. As it is now, they can go to large-scale mining and just sell the ore. How? Qin Ming looked curiously at this talent in business. Fang Qingyuan was explained by him. If you want to build a road, you should first build the road from the border to Linjiang City, so that they can transport the ore over quickly. And as for some of the waste residue from the mining process, it can be incorporated into the cement to lower the cost of building the road. That's a good one. Qin Ming's earthen cement requires a mixture of lime, iron filings, and mud and sand. The strength of the made is considered high for the era. A two-pronged approach to paving, from the head and tail end, should get this road through in no time. Where are you going to sell this ore? Soon Qin Ming thought of another problem. Hussy. Hearing Fang Qingyuan's voice filled with anger, Qin Ming knew that he was going to fight Wu Dingbua. Thinking about it, after all, Fang Qingyuan appeared to have suffered a great loss at his hands. Plus, Fang Qingyuan himself was a nature that liked to take the bull by the horns. It's natural to get your revenge back at a time like this. Running into business in Lakeland West with tons of ore can definitely stir up a storm. Stirring up the market over there. That's fine. You don't have to worry about the ores. The barracks won't have too many battles lately, and all the ores will be supplied towards your side. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll watch this side for you. You can go to the mines first. Got it. Qin Ming thought about it, but in the end, he didn't tell Fong Qingyuan about the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Intuition tells Qin Ming that things are likely to come out of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, but not necessarily related to Wan Shu. Hopefully, when he returned, Wan Shu would have investigated the matter. Get on a fast horse. Qin Ming went prepared to leave with Chang Baishan and a group of guards. Instead, he saw a line of soldiers gathered around the barracks gate, who had come from far away with a number of things. What do you do? Qin Ming was surprised as he walked up and opened his mouth to ask. At this time a few videos saw Qin Ming immediately and eagerly walked up. Your Highness, we've sent back a shipment of ore and rubber. Please check. Rubber sent back? Hearing the two words rubber, Qin Ming's heart burst with joy. With this kind of stuff, they can start working on tire making. As Qin Ming pondered these things, Fong Qingyuan and Xiao Chuan beside him all rushed up as well. Your Highness, are the tires ready for me? In the past few days Fong Qingyuan had also discovered that the tricycle was a bit bumpy. With tires, at least they would be much more stable on such uneven surfaces. It doesn't take too much effort to ride. Otherwise just those bumps from walking. It's a lot of work for a person to sit on it. This may take a few more days, so you can use the basic version for now. Qin Ming wasn't ready to leave even after a moment of contemplation. Waving his hand at Shang Baishan to stop, he then turned his head. I'll stay in the barracks for the next few days. I won't go to the mines first. Let's talk about the rest after we've taken care of things here. Okay. The crowd nodded. Soon Qin Ming had gathered all the artisans present. Gentlemen, the tires for the wagon are ready to be made, and next I will teach you how to make them. Qin Ming quickly told them about the situation. So it is. We can try to do that first, but that's probably going to take quite a bit of strength. They are all making tires for the first time and are new to rubber as a material. It's still difficult to get started. Qin Ming was in a bit of a hurry right now, so he just pulled out 300 taels of silver from his sleeve. This is 300 taels of silver. Everyone try to get things done as quickly as possible, and if it can be done within 10 days, these 300 taels will be divided among you. Hearing these words, everyone in the room breathed heavily. 300 taels of silver was already a huge sum of money for them. After explaining things down, Qin Ming turned around to count the inventory. At this time, Chang Baishan asked suspiciously beside Qin Ming, Your Highness, when did you become so rich? Casually giving several hundred taels of silver. He remembered that most of the money on Qin Ming's side had been put into the barracks. Now they're buying rubber from the southern barbarians. The entire barracks was poor, so it was reasonably impossible to come up with so much silver in one breath. Who told you I had money? Qin Ming glared at him. Those were all I had just now. He really needs to get tires out fast now and steal business from Lakeside, in order for them to be inspired, more motivated and not confused about the future. It was only then that Qin Ming decided to play this pussy a little more mellow. On the surface, he was breezy, posing as if he was inscrutable and would be able to give them so many rewards at his fingertips later on. In fact, that only remaining 300 taels of silver bills had been taken out by Qin Ming through gritted teeth. Hey, I told you. Chang Baishan nodded in satisfaction. This was in line with what he expected from Qin Ming. Go, change some silver. The penniless Qin Ming's heart moved, and suddenly thought of a way to exchange silver. They have a lot of ore on hand. It just so happens that a lot of this resource can be delivered later. Sell it now and make an absolute killing in the market. At that thought, he immediately pulled Chang Baishan and ran towards their warehouse. Chapter 100, The Shameless Hushi Merchant Guards. On the other side, Fong Qingyuan had already started arranging for deliveries. Today he got over 30 tricycles and is ready to start investigating the caravans that are coming in from the west of the lake. My lord, they've lowered their prices so much now that they're even trying to sell their goods at cost. When he said this, several of his men were all filled with righteous indignation. The other side seems to be very aware of the problems in Lingnan. It's okay for these chambers not to make money, just recoup one cost, but as long as they slowly simmer, sooner or later they can simmer Fong Qingyuan and their textile business to death, because Fong Qingyuan can't not make money. If they don't make money, they won't be able to stabilize a base as big as theirs. They don't have much else to support besides this industry. The ore business hasn't taken off yet. Any more of this and they'll be in trouble. Listening to the report from his men, Fong Qingyuan snorted coldly. Who is the man who came this time? It seems to be called Zhuge Fazai, a hallmaster of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce. So it's him. Fong Qingyuan was originally driven out of Hushi by Zhuge Fazai. That guy, since he found out that Fong Qingyuan was doing business in Hushi and making a killing, just keep finding people to target him in the open and in the dark. At the end of the day, even the few fabric houses that Fong Qingyuan had negotiated down didn't dare to do business with him. In fact, when Fong Qingyuan came back, he did not tell Qin Ming that he did not come back after doing business. He really couldn't keep his business going before he came back. However, Qin Ming was a smart man. He hadn't been asking too many questions and had guessed Fong Qingyuan's situation. Sort of gives him some face. Unfortunately, Fong Qingyuan himself couldn't get over this hurdle, and he had been tossing and turning all night for the past few days. It's hard to get a good night's rest, and the thought of the previous business failure is always in the back of your mind. When other people fail in business, the big deal is to go back to the drawing board and scrape together some more money to start a different business. But it's different on their side. With such a big military camp behind them, Fong Qingyuan can't afford to make a mistake. You guys go ahead and try a shipment at their price. And drop the price a little bit if you can. By switching to tricycles, our transportation costs should go down a lot. Originally they were very costly just to transport by horse. Not to mention running from the west side of the lake to the south side of the ridge. Fong Qingyuan easily found the other party's focus. Yes, the few soldiers who were quickly present immediately arranged for the people who were transporting the goods below. Riding his tricycle, he headed in the other direction. There was some anxiety in Fong Qingyuan's heart, but it was well hidden from him. Sitting over here, he quietly looked at the ledger, carefully inventoried what other chances he had to turn the tables. People in Huxi are rich, at least much richer than Lingnan. That's why they were able to spend a lot of money quickly in a short period of time. Copy everything from Qin Ming. Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. After carefully preparing his mind, Fong Qingyuan finally came to Qin Ming without holding back. Looking at the other party's reaction, Qin Ming slowly nodded his head and pulled a nearby chair. Sit down. It just so happens that you haven't mentioned anything about Huxi to me since you came back. Only Song Dingshang has been praising you for being great. Qin Ming slowly opened his mouth, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blame in his tone. Fong Qingyuan sat down disheveled on the stool. He then told Qin Ming all about the bullying he had received over there, as well as the fact that he had returned in disgrace. I can't believe this is happening. Now that they've come to us to do it, do you have any ideas? Qin Ming naturally understood how difficult it was for Fong Qingyuan. The other guy has always been a hard worker, very honest and smart. Even he couldn't get things done, and that was indeed too much targeting. Qin Ming would not doubt his ability. Hearing Qin Ming's question, Fong Qingyuan looked up sharply. I might discount the price and start selling our cloth. How long is it going to last? I don't know, but the more effective the tricycle is, the shorter it lasts. I know, just let go and do it. We'll definitely get this scene back. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and spoke directly. Hearing this, Fong Qingyuan slowly let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Highness, for your support. Don't say such raw words to me. Qin Ming patted his shoulder. Then it was time to join him over here and wait. In the evening, a train of tricycles pulling goods came back their way. Seeing the goods on the tricycle, Qin Ming and Fong Qingyuan immediately brightened up, like when merchants like them go to make deliveries. If they can sell their goods, when you come back again, you will also bring some low-priced goods from other counties. Go to their market and make the difference. So if the cargo on the tricycle is their cloth, that means they didn't sell their stuff, but now all they bring back are fruits and vegetables and such. Sort of a supplement for the barracks, and saves the people in the barracks from having to run to the market specifically to buy it. How's it going? Can you make money? Fong Qingyuan walked up quickly, and a look of excitement appeared on his face as well. It can be, my lord. Our transportation is easy and our costs are so low that the price of a zhang of cloth is now 3 cents lower than it was. Even so it still makes some money. They were both very excited when they spoke. Even Fong Qingyuan was extremely shocked when he heard this news. Your Highness, we're done. If we can get it done for a lower price than Zhugafazai, that means they have a market that has been able to stabilize. Qin Ming, however, was not so optimistic. Can it go any lower? That probably won't work, unless we can run faster. Several people were a bit hesitant at the moment. Just as they were talking, another group of people returned to the barracks. They were crying and full of helplessness. My lord, it's bad. Today we met Zhuge Fazai. That guy even dropped 5 pennies. As they spoke, a touch of anger surfaced on each of their faces. Isn't that selling at a loss? Fong Qingyuan's face was ugly. Now that their competition had entered a white heat, the other side is going to get themselves killed even if they are burning money. Just wait until you can't stay up and they can take over the textile business completely. By then, all the people in Hunan and Guangdong will be theirs, and making money will be like drinking water. This would be the very first monopoly. Old Fong, let me give you another sum of silver. Qin Ming went to sell a batch of ores today, and his hands are a little bit wider. Don't rush. Let me think about it. Even though Qin Ming wanted Fong Qingyuan to do the same, Fong Qingyuan shook his head. Where do they get the money to stick it up now? Chapter 101, Haters Meet. The two discussed the matter for a while, but did not come to a unanimous agreement. They had no choice but to return to Linjiang City to rest first. Wait until tomorrow to see what the market does first. However, When they had just returned to Linjiang City, Qin Ming saw Fong Qingyuan suddenly standing on the long street and froze. Old Fong, what's wrong? Zhuge Fazai. Fong Qingyuan almost gritted his teeth and said the other party's name. Follow his gaze. Qin Ming then saw a middle-aged man with a big belly, lightly shaking his folding fan. He walked over with a tart face. A fan in the middle of the night. This man is really showing off. Qin Ming frowned slightly, sizing up this guy who had forced Fong Qingyuan out of Hushi. Herborist Zhuge Fazai. Meet your highness. Zhuge Fazai first greeted Qin Ming, then looked at Fong Qingyuan with a teasing face. Hey, isn't this my brother Qingyuan? Why have you come back? I was saying earlier that I would find a place in Hushi to treat you to a meal. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known there was such a good business to do. Ha ha, thanks to you. A few of his men who had followed him over laughed along with him. Fong Qingyuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth without saying anything. Qin Ming, however, snorted coldly. Does it feel good to steal? Your Highness, what do you mean by stealing? It's just that our people have researched awesome textile machines on their own. Zhuge Fazai opened his mouth with a smile. Inside his eyes, both Qin Ming and Fong Qingyuan did not dare to move themselves, because now the entire textile industry in Lingnan is in his hands. As soon as he gives the word, all the cloth stores on this side of the country will go straight into the bag. It has nothing to do with Qin Ming and the others anymore. Just as he was showing off his strength, suddenly a grunting voice was heard from the side. Damn, I'm sick of this kind of pretender. What's a petty thief who steals? Stinking in front of our highness? Lu Guan, who was drunk from the restaurant, suddenly appeared in front of them. Just now he sat by the window of the tavern and listened for half a day. It was finally determined that this Zhuge Fazai in front of him was an enemy of his highness. Remembering that Qin Ming had once given himself some money to drink before, although he was later cheated away, he still remembered Qin Ming's kindness. So Lu broke into a big bowl of wine and stomped out the door from the restaurant. Is this brother? I'm your father. Bump! The sandbag-sized fist slammed into Zhuge Fazai's face. Zhuge Fazai's entire body fell straight backward. At the sight of this scene, everyone around them froze. What's going on? A few of Zhuge Fazai's guards immediately rushed up, but Lu Chong suddenly pulled the robe on his body, revealing the armor on his chest. Let's see. Who dares to touch me today? Even you, Master Jun, dare to beat me? Seeing that the other party was a soldier, and still in the barracks with a low official position, the crowd was a bit cast down at this point. Zhuge Fazai covered his face and sat on the ground with snot and tears. Your Highness, do you not care if someone in your fiefdom beats someone in the street? What beating? The king didn't see it. Qin Ming shook his head and looked towards the surroundings. At this time, Lu Chong was also pulled back to continue drinking by a few women in the restaurant. Qin Ming squatted in front of Zhuge Fazai. That one in the palace is still really capable. Can't move the military power? And start playing dirty tricks on business again? Go back and give them a message. Lingnan's business. This king will do it. Hearing this, Zhuge Fazai immediately turned ugly. He found that inside the eyes of many people, the extremely high status of Princess Xiao Shufei. Surprisingly, Qin Ming did not have any reverence for it. Okay, I'll remember you guys. Wait. Zhuge Fazai climbed up from the ground, covering his swollen and bloodied face, gritting his teeth and speaking to Qin Ming and the two of them. I want you to know that there are many things in the world that can be solved without violence. Qin Ming already guessed that this guy wasn't holding his farts when he looked at him like this. However, he did not have any fear in the face of this guy's threat. Whatever you're pulling, I'll play along. Your Highness is indeed a fastidious person. In that case, you will wait. As he spoke he grunted coldly and turned his head directly away. Looking at his departing back, Fong Qingyuan frowned and reminded Qin Ming in a low voice. Your Highness, this guy is very sinister. We must be careful. I'll arrange for a few people to follow him later. No, I don't even have to guess what he wants. Qin Ming sneered twice and left with Fong Qingyuan. Other side. After running away, Zhuge Fazai hid under an alley, covering his face and hissing. Several of his men stood helplessly on the sidelines. Zhuge Fazai was furious and snapped his palm on the face of one of his men. You bunch of losers. Why didn't any of you dare to go up when that guy hit me just now? I spent so much money to raise you guys, but I didn't expect to raise a bunch of limpets. Get out. All of you. The crowd had taken a beating, but no one was willing to leave at this point. After all, although Zhuge Fazai had a foul temper, and had even either hit or scolded them, it was only after slapping a few times at them that Zhuge Fazai finally stopped, and the anger in his heart calmed down a little. It seems that they have a new tactic to try to deal with us. You guys will go out of the city now and see what they have gotten out of the inside of their barracks. As a businessman, though Zhuge Fazai had a bad temper and bad character, but he has a keen sense of smell. This was why he had been able to do business for so long, consistently making money and even become the Chamber of Commerce's hallmaster. Today, Seeing Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan with this look of a settled mind, he then guessed that the other party must have a means against him. In order for him to have more information, he had to investigate ahead of time. Yes. A few of the men under his command hurriedly bowed their heads in response after taking a beating, quickly running towards the outskirts of the city. Early in the morning of the next day, Fang Qingyuan arrived early in front of Qin Ming's mansion. Shouting at Qin Ming, he rushed towards the outskirts of the city as usual. They're going to see how productive the workshop is. What is known now is that there are also many workshops on the west side of the lake, and their production efficiency is only faster than their own. Fang Qingyuan felt that since the barracks had made a tricycle, they should step up their efforts, take advantage of the tricycle as early as possible and deal a blow to the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce and Business. Otherwise the advantage of the tricycle will be stolen by them as well, and then all bets are off. After the two rode a fast horse to the barracks, he saw Chao Chuan, who was tugging at a soldier's collar with an ugly face, loudly reprimanding something. What's going on? Qin Ming walked forward. Chao Chuan loosened his hand and said to Qin Ming with an extremely ugly face, Your Highness, in the middle of the night yesterday, when they were rushing back from their night journey, they lost a tricycle. Oh, Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, and the face of Fang Qingyuan, who had followed Qin Ming over, suddenly turned ugly. Chapter 102. The drawings leaked again. Your Highness, it must be yesterday's Zhuge Fazai who moved. This guy is too shady. Thinking back to the threat Zhuge Fa Kai made to them yesterday when he was leaving. At this moment, Fang Qingyuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. They have a great workshop that makes a lot of similar tricycles in a short period of time. Fang Qingyuan's words caused the few soldiers present to all freeze. They hadn't reacted just now, but now they also understood that it seemed like they had made a big mess. It was really dark last night and they came in a dozen or so and flipped us over into the field. By the time we caught up with them, they'd already carried their stuff onto the wagon and were off in a huff. And a couple of them fought us. They rushed to tell the story of last night. Can you guys recognize anyone? Qin Ming frowned slightly as he looked at a few people. I can't recognize them. Your Highness, yesterday they all covered their faces with black veils and ran fast. Plus it was too dark to tell who they were. What an old fart. Hearing these words, Qin Ming let out a long sigh. Chao Chuan and Fang Qingyuan both fell silent. Could it be that this business of theirs was really out of the question? Fang Qingyuan sat on the ground disheveled. Yesterday there were some embers of revenge kindled, which were instantly extinguished. As long as the other party also mastered the technology of the tricycle, when the time came, it would definitely bring a huge blow to Qin Ming, and their freight rates would be lowered, and the price of cloth would have to be lowered as well. Just when they were all disheartened, they realized that Qin Ming, who had sighed, had suddenly raised the corners of his mouth with a playful expression. Luckily I have other means. What do you mean, Your Highness? Fang Qingyuan and Chao Chuan's eyes both lit up. What kind of tricycle did he move yesterday? Qin Ming didn't reply, but they opened their mouths and asked. Several soldiers immediately explained. It's just a regular tricycle. Good. In that case, we'll put on rows of tires in a few days. Qin Ming smiled slightly. The words that were spoken, however, caused Chao Chuan to be a bit puzzled. Your Highness, what does this have to do with tires? Fang Qingyuan came to a sudden realization. Are you trying to screw them out of a deal? Yes, it's not too late to wait for them to make the tricycles, and then once they start making deliveries, let's put those tires on them so that the tricycles are fast and save energy, and as usual, we can suppress them. Qin Ming's words made them all freeze. So it is. Hearing these words, Chao Chuan laughed out loud, and a few people had a look of understanding on their faces. On the other hand, he had his men carry the tricycle back to the courtyard where he was staying. Zhuge Fazai was already extremely excited. This king of Qin really does have a pair of brushes. To think of such a time-saving and labor-saving tool. With this thing, we'll just find a few laborers and let them transport things on the official road. It's still cheaper than horses. Ha ha. This statement caused a few of the men around him to hesitate a bit. Hall Master, Hushi is very far from Lingnan. Even on horseback it takes 7 or 8 days. If they change this thing and travel day and night, although it's quicker, it's going to be exhausting. What? You guys still afraid no one will do it? Zhuge Fazai glanced at them and said disdainfully. Doesn't it cost much more for horses to eat grass than for these untouchables? I realized you guys just don't know how to save. This day in and day out. No wonder you brainless bastards can't be hall masters. After being reprimanded, the crowd had to lower their heads, not daring to say anything else. Take advantage of the time during the day when all the stores are open. Zhuge Fazai found a few master carpenters and asked them to dismantle the tricycle, studied the structure inside, drew diagrams, and quickly had them sent back to Lakeside. Fast and furious. It must be delivered in 3 days, and I want to see it delivered in 10. Zhuge Fazai's face showed a touch of smugness of having his revenge avenged. With this stuff, doing business over here, the price of one's goods will be lower. At that time, even if Qin Ming and Fong Qingyuan came over, kneeling on the ground and begging for a high hand, and he's definitely not giving it a chance anymore. The thought that in a few days, they might well come over to them and admit their guilt. At this moment Zhuge Fazai only felt relief through his body. Go out for a drink. Walking down the street, he still ran into Qin Ming and Fong Qingyuan coming back from outside the city again at this time last night. Gu, if it isn't your highness. This time Zhuge Fazai fortunately didn't even look for Fong Qingyuan to humiliate him, and directly came to Qin Ming's side with a big grin. What? You didn't get enough of a beating last night, but you're going to put your face on it again today? Qin Ming looked at him coldly. A look of anger and repulsion was put on so as not to alert him. Now both sides knew what Zhuge Fazai had done. Zhuge Fai naturally had no need to hide it. Ha ha, your highness. I came over today to thank you. Over the past few days I've noticed several uniquely shaped tricycles in your town, and it just so happened that I researched them, and somehow last night I suddenly figured out how to do it. That's why I'm telling you in advance today. I hope you won't be surprised if in a few days our Chamber of Commerce also gets a tricycle. Ha 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 ha. His rampant laughter echoed through the streets. Fong Qingyuan immediately couldn't help himself. You shameless rotten bastard. Having a businessman like you is simply the shame of Hushi. Pissed off, are you? It's okay. You'll know the price of punching me when I get my stuff back in a couple days. Zhuge Fazai was extremely conspicuous, with the productivity of their workshop in Hushi. Definitely something that can be made in a matter of days. Plus there's the governor of Huguang behind it. As long as this errand is done and succeeds in smashing Qin Ming's business, then he definitely can't make a note in the credit book when he gets back. The next round of the Lakeshore Chamber of Commerce's merchant general is none other than himself. You'll pay for it. Qin Ming spoke faintly, sounding like he was threatening Zhuge Fazai. But in the eyes of Zhuge Fazai now, this kind of threat from Qin Ming didn't have the slightest bit of strength at all. Instead, it was like a joke, and he didn't give a damn about it. Zhuge Fazai pointed to the restaurant next to him and asked Qin Ming with a smile. Your highness, I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to drink flower wine soon. Why don't you come over with me? I can buy you a drink. I've heard that you haven't enjoyed yourself for so long since you came to Lingnan. It can't be that there's no money, can it? It was common knowledge that Lingnan was very poor and Qin Ming had no court to rely on. Just as he was taunting Qin Ming, a voice suddenly came over. When His Highness comes into the restaurant for a drink, we never charge for it, and it's too late to welcome him. It's just that he's too busy with politics to come. Chapter 103, Don't Let Him in the Door. Turning his head, Qin Ming saw a gentle figure, was standing on the side of the door of the tavern, looking at himself with haunted eyes. Zhuge Fazai, who was still ridiculing Qin Ming just now, was a bit displeased at this time. He had just finished saying that Qin Ming couldn't afford to go to the restaurant, but he didn't expect to be snapped in the face when he turned his head. Who are you, little girl? General Merchant of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Wan Shu. Zhuge Fazai's heart chilled and he hurriedly changed his words. So it's your old man. It's a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for being rude just now. They do business with people who have to sell face to each other, regardless of Lingnan's poverty. Wan Shu, who was able to run the Chamber of Commerce here and sit on the seat of the General Manager of Commerce, was very powerful. In terms of the level of the Chamber of Commerce, it was also much higher than Zhuge Fai. He naturally did not dare to be reckless. Unfortunately, Wan Shu didn't give him any face. I'm sorry, I don't see the point. These restaurants are owned by our Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. From today onwards you will not enter. Memorize this man's face, and if he dares to enter the tavern in the future, kick him out. Wan Shu turned around and explained to his men. Understood. A few heads poked out of the back immediately. After carefully recognizing Zhuge Fazai's appearance, he then turned around and went back to continue his busy schedule. Zhuge Fazai's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to do it. After all, it's a matter of the relationship between the two chambers of commerce. If the relationship between the two chambers of commerce is in trouble because of one of our own hallmasters, he couldn't afford to be blamed from the top when the time came. Smiling somewhat stiffly, Zhuge Fazai clasped his fists and said, It's normal for you not to forgive the villain. In that case, I'll leave you alone and take my leave first. After saying that, he, who was originally in a good mood and ready to come over for a drink, turned his back to the restaurant and left in ashes. Thanks for helping me out this time. After Zhuge Fazai left, Qin Ming walked up and opened his mouth to Wan Shu about the events of the previous 2 days. He was trying to get things off his chest with Wan Shu. At that time, he was indeed a bit impatient, and the way and manner in which he asked Wan Shu was not very decent. Who relieved you? Don't talk to me. Wan Shu, who had a calm face just a moment ago, saw Qin Ming walking over. The little face fell and turned around, ready to go. Qin Ming gave Fong Qingyuan a look, telling him to go back first. Although Fang Qingyuan was a relatively straightforward person, he saw that it was an emotional issue on Qin Ming's side, very eye-catching and quick to leave. Qin Ming quickly caught up with Wan Bailout. It's true that I was wrong about what happened yesterday, and I've thought hard about it since then, and I should have invited you to investigate with me. That can never be allowed. I'm a suspect. In case you guys leak any more information in the past, it will definitely be on my head again. Wan Shu clasped her hands to her chest and stomped forward with her back to Qin Ming. The high-raised ponytail made it so that Qin Ming could only see the back of one head. Looking at the other party with this playful little temper, Qin Ming sighed helplessly. When a woman is angry, many men in modern society will coax. Of course, in the eyes of some rich kids, this actually doesn't even need to be coaxed. Just buy some bags, some lipstick or something. And the most thing Qin Ming possessed in this era was some modern knowledge. All of these contraptions can help Wan Shui make money. After thinking about it, Qin Ming was also prepared to make amends to Wan Shu, so he opened his mouth. Don't be angry. If this matter can be resolved this time, this king will teach you the way to make penicillin. It was only then that Wan Shu finally turned around. With a gleam in his eyes, he asked Qin Ming, "Really? That penicillin? By the way, doesn't it take care of a lot of diseases?" "Yeah, antibiotics will take care of most of it." Qin Ming asked Wan Shu to produce this stuff. It's not really just about making money for Manzanar. Another idea was to have Manzanar supply the barracks. That way Qin Ming's soldiers would be able to have a much higher survival rate when they went out to fight. Like in ancient wars, except for the soldiers who died outright on the battlefield. There is also a large percentage of soldiers who will die because they were not treated in time after the war and problems such as wound infections occurred. That would be a very bad death. With penicillin, Qin Ming could have avoided this problem to a great extent. Well then, let's make a deal. Now, Wan Shu finally smiled. Just as Qin Ming was breathing a sigh of relief, Wan Shu suddenly took his hand. "Follow me to my room." Feeling the soft body fragrance of the young girl's body, Qin Ming's heart suddenly went wild. Hearing the words of tigers and wolves coming out of the other party's mouth, Qin Ming was even more shaken. Is it possible that one spring, just like that, has come? Just as he thought of this, Qin Ming had already been dragged into the room by Wan Shu. At this time, Wan Shu took out a small bamboo tube from his room. It was clanking inside, making Qin Ming a bit strange. This can't be some kind of medicine, can it? I'm young. I shouldn't have to take medication. Qin Ming's words caused Wan Shu to instantly turn her little face red with shame. What are you thinking? It's a means for us to pass on information. As he spoke, Wan Shu also threw out the bamboo strips of different lengths inside. There's a hall master by the name of Zhang San, and he's the one who sold the information to Zhuge Fazai, or to be precise, to that governor of the two canton behind Zhuge Fazai. As he spoke, a touch of anger also surfaced on Wan Shu's face. In fact, he had long since stopped being angry with Qin Ming, because after investigating, Wan Shu realized that it was really the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce that had leaked the news. Since I'm right, how about penicillin? As soon as he heard the news, Qin Ming was immediately ready to withdraw his deal with Wan Shui. That won't do. You promised me. The most important thing in business is honesty. Wan Shu immediately tugged on Qin Ming's arm and shook it. Feeling the softness of the other's body, Qin Ming had no choice but to sigh, then spoke. What about this guy? I'll kill him and give a portion of his estate to the barracks as a token of my good faith. Wan Shu was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, so he naturally had to set an example. For example, at a time like this, Qin Ming's stuff since they leaked it out, there must be some compensation given. That's fine. For now, Qin Ming was just about to leave, but Wan Shu pulled him back. Your tricycle was taken by Zhuge Fazai. Aren't you afraid? What's the panic? The rubber has been delivered and I can still make tires. He'll never catch up with the barracks. Qin Ming was speaking rather arrogantly now, but there are several technologies they now have at their disposal. All of them can be used on the tricycle. Even if Zhuge Fazai drives forward step by step, he also won't be able to catch up with Qin Ming's iteration of their tricycle, and in turn will continue to lose money. Hearing this, the corner of Wan Shu's mouth suddenly lifted at the side. I see what you're thinking, but can you go get another batch of rubber? If you can send it to me, I guarantee that Zhuge Faji will suffer a big loss this time. Chapter 104, The Mantis Catching the Cicada. The yellow bird at the back. You want to sell them rubber? Qin Ming is also smart. It quickly caught on to what Wan Shu meant. If Qin Ming used the tricycle with tires to make a delivery when the other party just brought the tricycle over, the cost in shipping will definitely be lower by then. And then Zhuge Fazai will probably go back to stealing it again. There is no rubber in Lakeside. If he were to steal and make it, the raw materials would have to be bought from Lingnan. And the rubber on the Lingnan market, more than 90% of it was all provided by Qin Ming. If someone does a favor can manipulate the price of the market, in just this small period of time, It was possible to sell for several times the amount of money for what turned out to be a very worthless piece of rubber. And Zhuge Fazai they had to buy. After all, they make a lot of trikes for a lot of money. It would be a big loss for them to just leave it here without matching tires. As soon as you buy it, you have to get into the game and accept the price of that rubber skyrocketing. Wan Shu is no less than a business wizard. Qin Ming really hadn't seen many people who could have such a vision at this age. I'll give you as much as you want if you can get it done. Qin Ming happened to be worried that his tricycle wouldn't come in handy. If Wan Shui wants to buy in large quantities now, Qin Ming could take most of the tricycles and send them to the border first for them to haul the goods back. Of course it can be done. Wan Shu's mind's eye was very small, and Zhuge Fazai had just spoken to Wan Shu extremely indiscreetly. Let the guy keep track of it until now, and even go so far as to outright screw the other guy's business. Seeing this attitude of the other party, Qin Ming was also secretly lamenting in his heart. One should not make an enemy of such a woman in the future. Well, I'm going to go first. Qin Ming saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to leave. At this time a jade hand suddenly held his sleeve. Did you have something bad in mind just now? Want to try? I can't understand what you're saying. After the apoplexy of earlier, after calming down, Qin Ming reverted back to his saintly state. Why are you so desperate? At least we are firm allies. Friends don't share many beds together. Qin Ming smiled and squeezed the other party's small hand that reached out. Felt the soft, cold touch that was tickling his palm. Qin Ming smiled and turned to leave from this side. Looking at Qin Ming's departing back, Wan Shu stood up and stretched. It's not a good choice to go back now. Qin Ming's figure was already far away. Wan Shu's voice, on the other hand, was very small, so Qin Ming didn't hear the other party's muttering. Back at the mansion, Qin Ming took off his clothes and prepared to rest. Guan Yu also walked up and took Qin Ming's clothes ready to help him put them aside. But at this time, Guan Yu suddenly tugged on Qin Ming. What are you doing? Qin Ming suspiciously turned his head to look at Guan Yu, who was filled with anger. Did you just go to see Wan Shu? You came back so late. What did you two do? Didn't do anything. Qin Ming looked at the tunic he had taken off and immediately understood everything at this time. Wan Shu's body smelled of some expensive cosmetics. This scent is able to get on your own clothes. Being from a great lady, Guan Yu naturally quickly smelled and recognized it. Sensing all this wrongness, Qin Ming also immediately explained a bunch of things, but that wasn't what Sekiyuki cared about. You're so shameless. You might as well marry Wan Shu and me together. As good girlfriends, Guan Yu and Wan Shu are very close. He had been hoping that Qin Ming would take down Wan Shu. In this day and age it was supported to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but many government officials, after marrying 3 wives and 4 concubines, those ladies don't get along too well with each other. Many of them may fight for each other's favor and make a mess in the house, but it certainly wasn't like that between Sekiyu and Wan Shu. The two of them are close, not to mention that they even get tired of each other all day and hang out a lot. We'll talk about it later when we get a chance. Qin Ming's mind was now constantly preoccupied with the stuff over at the barracks. Lately the barracks have been counting on the proceeds from the sale of ore to sustain them. Now there are close to 30,000 mouths. It's not that Qin Ming doesn't want his wife and children to have a hot bed, but now every day when he just opened his eyes, he thought of the wailing soldiers in his barracks. It's natural to not have your heart set on your children's love at this time. Only after softly comforting the other party for a while did Qin Ming finally send him back to his room. A few days later, the soldiers stationed at the pass quickly ran to Qin Ming's barracks. Your Highness, 2 days ago we observed that some tricycles had already entered the country from Wuxi, and it is estimated that they will arrive today. Qin Ming explained to them 2 days ago. If you see a tricycle coming in at the pass, just talk to yourself. Okay, you guys go down. Qin Ming slowly nodded his head. Then the corners of his mouth lifted. Turning his head, he waved at Fang Qingyuan, who was squatting in the workshop in the distance. Fang Qingyuan had been waiting for too much in the past few days. He was a man of a very straightforward nature, and he would never hold back if he could get his revenge. But it was Qin Ming who had to make him wait. Your Highness, has anyone come? It's already here. And starting today put tires on all the tricycles that come back with goods. Understood. Your Highness. Upon receiving Qin Ming's order, Fang Qingyuan immediately arranged for people to start mounting the tires. They had made a batch of tires the other day, just waiting for Qin Ming to give the order to start loading. After giving the order down, Qin Ming didn't have to bother too much. Then he brought Fang Qingyuan back to the tea house in Linjiang City. The two of them sat on the street, sipping their tea one sip at a time. At this time, a Zhuge Fazai wandered over on the street. These days he'd often be wandering the streets. He knew his moment of triumph was near, but for some reason, he had never seen Qin Ming. It seemed that Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan had been avoiding him all along, which made his thoughts even more certain. He felt that Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan must be afraid of themselves. Unfortunately, today his illusions are about to be shattered. Your Highness, Our tricycle is here. When Zhuge Fazai saw Qin Ming, he impatiently walked up to show off. Only today Qin Ming is no longer pretending. There wasn't the slightest bit of anger after hearing his words. Surprisingly, he just nodded faintly. It's coming. It's good that it's coming. But you've invested so much in it that you might be disappointed. What disappointment? Zhuge Fazai's heart immediately alerted. He knew that Qin Ming was not a simple person. Today, Qin Ming's reaction made him notice that something was wrong. It's not much. It's just that our tricycle has gone through some more improvements lately. And it's probably a little stronger than the one you have. And it's cheaper on deliveries. Your cloth. It's still not as cheap as ours. It's natural to be disappointed when you can't make any money. Am I right? Qin Ming's smile was wide. But at this time, Zhuge Fazai's face was extremely gloomy. You guys tricked me. Chapter 105 Shamelessness and Harboring. Shameless. Simply shameless. Zhuge Fazai pointed at the two men and loudly accused them of their behavior. However, Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan just drank their tea indifferently. And only after he finished his performance did Qin Ming open his mouth and said, "If you want to talk about shamelessness, it's still a bit more shameless to steal from the master, isn't it?" Zhuge Fazai gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Ming with indignation. Qin Ming's tactics had brought his assurances with the Chamber of Commerce to naught. Now that he can't make any money, the Chamber of Commerce is bound to hold him accountable. Just thinking about it made his head spin. Solely not pretending. He growled angrily. So what if I stole it? Do you really think you can hide such a good thing? I'm telling you guys, isn't it just some new tactics? If you guys are capable of it, just cover it up. Let's see whose it is in a few days. The words came to him, and he simply showed his cards. Qin Ming couldn't defend himself anyway. There is a saying that you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about you. Besides, he's a thief with a lot of power. The workshop behind it did not care about the investment, and it would soon be able to reach the same level as Qin Ming. It's true that if a person is shameless, the world is invincible. Qin Ming lamented and stood up smoothly, his mouth continuing to be sarcastic. Zhuge Fazai, with this trifling skill of yours, you'd better leave Lingnan earlier. You're not worthy of fighting us yet. In my opinion, this Chamber of Commerce hall master of yours, are all blowing up. Can't see the slightest bit of real skill. What did you say? Zhuge Fazai's proudest identity, having lived until now, was the hall master of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. This status allowed him to enjoy countless benefits. It's not just some resources, it's also that sense of self-appointed superiority over others. But Qin Ming questioned his strength today. It made his heart fester to the core. Your Highness, are you trying to play nice? Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Fazai coldly looked at Qin Ming. Originally, taking into account the other party's status, although Zhuge Fazai would sometimes show off, he had always aimed to resolve the matter in a smooth manner. It didn't bring a lot of emotion with it. Now it was different. He was going to truly strike out at Qin Ming without fear. However, at this moment, Qin Ming laughed and added fuel to the fire. Playing with the fundamental king at all? Are you worthy? As the words fell, Qin Ming slowly left with Fang Qingyuan. Zhuge Fazai almost gritted his teeth in anger and rushed towards his residence in a rage. You guys, go get an update on the barracks and investigate. Zhuge Fazai's order was given, and a few of his men lightly began to look for opportunities to search the barracks for changes. Soon, on the next day, the tire information was brought to Zhuge Fazai. Hall Master, this is it. Look at the resilient, printed tires. Zhuge Fazai could even imagine how strong the grip of this thing would be. Strange that something like this can be made. He muttered angrily. Even as an enemy, he had to recognize Qin Ming's talent. Hall Master, this is made of rubber. If we want to buy it, we need to acquire it from Lingnan. But recently, because of the emergence of tires, the price of rubber is already very high. We may not be able to afford it. The words of his men caused Zhuge Fazai's face to turn ugly. How come everyone is against me? He clenched his fists in anger and hammered the table. A few of the men in front of him cringed, waiting for his decision. Don't buy it yet. Let me think about it. Zhuge Fazai didn't buy it in the end. He's a businessman who likes the idea of making a small profit and knows the consequences of picking up the tab at a high level. But on the next day, when the southern barbarian caravan arrived, when Zhuge Fazai came to the market to look again, he realized that the price had changed again. 3 coins of silver a caddy? Why don't you guys go rob? Rubber itself is not worth much, and the original price was even only about 30 cents a pound. The reason for this price is not that the rubber is really worth 30 cents. Rather, when this stuff is shipped over, the road cost is not low, and the price naturally goes up. But no one has bought it before, and it is a priced item. Once there were tires out there, the demand started to increase. Not high transportation costs plus the military camps and local chambers of commerce go nuts. It's plausible that the price shot right up to $3 and silver. The southern barbarians are also thick-skinned, and when they see that everyone needs it, they raise prices like crazy. It was a good thing that both Qin Ming and Yuan Shui had stocked up quite a bit. Now you don't have to worry about the market. You can produce it yourself, like the more ruthless Yuan Shui, or even hoarding not to come to use, just to speculate in the market. The price of rubber has gone up like crazy, and Yuan Shui has a part to play in it. Of course, all of this was unknown to Zhuge Fei. Hall Master, why don't we hurry up and buy it and send it back to start work? The price of cloth from the Lingnan Weaving Bureau has dropped again in the past few days. A few of his men spoke to him full of worry. Facing this situation, Zhuge Fei had one head and two big ones. Don't worry. Wait a bit. This price is not normal. Surely it will change back again. He didn't think rubber was used for much, and the southern barbarians were sure to pull it down with their massive deliveries. But when he came here again a few days later, he found that the price had come to 5 coins of silver. Zhuge Fei's face was ugly, and today the cost of his constant procrastination became apparent. One of his men rode back, on a fast horse, as soon as he had returned to the house after looking at the prices. It's not good, Hall Master. That guy Fang Qingyuan has snatched away the business of 7 of our cloth stores in Lingnan in one breath. How? Zhuge Fei was incredibly shocked in his heart, but it really couldn't be helped. Their prices were not as low as Lingnan Weaving Bureau. The major clothiers are not cuties. Since there is a low price, it is good to take advantage of it directly yourself. As for the strife between Lingnan and Hushi, they closed their eyes and pretended not to see it. Get it? After a long period of silence, Zhuge Fei suddenly opened his mouth and said 2 words. At that, the men froze. What's the buy? Hall Master? Get the rubber. It can't wait. The henchman hastily blocked it. Hall Master, 10,000 times no. That rubber price has gone sky high. Snap. A slap was thrown in his face. Zhuge Fei growled. The old man said go get it. The original advantage that was so great was played like this. Zhuge Fei no longer had the face to go back. He had to bust a move. There must be no mistakes this time. As long as he could mess with Qin Ming, even if he burned more money in the early stages, he could earn it back. If the bucket does not fall, Zhuge Fei didn't dare to think about it. On that day, the market was swept clean of all rubber. The financial power of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce shocked Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan, but it made the rich Chamber of Commerce smile. Your Highness, this is the money sent by the general manager of Wanshang, saying that it is for you to share. In the evening, a few deliverymen from the Chamber of Commerce chapter pulled 3 large heavy boxes and placed them in front of Qin Ming's house. Chapter 106. Sold so quickly. Qin Ming did not know how Yuan Shu speculated on the price, but he followed Yuan Shu's request in advance and found some people to pretend to be southern barbarian merchants to supply Linjiang City. He also took a batch of rubber and put it in the hands of Yuan Shu to sell. Zhuge Fei would never have dreamed that all the things he had bought were actually in the hands of Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan. Once the southern barbarian invasion was over, Qin Ming made an agreement with Gray Ming. Rubber is naturally under his control. He didn't have to air these things with the court, and he didn't have to. Zhuge Fei naturally didn't know. Sighing, Qin Ming lamented Zhuge Fei's naivety, keeping 1 box for himself and holding the remaining 2 boxes of silver to them. Send these to the barracks. Yes. On the second day, Qin Ming came to the military camp. Lu Guan was still practicing his troops, and Qin Ming was satisfied as he looked at the army camp that was getting better and better. Calling Fang Qingyuan from the workshop and Chao Chuan who was in charge of logistics, Qin Ming said to them, Zhuge Fei has gotten a large amount of rubber, and we've made 100,000 taels of silver. The barracks will take $70,000 up front and build you a road. There should be another batch of rubber to sell in the next few days, so we'll make plans then. Chao Chuan nodded. This much money was enough for them to build out some of the main roads. However, Fang Qingyuan was a bit worried. Your Highness, so if we wait a while longer and they have tires too, won't we have no advantage again? Qin Ming looked at him and smiled. Old Fang, be flexible, the road is ours. Still no advantage? What do you mean? Chao Chuan and Fang Qingyuan both looked at him suspiciously. At this time Qin Ming said, this mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to take the concrete road, leave the money to buy the road. Qin Ming built what is considered to be the highway of this era. Whether it's a horse-drawn carriage or a tricycle, it passes quickly. Time is money, and it's only right that they pay a bit of cost when they help someone save money. Chao Chuan thought about it and nodded seriously. Your Highness is right. We're not a bodhisattva. It's only right to collect some money after we've repaired the road. Fang Qingyuan was smart enough to think of Qin Ming's other idea. Your Highness, these roads are repaired. We do not charge for transportation. The cost is reduced. Zhuge Fei overall though fast, but still have to spend money over. The cost will still be high. Nice. Seeing that Qin Ming had so quickly pitched them a fortune in road repair, He had also helped the military camp find a camp to collect tolls. At the moment, Chao Chuan and Fang Qingyuan both felt that he was a ghostwriter. Though many times His Highness did things in an uncouth manner, his methods were truly hard. Build roads. This thing, Zhuge Fazai and the people behind him want to learn also cannot learn. Collect tolls, or to expand the construction of official roads. They do not have this status. But Qin Ming could. After all, Lingnan was his fiefdom. I'm going to fix the road. I continue to enlist the support of local clothiers. The two left in droves. Qin Ming smiled and left the military camp to return to Linjiang City. Inside the cloth shop, Wan Shu came over early and sat down to chat with Guan Yu. It seemed that they were waiting for Qin Ming, and just after seeing him coming, Guan Yu and Wan Shu waved at him. Qin Ming sat down next to the two of them, and Guan Yu curiously said, "Just now, Zhao Xi said that you helped her a lot this time, and has been praising you. That's natural. I'm such a great guy. It's impossible to say anything without a couple of compliments." Qin Ming himself earned 100,000 taels a few days ago. Wan Shui is doing business, but also took the business of the entire market. It definitely earns a lot more than Qin Ming. When are you going to make that magic penicillin? At this time, Wan Shu approached Qin Ming and asked with a smile. Guan Yu also seemed to know about penicillin, and at this time pulled Qin Ming's hand and said, "Doesn't penicillin cure a lot of people? Why don't you use it out? This one. It's a little complicated. Penicillin strains are a pain in the ass to find and cultivate." This series of processes would require Qin Ming to finish his work for a while before he could find Wan Shu to do it. Zhuge Fazai was personally sending the goods back to Hushi this time. On the way back, he was apprehensive, worrying that the Lord Merchant General of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce would find himself in trouble. He hardened his heart and personally went to the Chamber of Commerce workshop to supervise the work. 5 days were done quickly, and he quickly left with the tires when no one was looking, sneaking along like a thief. It also made his heart hold an anger that burned hotter and hotter. Standing on the carriage, recalling the humiliation he suffered all the way to Lingnan, Zhuge Fazai clenched his fists and muttered, "King Qin, Fang Qingyuan, you two wait for me. This time when I return, I'm going to take back everything I've lost, and I'm also going to trample all of you two assholes under my feet." Fang Qingyuan's actions continued. He took steps to use Linjiang City as a stronghold, and snatched many of the surrounding cloth shops back from the Hushi Chamber of Commerce. But today, while he was in the Linjiang City cloth shop to hand over to Guan Yu, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Zhuge Fazai is back. He brought a couple of wagon tires with him, this time with a big grin, ready to be mounted on his side of the trike. "Shameless man, pretending to be something you're not? What we use, you steal too? Good things are for everyone to use together. I'm giving you face by using your things. Don't give me face." Zhuge Fazai's attitude was extremely arrogant. "I'm telling you, the brothers are putting the tires on tonight, and it's time for you to die." Zhuge Fazai screamed with open teeth and claws, his face filled with resentment. However, compared to him, Fang Qingyuan appeared rather calm. "Gone." Speaking faintly, he turned away with the goods. Seeing that he wasn't as angry as he thought he would be, Zhuge Fazai suddenly felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. "Fang Qingyuan, you're still pretending to be deep at this point? I'll let you die." Zhuge Fazai didn't notice anything wrong, because according to his investigation, the tricycle hadn't changed much in the past few days. One can immediately reduce the cost to the same level as them. The next day, walking on the newly constructed road, sitting on the tricycle, Zhuge Fazai personally led the group, humming a little song as they moved away from Linjiang City. This Qin King has done something good by coming to Lingnan. At least he has repaired the road. Yes, these days the brothers said that the roads to several other big cities are riding to save a lot of energy. The key is that the speed is also quite fast. The crowd walked and chatted at the same time, not noticing in the slightest that the distant fork of the official road had been guarded by a few soldiers at some point. When they saw someone coming, they walked up and stopped the person. "What for?" "Doing business. This is our clearance paperwork. The Husi Chamber of Commerce has special authorization from the government." Zhuge Fazai walked up and waved the item in front of a few soldiers, but there was a snap. The soldier, however, knocked his hand off. "You guys, get up there and check it out." "Yes. What's this for? Master Army?" Zhuge Fazai's face became a bit ugly. A couple of soldiers ignored him and went up and rummaged around for a while. "Boss, it's business. 30 cars in all." "Okay, the tolls for businessmen will be raised by 40% of the standard rate." This leading soldier spoke indifferently, extending his hand to Zhuge Fazai. "The toll?" Zhuge Fazai stared at him, confusion mixed with a few moments of anger. "What a toll?" Chapter 107 Road Fare Soars, Hall Master Falls. "This road was built by Our Highness, not by the court, so it's not normal to give a little toll? We've spent a fortune just fixing this road, so we have to recoup some of the costs. A few people present spoke up as a matter of course. Hearing what they said, a flash of anger immediately surfaced on Zhuge Fazai's face. I've never heard of a road that still needs to be charged. This is the first time you've done it. Aren't you afraid that I'll report the matter to the imperial court and leave you in the lurch? It's good to report it to the court. Our Highness said that we are now waiting for the court to give some silver subsidies, so that it will be easier for us to repair the road. With this amount of skill you have, you still report it to the court? If you have the ability you can report it and see who dares to come. Before coming, Qin Ming had explained to them that there was no need to be afraid of such threats. He really wasn't worried about the court. Instead, expect the court to come over sooner. This thing of road repair is not pleasing to the eye. If the people of the court really dare to come over, Qin Ming will definitely peel off a layer of oil from them. If you dare to do this, absolutely no one will come to your Lingnan to do business in the future. Seeing that he couldn't talk to them, Zhuge Fazai could only start arguing with them from another angle. One was counting on having the tires to keep the price down, but now you have to pay another road toll, and your own costs go right up. If they really let them pull this off, there would be no way for them to compete with Fang Qingyuan in the future. It was only at this time that he finally felt how insidious this brat Qin Ming was. His tactics are like a chain of events that he lets himself jump into loop after loop. Hearing his words, the few people around him immediately waved their hands and corrected themselves. Bull *********. We've done the math on all these costs. Normal business, taking our highway costs and time can be reduced. They'll be begging to go this way by then. Obviously these highway tolls and costs and other things are strictly calculated. This is Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan discussed for several days after the results. It's a win-win situation for anyone in business, no matter what, except for Zhuge Fazai, who wanted to subvert Qin Ming's business. Those who like to engage in vicious competition would suffer. Hurry up. Are you paying or not? If you don't pay, don't dawdle here for a while. We have to go and line up the other caravans. Zhuge Fazai was standing in place, frowning with a face full of indignation as he pondered. The impatient urging of the soldier had come from the side. In addition to these people, there was quite a cacophony of voices behind him. As soon as Zhuge Fazai turned his head, he realized that several merchant groups had gathered behind him at some point. They're all lined up to get on the highway from this side. The cloth seller in front. Why are you so slow? What the hell? If you can't afford to pay, get the hell out of here. There's a couple of paths off to the side. Enough for you. Grandpas are still waiting. If you delay our business, I'll beat you to death later. Behind them were a few local businessmen who seemed to have acclimated to the highway in the last few days. Now that they saw Zhuge Fazai standing here and constantly breaking things up with people, they were also a bit impatient at this time. While constantly urging, he also came up and pushed and shoved at Zhuge Fazai. Damn, do you know who I am? Dare to treat me like this? Zhuge Fazai had never been belittled like this since he became the hall master of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce. Seeing as they thought they were really broke and couldn't afford to pay the toll. Just put yourself right down. Zhuge Fazai was so furious at the moment that he slapped the face of a person who was walking towards him. You who? How dare you hit someone? The few people from the merchant caravan who were still clamoring a moment ago immediately clamored at this moment. So what if I hit you? Giving you a slap is a reward for your face, and a good cure for your doggy eyes. Zhuge Fazai had originally brought dozens of tricycles with him and had many men under him. Seeing that they wanted to play hard to get with themselves, Zhuge Fazai naturally wanted to move against them based on the number of people. There was confidence that these people were absolutely no match for his own men. But the next moment these people who were just yelling with Zhuge Fazai suddenly all rushed to the side of this group of officers and soldiers. Master Jun, he hit someone. Against the gods. In broad daylight. Dare to beat up people where our army is stationed. Somebody, hold these guys. Zhuge Fazai watched this with dumbfounded amazement. It's like a fight between kids. The other guy had just cursed at himself for a while, and he was so angry that he just touched him. But people run right over and sue their teachers. Zhuge Fazai was now confused. We agreed on a martial arts fight. How did things turn out like this? You're all businessmen. Don't you have any integrity at all? The soldiers guarding the official road didn't give a damn. Zhuge Fazai hadn't yet reacted to what had actually happened. It was just pressed right down to the ground. Be honest. These goods are dirty. Withhold them first. Coming from Hushi to do business with us in Lingnan. How dare you beat up our local merchants in Lingnan? You really can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Listening to what they said, Grasshopper sort of understood today why Qin Ming and Fang Qingyuan didn't have any reaction to their return. They were probably already here waiting for themselves. You assholes will pay sooner or later. You think you can do business properly just because you took me down? I'm telling you the Hushi Chamber of Commerce will avenge me. Before being held down, Zhuge Fazai yelled and opened his mouth to the crowd. The soldiers paid no attention to him, though, and took him away quickly after twisting him aside. The news reached Fang Qingyuan's ears at noon. and Fang Qingyuan also excitedly came to the barracks to report the matter to Qin Ming. Your Highness, we're finally free of their influence now, and we'll be able to make money out of the road repairs behind us. Then, arrange for a group to travel to Lakeside recently. For Qin Ming, this was not the end, rather it was just the beginning for him. Going to compete with them for the market? Yes, Zhuge Fazai is just a minion. There are other high-ranking people behind him. In Qin Ming's eyes, although Zhuge Fazai was difficult to deal with, but if there was no one behind him, this guy wouldn't have dared to run here to stir up the storm. Since that's the case, Qin Ming, who I just had a round of being pitched by them, was also ready to continue to strike at this time. What are we going to do? Fang Qingyuan looked at Qin Ming curiously. When Qin Ming explained to him, if someone goes through our highway to do business in Lakeside, they won't be charged for the highway. Encourage them all to go into business in Lakeside? That's a good idea. Fang Qingyuan's eyes lit up. That night, a message was put up on road signs on all major roads. Trade to the west of the lake via this road may not be subject to tolls. Chapter 108 Tax Relief. Once the notice is out, the next day Wan Shu came to the barracks to find Qin Ming. You want to take your business to Lakeside? To be precise, I want to make my money back from Lakeside. Qin Ming explained seriously. It's just that when you do business in Lingnan, no matter how big you get, there's only so much money here. But Lakeside is different. Go there for business and you can make people's money back. It kind of expands their local pie. So it is. The corners of Wan Shu's good-looking mouth lifted up in a wry smile. I wonder if there's a chance for my little girl to help your highness. How do you want to help? Give the rich Chamber of Commerce a tax break so we can go into business and make our money back. The taxes on commerce in Dakian are too heavy. Under the policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce, the commercial tax could be as high as half at most. That's why they would love for the court to exempt them from taxes. As long as it's tax-free, it's profitable to do anything. Qin Ming froze for a moment. This woman was the greediest he had ever seen. Formerly rubber, then penicillin, and now even tax exemptions are coming. If you marry this, you'll be counted to death. Thinking of this, Qin Ming immediately shook his head. Tax exemption is not possible. Abatement is. Reduced how? A 10% waiver? Wan Shu's eyes lit up. Qin Ming glanced at her and continued to shake his head. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Exempting 10% and lowering your costs would be enough for you to go out and compete more peer-to-peer with impunity. By the time the scale of your dealings is too large and discovered by those people in the imperial court, I can protect you within Lingnan. But in the future, this Lingnan, will you still be able to get out? So how do you give me a free pass? Wan Shu stared at Qin Ming, wanting to hear his opinion. It's simple. How about giving you some tax-free credits every month that will help offset some of your taxes? So stingy? How do you have the nerve to open your mouth? A mold of incredulity appeared on Wan Shu's face. I'm stressed enough with free highways. Don't forget it. Qin Ming pushed the freshly sharpened ink aside, and Wan Shu immediately pounced on him. Humph. Yes, of course. But at that price, can we talk more? Maybe I can trade myself and you for more? The soft body, just like this, gently leaned against Qin Ming's body. A faint fragrance lingers on the tip of the nose. Not pungent, but instead attracts reverie. Here comes warm breath. Let a person's heart itch. This, Wan Shu, was definitely using high-class goods, and even someone like Qin Ming, who didn't know anything about rouge and powder, could smell it. First, he took advantage of the chaos and touched the other's thigh before Qin Ming picked him up and placed him upright. Impossible. This little bit of my family belongings can make trouble with Lord Merchant General who has a huge family fortune. I think you're afraid of being found out by you, aren't you? Wan Shu gently took her small fist and smashed it on Qin Ming's arm. Qin Ming looked at her in this flirtatious manner and saved himself to tease. Suddenly, he gently stepped forward and grabbed a handful of her soft waist. Wouldn't that be more exciting? Wan Shu's face changed slightly, and he hastily retreated 2 steps. What Qin Ming said took her by surprise. Straightening her shirt, the red-faced woman hastily changed the subject. How much of a reduction are you going to give me? How much noise can you make? As far as I know, there is no conflict between Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and Hushi Chamber of Commerce, right? If you make a big mess and make a grudge, the damage caused will not be small, which is not in line with the style of a businessman like you. True, but compared to them, Your Highness, you are significantly more valuable, and we merchants are very good at making choices. Wan Shu explained seriously. She has a good eye, so I don't think she can go wrong. 30,000 taels then, and raise it for you later when you perform well. Only 30,000 taels after all this time of talking? I bah. Hearing this price, Wan Shu spat and left with a flutter of his sleeve. Qin Ming was still a little worried in his heart as he looked at the delicate back of the woman who had left. This little isn't going to quit in a huff. That would be a bit of a loss. In the evening, Chao Chuan and Lu Bao ran back to the barracks. followed by a row of empty tricycles. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming stepped forward with some confusion. Where did it come from? You robbed Zhuge Fazai? No, the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce quit and we lowballed it. That's not right. Even if there's no more Zhuge Fazai, the tricycle can be used for them just the same. Qin Ming frowned as Chao Chuan laughed. This is something that the Huxi Chamber of Commerce probably doesn't know yet. Zhuge Fazai is as timid as a mouse, and a lot of things are done secretly with the convenience of his position as a hall master. So when we found those tricycle drivers, because Zhuge Fazai was arrested, they all have nothing to do now. Even the tricycles are hoarded over there. We had just floated the idea of buying a tricycle when they eagerly shoved the stuff into our hands and went home with the road money. After hearing their explanations, Qin Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded for a while. In fact, it is understandable when you think about it. After all, they are just people who work. And Zhuge Fazai, this kind of employer, naturally does not have a bit of camaraderie. What's more, Zhuge Faizhen Bitter Zen went not to treat them as human beings. Now that the tree has fallen, it's only right to sell your stuff and leave yourself with running money. That's just right. The mine has recently sent over a batch of stuff. We don't need to take the tricycle anymore. Let's start casting weapons and equipment. Qin Ming waved his hand and began to arrange the affairs of the military camp. Originally, their weaponry had been depleted considerably in the southern barbarian invasion. Now the Wuwei Battalion has not only expanded, but also added more than 20,000 soldiers. With so many people, things ended up being a bit of a pain in the ass. Army food and silver. Qin Ming recently at least got some of it together, but the weaponry, it was really stretched. I can only ask Wu Qingyi to ship things over earlier and make some for myself to replenish the barracks. Your Highness, Wu Qingyi seems to have done a lot in southern barbarians. Why don't you go and take a look? At this time, Chao Chuan asked tentatively. It was at this time that Qin Ming remembered that he did say before that he wanted to take a trip to the border mines to come. Just for a few days then. I'll wait for the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce to get things done before I leave. Hearing Qin Ming say this, Chao Chuan frowned. Is there anything left to be done, Your Highness? It's hard to say, and I'm not sure what they'll do. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is going to do business in Lakeside, and this trip is a mammoth one. The Lakeside Chamber of Commerce has suffered a big loss and will definitely not sit still. If he wasn't there, Qin Ming was worried that Wan Shuweiping wouldn't be able to calm the matter. That's fine. Chao Chuan didn't dwell on it. A lot of things weren't for him to meddle with, and left the place with a salute. Qin Ming looked at the sky and rushed towards Linjiang City. He's looking for Song Ding Sheng to discuss the tax exemption. Chapter 109, Robbery of Goods. On the busy streets of Linjiang City, Qin Ming traversed the streets and alleys, with the sounds of vendors hawking around him from time to time. A group of children giggled and ran past him at a fast pace. The city's growing prosperity and splendor had already caught the attention of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. This is located in the center of the Lingnan region, which was originally centered around the city of Qiantang. The latter was due to Qin Ming's arrival, causing many things here to all change. Wan Shu had also told Qin Ming earlier that he was considering arranging the Chamber of Commerce headquarters here. This not only facilitates future business, but also facilitates the policy inclination of Qin Ming in the future. Your Highness, you're here. When he came to the government office, the magistrate had already seen Qin Ming many times. It didn't stop them, and they even hurriedly walked up to greet Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded slightly and walked straight into the courtyard at the back. Song Ding Sheng was still very busy, and when he came over today, Qin Ming saw that he was burying his head in front of a bookcase to deal with local affairs. Now he's more than just the local's greenhorn. It also has to take into account the building of the local economy. It's sort of a two-handed approach to politics and economics, and it's a busy day. However, upon seeing Qin Ming arrive, he immediately stood up. Your Highness, taxes have been good lately, haven't they? Qin Ming asked him as he casually found a seat and sat down. The Great Qian's business taxes are very heavy. As long as the commerce here was thriving, Linjiang City's tax revenue could go up several times over. Yes, but don't worry, Your Highness. All the taxes we've raised recently will subsidize the barracks. And on the court side I'll just pay about the same taxes as I originally did, and that will be enough. Many of the local finances of the Great Qian are self-supporting. Letting them govern themselves was mostly too much trouble for the court. Most of these small counties, with little steady source of income, are slow to develop. Once linked to the court, a lot of bad things all have to pile up in the court. So much for just decentralizing some of the money side of things. And to put it nicely, letting them find their own way. To put it mildly, it's self-seeking. As for the court, a yearly calculation is made according to their number of people, the number of stores, the amount of land, and other things combined. Let these counties surrender a bunch of silver and grain and leave the rest. County officials and governors everywhere knew they could not count on the court. Only some officials who are not too old and are expected to be promoted will pay more for political achievements. Most of the other officials just pay something at regular intervals every year, earning as much or as little as they want. Song Dingsheng is like that now. Okay, but you set aside a sum of silver recently. I have some use for it. Qin Ming informed Song Dingsheng of the deal between himself and Wan Shu. Hearing this, Song Dingsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I have an idea that will help you make this time a little more thorough." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" Qin Ming looked at the other party curiously, waiting for Song Dingsheng's statement. Song Dingsheng whispered, "It's like this. Although the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is powerful, their ability is limited. So why don't we give some more money and let those scattered merchants put in some effort together? We don't need to give too much. Let's pick out a few scattered merchants and give them some tax exemptions, so that we can get everyone outside of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce to participate." Qin Ming's eyes lit up. "That's a good one." As he spoke, Song Dingsheng also whispered, "Your Highness, I've heard that this year's Southern Ocean caravan seems to be coming." "What? You have an idea too?" Qin Ming had previously spoken to Wan Shu and Xiao Chuan about the Nanyang merchant fleet. Their silk was also prepared early, just waiting for the arrival of the South Pacific caravan to make a fortune in anger. No. I was just wondering if I should give some of the tax exemption to the South Seas merchant fleet as well. Song Dingsheng hastily denied it. As a court official, he could clearly put himself in the right position. At his own age he is no longer thinking about promotion. He was already satisfied to have made Linjiang City rich so quickly. It was good enough for Qin Ming to help himself so much. If even the Nanyang merchant fleet wanted to get involved, it would definitely cause Qin Ming's displeasure. "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up and he didn't directly agree. Instead he wanted to hear Song Dingsheng's thoughts. At this time, Song Dingsheng also slowly explained, "Your Highness, many of our things are not competitive at all compared to the competition. It's either that or use money to tie them up. Otherwise those people definitely won't keep selling you face." "Not bad. I do think so, old Song. It seems that you have indeed learned a lot from following along in business these past few months." I don't dare. It's all because your Highness taught me well." The two men discussed the matter and determined the subsequent tax exemption program. It was only then that Qin Ming finally left the. In the evening, Qin Ming returned home to see both Wan Shu and Guan Yu sitting in the courtyard. "They're off." Seeing Qin Ming return, Wan Shu directly reported the trip to him. Tomorrow their Chamber of Commerce is going to go straight into Lakeside with a large shipment of goods. It's bound to set off a storm of bloodshed at that time. "All set?" "It's okay, they've been squeezing the life out of us lately too, and seem to have figured out that we're in the same pants." Wan Shu didn't shy away from the threats he encountered. There was already a state of alliance between the Chamber of Commerce and the Wuwei Battalion. A lot of things definitely need to be known to Qin Ming. Did Wu Dingbo make a move? No. This governor of Huguang seems to be very cautious and has been hiding behind. Wan Shu had gotten a lot of information from Qin Ming recently and knew about Wu Dingbo's situation. However, in the course of continuous probing, Wan Shu realized that the other party seemed to be a veteran. Although he had done quite a few things to target Qin Ming, he had managed to keep himself out of it every single time. Like this battle for cloth against the entire Lingnan. He himself never even showed up. This old fox. Sooner or later I'm going to bring him out. Qin Ming snorted coldly. The ones who can survive the longest among the court are such non-sticky goods. But then again, they are the most insidious. Mixed up for years, they stand against themselves. The threat posed would be great. How about killing him? At this time Guan Yu, who had long been aware of the situation, suddenly spoke up. This startled both Qin Ming and Wan Shu. Your idea is too dangerous. Some people can't simply be killed to put things right." Wan Shu's words caused Guan Yu to frown slightly. As the daughter of a military general, she didn't like this kind of bending. Just as they were about to continue chatting for a couple of minutes, a few people suddenly ran in from outside, and the person at the head of them was none other than Zhao Xi from the Linjiang City chapter. "Your Highness, Mr. Shang, it's not good. They've detained our stuff too." Chapter 110, Inviting the King into the Jar. Qin Ming frowned slightly as Zhao Xi explained. "It's the army of Hushi. They seem to have learned that we've withheld the goods from Zhuge Fazai, and are now holding back their retaliation. Our stuff was just delivered to the border between the two places when it was seized by a group of soldiers. Come on, let's go over there." Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Ming went out and prepared to go and see for himself. At the same time he was glad in his heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't gone to the mines yet, or else it wouldn't have been easy to fix what had happened. As for this time in the past, Qin Ming didn't even ask them about the reason for the seizure of their goods. Since they're targeting themselves, they're sure to have all sorts of reasons for doing so. Qin Ming was also too lazy to break bread with them here. Just get the stuff back directly. Going over there now? I'll join you. When his own Chamber of Commerce encountered problems, Guan Shu naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for them to happen. While walking, he explained something to Zhao Xi. It seems to be looking for connections to get this thing squared away. That night Qin Ming brought Guan Shu along to the military camp. Call out Lu Bang and have the soldiers gather. Soon, Lu Gang walked out of the military camp with 3,000 elite soldiers. What happened? Your Highness. Qin Ming quickly described the situation to the other party. Lu Gang angrily waved his fist and beckoned to the people behind him. Guys, grab your stuff and go out for a walk. Yes. The soldiers under his command responded loudly. They mounted their warhorses and quickly made their way toward the border with Lakeside. In less than a day's time, taking the highway, they arrived at the border. Where is Sun Sung? Qin Ming came to the pass and frowned as he spoke to their soldiers. General Sun has been transferred. Where's Wei Guangxuan? Neither is. According to you, Han Mingrui isn't here either? General Han is still there. Tell him to come and see me. Qin Ming had given Han Mingrui a lot of favors in the past few months. This lousy gambler also pointed to Qin Ming for some good times. Eating people's mouths was soft, and he knew how to give back, and had always been able to do a favor when Qin Ming came over to do business, but now even he was silent, which meant that someone was behind it. Yes, out of Qin Ming's expectation, the soldiers on this side quickly went over to inform Han Mingrui. Not long afterward, Han Mingrui arrived here on a fast horse. Your Highness, may I borrow your carriage to speak? Raising his head and looking toward the surroundings, Han Mingrui opened his mouth somewhat sheepishly. I don't know if it was because I was weak for taking Qin Ming's money, or if it was because I was worried that the surrounding soldiers would see that I was close to Qin Ming. Come in. Qin Ming led him into the carriage with him. Just after sitting down, Han Mingrui began to pour out his grievances. Your Highness, these past few days have really worried me to death. There is so much pressure from above. I can't help you anymore. As for those favors you gave me before, and all that money I owe you, I can find another chance to pay you back. But lately I still hope that you can be lenient for some days. As he spoke, he also hung his head helplessly. Obviously, Han Mingrui has been under quite a bit of pressure these days. On one hand, he had to appease Qin Ming, and on the other hand, he had to hide the communication between himself and Qin Ming, afraid of what others might see. Where are my goods? Qin Ming didn't pay any attention to the guy's confidences, but quickly stepped into the topic. This is not your goods. This is the goods of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, and they have a legitimate reason. So don't make too much of a fuss here. Just give the stuff back and let us in. That won't do. Recently the Hushi Chamber of Commerce has been moving a lot, and there's been a lot of exchanges with the army. If you take someone over there, it's a no-return situation. Qin Ming's safety was still guaranteed when he was in Lingnan. After all, he still has so many troops with him, but if he enters Lakeside, at that time, Qin Ming would be a lamb to the slaughter. The others couldn't help even if they wanted to, and Qin Ming would probably lose his life. You mean to tell me that if I go in there and do business this time, those same troops will come and get in the way? Looking at the other party with this look of wanting to say something, Qin Ming sensed that Han Mingrui obviously knew something. I can't say more about that, but you were right to bring someone here. What do you mean? Just as Qin Ming was about to pursue the matter, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lord Han, I've never heard of you having such a personal relationship with His Highness the King of Qin. Han Mingrui immediately changed his face when he heard the voice. Tang stood up from Qin Ming's carriage. I didn't. Gai Jinyu. Don't talk nonsense here. Qin Ming had heard of this name, and the other party also seemed to be a senator in the Hushi military camp. It's on the same level as Han Mingrui. Poke his head out of the wagon. Qin Ming then saw a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a sword hanging from his waist, standing in the distance on a fast horse, staring at the carriage with a smile on his face. To be able to come on such short notice and catch them red-handed, it was obvious that he was keeping an eye on Han Mingrui. Needless to say, the soldiers who had just passed on the order must have been on their way to find Han Mingrui. He'd already told Gai Jingashi the news. It's not for me to say whether you have it or not. I'll report upwards later. After a proper investigation, he has your goods. I'm leaving. Han Mingrui's face was very ugly. Quickly jumping off the carriage, he whispered in Qin Ming's ear before leaving, then immediately straddled a warhorse and leave the place. Everyone in the court now knew what Qin Ming was like. Get too close to him and there's a good chance you'll get in trouble. Even Han Mingrui, who was a lousy gambler, didn't dare to stay here for more than a few days for fear that he would really leave a trail of words for Gai Jinyue. After the other party left, Qin Ming jumped off the carriage. You're the one who held up our goods. Yes. Gai Jinyue was not afraid of Qin Ming in the slightest and nodded calmly. Take it out. Qin Ming didn't talk nonsense to him and held out his hand to make him hand over his things. Gai Jinyue froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Qin Ming to be so direct. but then he laughed. Your Highness, even if I return all the goods to you, you can't get into this Wuxi. Words are not enough. Not coincidentally, I'm a big talker. So let's try it. Qin Ming and his eyes converged in midair, instantly rubbing out countless sparks. The atmosphere of the scene also became a bit gloomy. Suddenly, Gai Jinyue clapped his hands. The last general is a small man, but it is not good to stop you. If you really want to take the goods Wuxi, you can try by yourself. Men, carry the things out for His Highness. This turn of events by Gai Jinyue caused both Lu Barge and Wan Shu, who were waiting in the rear, to frown. They didn't read the guy's mind. Soon, however, as the boxes of goods were carried out, Gai Jinyue owed a slight bow and pointed behind him. Your Highness, do you dare to take it? Chapter 111, Killing Opportunities in Every Direction. In the face of Gai Jinyue's provocation, Qin Ming, however, smiled faintly. If the king takes it and still enters Wuxi, is someone going to make a move on us? So who knows? Let's just say it's possible. Gai Jinyue didn't shy away from his arrangement in the slightest. Or perhaps behind him, someone had already been preparing to make a move against Qin Ming. No matter from what perspective, Qin Ming has been developing like this in Lingnan, always a huge threat to those in the court. It would be better for everyone if we could get rid of him sooner rather than later. A number of people then bared their fangs and even tried to make a move against Qin Ming. Wan Shu walked forward and whispered in Qin Ming's ear, "Take the goods and go ahead. There's no need to argue with them here." But hearing these words, Lu Guan was very dissatisfied. Your Highness, I can beat them, no matter how many of them come. Armies like this one in the interior of the Great Qian are paper tigers that can't do anything but play the bully. Even though his voice was small, Gai Jingyu heard him. What did you say? I say you're a paper tiger. Lu Gang spoke coldly, and disdain was also written all over his face. Compared to an army like theirs that has been fighting on the border for years, many of these armies within the Great Qian dynasty are indeed pampered. They basically don't have any exposure to war except to quell civil unrest. Generally speaking, they are the sons and daughters of some princes and nobles. In order to gild the lily for easy promotion, it's only then that they specifically put their own children inside the military. Let them mix up the credit in this safer zone. This helps them to be promoted later. Qin Ming remembered that his brother, who had become the crown prince, seemed to have hung on to an imaginary position in the army. It seems to be a position under the Senator General that manages munitions. Is it a paper tiger? You can try it yourself. It's better than your armies that can't even take care of their supplies. In the eyes of many in Lakeland West, the army in Lingnan is a bunch of mudslingers because they can barely pay their barracks. The combat power is naturally predictable. But what they didn't know was that Qin Ming had spent the past few months in Lingnan. The army had already been configured extremely well. The weaponry on the surface would have covered most of it. Not to mention that Lu Guan, as the general of the Vanguard Battalion, the soldiers under his command naturally enjoyed the first-hand treatment. Alright, get in there. In the end, it was Qin Ming who made the decision. Qin Ming has been running the territory of Lingnan since he got it and ran it. The power in his hands was also much stronger. With military power, he didn't come here with his tail between his legs. Since the people of the court already had the idea of making a move on themselves, even to the point of threatening their lives, Qin Ming didn't mind putting his strength on display. If they wanted to make a move against themselves, they naturally had to weigh it up. In fact, Qin Ming had already had a certain strength before, but the order to cut the clan had not been issued at that time. Before disintegrating this tactic of the other party, Qin Ming naturally would not expose his strength. Not anymore. He had taken control of the area and responded to the court. The courtiers themselves knew that no matter who they arranged to come over, it was impossible to affect Qin Ming's military power. Otherwise, it is unlikely that they would have set up manpower specifically in Lakeside this time. They didn't know if Qin Ming would come over, but as long as Qin Ming came over, they would definitely be hit. Don't be impulsive. At this time, Wan Shu tugged at Qin Ming's coat corner from the side. She was worried that Qin Ming was having an emotional upswing at the moment and wasn't in control of himself. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Qin Ming faintly shook his head. At a time like this, even Wu Dingbo would not be able to tear his face straight to himself. They likely used some roundabout and unseemly tactics. As long as they didn't come to the stage, Qin Ming naturally had countless ways to deal with them. Since your highness is also coming, then please. A look of mockery appeared on Gai Jinyue's face. Then he sidestepped directly behind him, allowing these few soldiers to open the entrance to the pass. Qin Ming's few people just waltzed in right in front of him. Sitting in the carriage, Wan Shu looked at Qin Ming with some confusion. It's not like your style of doing things. They're sure to lay a dragnet on you in the back, and once you're dead, there's nothing left. I won't die. You underestimate the strength of the Wuwei Battalion. Qin Ming came over this time to show off his wrist. Since the other party had this intention, Qin Ming naturally had to go along with them. Isn't it a little too soon now? Guan Shu was silent for a while before he suddenly opened his mouth and asked Qin Ming. No, that's enough. Just as Guan Shu was about to say something, Lu Gan suddenly poked his head in. Your Highness, a group of people are staring at us from above the mountain peaks in the distance. I've just passed a couple of forks in the road, and I've spotted quite a few stalkers as well. This is what he saw with the binoculars Qin Ming gave him. Ever since he came down from the battlefield, Lu Bao had been treating this as a treasure. He even had Qin Ming set him up with an upgraded telescope that could see farther. Whenever he went to a place, if he felt there was danger, he would use this to check in advance. I sure found something wrong today. It looks like they're trying to disguise themselves as mountain bandits and make a move on us. Qin Ming guessed the other party's intentions after thinking about it. But now there was a problem. It was not known exactly how many troops the other side would commit. Your Highness, why don't I take the initiative and go over and take them down? At this time, Lu Gan asked Qin Ming tentatively, just as he was waiting for Qin Ming's reply. Qin Ming had already seen the fire in the distance. No need to go. They're already here. Qin Ming was not expecting the people of the court to wish for his death so much. Copy that. Lu Gan reacted quickly and jumped off the carriage with a sideways movement. Swish! The bright blade was drawn by him. Fighting among the mountains and forests, this weapon was better than his wide-open chopper. The reaction of the soldiers at the back was also quick to quickly spread out and stand, and the group of three greeted them in all directions. They couldn't see exactly how many people were coming now, but even so, the combat quality of all the soldiers of the Pioneer Battalion was very high. Deployment was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Kill them! A group of people dressed like mountain thieves quickly rushed down from the mountain. At the same time, a group of people emerged from the official road before and after Qin Ming. They were deliberately disguised as mountain bandits though. But this well-coordinated, well-trained look was clearly not so simple as a greenhorn. Looking at the other party with a murderous look, Lu Bao spat viciously. It's really an army cut-off. Hushi's people really have guts, daring to play hardball with our Wuwei Battalion. Brothers, do it! Chapter 112, The Human God of the Year. Knock. Soon, a stout man with a black veil over his face rushed out of the mountains with a large sword. His sword blade rose upwards and made contact with Lu Barge's long blade, rubbing sparks that flickered under the dark night. Lu Gan was not afraid at all, and his powerful sword pressed down a little bit. The extremely blasted muscles on his arms bulged violently, and in the blink of an eye, he gained the upper hand. The opponent lifted his leg and took a step backwards, his left hand releasing from the hilt of his greatsword and drawing the short blade at his waist. The short knife that flashed with a cold aura stabbed towards Lu Chang's waist, like a viper spitting out a letter. Hey! Under the moonlight, Lu Gan suddenly grinned. He didn't make any defensive gestures, and the force in his hands increased. The blade pressed down and cut into the opponent's left arm. The masked man's body shortened, and a pained look emerged from the eyes exposed on the black veil. And the moment the short sword in his hand touched Lu Gan's body, the sound of clashing gold and stone came out. He looked incredulously at Lu Gan. Underneath his scratched clothes, Lu Gan was actually wearing a layer of soft armor. Look at the hardness. It's still premium. Die for me. Lu Gan did not respond to him, but yelled. The long knife was raised violently and changed to a flat slash, slicing hard towards his neck from the left side. Dang! The greatsword was erected to block Lu Gan's attack. However, the tremendous force still caused this masked man's hand to go numb from the shock. As soon as he looked down, he saw that his tiger's mouth was cracked and blood had begun to drip from it. This horrifying scene caused him to stare at Lu Chang with extreme shock and take a few steps backward. To be honest, Lu Chang's battle power was no different from a heavenly god in the eyes of them. The garrison troops in the Diqian territory. *******Q. The next moment, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Lu Gang took a step and stepped on his opponent's sword. Bang! The greatsword came off. The opponent could no longer hold the sword, but Lu Barge used it as a springboard and jumped straight into midair, gripping the greatsword in his hand and slashing downward violently. Swish! The image of a split in two shook all those present who were engaged in battle for a short period of time. Even Qin Ming swallowed and the corners of his mouth twitched. Truly a Taiyujin on earth. Guan Shu had already covered her eyes and turned her back to them, not daring to look at the cruel scene. Ha ha! Lu Gan laughed while charging into the enemy line. He was reckless, but that didn't mean he wasn't smart. He chose the easiest way to break the game, chopping in front of the battlefield. After the opponent's general was split directly in half, many of the soldiers around him, who were posing as mountain bandits, stepped back when they saw him. In less than half an hour, the battlefield was cleared. The mountain bandits died and fled. Your Highness, keep going? Lu Gan looked at the corpses all over the place, turned his head and wiped a handful of blood from his face, and opened his mouth to Qin Ming to inquire. Go. Qin Ming saw Lu Barge's shocking killing methods after the battle started though, but he quickly calmed down. Since he wanted to establish authority, naturally he could not run halfway and go straight back. What about the bodies here? They'll take care of it themselves. It's these people who wouldn't dare let those mountain bandits appear before the world. Regarding Lu Gan's doubts, Qin Ming was not worried. Compared to himself, Wu Dingbuo's side was definitely more anxious. The people who arranged it didn't kill Qin Ming, but instead, such a large number of people died. He'll probably come over soon to clean up the mess and minimize the impact. These would not be something that Qin Ming needed to worry about. The aim for them now was to walk safely to Shimusha City. Declaring that he could come and that he wasn't afraid of anyone was the point of Qin Ming's visit. Yes, soon. Qin Ming and the others were once again on the road after resting for the night. Everyone looked exuberant. They also realized that they seemed to be targeted by many people this time they came over. But with their strength, why should they be targeted by a bunch of guys who don't have much strength at all? This left many of the soldiers in the barracks puzzled and feeling offended, because in their eyes, any more of these guys that came were just sending them to their deaths. On the second night, there was indeed another group of people who came next to Qin Ming's camp. This time there were significantly more people coming than yesterday, but without any surprise, Lu Gan drew his sword and cut the opponent's general at the waist. The soldiers disguised as mountain bandits broke up and fled. On the third day, hundreds more were added to the number. The general was stabbed through the heart and died, adding another feather to Lu Gang's war record. On the fourth day, 2 generals were beheaded and died. Lu Gang was so happy that he was discussing with Qin Ming on the way back about giving himself a reward. Qin Ming naturally agreed to all these things. It's just that a few people are happy and a few people are sad. Qin Ming was able to clearly notice that along with the growing excitement on Lu Gan's side. Wan Shu, however, stayed silent, as if he was talking less and less. Even when it came to eating, Wan Shu just sat with himself in the carriage and ate. Don't even dare to go down. She seemed to be a little afraid of Lu Gan. Come to think of it, after all, Wan Shu was only a woman in her 20s. In just a few days, he saw so many people die in the hands of Lu Chong, and the deaths were all so overbearing. Even the more knowledgeable and accepting Wan Shui, all of them had trouble relaxing their minds and sitting at a table to eat with Lu Gan. Almost there. Finally almost there. Wan Shu, who has been a bit of a nervous wreck these past few days, finished his meal, took out the map and put it on the dining room table and looked at it twice. A long sigh of relief. Scared, Qin Ming smiled and stepped closer to the other party. He was ready to comfort, but Wan Shu frowned at him and asked, "Are all the struggles in your court this bloody?" "Not really, it's just that I'm special, and a lot of people want me dead right now, but there's no way to make a move against me, either financially or in terms of military power." Qin Ming shrugged. "There's no choice but for them to come over and kill me, so I guess they can feel at ease. But your counterattack was too direct." "It's good to be direct. Lingnan is mine and this army is mine. Do I have to hide it? This way to kill up here is what I want to show them. It's best for everyone to develop in peace and harmony without affecting anyone. And if anyone dares to make a move against me, then I will definitely not let them have a good time either." Looking at Qin Ming, he so directly stated what was on his mind. Wan Shu suddenly thought of something, his body stiffened a little surprised. "It does seem that you have had quite a few commissions at court, that's for sure." Qin Ming put down his rice bowl and gave it to his men to scrub. After waiting a while, they were taken back on their way. By late afternoon, they finally arrived at Shimusha City. The city of Xiaxia was the most prosperous area in Hushi, and it was also the location of Wu Dingbuo's official residence. Looking at this city, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth raised into a smile. From a distance he saw a group of people who had long been standing under the walls waiting for him. No need to guess, their faces were definitely ugly. Chapter 113, The Face of the Barracks. Among those who greeted Qin Ming was Wu Dingbuo, the newly appointed governor of Huguang, He Jiaming, the merchant general of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce, and Huangfu Taiping, the general soldier of Hushi, were among them. They hadn't seized the opportunity to successfully finish off Qin Ming. Having seen his strength again, he knew that this matter was no longer a possibility, and now he had to come out to receive him personally. "Your Highness has come a long way." As soon as they met, Wu Dingbuo, whose face was still a bit heavy, spoke with intent. It was a bit rough, but the king came anyway, and didn't run into any obstacles that were too tricky. Qin Ming's tone was flat, as if he was just making small talk with the other party. There was a tacit understanding between the two sides that they didn't bring up the previous battle in the mountain forest. However, when these words came out, they made Huangfu Taiping unable to stand it. Listening to him, he was obviously saying that those soldiers under his command were nothing. As soon as he thought about this, Huangfu Taiping felt that his face couldn't hang on. He was about to open his mouth for something, but was quickly stopped by Wu Dingbuo with a look. When Qin Ming saw this look on their faces, The corner of his mouth lifted up as he continued. Can you do me the favor of letting the king lead the team in for business? Could be. Wu Dingbo looked at He Jiaming, who was on the side. Although it was okay to talk about it, it was obvious that this time, if Qin Ming wanted to do business, he still had to look at this general manager of Hushi business. Then let's go. Qin Ming beckoned to the side, and a few soldiers immediately walked over to the carriage and picked up Wan Shu. Seeing Wan Shu walk out, He Jiaming's pupils shrunk. You're here too. Not welcome here on business? Once at the mall, Wan Shu shows his dominant side. Seeing this, He Jiaming laughed coldly. It's possible, but the rules of doing business here are something that Miss Wan might not quite understand. I can learn slowly. I'm just afraid no one will teach me. Wan Shu opened his mouth smilingly, but his meaning was clear. She's going to get Ho Ka-ming to give a business path. You want to be taught, but you have to pay tuition. Ho Ka-ming still hasn't budged. Wu Dingbua and Huang Fu Taiping stood on the side, saying that they could let Qin Ming in to do business, but neither of them moved out of the way. There was some change in the atmosphere of the scene. Wan Shu quietly gazed at He Jiaming and suddenly said, "We've come a long way. I wonder if brother he could join us for a casual meal." "Of course you can. It's quite hard for you guys to make the trip. This meal should be hosted by me. Let's go. Have a catch-up at Spring Wind House. Go." Between these two men, it seemed that they were going down to talk some business. Seeing this, Wu Dingbua and Huang Fu Taiping looked at each other and both prepared to leave. Before leaving, Huang Fu Taiping glanced at Lu Chong behind Qin Ming with extreme indignation. "I've heard that your highness has a General Lu by his side, who is known to be a man of the world." "That's me." Lu Guan walked out from behind Qin Ming without feeling the slightest bit out of place. "He's also really fierce." Qin Ming nodded slightly. "Why? Does General Huang Fu have any instructions?" "I don't dare to be instructed. It's just that recently there are some restless people in the military camp who have been feeling that General Lu's reputation is greater than his strength. What those people down there said doesn't count. It's just a joke." But they also reminded this official that General Lu is a strange man. "If he has time, can he go to my army and give us a few pointers?" Although there was support in the court and the damaged soldiers were compensated, but the loss of their barracks wasn't just that. It was also the loss of face. The opponent's provocation caused Qin Ming to frown. In Lakeland West, they counterattack only after the other side has initiated the fight. But it was not a wise move to have traveled to the other side's barracks with such a big grin. But Lu Guan is a very rash person. Once provoked, it's easy to have to agree to the other side. Just as Qin Ming was about to speak out against Lu Guan's voice came. "What the? I owe you?" This action caused Huang Fu Taiping to freeze for a moment. As far as he knew, Lu Chong was a reckless man and had a bad temper. Today, he himself came over and specifically questioned the other party in words. But he didn't expect that Lu Chong wouldn't eat this at all. Feeling that something was wrong, Huang Fu Taiping thought for a moment and continued. "General Lu, recently there are a lot of people in the military camp, but they questioned your achievements in the North Pass battlefield in the first place. Some people even said..." Before he could finish his speech, Lu Guan said impatiently with a big wave of his hand. "A bunch of losers. The old man has been in the military for half of his life. What's the use of them questioning it? Are they worthy?" Huang Fu Taiping's body stiffened. From the beginning he had gotten the wrong direction and had not even scratched the surface of Lu Chang's mind. In Lu Bao's eyes, people with strength questioning themselves is called questioning. This kind of person who defies himself, he can go and prove it. But this group of Lingnan garrison, who had been killed and disarmed by himself, were not even in his eyes. What they said was naturally treated as fart by Lu Guan. Then what's there to say? Just let them talk. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted into a smile that he couldn't help but smile. Instead, it was Huang Fu Taiping who stopped where he was and still refused to go. After waiting for half a day, he suddenly said, 10,000 taels. What 10,000 taels? Come to our barracks to try. Since it's a reward for teaching, if General Lu can really teach them, then this official will take 10,000 taels of lottery as a reward. How about it? 10,000 taels of silver was definitely a big number for Qin Ming and the others. Huang Fu Taiping knew that they were very short of money right now. As expected, Lu Guan somewhat hesitantly looked at Qin Ming first. No need. Qin Ming patted his shoulder. He didn't want Lu Chong to be in danger just for 10,000 taels of silver. Your Highness, I want to try. Lu Gung spoke in a low voice, and his face also carried a few moments of anticipation. The Pioneer Battalion hasn't been paid for 2 months. Hearing this, Qin Ming's exhortation that had just reached his lips immediately stuck. They spent a lot of money when they originally fought outside the pass. Qin Ming had only just recently snatched back the business of the cloth store from Zhuge Fazai. Naturally, they haven't had time to pay them yet. It was good that the soldiers in the barracks were nice and never said much. But just because they didn't say much doesn't mean it was good for the heart. Lu Gang, as their general, naturally wanted to help get some silver, and knowing that it wasn't easy for Qin Ming, he wanted to play some role himself. Nah, he doesn't have much of a business mind and he doesn't know how to make money. Now that he had finally gotten a chance, he wanted to do his part for the money of the barracks. I promise. Seeing that Qin Ming didn't stop himself, Lugan finally opened his mouth at this time. It's a deal. Huang Fu Taiping's face showed a few hints of ruthlessness. As long as Lu Chong dared to enter the military camp, there would be many experts within their military camp. I'm not afraid of not being able to cure him. Of course, Lu Gan was confident in his own strength. After Huang Fu Taiping left, Qin Ming took the merchant caravan to enter Shimusha City with Lu Gang. With the efforts of the crowd, soon all their cloths were almost sold. The level of affluence here is really not much higher than that of Lingnan. I just don't know what exactly Wan Shu, who went out to dinner with He Jiaming, talked about with the other party. It's amazing how well this deal went down. Chapter 114, The Idea of Farming. In the evening, Wan Shu returned inside the inn where Qin Ming and the others were staying. How so? Qin Ming pulled out a stool and let Wan Shu sit beside him. Displeasure was written all over Wan Shu's small face. Nothing, no loss, no gain. What do you mean? Qin Ming knew Wan Shu's character. Even she said it wasn't profitable to come all this way to trade, so it just really wasn't very profitable. It means that we pay something to each other, and although we can do business, we don't really make too much money, and he has to sell us a bunch of stuff. Sell what? Qin Ming looked at Wan Shu with some confusion. It is reasonable to say that if the other side is dumping goods towards Lingnan, there is not that much of a market. After all, they don't have any money in their hands either. Chickens and ducks, and pigs and cows and sheep. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming came to a realization. The man is quite sinister. The other party knew Qin Ming's strength and the economic level of their side. Since normal goods, there is no way to make money from Lingnan. Then sell something more relevant to life. Poultry, for example. That way there is a market for it no matter what. You promise? Promised. But don't worry, I won't let them affect the market price. And even if something goes wrong, the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce will cover for you. Since Wan Shu was willing to support Qin Ming, he would naturally do things well. However, Qin Ming suddenly remembered large-scale farming. Until now, their soldiers have lived on a diet of mixed brown rice. It takes more than just weaponry to raise an army. And food. There is a big difference between a soldier who eats meat every day and one who is starved every day. Productivity was low in this era and farming was equally inefficient. Sometimes there is a chicken plague or duck plague, and one breath can kill the products of farming directly. But if penicillin gets out, at least it will prevent infection in birds and improve survival rates. For example, a small amount of penicillin can be used when chickens are infected. With some more specialized care, these birds and animals should be able to produce scale very quickly. It's a good deal. Say yes first. After thinking about it, Qin Ming opened his mouth and said to Wan Shu, since it's business, it's all about win-win. At this stage, at least the Hushi Chamber of Commerce is not completely dependent on the imperial court. Otherwise, when Qin Ming had just come over, they would have definitely swooped over with their teeth and claws and made a move on him. Have you got something new in mind? Wan Shu was smart enough to see Qin Ming's eyes flickering and immediately guessed something. Not really, just wanted to try it first. Something to do with penicillin? Yes, I know. Although he let the other party earn away a sum of money, Wan Shu's heart settled down a lot when he heard that Qin Ming had some new ideas to implement. The two of them discussed the matter, and then ordered people to bring a large number of chickens, ducks, pigs and cows back to Lingnan. And early the next morning, Qin Ming was with Lu Gang, entering the military camp in Hushi. Your Highness, they're coming from a bad place. I saw several experts walking through the barracks. Lu Gan frowned at one of the soldiers with a bad face as he passed by. Obviously, in order to regain face this time, Huang Fu Taiping had pulled in quite a few experts. Some of them aren't even in the military. Instead, they are some of the masters of the jungle sects. These people are strong and their methods are indefensible, invisibly creating a lot of pressure on Lu Gan. Fight if you can. If you can't, back off. We're not ashamed anyway. Qin Ming spoke in a low voice, explaining the stakes to him in advance. They had already made a name for themselves in Lakeside, and now even if they were targeted by the other side and lost, it was nothing. Soon, they arrived on top of the schoolyard. Here waited 3 soldiers in armor, each of them burly and stern-eyed, obviously not good. Soldiers gathered around the perimeter 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. All came to see the battle. Seeing these 3 people, Lu Gan and Qin Ming glanced at each other, and both of them were somewhat helpless, and I don't know where the outside help was brought in from. They could tell at a glance that these men were completely different from the original guards they had encountered in Hushi. It looked like the general was transferred from the border battlefield. I came over today, specifically to deal with Lu Chong. This one's for you. Qin Ming looked at them and suddenly took off his coat and handed it to Lu Cheng. Your Highness. Lu Gang has knowledge of Qin Ming's clothes. Qin Ming had once specifically found a few masters from the workshop to make some organs to put on his body due to his own lack of strength. Sleeve arrows, boot-lined blades, sewn on gold silk soft armor. Lightweight and practical things were basically all packed in Qin Ming's body. Once he took off this robe, he invariably added a lot of battle power to Lu Cheng. Of course, all this is invisible to outsiders. I'll give you these uses first. Qin Ming informed Lu Gan of his situation while waiting for him to prepare. Hearing that Qin Ming had so many insidious tactics, Lu Gan froze. Your Highness, this raising needle, the Jedi sword, and the blind scatter, were all your own ideas? Untalented. Indeed. The king summarized it himself. Qin Ming's old face blushed and he graciously admitted it. Walking in the jungle, it is definitely necessary to prepare some means. He had never had the chance to use these means of surprise because he had Chang Baishan by his side. Now that you happen to be in the wolf's den, you don't have to care about decency or lack thereof. The other side has targeted them so much, it's time to use it. I know. Lu Barge draped Qin Ming's robe over his body. Huang Fu Taiping's voice also came from the distance at this time. Well, are you ready? It's ready. Lu Gang strides to the open space surrounded by the crowd and draws a chopper from the weapon rack. Today Huang Fu Taiping had already carried killing intent in his heart, and the weapons he prepared were not the wooden swords and knives they usually use to practice with, but actual weapons. My name is Chen Pai. Please enlighten me. One of the generals drew his lance and walked forward extremely vigilantly to stand in front of Lu Gan. No nonsense between the two sides. It was out in the blink of an eye. The lance in Chen Pai's hand was like a swimming dragon, and in the blink of an eye, it stabbed towards Lu Chang's vitals. Lu Gang dodged his opponent's attack with a sidestep, and tried to hold the lance with his backhand. The opponent was experienced and prepared for a hard shake. The body of the gun bent to avoid Lu Barge's grip, and Chen Pai hooked it in a smooth motion, drawing back the lance. As the gun blade came back, it slashed Lu Bao's wrist, setting off a shower of blood to fly. Chen family marksmanship. You're from Shiguan. Lu Bao shook off the blood on his hands and took a few steps back. Huang Fu Taiping. You get the people from the border over to mess with lousy? Chapter 115, The Battle. Huang Fu Taiping sneered, his face filled with sarcasm. Under his arrangement, the number of people coming from West Pass had exceeded expectations. A dozen generals in one breath. They were extremely strong, but it was simply impossible to think of someone who could suppress them in a short period of time. Even Lu Barge couldn't have done it. Bang! 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 Lu Gan's fist and Chen Pai met. The huge blade slashed at Lu Bao's body. Blood and flesh rolled over, and a horrifying wound surfaced on Lu Bao's body. Blood spurting wildly, Lu Gang knelt down on one knee. Horror was written all over his face. The opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. At this moment, he only felt as if he was on top of a battlefield, facing those elite soldiers of the barbarians. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to put such pressure on him. Good tactics. Buzz. Raising the blade in his hand, he pressed it up against his opponent's blade. At this moment all the soldiers around them all stared in disbelief. They looked incredulously at Lu Cheng. Lu Gan's move was just too risky. As long as the other party's blade went down, Lu Gan would fall dead on the spot. But the other side is like dancing on the tip of a knife, without any retreat at all. Sticking to the opponent's blade, he slammed his blade towards the top and picked it out. Slow down. As one of Chen Pai's voices came out, the long blade in front of Lu Cheng burst apart inch by inch. It turned into countless starlight scattered in midair. At this moment, countless iron shavings flew at Lu Barge's face. It left Lu Barge with a lot of color hanging all over his body. But even so, he endured the pain and swung his fist out, hammering it hard into the opponent's chest and abdomen. With a bang, the tremendous force caused the general in front of him to bow his body into a snappy shrimp shape in this instant. In the next moment, he was dislodged his chest and revealed a huge break. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Gan picked him up by the neck. It pressed downward violently. Chimpy's head is like a marshmallow. Hardly, Lu Bao was pressed to the ground and sunk into the mud. When he raised his head again, Chimpy had lost 3 teeth. A lot of blood sprayed out of his mouth, looking like a nightmare that had just walked out of hell. But such injuries were not enough to disable the returning generals of Shiguan. At that moment, the other party violently rolled over. With a raised hand, he drew the second sword at his waist and violently stabbed towards Lu Gan's abdomen. Lu Gan felt a huge pressure. After taking a step backward, Humongous raised his hand and forcefully gripped the opponent's blade. You're slow too. Lugo turned to Chen Pai's face and sprayed a mouthful of blood to block his vision. It was only at this moment that quite a few of the surrounding soldiers finally reacted. The opponent appeared to be wearing a gold filigree glove on his hand. This kind of valuable thing had been arranged directly on Lu Barge's body. This made them all a little skeptical about their previous perceptions of the Wuwei Battalion. I can't believe they're so rich, and this guy's got a full set of bling. Who says it isn't? I thought they were poor, but now they don't seem so poor. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Now your highness may be poor, but at least you won't even be able to afford a military camp, right? The soldiers present spoke up. On their faces, a few looks of surprise also surfaced. Good tactics. The Shiguan general, Chen Pai, sucked in a breath of cold air. Just when he wanted to react, the long sword in his hand had already been forcefully gripped by the other party, and his eyes were stained with blood. At this moment, he only felt a huge force coming from his tiger's mouth. In the next moment, his tiger's mouth crumbled inch by inch, and a stream of blood bubbled out. At the same time, the long sword in his hand also came off in a smooth manner. Knock! The sandbagged fist slammed over his face. The tremendous force of the blow sent a nosebleed flying. Lying on the ground, he never knew life or death again. Yes, only Qin Ming was shouting for Lu Chong at the scene. As for all the soldiers in the Hushi military camp, they were all disheveled at the moment. They were all extremely angry. But in a one-on-one fight like this, there was nothing they could do to help. One could only watch as these strong generals Huangfu Taiping had called out fell to the ground. At the same time, Qin Ming also noticed that Lu Barge's body had received quite a few injuries. Both sides were generals who had been stationed at the border for years, and each of them was extremely strong in battle. And now they were facing Lu Chong, although they would fall short in one or two short-term battles. But under this kind of wheel warfare, Lu Guan will soon have problems. Right now, Lu Chang's physical strength has been greatly depleted, and after just 2 or 3 battles, he is already out of breath. This was even tougher than the enemies he encountered on the battlefield inside normal days, and the consumption was naturally much greater. Looking at him like this, Qin Ming was also a bit worried. As for these soldiers that Qin Ming had brought with him, they were even more worried. They themselves knew that the amount of time one could last in an all-out fight was very short. At the most, it's only an incense burner. But Lu Guan was forced to be delayed by their will battle. There was hardly any chance to get off the field, and each break was only a tea break. Having thought of this, Qin Ming stepped forward and whispered to Lu Guan, "Use my clothes." There were many means inside Qin Ming's clothes, all of which could help him take out his opponents with ease. But to Qin Ming's surprise, Lu Chong slowly shook his head at this time. "Got it, but I won't use it until I'm down." Lu Gang had a natural confidence and pride in his identity, since it's the elite soldiers who retired from the Northern Pass. Then he didn't bother to use Qin Ming's tactics. There was no way he was going to give up hammering people with his fists unless they were targeted to the head. "You guys?" "Ugh." Qin Ming was silent. Even some of the soldiers around him were clenching their fists at the moment. Those who were able to become generals of their barracks naturally had their own charisma. It was like Lu Guan, who at the moment had made all the newly entered brothers' hearts happy. All the recruits of the Wuwei Battalion were extremely admiring. "That's the real general." Qin Ming slowly shook his head, but he wasn't disgusted by the other man's choices. Lao Lu is a real person. Go on. Lu Chong gritted his teeth and stood up, shook his somewhat heavy body and spoke firmly. At this moment, even the generals of Shiguan were a bit shocked. The battle between the two sides continued. "Shiguan Chen Ping, please enlighten me." The battle opened up again between the two sides, after 3 rounds of fighting, but Lu Barge hadn't lost yet. Instead, they've come close to beating each other time and time again. Looking at his shaky body, Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. He does have his own uniqueness in being able to step up from the Wuwei camp. However, the continuous battles are extremely exhausting to the physical strength. Even Lu Gang can't help but kneel on the ground panting heavily. By this time he was drained. Compared to normal these mainland garrisons, the generals of Shiguan are obviously a great deal stronger out. Chapter 116 Returns in Farming. "Well, that's it." Qin Ming spoke indifferently, slowly walking up and speaking to Huangfu Taiping. However, at this time, Huangfu Taiping did not respond. Lu Bao also shook his head and continued to stand up with a wide grin. "Keep going. It's been a long time since I've fought like this." Hearing his words, everyone present couldn't help but stand in awe. Just after Lu Gang forcefully carried the pressure and fought again for 3 rounds. Finally, a few of the generals from West Pass backed off. Forget it. After a wheel battle to wear down Lu Gan's strength and win in the end, they can't hang on to their own faces. After all, Lu Gan had defeated several rounds of their offense with the power of one man. If this continues, even if they were able to win against Lu Gan, it would still be a victory. It would be bad for their reputation if word got out instead. At the thought of this, all of them did not want to continue with their hands. At least that way they can still keep their poise. Generals like these who have actually experienced the battlefield and emerged from a mountain of corpses, actually don't care at all about these internal struggles within the court. If it wasn't for the fact that Huangfu Taiping had given enough money, they wouldn't have even bothered to come. Inside their eyes, the struggle within the court. It's really nothing compared to the home country, which is very much. It's simply not worth it for them to fight their way to the top. And Lu Barge's performance did give them a few moments of admiration. Regardless of being in any military camp, they all respected the strong. Lu Bao has already been recognized. General Lu, you're awesome, I'm convinced. After the several generals finished their discussion, they slowly turned around, and one of them clasped his fist and spoke to Lu Barge. Then he turned and prepared to leave. At least when facing Lu Guan, they had been a bit scared. Lu Guan's battle power was already recognized in them. I'm not fighting either. Winning. None of the people present had anything to say about it and turned around, ready to leave. But in the face of such irresponsible behavior on their part, a flash of anger flashed across Huang Fu Taiping's face. What are you doing? We agreed to do it together. Why don't you keep your promise now? General, we won't take any more money. A few of the generals of the Western Pass took a step back, and by this time had even opened their mouths for a share of the money. A silence fell over the scene. Lu Gang still stood still without any movement, quietly waiting for the challenger. So be it. Qin Ming stepped forward and took the initiative to end the incident. In the face of such a situation, even Huang Fu Taiping did not dare to continue saying anything. After all, their side is not in charge. Looking for a fight backfired by being humiliated by the other party, and even took out so many people in one breath. How could he possibly be in a position to have the face to open his mouth? Look at Huang Fu Taiping's silence. Go. Qin Ming slowly walked out of the barracks with Lu Chong, who was already covered in wounds. At this time around these soldiers of Hushi, there wasn't even anyone to stop them. They just stood still, silently making way when Qin Ming and Lu Bao came over. There was no need to say who had won on this battlefield now. As soon as Lu Gang came down, he was surrounded by soldiers, assisting him as he left. At this moment, everyone knew that he had come over to fight for the money of the barracks. There was also a greater admiration for his behavior. 10,000 taels of silver. Remember to send it. Before leaving, Lu Gan also opened his mouth to Huang Fu Taiping and reminded him. Huang Fu Taiping snorted coldly. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Originally, today was about getting back in the game, and it ended up like this. He's having a hard time. On the way back, Qin Ming patted Lu Chang's shoulder. I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver when we get back. That's your compensation. Hearing this, Lu Chang was instantly agitated. Although he had suffered a lot of injuries today, the reward Qin Ming had given him was already enough for him to go to a restaurant and drink dozens of drinks. Thank you, Your Highness. No, I should be the one to thank you this time. Qin Ming opened his mouth with a smile. This trip to Lakeside belongs to earning face and face. It's time to run. They are now on the radar of the local officials as well as the military camp. If we continue to stay here, it will be difficult to deal with some trouble later on. To avoid such strife, Qin Ming was also prepared to directly take him away to go back to nurse his wounds. As for the poultry and other things traded on this side, it would be coordinated by Qin Ming after he returned. A few days later, Qin Ming returned to their barracks. As soon as he came back, Chao Chuan noticed Lu Bao's injuries. How did you get so badly hurt? What's going on here? Did the people over there really make a move against us? He asked Qin Ming with some anger. They've been bullied since they got here. I never thought that even the garrison in the mainland would dare to take action against them now. This naturally made his face look bad. Thinking back to the days when they were in this entire camp, they were still in the northern border constantly campaigning and winning battles. Thumbs up and full of admiration when anyone mentions them. I didn't realize that the tiger was being bullied by the dog, and now it's just a trip to Lakeside. I can't believe I was bullied into this. This naturally caused Chao Chuan's heart to be dissatisfied to the extreme. It's not a big deal. Qin Ming told Chao Chuan all about going over there. It was only after hearing about the situation that Chao Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. You kid is getting better and better now, even daring to fight them in this kind of battle. Walking over to Lu Chong, Chao Chuan hammered him. Full of helplessness, she opened her mouth to him, though her mouth was grumbling, but he couldn't hide the concern in his tone. Lu Bao smiled and waved his hand. Lousy's life can be harder than you think. Don't think too much. This trip at least earned 10,000 taels of silver, in a moment to give the brothers under me a share. When he came back, Lu Gan was actually able to take 1,000 taels of silver, but in the end he voluntarily gave up a good portion of it. He only took 300 taels for himself, and the rest was all paid to the brothers in the barracks. Their pay, after all, had been in arrears long enough. If this continued, their barracks would probably be in disarray. Originally, Lu Gan was trying to make some contribution to the military camp, and naturally he was not willing to take too much at this time. Most of the stuff all contributed. Hearing the other party's request, Qin Ming naturally agreed. Now Chao Chuan also began to calculate their military needs, and in the meantime, distribute their pay. While he was doing something over here, Qin Ming also called Song Dingsheng to his side. There may be a shipment of poultry coming in lately, so go and find a group of farmers who are experienced about farming and gather them together. I want to hire them. Your Highness, what's going on? Suddenly letting them come over. We might not be able to afford to keep them. Hearing what Qin Ming said, Song Dingsheng immediately looked at him with some hesitation. Chapter 117, Breaking the Gateway. Song Dingsheng wasn't worried about those poultry arriving. Anyway, worst case scenario is that people can't raise it and kill it in place to split it up and eat it. But by the look of this highness, it was clear that this was not the case. He's trying to make the chicken lay eggs. The eggs lay chickens, and the children and grandchildren are endless. You mean the farmers? We can't afford to feed them? Qin Ming quickly guessed what he was thinking. Within the Great Qian, although farming is predominantly and traditionally practiced, it is also combined with animal husbandry. But the reality is that most people can't afford to raise things, let alone farm them on a large scale. They were already poor and couldn't afford chickens, ducks and pigs and all that. Inside Song Dingsheng's perception, raising a shed of poultry is estimated to take care of a family of 3. That way they wouldn't have much time for farming, and Qin Ming would have to pay them and give them money and food. It's not very appropriate and it's very wearing on itself. Farmers? That's a rare word. Sighing slightly, Song Dingsheng frowned as he spoke in a more pragmatic manner. At this time, Qin Ming was not worried. If we specialize in training a group of people who have mastered farming techniques and let them specialize in this, what do you think the probability is that it will work? The barracks have been somewhat compensated for their weaponry by the battles of the southern barbarian invasion. Qin Ming's goal at this stage is for them to not know that they can get enough to eat, and eat well. It's better to have meat. That's the best way to make an army stronger. In this era, the whole army can eat meat from time to time. How strong is this kind of army? Qin Ming does not dare to think about it. That's a solution. But how do you cultivate it? It's very simple. And that's why I've asked you to find experienced breeders who can compile their own experience and get some young people to specialize in farming after teaching them. Teaching requires the selection of a master teacher, while learning requires the selection of a young person. A master teacher is experienced enough to teach quite a bit. Young people are flexible and receptive and can learn and apply things quickly. That's fine. I'll go back tonight and check. Song Dingsheng came over today to help pull or to sell in Linjiang City. In the evening when Qin Ming settled the affairs of the military camp and returned to his own mansion within Linjiang City, just then he saw a train of carriages pulling up right in front of his mansion. There were 2 young girls in the doorway wearing the same pale pink gown. One crosses his arms and the other holding his arms is directing. Both of them were stunningly beautiful. One naive and lively, the other gentle and dignified. What's this for? Eyes on his 3-entry king's mansion, stuffed with one thing or another. Qin Ming frowned as he walked forward and helplessly opened his mouth to ask Guan Yu. Recently Zhao Xi will move in with us. When Guan Yu saw Qin Ming, she jumped forward and took his arm, leaning her soft body against his. The opening is a heavy news item. Why did you come over to stay? Lord Shang, don't you even have a mansion? My mansion is under construction. I need to reorganize it once more and borrow it for a while. Your Highness won't be so stingy, will you? As she spoke, Wan Shu also walked up to join Guan Yu in holding Qin Ming, surrounded by 2 stunning women. Qin Ming only felt that the pedestrians passing by on the street appeared to have a few moments of indignation and sourness in their eyes. What's with the sudden need to remodel the mansion here? I'm going to move the Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Recently dealt with a few guys who were in the way. The original headquarters in Yeyang City is no longer meaningful. It's just as well to move all of them with the Chamber of Commerce, and reside here in the future. Oh, Qin Ming remembered the original incident within the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce that had leaked the drawings of Qin Ming's textile machine. There was a lot of fuss about that one. Even now, Qin Ming has not been able to regain all the lost markets back to completion. When Wan Shu said he would clean up his own house, Qin Ming didn't care. Now it seems that this woman has gone down pretty dark. It should have dismantled the entire hall that was on the Yeyang City side and disposed of a large number of people. It has even led to the fact that there is no one on hand today, which is why they simply moved away. Stay then, but I'm a very conservative person. I sleep with the lights off in the middle of the night and never do anything over the line. Qin Ming gently pinched Wan Shu's waist through the other party's clothes. Wan Shu smiled. What? His Highness the Qin King hasn't even gotten married to Xiaoyu yet, so he wants the 2 of us to come over together to take advantage of you? Oops, don't talk nonsense. Guan Yu's small face reddened and she jostled with Wan Shu. Early the next morning, Qin Ming cleaned up a bit and took Song Dingsheng to a vacant lot in the countryside after dinner. A number of soldiers were gathered here, and a proposed shed was being erected. Unsurprisingly, this would later be the place where they would teach their farming skills. In spite of the humble conditions, the shed also leaks on all sides, but this could not stop the enthusiasm of those who came to learn. Early in the morning there were young people from several surrounding villages who had been told in advance by Song Ding-shang to come here and wait. Excitement was written all over their faces and they were talking to each other about what they had learned today. It's no wonder they haven't seen the world. Anyone else must have been thrilled to get the opportunity to learn the craft, because this era was still conservative. Some technologies even had a gateway. There is an old saying that teaches the disciple and starves the master. That's why everyone who wants to learn a trade has to go to great lengths. Some people serve apprenticeships for decades. In these decades, it's okay to meet a good master, but when you meet a worse one, you're really using people as cattle and horses. No human rights at all. In contrast, it is possible to learn a farming craft for free with Qin Ming. You even get an errand in the back, which is undoubtedly pie in the sky. There are quite a lot of people coming. I just notified 2 or 3 villages yesterday, thinking to try it out first and continue it if it works. Song Ding-shang looked at the line of a dozen columns, and at this moment, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. This kind of thing is actually very good. The labor force of this dynasty of ours, a lot of it is wasted. What Qin Ming said was always hard for Song Ding-shang to understand. He wasn't worried, though, and soon a couple of old men came to teach on crutches at his arrangement. They weren't any private school teachers. They were all old local farmers. He himself is experienced because of his previous years of raising poultry and pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. The more people who come, the better. I expect the best size is more than 500. As for this side of the shed used up, do not tear down. The back of the second phase of the third period of people continue to come to learn. Qin Ming spoke indifferently, explaining these things to Song Ding-shang. Your Highness. Hearing this amount, Song Ding-shang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, in the end, he did not speak. If he didn't take the initiative to tell, Qin Ming naturally wouldn't ask. The two continued to coordinate the erection of the shed on site. When he was busy in the afternoon, Chang Baishan rode a fast horse and brought people to Qin Ming and said, Your Highness, the poultry sent from Huxi have all arrived. Do you want to go and take a look? Chapter 118, Song Ding-shang's growth. Go. Soon Qin Ming brought the people together to a large shed. There are a lot of chickens, ducks and geese raised here. Next door, inside the shed, are pigs, cows and sheep. Divide things evenly into 3 groups, and then divide the good young men who come over to learn into 3 groups, and let them compete with each other, and the best raised ones stay. Did you want to ask me this morning why I recruited so many people? And here's the answer. Qin Ming turned his head and looked at Song Ding-shang with a smile. Song Ding-shang's old face turned red and he immediately clasped his fists. Embarrassed. You guessed it. Or your highness has thought it through thoroughly. When Qin Ming just told him this morning that he wanted to recruit hundreds of people, Song Ding-shang was thinking that so many people, there is no benefit, and many more mouths to eat. But now it seems that he was right not to talk too much at first. His highness is a man of honor, and naturally has his reasons for making such an arrangement. Fittingly, he soon explained to himself the reason for this arrangement as well. Having competition makes them appreciate the errand more. Half a month of learning, a month of breeding, half a month of evaluation and comparison, and finally the best group will be selected to receive all the livestock tasks, while giving them better treatment. Qin Ming walked while explaining everything to Song Ding-shang. Song Ding-shang asked curiously, Your Highness, how much of an increase do you think would be appropriate? 30%. Qin Ming held out 3 fingers, then waited for his response. Hiss. Song Ding-shang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is really a bit high. However, the previous car is placed here. At this moment, he does not dare to think too much for fear of making a joke. So it was nodded. I know. What do you know? Isn't it a 30% raise in wages? I'll arrange that. Song Ding-shang said seriously. Qin Ming shook his head. No, I was thinking of 30%, but at this price I don't know if it's high or low. Oh, this is going to Song Ding-shang reacted. So it turned out that his highness didn't count correctly every time. So next time you have a different opinion yourself, should you bring it up or not? He was deep in thought. Qin Ming thought that he was making it difficult for him with this price, so he waited for half a day. Eventually, Sung Din-sung said, Your Highness, I think we can look at the production and count the money for them. That's what Lord Fong did. Fong Qingyuan had previously tried to stimulate their local cloth business. A series of thoughtful inward policies have been specially introduced. Although Song Ding-shang's methods were not outstanding and his head was not exactly flexible, but he has an advantage. It's just going to be a copy. If you see people being great, you can borrow a few things and blend them into your own. This is good. Qin Ming sniffed and immediately praised him. The square-headed, square-brained Lord Song could be so spiritual one day. It's really quite wise. Hey, after Song Ding-shang was praised, he drifted quite a bit. There are more and more things that can be plagiarized in the mind. That's right, Your Highness. We can also assign them some daily fixed tasks, such as calculating how much each person can do each day through their average output each month, and if they can exceed this standard line each day, we can give them increased bonuses. Excitedly, Song Dingsheng pulled Qin Ming to incorporate what he had seen and heard into the construction of this animal husbandry. Qin Ming's eyes brightened the more he listened. You boys have talent. Okay. Song Dingsheng laughed out loud, and the sound traveled far. The next day, Qin Ming and he continued to the outskirts of the countryside under the shed. The sound of loud reading came from all the people who were learning farming techniques the hard way. At this time, Fong Qingyuan arrived. Song Dingsheng, who was talking to Qin Ming about his internal plans, the voice came to a screeching halt as he saw the other man coming. Ahem, dryly coughing a few times, Song Dingsheng, who was worried about his plagiarism being discovered, asked Fong Qingyuan faster than Qin Ming. Lord Fong, you're back. How are the cloth factories in the following counties? I came back today to speak to your highness about this. Fong Qingyuan slowly spoke, taking out a map from his arms. It has dense little red dots on it. All of it was occupied by him. To Qin Ming's surprise, there was also a portion of cloth that was in the mountains outside Ningning Pass. What's this? Qin Ming pointed at the red dot on the map and asked curiously. We can't get out of here, except to wait for the Nanyang caravan, or to look for southern barbarians to do business with. Fong Qingyuan took out a ledger. I used barter and brought out all of some of their supplies. Many of the tribes of the southern barbarians still use bartering for transactions to this day. It was only when they came out from inside the mountain and traded with Qin Ming that they exchanged some silver. They wouldn't take the silver back with them, but would head straight to the market and buy food, cloth, and other things. Their farming and textile industries were underdeveloped. This leads to a lot of things they have to pick up from outside. After Qin Ming and the other, the most unexpected thing is that during this period, Wan Shu took the opportunity to make a large sum of silver. This is because buying in bulk from the other side can lead to price fluctuations in the market. This picks up the slack for the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, which controls the market. They dumped their hoard out the door, sold it for a high price, and shipped it out fast. This was another reason why Wan Shui wanted to move the chamber's headquarters here. Still, you have the means. Qin Ming was filled with emotion as he looked at Fong Qingyuan's account book, as well as the list of goods on it, and he couldn't help but open his mouth to praise it at this moment. Song Dingsheng, on the other hand, is red-faced and full of tension, sitting next to him not daring to mention the construction of animal husbandry on his side. After all, yesterday he had blown his bull out of the water with his highness, making his highness really think that he really knew what he was doing, and praising himself. What a management type! Just as Song Dingsheng had been beating the drums in his heart. What's coming is coming. Qin Ming wanted Fong Qingyuan to pull him under the shed, pointing to some farms being built in the distance, and told him about his recent situation. That's a good one. Fong Qingyuan briefly looked at Song Dingsheng's strategy. Song Dingsheng's throat was in his throat at the moment. Sit still and drink water. A moment later, he gulped down 3 glasses, but to his surprise, Fong Qingyuan didn't have much of a reaction even though he was familiar with it all. After just making a few suggestions for improvement with Qin Ming, he added a few more measures to stimulate everyone's motivation on top of the original, and then left. This left Song Dingsheng with a feeling of disappointment. It turned out that his fear of being discovered in the lending was nothing in the eyes of others. In fact, people Fong Qingyuan can come up with a lot of good moves. Their own this drawings are not even put in the heart of the other party. It's yourself who takes it too seriously. What is it, Lord Song? Qin Ming had already keenly noticed the change in Song Dingsheng. It was at this time that Song Dingsheng hurriedly gathered his emotions and said, "It's okay, I was just thinking about how much more I have to learn back there and got distracted." After this incident, Song Dingsheng also understands that he should be more relaxed. It's all about doing things for the point down anyway. There's no such thing as borrowing someone's stuff to show off. Just like Lord Fong. That's what one has to learn from. Qin Ming didn't notice the change in him and just patted his shoulder. Extremely instrumental. Okay, keep recruiting. Chapter 119, Attack from 2 sides. In the capital, inside the palace's Yangxin Hall, concubine Xiao looked at the guards who were kneeling on the ground in front of her to report. At the moment, her teeth were clenched and her miserable fists were clenched together. The court didn't give him credit for his work. And apart from the money from the army, on what basis does he still have money for business? Your Highness, it seems that the people from the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce have been secretly supporting the Qin King. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce dares to go against the imperial court. Don't they know that cutting the clan is a national policy? Suffering was written all over Princess Zhao Xi's face. She really didn't understand why there were still people helping Qin Ming when they were all the way to Lingnan. They seem to have reached some sort of deal between them. And the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has also gained a lot of benefits from the Qin King during this period, and its power is gradually expanding. and it even has a tendency to vaguely pressurize the Huxi Chamber of Commerce. This is despite the knowledge that trade between Hunan and Guangdong is gradually rising, and even the local economy is showing improvement. But this has nothing to do with Princess Zhao Xufei. She didn't care about how it was over there at all. She only cared about whether she could get Qin Ming killed. With a cold snort, Princess Zhao Xufei sourly said, "Two barbaric places, simply a child playing house. By the way, Huxi that Wu Dingbua, recently a little news did not pass back? Your Majesty, there is no letter from Wu Dingbua. Wu Dingbua was transferred at the same level. Originally he was a party official, or in the affluent Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Being transferred to Huguang as the governor was actually a bit of an aggravation for him. He didn't say much, though, and packed up his things and took his family into place. Unfortunately, being in place is in place and has nothing to do with doing something. He's a non-sticky guy by nature, just looking for stability and not taking any chances. Even if he was already on Consort Zhao's side, he had only slightly taken a shot at Qin Ming. Even the amount of effort put forth was not as much as the other person. Huangfu Taiping. This naturally aroused the displeasure of Princess Zhao Xufei. Half a month had passed since Qin Ming had run to Huxi to cause trouble and left. During this time, Wu Dingbua was like a mute. Not the slightest idea of communicating with myself, not even sending a letter. And a loser too. Zhao Xufei's face was ugly. Some time ago when she heard that Qin Ming had made a mark, she was so angry that she fainted and woke up, but she couldn't sleep for a few days. Ended up getting very sick. However, what allowed her to be relieved was that even though Qin Ming had made his mark, it did not change his position in the Qian Emperor's heart, after the persuasion of the officials of his own line. In the end, Qin Ming was not even given credit or reward. Of course, Qin Ming himself didn't ask for it is all. Let the Zhao family make their move. Tianzi's revenge cannot go unavenged. In the end, Princess Zhao Xufei was ready to go down herself. It's still a bit of a bind to use these guys under me. The reason why she personally went down regardless of her status was actually because she was worried that Qin Ming's growth rate was faster than expected. If it affects your own royal son, the advantage that one has worked so hard for years to create is then sure to be in turmoil. Qin Yu was still young, and although he was honored as the crown prince, he still had a long way to go. A long time ago, Zhao Xufei had made up her mind that she must protect Qin Yu before he grew up. Your Majesty, this, Zhang Ming, the escort leader of the men under his command, had some surprise on his face when he heard these words. Wouldn't it be too much of a drop for the Zhao family to come down personally? Having followed Consort Zhao for many years, Zhang Ming clearly knew to what extent the Zhao family behind Consort Zhao had developed after occupying the court's resources for so many years. Whether in business, or in the court and the Jianghu, it has great strength and appeal. It is a party of great power. Such a group of people was used to specifically deal with a ruined prince who had been relegated to Lingnan. It would be a joke to tell people for sure. I guess there will still be people who think how afraid of Qin Ming Princess Zhao Xufei is. Just use them. Within 6 months. I want to see Qin Ming's corpse. Princess Zhao did not explain too much, having originally thought that Qin Ming would be able to make things much easier for herself if she left the court. But the reality of the situation was that Qin Ming was a huge threat to himself wherever he went. After the distance was closed, it was even harder to do damage to it by himself anymore. This made Princess Zhao Xufei very angry. Since this was the case, it would be best to just go all out and not leave Qin Ming a chance. Yes, Zhang Ming nodded and quickly walked on. On the other hand, the Grand Eunuch Wang Bao came to the Imperial Study Room with a letter. This is the place where the Emperor of Daqian reviews the documents and draws up the state policy. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guards of Huxi and Lingnan have each sent a piece of intelligence. The Shadow Guard is an organization dedicated to the Emperor. The function is to act as the invisible hand that helps the court control all parts of the civil society. No matter how out of the way they are, they can be seen. Until now, no one but the Emperor knew exactly how many of them there were. All people know is that this organization has helped the court investigate many secret stories over the years. TSK. What's going on again? The Chen Emperor frowned and opened the dark red volume. Wang Bao was very colorful and immediately left the Imperial Study. The Chen Emperor was the only one left at the scene. Come in. Yes, Your Majesty. Wang Bao walked through the door with his head lowered, and saw that Chen Di was throwing the dossier in his hand into the fire pot next to him. Having followed Emperor Qian for many years, Wang Bao thoughtfully stepped forward and hurriedly began to clean up the dust raised around the fire pit. At this time, the Qian Emperor suddenly asked, "How is the King of Qin's popularity among the people these days? The slave has not heard of any movement, and you've never heard of the business he's got on his hands?" The Qian Emperor suddenly went straight to the point, causing Wang Bao's body to stiffen, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, those businesses are not under the control of the court, and even the lackeys know very little about them." Taking a deep breath, Qian Di frowned. What does he want to do by raising troops and stockpiling food? Want to rebel? Tell the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Ceremonies to raise the tax revenue in Lingnan by 20% this year. The original Lingnan's tax. It is already to 40%. If it is raised upward by 20%, all the sales and purchases will absolutely have to die a violent death. The Chen Emperor learned from the shadow guards that Qin Ming had forced his way into Huxi. After even raising a decent number of troops of his own, alarm bells have long been ringing in his heart. This world is the world of Deqian, and it is also one's own world. No matter what Qin Ming's status is, anyone who dares to pose the slightest threat to himself must be promptly nipped in the bud. Wang Bao shrunk his neck and was terrified in his heart. The raised 20% tax was not just a warning to Qin Ming, it's also a warning to everyone in Lingnan. If this order is given, it is estimated that many people in Lingnan will starve to death this year. At the end of the day, it is the people who have to bear the bitter fruit. However, this had nothing to do with Wang Bao. If he advised Qian Di now, he would probably find it hard to live himself. After thinking about it, he still kept his head down and hurried to get things done. 120, Smuggling routes. Within Lingnan, columns of tricycles interspersed with horse-drawn carriages drove by on Qin Ming's newly constructed cement road. Lately they have been building more and more roads, not to mention the faster flow of goods. It also facilitated trade between several major local cities. Although the local governors did not dare to approach Qin Ming on the surface, their behavior was honest. Privately, he had the merchants in his town scurrying towards Linjiang City all the time. It's so comfortable in this day and age not having a dirt bike. Squatting on the side of the road, Qin Ming looked at the pedestrians coming and going and lamented. Like concrete pavement is subject to wear and tear. Sometimes encountering some loads of heavy vehicles moving forward may be crushed, but not in this day and age. Their tricycles and also their wagons couldn't carry much cargo. Little damage to the road surface. Qin Ming repair a road maintenance costs naturally lower a lot. Being able to collect tolls while still keeping costs down. Qin Ming thought that this deal was quite good to do in ancient times. Of course, in order to be able to let them go, Qin Ming had arranged a group of people himself, help patrol alongside these highways. After all, it was still not too peaceful these days, and sometimes it was very likely that one would encounter some bandits who would hijack the road while traveling through the mountains and forests. This is likely to block their progress and cause congestion. The army happened to have nothing to do. Qin Ming let them weekdays when they came out to train their physical fitness. Just run along these roads and see if there are any petty thieves you can tackle directly in the meantime. It did seem like a bit of a hijacker at first, but later, after Qin Ming had killed a few rounds, he never saw such a person again. Your Highness, a letter from the court. Just as Qin Ming was observing the road on this side, Chang Baishan came to him with a letter. What is it? As Chang Baishan was his own chief of guards, Qin Ming would not put up a defense against him. He would also be asked to help read the information coming from the court. The court has made a move, and His Majesty wants to increase taxes in Lingnan. How much of an increase? 20%. Someone tipped off the old undead. Qin Ming frowned slightly and quickly guessed the situation. They have been very low-key in their development. Only he himself had flaunted it a bit the last time he went to Wudingbo for goods. I didn't expect the court's counterattack to come as quickly as it did. The last time he killed Xiao Tianza and Yang Lian at the border, he could be credited with great merit. But this time, it caught up with them. The fire that Qian Di was holding back naturally had to be lowered. Your Highness, what do we do? 20% tax is not a small amount. Chang Baishan clenched his fists, and after following Qin Ming for a long time, his guts had grown. Anyway, all his family members have been received in Lingnan. Do not fear what the court. The big deal is to join Qin Ming in going against the court. It's okay. I would have guessed they would. Qin Ming waved his hand indifferently. Chickens, ducks and geese, the poultry, produce eggs that are used to offset the extra food they pay. They now have a fledgling livestock industry. The eggs produced help subsidize the extra food paid by local farmers. Qin Ming himself arranged for the peripheral governors to do the accounting, so that he could gouge out another batch of grain to return to the people. The food issue is at least nothing to worry about. They have another problem now though, taxes like business taxes. These things also added 20% out of thin air, directly drying up Qin Ming's profit margin. Chen Di was close to sticking his hand into Qin Ming's pocket to grab the money. What about taxes on other industries? Chang Baishan obviously saw the point as well, and waited with a worried face for Qin Ming to continue. However, Qin Ming spread his two hands and directly spat out two words. Smuggling. What? Chang Baishan looked at Qin Ming incredulously. The other court came over to rob Lingnan money. Qin Ming is fierce. Directly lifted the table. Your Highness, we're just going against the court. It's all better than direct smuggling. What do you know? It's so poor now that I'm going to stop work after this road. Qin Ming looked at the road that was spreading in the distance and spoke quietly. The reason for building your own roads, aside from controlling transportation, is that you want to have the power to hide from the world in the future. This was also Qin Ming's preparation for smuggling. The court's commercial taxes are just too high. This was indeed normal in the days when agriculture was emphasized over commerce. But Qin Ming is a modern man and knows how much money the court ate with this trick. It was already at an extremely high point. Now they're actually going to raise taxes again. Since Qin Ming couldn't afford to play now, everyone should stop playing altogether. I came here to Lingnan to pay enough taxes in 1 year to cover their past 3 years, and I don't owe them anything. Qin Ming thought that he had already done his best to be kind, but now they were faced with the problem of how to avoid the shadow guards lineup. Your Highness, don't you know what a shadow guard is? Of course I know that, so it's only natural to think about the means to deal with them. Qin Ming looked at the soldiers who were running around the perimeter training, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a smile. Chang Baishan spread his 2 hands as Qin Ming's initiatives fell into place. Now he really couldn't see what exactly Qin Ming was going to do either. That's fine, just call me if you need me. Since he couldn't figure it out, Chang Baishan simply didn't think about it. He could only squat directly beside Qin Ming and look at the distant road with him. After the two had just finished talking things over, Wan Shu found Qin Ming in a carriage in a hurry. Come up here. Something big is going on. You know? Of course I know. Lifting the 20% tax. Qin Ming opened his mouth alone. In fact, it was useless for them to fight even harder down there. The court just needs someone to come up with some specifically targeted policies. At that time, it would be impossible for them to resist even if they had the means to do so. Now Wan Shu also finally experienced what it was like to be targeted by the court. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to run to Qin Ming so quickly and talk to him about this matter. So you're not in a hurry? Wan Shu looked at Qin Ming in surprise. Smuggling would be nice. I need your help checking something out lately. Qin Ming walked onto the carriage and mentioned the matter of the shadow guards to Wan Shu. At those words, Wan Shu instantly shook his head. Impossible. Those people from the shadow guard, they can't even finish checking. I'm a small Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, and you can't protect us once they notice after we make our move. Old Standing will go with you. Qin Ming naturally wouldn't stay out of it. This time, checking the shadow guard's trail was just to make himself less passive. As for the ideas behind it, Qin Ming would not tell them all yet. You made a move too? If the court knows that you're going against them and even trying to smuggle, it'll all be over. Wan Shu wanted to stop Qin Ming, but Qin Ming gave her a meaningful look. Sometimes a flawed plan can be a lot of change. Do you believe that? You? At this moment, Qin Ming moved closer to her and slowly spat out a few words in Wan Shu's ear. 121, Commencement of Smuggling. Wan Shu left the construction site. Chang Baishan squatted on the side of the road, his mouth gnawing on a wild fruit he didn't know where he got it from, and was filled with curiosity. Why did you leave? She has her own errands to run. Qin Ming moved closer to him and pulled out from Chang Baishan's arms, taking an unknown wild fruit and eating it as well. The flesh is very mildly sweet in the mouth and quite juicy, which sums it up as not very tasty. Let's go to work. After finishing one fruit and patting his shoulder, the two of them rushed towards Linjiang City together. In the past few days, Linjiang City was in a state of panic. Soldiers from nowhere began to carpet the streets over and over again. In addition to Linjiang City, Xiantang City, Wangyue City, and many other large cities as well as the counties under them, a message had been spread. Recently there have been flower pickers out and about, disturbing people's livelihood. The officials will launch an operation and need the assistance and cooperation of all the people and officials. When this news came out, the people gossiped about it after tea. What the hell? Why is there a flower picker all of a sudden? I haven't heard of any flower pickers either. It feels like they came out of nowhere. You don't know anything about this, do you? Nyo Erden from the next village has not touched his daughter-in-law recently, but he is pregnant with a child, and it is said to be the work of a flower thief. A couple of older women on the corner who liked to gossip spread their hearings with great fervor. Not only this flower picker is said to be highly skilled martial arts. The front door building Wang Family Pastry Workshop Home, just married Wang Demis, is defiled by the flower picker. The palace sand are gone. The same room when the night was found. It was sent back by the man. Do not want to be married to her. What a bad guy reputation. At a time when people on the street are making a mistake. Across the street in a tea house, sitting on the second floor of the elegant room, Chang Baishan opened the window, perked up his ears and listened to their words. His heart exclaimed dog blood. He loves to hear about all these parents and old men picking at the dust and such things. But even he was a bit shocked by the intensity today. Your Highness, preventing the people's mouths is even better than preventing the river. Let them make it up for a while longer. And that flower picker will have to carry all sorts of sins on his back. Chang Baishan knows the inside story. This news of their flower picker is complete bull *******. It was just a reason for the officials to enter the city and search for the shadow guard everywhere. But for some reason, so many people started chatting in a frenzied manner. It even gets more outrageous the more it is rumored. This caused a sense of guilt to well up in Shang Baishan's heart. The bigger the fuss, the better we can muddle through. Qin Ming has no guilt in this regard. The court has robbed the door. He has little time to worry about this. Go. It's good to see the message spread and even proliferate. Qin Ming then took Chang Baishan downstairs, and the two of them prepared to tackle the smuggling problem. Plan some routes and you're ready to go. After a couple of months, the road was pretty much fixed. A group of tricycles were already waiting when Qin Ming led the men to the barracks. They were going to trade in the neighboring Western Shu and Southern barbarians. Get ready to go. Qin Ming brought a group of tricycles covered in black cloth to the front of the barracks. Take some soldiers and escort their shipment far away, above the wilderness. Qin Ming's soldiers patrolled on both sides of the official road, chasing away some of the petty criminals in the process, and so they went all the way. It quickly gained some attention. Your Highness, someone is following. Chang Baishan sat on the carriage with binoculars and soon observed some figures hiding in the distant mountains. Because of Qin Ming's recent searches, many of the shadow guards knew that it was impossible to stay inside the city. One can only run into the wild to investigate Qin Ming. It just so happened that the court's order was given, and Qin Ming was directly preparing to head to Western Sichuan with another batch of things, which caused alarm bells to ring in the hearts of countless shadow guards. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Ming seemed to be going for smuggling. As they lamented in their hearts that Qin Ming was ridiculously bold, they investigated more frequently. Kill. Qin Ming spoke faintly, waiting so long to make a bureau that they had to come to before forcing people out. It was natural to take out the shadow guard as much as possible. Lingnan is a barren land. The number of shadow guards will not be too many. Just take out most of their people and then take control of the entire highway. Qin Ming would then be in a position to start his own real smuggling business. Yes, slaying the shadow guard was a big deal. After all, it was an organization directly under the emperor. However, Chang Baishan did not say much, and since it was Qin Ming's order, he quickly carried it out. There are 3 men in the field to the northwest, 6 in the woods on the southeast corner, followed behind by. Soon, Chang Baishan was able to pinpoint where the other party was with the help of binoculars one by one. With Qin Ming's order, the light cavalrymen on fast horses rushed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Less than an incense stick. Miserable screams came out as one of the shadow guards hidden in the shadows died as many times as possible. After the soldiers returned, Chang Baishan jumped off the carriage to tally the battle and came back to report to Qin Ming. Kill them all. These people aren't too strong in martial arts. Say, do we need to keep an eye on some people and torture them for information? Like the shadow guards are rooted in all parts of Deqian all year round. The information they have in their hands must be very much. If they could get some information from them, it might help them in some unexpected ways. Killing them is not the same as capturing them to torture the court for information. If we really capture them, we won't be able to round them up. Qin Ming waved his hand and continued to let them lead the people on their way. Over the course of a few days, they caught sight of the shadow guard 7 times. Battles big and small took out over 200 men. Plus they got a bunch of them killed in their crusade against the flower pickers. The shadow guards in Lingnan have been cleared out a lot. Your Highness, up ahead is the pass to Shishu. At noon that day, a few of his men ran over quickly to report to Qin Ming. After they get out of the gate, they won't need an escort. Because of what happened over in Shishu, there was no way for Dakian to investigate. Counting the hours, it's about time. Qin Ming stepped out of the carriage and changed to a horse to personally ride to the front of the caravan. In the distance, a group of soldiers guarding the pass had been waiting for a long time. In front of them stood 2 people dressed in black robes and also with black veils covering their faces. Everyone recognizes this hide-and-seek outfit. It was the people from the Shadow Guard, and it looked like these 2 were still ranked existences in the Shadow Guard. And please, Your Highness, stop. After Qin Ming's convoy slowly approached the pass, 2 shadow guards stepped forward and stopped everyone with their arms crossed. Why? Qin Ming rode on his horse and faintly asked. According to our investigation, some time ago you collected supplies and seemed to be smuggling them. Could you allow us to investigate before traveling to Shishu? What if I say no? Qin Ming shook his head, his tone taking on a bit of unkindness. Chapter 122, Fake it to make it look real. He's acting like it's really a crime that's been compromised. This made the 2 captains of the Shadow Guards instantly more certain that Qin Ming was just in a situation. You have killed a number of us and need to give us an account. What kills your people? All the people this king has encountered along the way are bandits. Qin Ming shook his head seriously. There are Shadow Guard men among them. The Shadow Guard captain frowned and eventually spoke. Qin Ming is obviously trying to pretend that he understands. But they didn't care to argue. Stopping him from smuggling was the most important thing. You guys spying on me? Eyes glaring, Qin Ming angrily pointed at them and yelled, "The Shadow Guard is going to control a lot of information about Diqian, and will inevitably have contact with you, so please forgive me if I have offended you." The two Shadow Guard captains, at this moment, were already somewhat helpless, talking as if they are the ones who deserve it. It was clearly Qin Ming who had killed so many of their men. "Get out of the way. The king is not a smuggler and has no time for your nonsense." Qin Ming spoke coldly and waved his hand at Chang Baishan. Chang Baishan immediately led his men to prepare to force their way in, but at that moment, a voice came from the distance. "Your Highness, the soldiers on the border of Diqian and Shishu are not something you can break into with such a small number of people, right?" As the crowd turned their gazes around, they instantly saw a burly figure that was slowly walking from the distance. "This is the border guard, Chunpi. He was the one who lost to Lu Gang last time and later returned unhappy. Chunpi, do you also want to join forces with them to stop this king from doing his job?" Qin Ming frowned, his tone cold. Chunpi shook his head. "Your Highness, smuggling is a great offense. You let them take a look at it, and if not, I will personally let you through. But if you don't even dare to let people see it, I'm afraid that's not acceptable, and the last general won't be able to deliver." Chen Pai didn't hold any grudges against Qin Ming. What was said made a lot of sense, but Qin Ming was dilly-dallying today, and it was obvious that there was something wrong. The atmosphere of the scene was at a freezing point. There were already quite a few soldiers stationed at the border at the back, and they began to replenish towards this place, fearing that Qin Ming would break out of the border. A mouthful of smuggling. What if the king hadn't smuggled? Qin Ming angrily looked at the two Shadow Guard captains. These two were of relatively high status and were definitely people who could talk. "After the investigation, if your Highness is not guilty, it is us who have delayed your great event. We are willing to cut our own throats to apologize." Listening to the words of the two, Qin Ming didn't have much of a reaction. The Shadow Guards are also considered the Emperor's dead soldiers, and in their eyes, cutting one's own throat is really not a big deal. He turned his head to Chenpi. "General Chen, you have delayed this king so much. What if this king did not smuggle? Your Highness, this has nothing to do with me. I can't thank you with my death, can I?" Chen Pai glanced at Qin Ming with a face full of oddities. "Speak up. Why are you thinking about your own life? Let's put it this way. If there is no smuggling, please give more convenience to my king's trade in the future. How is it?" "Got it." Chenpi nodded helplessly. At this time, Qin Ming took the initiative to jump off his horse. Drawing the sword in his hand, he hissed. He split the black cloth covering the cargo. The line drifted away, and the sunlight hit it, revealing a trail of light from top to bottom. The king used it to build the road. "But you guys are stopping it here. Let's just say it's delayed, right? This is lime." The faces of the two Shadow Guards suddenly changed drastically. They hadn't expected Qin Ming to make such a big deal out of it, attracting almost the entirety of the Lingnan Shadow Guards. The last thing that was delivered was all lime, or the lime used to build the road. "But your Highness, what are you doing with the lime?" Chinpi was filled with confusion. "It's just a matter of building a road to make it easier to do trade." Qin Ming casually replied back. Bam! The sword was thrown to the ground. "Do it!" The two Shadow Guard captains were not ambiguous either. "Raise your sword and cut your own throat. Why make a scene?" Chen Pai covered his face and helplessly glanced at Qin Ming. Looking at the two men lying on the ground, their life force was draining away. Qin Ming walked up and whispered close to their ears. "Fooled you guys. I actually do smuggle. Guess when it started?" Well, the two men looked up with wide eyes, full of incredulity, but by this time they were speechless. One can only take one last breath in anger. "General Chen, the Shadow Guards are dead. You report the situation. I'll come to do business in a few days. Please be accommodating." Turning around, Qin Ming looked at Chen Pai with a smile. Chen Pai was originally a border general and never cared about the struggles within the court. "Do what you like as long as the blame doesn't fall on your head." "I know, Your Highness. You should not keep running to me. My temple is too small to accommodate your golden body. You can't talk too much. Later on maybe you'll be glad that I picked you first from here? That would be an honor." Chinpi turned around and waved goodbye. Qin Ming, on the other hand, took the soldiers and turned back again. As for cement and road repair, that was just an off-the-cuff comment. At least this trip down, Qin Ming had already taken out most of the Shadow Guards in the entire Lingnan. "Your Highness, you are ruthless." As he sat in the carriage and hurried along, Chang Baishan poked his head into the carriage and excitedly praised Qin Ming. "You'll find it harder when you get back." Qin Ming smiled and opened his mouth, which caused Chang Baishan to instantly become offended. "Wouldn't it be nice to just say it? You have to sell it." "No." Qin Ming faintly shook his head. "Chang Baishan is good at everything, but he likes to gossip too much. Take the opportunity to rub this temper of his the wrong way." Ugh. Chang Baishan sighed and had to speed up. The way back was smooth. killing some of the last scattered shadow guards that surrounded them. And in 7 days' time, they were back at the barracks. Wan Shu is also here. When she saw Qin Ming, she excitedly greeted her. Done. All done? Aha. Wan Shu nodded heavily. Qin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. Go ahead and build the road. And use it that way from now on. It was only at this point that Qin Ming told Chang Baishan about his arrangement. In fact, his smuggling is fake and Wan Shu is real. After making a big deal out of the fact that he'd been barricaded with the shadow guard, he started using a mix of cement convoys and smuggling convoys. This time, for example, he was the one transporting the cement, while Wan Shu was manipulating a fleet of some cement and freight to start smuggling in a half-hearted manner. Even the understaffed shadow guard had failed to trace them. After this trip, they are considered to have made a lot of money. The court has made a fortune by not paying any of that 60% tax. Where are the books? At the thought of this, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. He couldn't wait to look at Wan Shu. Wan Shu looked towards the surroundings, personally pulled Qin Ming, and quickly walked to the account room of the barracks. It's all here. Chapter 123, The Return of Farming. Looking at the silver bills piled up into a small mountain in the treasury, Qin Ming's heart thumped wildly. Picking up the ledger, he briefly scanned it twice before noting the numbers recorded in the bottom right corner. 330,000 taels. Just less than half a month's preparation and a run. And a gain of 330,000 taels of silver. It's like picking up money, though it's enough to make them desperate. However, Wan Shu reminded Qin Ming in a low voice. This business can be done 2 or 3 more times at the most, and after that it can't continue. A few more times of doing this and they could swap out most of the barren supplies in the entire Lingnan. The rest is circulated internally for construction and barracks expenses, etc. That way most of the money won't be used to pay taxes. They only need to maintain the most basic trade and pay a portion of that so-called 60% tax to the imperial court, and that's enough. According to Qin Ming's understanding of Emperor Qian, this old thing was definitely unwilling to leave behind the reputation of a tyrant. If the 60% tax keeps going, other people Qin Ming does not know, but the people below, surely must curse every day. Still have to zap the little man at home. This old thing of Qiandi's, running these last 2 or 3 times will be enough to last until the tax increase order is lifted. When he settles the matter himself this time, he will have millions of silver. This money can not only pay back the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce accounts owed to them during the previous Southern Barbarians invasion, but also make up for the previously owed salaries in the barracks. It even leaves a few extra months of leftover money. Yes, but recently the merchants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang seem to be reducing their contact with us. Jiangsu and Zhejiang, they are the territory of the Shao family, right? Qin Ming frowned slightly. These 2 places were very rich, and the local Shao family had mastered many businesses in just a few years because of the support of Princess Shao Shufei. Not only does it provide the court with more than 1 million taels of taxes every year, more so, the family was ranked among the top in the whole of Deqian and was extremely powerful. Shao Shufei was able to have a strong backbone in the court, and part of it, behind her, stemmed from the support of the Shao family. Yes, Wan Shu saw that Qin Ming knew about the Shao family's situation, so he didn't say anything more. I'll look into it. Don't do anything rash yet. When he thought of the Shao family's position in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, Qin Ming frowned slightly. One thing leads to another. That couple in the palace, did they discuss it? After finding Chao Chuan, Qin Ming informed him about the matter concerning Jiangxia. Recently, Jiangxia and Zhejiang came over. If they took our highway to do business, pay more attention to them. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll pay more attention to them. Chao Chuan is very practical in his work, and now he is the one who holds the military affairs in the Wuwei camp. Lu Gang practiced his troops, and the stationing of Guanwei soldiers in the mines and other places, and their dealings with the southern barbarians were held by Wu Qingnua, who had been guarding the mines. Seeing Camp Wuwei so thriving and slowly getting on track, the future is promising. Qin Ming's own pressure was much less. Walking through the barracks, Qin Ming took a bowl of their mixed grain porridge and finished it in 3 or 2 gulps before arriving at the farm. Song Ding Shang has been keeping watch lately. The enhancement of the animal husbandry industry has a great impact on the entire Linjiang city. Meat, which was rarely available, is now slightly more plentiful. How's the farming going these days? Qin Ming walked forward and asked Song Ding Shang. Song Ding Shang's face showed embarrassment. Your Highness, there were a couple of chicken plagues 2 days ago and a bunch of them died, so I'm raising them all separately now so that at least they won't die in one big batch just because of a disease. After some fiddling around, Song Dingsheng and the others have begun to decentralize their farming. The farms were cut up and divided into several directions in the southeast and northwest of Linjiang City. In these areas, pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks and geese are equally distributed for farming. By this means the spread and development of diseases in these poultry animals is prevented. It's a dumb way to do it, but healthcare in this day and age is so low, Just like the penicillin that Qin Ming had told Wan Shu before, it was actually useful for farming. It's just a shame that it hasn't been made until now. The difficulty lies in collecting penicillium from moldy foods and fruits and culturing it. This kind of requirement for the environment is more stringent. Wan Shu, they are just starting to make an attempt. The process is naturally not fast. Seeing Qin Ming fall into deep thought, Song Dingsheng thought that His Highness was blaming him for his unfavorable work. So even the words changed and the good news began to be reported. But Your Highness, now we can produce hundreds of eggs a day, at 2 cents a piece. And that pork, when it's fattened and slaughtered, it'll sell for 10 taels of silver. Those sheep are also good to raise. Go out and find a few kids. Let them herd the sheep every day. A year down the road I guess the scale can be expanded several times. Song Dingsheng rambled on to Qin Ming about the results of the farming. It was a slow relief to see Qin Ming's tightly frowning brow finally stretch. These eggs and ducks and geese and such, supply the barracks first. When Qin Ming started farming, he wanted to increase the nutritional intake of the soldiers in the barracks. Eat well to have the strength to fight. Granted, they can't afford to give them meat at every meal just yet, but when you lower the bar a bit, eggs are considered a meat dish. That's probably not enough food. Song Dingsheng knew how many people Qin Ming's Wuwei Battalion had now. With so many mouths to feed, on the current scale of farming, it would supply 1,000 or so people at most. It's okay, take as much as you can and get the stuff out on the basis that you keep your costs and make half the money. In the next 2 days, the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce is expected to once again sell the low-priced poultry and livestock from over there, and I'll replenish you with another batch for breeding at that time. Ho Ka Ming, the business chief of the Hushi Chamber of Commerce, is a ruthless man. He knew Qin Ming's situation and guessed that no one should dare to do business with him, so they took the least valuable poultry and other things from their side and sent them to Qin Ming to make money. An old sow of about the same weight in Lakeside might be worth only 8 taels of silver, but send it to Lingnan, where supplies are poor, and it will sell for 10 taels. The poorer you are, sometimes the more expensive certain rarities become. Qin Ming naturally knows that this guy's mind is to see that he has no choice, and wants to take the opportunity to play the autumn wind and take advantage of it without avoiding it. What the other side doesn't realize, though, is that for others one must count on purchases that give others an advantage. Putting it in Qin Ming's hands is a win-win situation. After all, his farm was pretty much built. With the infrastructure secured, it's all about expansion, and upgrading the quality of these farmhouses. Just like the structure of the coop, insulation and ventilation, etc., are things that need to go properly. Qin Ming stayed at the farm for a few days and saved a batch of eggs. On this day, he was ready to leave for the barracks. Looking at an entire tricycle of eggs, the corner of Qin Ming's mouth lifted up. So many eggs sent to the barracks would certainly not be enough. It was just the right time to screen out a group of soldiers to be used as the ace of the Wuwei Battalion. Chapter 124, Make up an egg for you. As Qin Ming brought a batch of chickens, ducks, and geese eggs, he arrived at the barracks. Suddenly, he saw a group of people training in the distance following Lu Guan. It's just that the way this army is trained is just too weird. They ran laps around the schoolyard, but split into 7 or 8 teams. Some ran in the innermost circle, some in the middle circle, and others sweated their way to the outermost circle. Sweat dripped in the daylight, but each team was not slowing down, especially the outermost armies, although they were the toughest runners and had a lot more laps than everyone else. But although they kept cursing on their lips, their pace did not stop for a moment. This scene made Qin Ming a bit strange, so he shouted Lu Guan in front of him. The soldiers under you, why are they divided into so many groups? Training soldiers. Lu Bao was very good at it. As soon as Qin Ming asked, he explained with his head in his hands. Your Highness, they progress at different rates. Some are strong in their own right, and when I train them, I add to it. Some of the new recruits who just entered the barracks and can't keep up with the pace. I'll reduce the intensity of their training first, and then I'll look for an opportunity to bring the intensity up for them step by step. It's good to teach according to the material. Qin Ming was naturally not too clear about the specific training of the military camp, but Lu Gang and the others are all familiar with each other, and it is naturally much easier to do things. Here's a batch of poultry eggs. You'll send them over later to add to their diet. Taking Lu Bao through several tents, he arrived at the rear wagon. Qin Ming pointed at the box in front of him that was covered with thatch and spoke slowly to Lu Chong. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan was instantly thrilled. Your Highness, you are really a great person. You can give us all this good stuff to eat? As he spoke, he rushed forward with an arrow step and gave a big tug. The thatch covering the box was lifted at once, but the next moment, Lu Chong, who was still somewhat excited, suddenly looked disheveled. How much is this? I see. Your Highness, you mean the egg whites and yolks are given to them separately? No, that's not enough either. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. This guy's brain circuits were indeed not quite the same as normal people. No wonder Lu Guan had a hard time. Since the 3 guards of Guan were merged into the Wuwei Battalion, the number of people in the barracks had skyrocketed. In order to share the pressure, Cao Chuan had already sent out many soldiers to guard the border, but Lu Gung still had more than 7,000 people from the Wuwei Battalion in his hands. Even Lu Barge had to bring his 3 lieutenants, one with a team, to finish the training. For so many people, only a few hundred foul legs were given. Lu Chong, who has always been extremely straightforward, naturally did not know how to divide it. Facing his statement, Qin Ming smiled. Of course I'm not asking you to distribute all of this to them. You go and see who needs it and distribute it to them for supplementation. Let's say you have soldiers who are specifically screened for extra training. What do you usually do to compensate them? What Qin Ming implied was already obvious, but he didn't calculate correctly. Lu Guan was a rash. Didn't hear himself at all. Compensation for what? Don't they have any resentment in their hearts when you make them take extra practice? No. It would be nice if they didn't miss me enough to buy a few more drinks. And they're still not convinced? Lu Guan shook his head firmly. It was then that Qin Ming realized, there's not that much bending over backwards in the barracks. They were soldiers of the Wuwei Battalion, and all of them understood a simple truth. Whoever practiced more would have a better chance of surviving the battlefield and taking credit for it. Anyone who slacks off in the barracks, which will survive this time, will definitely die much faster than others the next time they go to war. Rather, I'm being petty-minded. Qin Ming's expression was stunned as he spoke with a bitter smile. However, since he was here, Qin Ming didn't mind sending Lu Guan a favor. After learning about the barracks, his mind was made up. Come with me and call them to assemble. Yes. Lu Gang gestured to a few of his men in the distance, and a few of them understood. Immediately, he greeted the soldiers who were training around him and gathered towards the schoolyard under the high platform. More than 7,000 people quickly took up a small portion of the wide schoolyard. Lu Chom looked at Qin Ming with inquiring eyes and saw him nod before he took the initiative to walk forward. His Highness himself came to inspect today, and after watching the next round, he thinks you're all doing great. Still, there are some admonitions that need to be given to you, and your Highness is invited to say a few words next. Walking down, Lu Gon looked at his quiet men. Rolling his eyes, he lifted his foot and kicked one of the Chippendales in the ass. Damn it, His Highness is about to speak and you don't applaud first? Oh yes, wow. Immediately after the reaction of this 1,000-man commander, all the soldiers began to applaud. Qin Ming looked at this group of silly and cute soldiers and smiled as he walked up. Alright everyone, there's no need to be so polite with the king. I came all the way here today to tell you something good. Immediately after that, Qin Ming informed them of the policy of the farm subsidizing the barracks' poultry eggs. However, between the words, he said that it was Lu Gon who had specifically applied with himself. Count on selling Lu Gon a favor. Now all the military camps were boiling with more respect for Lu Chong. Drop pro Mother Lu. I'm not dreaming, right? What barracks can eat eggs? Your Highness is so magnificent. No, is it really possible to supply so many mouths? All of the soldiers below were murmuring, and even many of the officers in front of them had a flash of anticipation on their faces. After driving everyone's emotions up, Qin Ming turned his words around and continued, but there's one thing to tell everyone in advance. Next General Lu will screen out a group of soldiers who have performed well and group them together for training. And only those who can enter this grouping will have eggs to eat every day. Ha! These words made many in the audience hang their heads. At the end of the day, it's an elite strategy. It's just a way to feed that small group of highly battle-hardened elites well. They sighed, but those elites who were originally the ones who had been following Lu Chong for a long time were thrilled. Your Highness is such a great man. Ha ha, you'll have foul eggs every day from now on. Sensing the change in their emotions, Lu Chong hesitantly looked at Qin Ming. He knew that Qin Ming had taken the initiative to bring this matter with differences to light so that there would be no barrier between himself and these soldiers. Plus he had specifically mentioned earlier that he had found the foul eggs he wanted. This made Lu Gon feel bad in his heart. Your Highness. However, at this time, Qin Ming waved his hand. He hadn't finished his sentence. As for the rest of you, it's actually not like you don't have foul eggs to eat. I'll be replenishing everyone's eggs for 3 days. Once these words came out, the soldiers who were just now still lack of interest and felt that they couldn't enjoy the bargains, suddenly swept away the gloom. Joyful voices resounded throughout the barracks. Chapter 125, Lies Not to be Broken. Your Highness can still talk. Lu Gung rubbed his chin, secretly lamenting in his heart. After Qin Ming left, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded Lu Chong. General Lu, you're really capable. You can ask for something as valuable as an avian egg from His Highness. Aren't you underestimating General Lu by saying this? What can't our General Lu accomplish? The soldiers who surrounded him kept bragging about Lu Gang. Lu Gon's face was written with smugness. Geez, little thing. When he was obliged by them, He even took what Qin Ming said seriously and really thought he had gone to ask for something, but all of this Qin Ming didn't care about anymore, because he had returned to the rag. It was Sekiyuki who specifically called him over today. On the way here Qin Ming specifically bought some sugar gourds on the street. In addition to giving them to Sekiyuki, they had to bring some to the women workers in the fabric house. Upon Qin Ming's arrival and seeing what he had in his hands, the people in the cloth farm burst into another fit of joy. There you are. The excitement on Guan Yu's face flickered as she watched Qin Ming come over, and she quickly resumed her dignified appearance, only glancing towards Qin Ming out of the corner of his eye. It's something she learned from reading a book recently. It is said that in order for a man to like him, a woman needs to be a little more reserved. This is also in line with the Confucian description of what a lady of the house should look like. But her heart was in the right place. But this made Qin Ming whole won't. Did you fall asleep yesterday? Or have your eyes been slanted for the past few days? I remember it was normal when I left the house this morning. Snap. Sekiyuki slapped the scroll down in his hand. Don't you think it's gentler when I look at you like that? Gentle? Qin Ming thought of that figure who had marched in on a white horse carrying a lance to rescue him when he had killed Xiao Tianzi. It doesn't seem to have much to do with gentleness. But soon he convinced his heart that his woman, coaxed with kind words, was finished. That's the key to family harmony. Haven't you always been gentle? Qin Ming walked forward and grabbed Guan Yu's hand with a serious face. Harm. Just listen to my acting skills. Sekiyuki's face swished red. Crap. How did this guy say that? So what should I do back? Lowering her head, she stretched out her bejeweled little thumb and flipped through the catalog of the booklet a little bit. Snap. Qin Ming pressed her hand. Brought you a candy cane, which I made for you myself. You personally? Yeah. That old man was boiling the syrup, so I got my hands on it and tried it, and even removed all the seeds from it with a knife, so you can taste it. Welp. So meaty. A few female workers crouching in the corner eating candy canes in the distance had already been listening to the conversation between the two with their ears open. Hearing Qin Ming label himself in such a way, a few people were shouting at once, but the eyes were full of envy. Alas, that family of ours has been married for 7 or 8 years and hasn't brought me back a fart, which is so loving. Sister-in-law Wang, you should be satisfied. That guy in our family, that thing is not working. No, you've only been married a couple years. It's also my fault. Some years ago I wanted to have too many children. Who knew he was a silver bullet? Overworked and became that way. Now do not say grace. Alas, the women workers were of all ages. In this, especially some middle-aged women, the things they usually talk about are extremely revealing. You're not allowed to listen. Sekiyuki blushed as she listened to them discussing knowledge about gunfighting techniques. Walking up, he covered Qin Ming's ears and tried to pull him to the backyard. The corner of Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Although these great aunts said something revealing, some of their summarized remedies specializing in that area were spoken with great care. To be honest, Qin Ming is very heartfelt. It's not because he can't. He's very young and strong. But men want to be strong and strengthened, and in the process give themselves health care. I was just about to say I'm old enough to listen to it, but thinking that Guan Yu was still an unmarried yellow girl, he finally obeyed her. The two of them came to the backyard and found a small room, and Guan Yu, who was gripping the sugar gourd tightly in her hands, suddenly leaned into his arms. Did you eat? Not yet. Then you sit here and I'll go get you some food. For the sake of productivity, the cloth factory took charge of these female workers' meals at noon and let them stay here to eat. A couple of chefs who do catering have been brought in for this purpose and come over to cook every day. Because the flavors are so good and the meal prices are high, you get a 3-course meal at every meal. The women workers at the clothier basically stayed for dinner. The thriftier ones will also go and help clean the kitchen when they leave for the night. The purpose, naturally, was to ask for some of the leftovers from the noon meal to take back to their own families after the cleaning was over. Soon, Guan Yu brought 2 porcelain bowls with a smile on her face. It contained one with vegetables and one with brown rice. As for her, she was squatting next to her, watching Qin Ming eat with a face full of happiness. Why don't you eat? I ate. Where else would you have gotten your dishes? So, Qin Ming nodded. Then a clicking sound was heard. It was Sekiyuki, who was hiding behind the door in front of him, who was eating a candy cane he had delivered. The sugar plums weren't exactly exquisitely made, and the icing was slightly too thick, but she was pleased. Sekiyuki has a thin skin. Just now, Qin Ming's words of bringing something specially for herself had been heard by those great aunts in the cloth farm, so she was naturally embarrassed to eat outside. That would most likely make her embarrassed to be teased by these well-informed, exposed talking older women. You really made this just for me, didn't you? As she ate, Guan Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Ming with her eyes full of little stars. Sure. Qin Ming spoke seriously, his tone sincere. You're so nice. Guan Yu suddenly came forward and gently kissed Qin Ming with her lips. which still had a few sweet flavors on her mouth. A fragrant breeze brushed by, and Qin Ming froze. He hadn't expected that Guan Yu would be this happy when he casually gave something away. "You're the only man who ever bought me a candy cane. My father used to go out on the street in a carriage, and he wouldn't even buy me one when I saw this when I passed down the street with him. My mother won't let me eat it, saying that it's sold outside on the street and comes and goes in dust and is too dirty." The young girl leaned her body slowly against Qin Ming's and rambled on. Looking at Sakiyu's satisfied look, Qin Ming suddenly felt a little guilty. This candy cane. In fact, he bought in batches with those women workers. It was only to make Sekiyuki happy that he specifically said he made it himself. Just think about it, people come out to sell candy canes, where there is boiling sugar in the street. It's just that Sekiyuki doesn't understand. The older women who have seen it all have probably seen it all before. However, he didn't poke at it, but just praised Qin Ming one after another. "If you like it, I'll buy you more later." Qin Ming took Guan Yu into his arms and said seriously. Chapter 126, A Double Strategy. After dinner, the afternoon's work at the booth began. Guan Yu and Qin Ming sat at the counter and did the math. It was then that she opened her mouth to talk to Qin Ming about the situation here. "We've been overstaffed in our rag house lately, and it's about to fill up. That's normal. Coming to work at our cloth farm is much more profitable than even farming." Qin Ming nodded. He had expected this situation. Their clothiers use a system of more work for more pay. Each month a standard is set, and by doing more above the standard, you can start enjoying a commission. Somewhat similar to the management system of a modern company. In this day and age, there aren't that many things to do, much less many opportunities and means to make money. Naturally, when you catch this rag, you're going to power through it hard. Everyone's performance was awesome. Thanks to their efforts, the production of cloth and dye houses is increasing. Combined with the rich Chamber of Commerce's horrific sales capabilities, earnings are also steadily increasing. But now that they know they're making money, a lot of farm women who are idle at home are piling in. With more and more people, it is only natural that they need to be relocated. No, in the future, don't be in the city. The weaving bureau is directly converted into a textile factory. Everyone goes there to work. After thinking about it, Qin Ming was still ready to build a specialized production plant. Their weaving bureau outside the city was not really very formal. It's just a couple of big shacks put up so people can get out of the sun and rain. But the conditions were not great, especially when night shifts were offered and people were made to work in the dark. Also thanks to these women workers who came to do the work of hard work. Or else the modern people came over. Would have made a scene. It just so happened that smuggling had ended its round, and Qin Ming's hand was slightly wider. Give them a piece of land to enclose to build a textile factory to upgrade the textile industry again. Moving out? Sekiyuki was a bit hesitant when she heard that she had to move out. Moving out of town makes it inconvenient for many people to come and do things. It's even a long walk every day. You don't have to move, and even if you have to move later, it won't be that much work for them to go over and do their work. Why? Because we have a car. Car? Guan Yu looked at Qin Ming suspiciously. Qin Ming smirked. There's been an extra batch of rubber recently, just in time to make bicycle tires. This matter was also something Qin Ming had thought of long ago. Later, if their weaving bureau is upgraded to a textile mill, a single textile mill can accommodate thousands of people. It definitely wasn't that easy to supply it up with just one Linjiang city. Now that the roads have been fixed, equip all the locals with bicycles. With bicycles they were not only better able to come to work, but they were also able to use the money they earned to run from one big city to another when they were off during the week. As for the price, naturally it would not be too expensive. A bicycle Qin Ming only earns 1 or 2 silver. The cost is also 1 or 2. With the wages of these women workers in the textile mills, you can save up in a few months. After food and drink, after Qin Ming's explanation, Guan Yu instantly understood what it meant to be a bicycle. This is good. After settling Guan Yu's matter, Qin Ming returned to Chao Chuan's place and asked him to bring the artisans to build the factory. This factory of theirs was constructed out of cement and stone and is very sturdy and covers a large area. Your Highness, you have a good idea, but how are we going to recruit people? Chao Chuan hesitantly looked at Qin Ming before bringing up another trouble. With your bikes, you do make it easier for people from farther away to come to work and come. But you haven't thought about the other thing, have you? Our bicycle. It costs a full 2 taels of silver. In this barren place of Lingnan, everyone's pockets are cleaner than their faces, so who can afford it? Song Dingsheng also came back from the farm at this time, and listening to Qin Ming, the first half of the day was still very happy. After all, the people can get rich quickly and move around on a large scale, which will help the county a lot. Owners are earning for nothing, but Chao Chuan's statement later poured cold water on him. Yes, Your Highness, 2 taels of silver is really too expensive. If we can make it cheaper, or if we make less money, maybe they can bite their teeth and buy bicycles to do things. Song Dingsheng didn't want to give up on this opportunity and began to exhort in Qin Ming's ear. Qin Ming waved his hand, his tone firm. No way. The bikes are just starting to sell for 2 taels of silver, and I'd like to raise the price later as the technology is updated, and as the locals get richer. Price increase. The corners of Chao Chuan and Song Dingsheng's mouths twitched. It's all 2 taels of silver. Does your highness really not know the plight of the people? Some villagers in this era were able to carry dozens of pounds of vegetables from their villages and walk more than 10 miles to the towns to sell them in order to have a few pennies left over for the carriage. Year after year, some of them even had their shoulders pressed high and low by heavy weights. You guys are so rigid in your thinking. Isn't there a way you can have a win-win situation that doesn't cost them a fortune and still come over and do something? Ha! How is that possible? Song Dingsheng is very knowledgeable, but after thinking about it for half a day, he feels that it is not very good. 2 taels of silver is not much to say. Walking is just a bit tiring. Why should you take money out of people's pockets? Chao Chuan also shook his head. Your highness, no, let the barracks advance the money. Let's collect a few hundred people first. It won't cost too much. Do you think our barracks are ingrates? Giving work to people to do and advancing money for their bicycles? Qin Ming looked at these 2 goods and rolled his eyes. Our bikes are also technology. They are meant to make money, not charity. With the money we can make these people better off. But if the pads go out and thousands come in, can you pad them all? Chao Chuan hesitated. Your highness, do you really want to make money? And of course, I'm going to make a killing. Qin Ming drew out a contract from his arms. This is the deed he drew up with the money changer. See, I've made a deal with the money changer that all the workers who come to work in the textile factory can borrow money from the money changer to buy bicycles. You can pay back some of the account every month. Just pay it off in a year. This initiative will allow those who come over to work without physical pain. And deducting some of their monthly wages will be enough to offset the bill. It also promotes recruitment. Some people look at other people with bikes and get hot under the collar themselves. Just come over and work on the bike too. Is the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's money bank so kind? Oh yes, it's fine if it's you. Your highness is awesome. Song Dingsheng froze for a moment. He suddenly thought of the relationship between Qin Ming and Wan Shu. This was followed by a look of deep concern on his face. It's still his highness who's capable and handsome enough to sell his flesh to get things done. Qin Ming keenly sensed that the old boy was thinking of something wrong. What the hell were you thinking? This money is certainly not borrowed for nothing. I'm asking these installments to pay interest. And as for the interest earned, we'll split it half and half with the money changers. Hiss. Now. Chao Chuan and Song Dingsheng all sucked in a breath of cold air. It turns out that his highness wasn't really dreaming when he said win-win. This bike didn't just fulfill those who came over to work. It also allows them to make an interest on top of the bike themselves. Worthy of his highness. Chapter 127, The Half-Moon Period. The farthest county from Linjiang City was named Yinshan County. It's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, which aren't very high, but all of them block the access to the interior. The only flat road out of the mountain faces right in the direction of the ocean. That's why the air here is humid and it rains often. Over time, it was given that name. On this day, an unusually decorated, white carriage came up on the concrete road that had been repaired around the mountain. Song Dingsheng poked his head out of the carriage to take a glance. Alas, after 7 turns, we're finally here. It's easy to get out to sea here, but the road inland coming in is not good. Not to mention people like Song Dingsheng, who had come over the mountains from Linjiang City, before the court assigned Yinshan County to his rule. Song Dingsheng was full of slander. Nay, the governors of several other large cities in Lingnan had connections in the imperial court, and their backgrounds were much harder than his own. There was no way around it, and this difficult bone had to fall into his hands. Your highness, this is Yinshan County. When the carriage stopped, Song Dingsheng took the lead and jumped down, helping Qin Ming out of the carriage. He also pointed to the county town in front of him and introduced the situation here to Qin Ming. It doesn't look so barren. Qin Ming swept a glance at Yinshan County and realized that it was surprisingly crowded. Coming and going are fishermen returning from the sea with a full harvest. You don't see this place as remote, but it's not. Song Dingsheng lightly stroked his beard, hands smoothly behind his back, a tone of understanding brother. Shang Beishan, who was driving the carriage, frowned. Lord Song, how did you learn the storyteller's way of saying what you have to say, but you're still being secretive? Ha ha, it's nothing really. It's just that Yinshan County is relatively close to the coast, and there are many fishermen here, and a lot of people who go out to the sea to fish for a living live here, and there are more people over time. Then this place should be good for recruiting. Qin Ming walked up, and there was already a line of welcoming officials standing in front of the county gates of Yinshan County. At the head of the group was a somewhat chubby, country-faced middle-aged man, Yinshan County Magistrate Wu Shizhong. Welcome your highness. This is Lord Wu. He's made a lot of achievements in Yinshan County in the last few years and is already on the verge of becoming governor. Song Dingxing knew the local situation well and whispered an introduction in Qin Ming's ear before he even got close. Shady Hill County is geographically unique and many times governs itself. Most of the credit for being able to govern this place well must go to Wu Shizhong himself. Qin Ming nodded his head, already knowing a few things about this Lord Wu who had good abilities. Stepping forward, he smiled. No need to be polite, Lord Wu. This king came over today just to recruit some people. Your Highness, I am aware of your matter, but the manpower of Yinshan County is a valuable resource, so I am sorry to follow your orders. Wu Shizhong is a wannabe officer and has a real chance of promotion in the future, so this kind of losing out by sending people from his own county outward, he didn't want to do it. Qin Ming ran to the furthest Yinshan County, but he wanted to conquer the most difficult area, and the rear face of the river city surrounding the county will be good. I didn't expect to hit a soft spot just as I landed. Seemingly noticing that he had spoken a bit heavily, Wu Shizhong continued to speak. Your Highness, I don't hold it against you, but it's just too much trouble for the people of Yinshan County to recruit over there, plus it's a long way to travel, and your transportation costs for them to run back and forth are too high. Wu Shizhong was a bit annoyed with Qin Ming. He has already explicitly rejected it twice inside the letter. He even wrote thousands of words in a voluminous manner, analyzing the pros and cons and letting Qin Ming know how wasteful it was to recruit people to work from Yinshan County. Not only was it a waste of Qin Ming's money and resources, it was also a waste of their manpower in Yinshan County. Originally, if this area wanted to grow, it would have needed the population within the county to pave the way. But Qin Ming still brazenly came to ask for people. Look at this raging appearance. Seems to want a lot of people. There's a highway. You're only 30 or 40 miles from Linjiang City, and you'll be there in an hour's time by carriage. An hour wagon? Wu Shizhong somewhat did not believe his ears. I had originally heard that Qin Ming had done well in Linjiang City and had built the place up quite nicely. He also had some respect for Qin Ming. Who knew that when I saw it today, what it said would be comparable to what not to eat minced meat. Taking a deep breath, Wu Shizhong spoke. Not to mention the fact that there are not so many carriages dedicated to traveling back and forth between Linjiang City and Yinshan County every day. Even if there are, the people we have here who go to work at the weaving bureau, do they have the money to sit on them? I'll just help them. Qin Ming calculated that some of his section of the road was still unrepaired. After it was repaired, it would take them even less time to go to Linjiang City. Plus, the site of their new factory was chosen in an area on the outskirts of Linjiang City, and in the middle of several counties. It wasn't really too far away from them, maybe half an hour on a bicycle. Big deal. Put a couple gears on them like a mountain bike to help them take it easy when riding hills. It's much less work that way, but this Wu Shizhong's attitude is a problem. Your Highness, why are you suffering? Wu Shizhong looked to Song Dingshang. Lord Song, you mean the same thing? Well, I think the same as your Highness. Song Dingshang watched as Wu Shizhong began to develop resistance. He hastily made a wink with Qin Ming. Your Highness, I'll talk to Lord Wu. As he spoke, he pulled Wu Shizhong to the side. Old Wu, it's good that His Highness is willing to help you develop. Wu Shizhong did not speak with a cold face. Song Dingsheng continued. If you do out of credit, then all your brother I'm here to promise you, absolutely will not rob you the slightest credit. My character you can certainly rest assured, right? Wu Shizhong froze for a moment, and when he raised his eyes to look at Song Dingsheng, he had already taken on a bit of fire. Lord Song, I don't mean to take credit or not. I just don't want the people under me to be tossed around like this. Do you know how far it is to Linjiang City? Seeing how angry he was, Song Dingsheng hurriedly compensated with a smile. I know. Of course I know. How about this? So simple reasoning before you have also told His Highness. His Highness does not agree. Then we let His Highness go over to the recruitment. Someone willing to come. No one then forget it. How? He knew Wu Shizhong's character. Although his temper was foul and hard, but this guy was really for the good of the people. If it were anyone else, Song Dingsheng wouldn't have spent so much of his words to slowly grind with him. You guys aren't going to pull any tricks, are you? Wu Shizhong was a little wary, and Song Dingsheng shook his head. Half a month then. Half a month's time and we'll leave when the recruitment is less than 100. How's that? Really? Of course, if you go and ask His Highness now, he will absolutely agree with me as well. But old Wu, you can't trip us up. I'm not going to do anything like that. Seeing that he dared to doubt himself and return, Wu Shizhong immediately argued anxiously. Song Dingsheng secretly laughed in his heart. This guy's official cultivation is not yet home, although there are many merits, but still a rash look. At this rate, I guess we'll have to wait a few more years for a promotion. Chapter 128, A Man Like the Wind. Okay then, it's a deal. Song Dingsheng smiled and patted his shoulder, then returned to Qin Ming's side. Your Highness, it's done. Qin Ming noticed that Wu Shizhong had already shouted for the errand boy to go back. It looked like there was no longer any intention of stopping himself. Okay, get ready to put up a sign. Yes, soon. The notices of Qin Ming's recruitment were posted next to the 4 city gates in the southeast, northwest and north of Shaning County. What does it say? The people passing by were curious. Nay, many could not read, had to gather around a tea house owner and listen to his explanation. It's written that His Highness the King of Qin has recently set up a textile factory, which is said to be able to accommodate thousands of people. It's going to come to us to recruit people, with a guaranteed 3 coins of silver a month, and a maximum earning of 1 or 2. A textile mill that holds thousands of people. How big does that have to be? That's awesome. The people present gave their thumbs up and praised Qin Ming, but after watching it, they went their separate ways. Even a trip out to sea can sometimes involve a full day at sea and getting out for dozens of miles. But a place like Linjian City was extremely distant within their perception. Everyone just looks at this kind of thing as a news story. No matter how high the wages are, not many people will actually come to this faraway place to work. Your Highness, it's not working well. In the evening, Song Dingsheng returned to the inn and reported to Qin Ming what he had seen. Most of the people are senseless, passing by to see what's going on and withdrawing. No harm done. Didn't we have someone ride over on a bicycle a few days ago to give them a show? Tomorrow put the bicycles we shipped over on the street and let old Chang ride around a bit. Remember, make sure you hang out where there are lots of people, so the old regulars can use their skills and blow more awesome. Qin Ming ate while explaining the details to Song Dingsheng. Chang Baishan is a talented person, but also like gossip, and blowing great with others is more his old profession. This time, when he specifically brought him over, Qin Ming had the intention of expanding his influence. Okay. Song Dingsheng was curious as to what deep meaning Qin Ming had in this move, but he wasn't going to ask more questions now. Failure to realize means that you are not in a sufficient state and you still need to learn. Early the next morning, Shang Baishan mounted the latest model of mountain bike and started skidding down the street. Qin Ming, a mountain bike made specifically for this purpose, actually added the tricycle shift to it. This makes it easier to ride uphill, combined with tires that are a little wider than wagon tires. It's easy to walk anywhere with good grip. So when Shang Baishan first hit the streets, almost everyone on the entire street had their eyes on him. You guys, that's a bike, right? This bike doesn't seem to be the same as the ones I've seen before yet. Worthy of 3 tails of silver. It looks just awesome. Just as the crowd looked at Changbai Mountain with envy and jealousy, he stopped suddenly and turned to correct a few people. No, I'm not a 320 silver regular bike. This is called a mountain bike. It can adapt to all kinds of terrain and run faster than a regular bike. Mountain bike. What a bossy name. Brother, can I touch it? A couple of young lads had pressed on, but Shang Baishan had whetted their appetites. No, I'm going to have a cup of tea at the tea house out front. If you guys want to touch and see, you can meet me at the tea house. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he stepped on the pedal and left in an extremely pretentious manner. A few youngsters didn't think much of it when faced with this wind-like man. Immediately, he started from the south of the city towards the tea house a few blocks away. Soon, Shang Baishan parked his mountain bike in front of the tea house. A couple of the shrews had been eyeballing him for a long time and watched him come down and lock the car. Emboldened, they quickly stepped forward as if to remove it. Damn it, how dare you steal from me? Swish, a knife was swung. Shang Baishan directly chopped off the fingers of one of them. Ah. The sound of the other man yelling came from the other side. The officials patrolling the streets immediately ran forward. What happened? Nothing, took care of a couple of petty thieves. Chang Baishan flung it smoothly, and after the blood on the long knife was flung on the ground, he put away the knife and returned it to its sheath, and said in a breezy manner, "We didn't steal from him, and this guy just came up and cut us." A few shrews stepped forward and rushed to defend themselves based on the crowd. The official also frowned. "This good man, you did hit a little too hard." The crowd of onlookers didn't pull any punches and said that Chang Baishan did the right thing, because all the neighbors here are often harassed by these chicken-stealing shrews. Bitter shrews have been around for a long time. Seeing Chang Baishan cut them down today, many people screamed in their hearts. Just don't dare to say it to the face of these shrews. In the face of this official statement, Shang Baishan keenly sensed that this one was not a good person either. Think about it, if there is no official turn a blind eye, this group of shrews will never be able to move their cars in broad daylight. Then Shang Baishan's eyes glared and said, "I hit hard? I don't think you're a thing either. Come with me." The words fell, and in front of the crowd, he tugged the official's collar and walked into the alley. Soon the official came out with a face full of horror. "This lord. No, warrior. I know I'm wrong, and they do deserve to be cut. Okay, no more for you. Get the hell out of here. Okay." Just now, Chang Baishan pulled him into the alley, explaining his identity and the Qin king behind him. So that's when this official got scared out of his wits. A few tiny shrews. He naturally didn't dare to care. The crowd of onlookers grew. Chang Baishan saw that he had made such a big commotion. His heart was all happy. If His Highness knew about this, he would definitely praise himself for being awesome. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had to take advantage of the opportunity to publicize himself more as a mountain biker. Bam! Chang Baishan threw down the long sword in his hand. Now the obstruction is gone. Come on. I'll give you guys a chance. Come on together. If you can beat me, I'll let you guys leave today. If you can't, it's just as well that I'll clean you up by hand. Trying to leave at this point is no longer practical. A few shrews looked at me. I looked at you, and eventually nodded to each other. They're fuming. It charged directly towards Chang Baishan. In such a hurry, you don't even give a chance to introduce yourself? Looking at a bunch of youngsters who don't speak martial arts, Chang Baishan's face was full of pity. His own name is the first expert of the Danai, the captain of the Qin King's Guard, the supernumerary general of the Wuwei Battalion, and the second marshal of Lingnan. The first marshal was His Highness, hadn't even been read out yet. A fist had come crashing down head-on. Without dodging, he raised his hand to catch it and twisted it gently. Click! The first man's wrist was then dislocated in response.